The black moon hung over the city, and Chen Mu's cousin had just stepped in front of him when the gun shop shutter door was kicked open. On television, the anchor's voice trembled as he reported on the global virus infection, while in the background, there were sounds of shattering glass and screams from the crowd. Chen Mu runs a replica gun model shop, and for the past 3 years, he has always adhered to the rules, with none of the guns in the shop having a firing function. But on the first night of the apocalypse, his shop became the fattest piece of meat in the eyes of the thugs. Half an hour ago, my cousin Lin Zhen called to say that the convenience store on the west side had been vandalized and the police couldn't control the situation. Chen Mu thought those people were just stealing food, until 6 blonde-haired men smashed down the shop door and rushed in, stepping over the glass shards on the floor. The leader, Zhao Daong, had a cigarette dangling from his lips. A deep scar ran from the corner of his eye to his jaw, and blood dripped from his machete. "Hand over the real gun and the cash, and I'll spare your life." Chen Mu vehemently denied it, because all the model guns displayed in his shop had been inspected. But Zhao Daong didn't believe it at all. He had personally witnessed Chen Mu delivering goods to the police, and was convinced that the store must be hiding the real thing. The display stand was kicked over, and the M4 model was scattered all over the ground. Zhao Daong used the tip of his knife to pry open Chen Mu's collar, forcing him to reveal the location where the gun was hidden. Just then, the back warehouse door was kicked open, and 19-year-old Lin Zhen rushed out, wielding a baseball bat. This skinny young man, with blood on his forehead, stood firmly in front of Chen Mu. "If you want to take it, come at me." Zhao Daong stared at Lin Zhen, slowly pulled a modified Type 64 pistol from his back waist, and cocked it with a click. The next second, a gunshot rang out. The baseball bat in Lin Zhen's hand fell to the ground. He looked down at the blood blooming on his chest, completely stunned. He raised his head, as if remembering something, his voice growing softer and softer. "Brother Mu, my mom said, we're going to make sauerkraut dumpling for Chinese New Year this year." Before he could finish speaking, he fell straight down, blood spreading across the ground and staining the M4 carbine model red. Chen Mu's vision went completely red in an instant. He grabbed a wrench and lunged at Zhao Daong, only to be kicked in the abdomen. Immediately afterward, an iron stool slammed into the back of his neck, and he fell into a pool of blood, only able to watch as the group continued to ransack the place. Zhao Daong squatted down, used the tip of his knife to lift Lin Zhen's chin, and grinned like a hyena. "I'll deal with you slowly after I've finished ransacking the warehouse." Before his consciousness faded, Chen Mu only saw that Lin Zhen's right hand was still half-clenched, as if he was trying to grab something. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Doomsday Gun Master System successfully activated. Current environment: Day 0 of the Black Moon event. Early stage of the human survival crisis. Host status: moderate concussion, hemorrhagic shock, life-threatening. Host's obsession detected: revenge." Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes. Lin Zhen's blood was still warm and soaked through his shirt, but a blue interface had already appeared before him. In a hidden compartment at the bottom of the counter, an M1911 model was marked in red by the system. That was Chen Mu's prized possession, handcrafted from scrap car parts, boasting a 99% level of realism, except it couldn't fire. However, the system told him that by consuming points, he could transform this toy into a real combat weapon. It held 7 9mm bullets and had a 10-minute time limit. The points were in the hands of Zhao Daong and his group. Modified pistols could be disassembled, switchblades could be disassembled, even spent cartridge cases on the ground could be exchanged for system points. Chen Mu touched Lin Zhen's gradually cooling blood, only managing to squeeze out 2 words: "convert." A flash of white light, and the M1911 from the hidden compartment fell into his hand. The plastic feel was gone, replaced by the cold, heavy steel. Zhao Daong, with his back to him, was bending over and rummaging through the metal box, completely unaware that the dying man behind him had already grasped a real gun. Chen Mu's vision suddenly narrowed, and the world seemed to slow down. He aimed at the junction of Zhao Daong's neck and skull, and gently pulled the trigger. Zhao Daong whirled around, his eyes wide open. But the bullet was faster than his reaction. Blood exploded behind his head, and he slammed heavily onto the metal box. Killed human threat Zhao Daong. Gained 200 system points. Unlocked basic eagle eye. Can mark enemy weaknesses. Damn, he has a gun. The robber's bullet grazed Chen Mu's ear, shattering the glass cabinet on the wall. He rolled and hid behind the counter. 2 more men rushed out of the warehouse, one of them carrying a shotgun, the muzzle pointed directly at Chen Mu. Eagle eye activated, and a scarlet indicator lit up on the enemy's heart. Chen Mu raised his gun, pulled the trigger, and the bullet pierced the man's chest. The shotgun slammed to the ground, toppling over along with the man and the display shelf. The skinny man lunged at him, knife in hand, his face contorted with terror. "You fucking inhuman!" Chen Mu's gun grazed the man's shoulder, but the system issued an alarm at that moment. Pseudo-physicalization timeout. 3 minutes remaining. Taking advantage of the moment, the skinny man tackled Chen Mu, his nails digging into his wrist, and the M1911 slipped from his hand, sliding towards Lin Zhen's corpse. Chen Mu stared at his cousin's frozen face, feeling as if something had completely exploded in his chest. He used his knee to push the skinny man away and lunged forward to grab the gun. The back window shattered suddenly, and a hail of bullets grazed his scalp. The last robber held a modified submachine gun, its barrel still smoking. The system interface flashed frantically. Host vital signs, 7%. Chen Mu gripped the handle of the M1911 tightly, his lungs filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. As his consciousness faded, he saw Lin Zhen's half-clenched right hand, as if he were pulling the final shot for him. A submachine gun bullet grazed Chen Mu's scalp. The smell of burning flesh hadn't dissipated yet, and the wound on his back had already stained his shirt a deep red. He huddled behind the counter, clutching the M1911 in his hand. The gun still retained the warmth of Zhao Dayong's brains. 2 robbers blocked the shelf. One cried out that their boss was dead, while the other kicked the display case to pieces, vowing to blast him to smithereens. Worse still, the system interface on Chen Mu's retina was a blood-red mess. Host vital signs were down to only 7%. He also had only 3 bullets left in his magazine, 2 of which were underpowered training rounds. He only had 1 live round left. Just as the submachine gun shattered the counter again, a notification suddenly popped up. Basic Eagle eye activated, can mark enemy weaknesses. Chen Mu's vision was as if covered by a light golden filter. The leather boots behind the shelves, the muzzle of the gun in the shadows, and even the beating heart of the enemy became glaring red dots. The man on the left was hiding behind a shelf, his ankle artery throbbing with each breath. The skinny man on the right had trembling hands, and the red that on his chest shone like fire. Chen Mu licked his chapped lips and whispered, 3 shots, that's enough. The bullet shattered the edge of the counter, splinters of wood embedded in the back of his hand. He gritted his teeth, rolled away, and pulled the trigger the instant he raised his gun. The training round failed to penetrate his heart, but it struck the skinny man precisely below his collarbone, the cork bullet piercing his lung. The skinny man stared wide-eyed as he knelt, the submachine gun slipping from his hand and crashing to the ground, coughing up blood mixed with pink bubbles. The other robber, his face ashen, grabbed a shotgun and rushed to the counter, the dart barrel almost touching Chen Mu's face. This was the most lethal point-blank distance for a shotgun. Even if he saw the weak point, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Just before the other party pulled the trigger, the system interface suddenly flashed yellow. Fatal crisis detected. Skill preloading. Chen Mu's right hand seemed to be taken over by some force, and he steadily raised the M1911, pointing the muzzle at the robber's throat. The last live round burst from the barrel, and he saw his own pale face reflected in the other man's pupils, along with 2 burning flames in his eyes. The shotgun trigger was half pulled, blood gushing from the robber's throat as he slammed into a shelf, half of his back teeth shattered. The warehouse fell silent instantly, save for Chen Mu's panting and the dripping of blood on the floor. He leaned on the counter to stand up, his legs weak, and he almost fell into the pile of spent cartridge cases. A system notification sounded at that moment. Newbie counterkill mission completed. 3 human threats eliminated. Reward: 50 upgrade points. Unlocked the decomposition and absorption skill. Decomposition, absorption. Chen Mu tore off a piece of his clothing and wrapped it around his back. Blood quickly soaked through the strip. He picked up the switchblade from the ground. The blade was still stained with Lin Zhen's blood. His cousin's body still lay in the corner, his half-open eyes reflecting the moonlight. Suddenly, a metallic clanging sound came from outside the shop, like someone stepping on broken glass, slowly approaching. Chen Mu tucked the empty gun into his waistband, grabbed a wrench, and reached for the door. Through the cracked glass, he saw a boy of about 14 or 15 years old. The boy's clothes were torn, revealing his ribs. He had a chipped lunchbox in his pocket and half a polished steel bar tucked into his waistband. He saw the corpses scattered on the ground, his hand immediately reaching for the steel bars, but his eyes never left Chen Mu's gun. "Come out." Chen Mu raised his empty hand. "I mean no harm." The boy turned and ran, but Chen Mu grabbed him by the back of his collar. The clothes he was wearing weren't cloth at all, but rather newspapers and plastic sheeting sewn together. "Don't kill me." The boy swung the steel bar, but stopped halfway through. I just wanted to find something to eat." Chen Mu released him and took 2 steps back. "What's your name?" "Xiao Qi." The boy shrank his neck but stared at the M1911 and asked, "Can that gun fight zombies?" The system immediately popped up a new prompt. Scan and identify function unlocked, can analyze item attributes and enemy weaknesses. Chen Mu glanced at the spent cartridge cases on the ground, and a blue message appeared before his eyes. Training cartridge cases can be disassembled to obtain upgrade points. He picked up the cartridge cases and put them in his pocket. Xiao Qi leaned closer and asked, "Can this be exchanged for food?" "More useful than food." Chen Mu looked up at him. "You're coming with me?" Xiao Qi took 2 steps back, turned and rushed into the night, but shouted back at the threshold, "There's a horde of zombies in Scrap Iron Street." Chen Mu watched his retreating figure, the decomposition and absorption icon in the system flashing incessantly. 3 corpses, 12 bullet casings, a switchblade. All could be turned into resources. He looked down at Lin Zhen's corpse. The early morning wind blew through the broken window, bringing an increasingly strong stench of decay. That was the smell of zombies, slowly drifting over from the other end of the street. "It's time to go." Chen Mu pulled off the dust cover from the display case and gently covered Lin Zhen. The corner of the cloth brushed against his cousin's stiff fingers, and he lowered his voice, saying, "When I come back, I will make everyone who hurt you pay the price." He collected the spent cartridge cases he could find, inspected the empty M1911 magazine, and pushed open the shop door just as the moonlight was swallowed by dark clouds. The low howls of zombies echoed in the distance. Chen Mu squinted and walked towards the scrap metal street, where Xiao Qi had disappeared. The wasteland city at dawn resembled a burned graveyard. Ashes drifted into his collar, and the acrid smell stung his eyes. A zombie's howl echoed from the intersection ahead. He touched the gun in his pocket, but didn't stop walking. Today, he needed to find something that could truly turn this M1911 into a weapon. The wasteland city in the early morning resembled a crumpled gray cloth. Chen Mu walked along the wall, gray-black ash constantly seeping into his collar. The acrid smell stung his nose. It was the 7th day after the chemical plant explosion, and even the air felt scorched and grainy. A zombie's roar echoed from the intersection ahead, and Chen Mu paused. Those were ordinary zombies in the early stages of infection. Their jaws would dislocate when they gnawed. He touched the M1911 in his arms, the cold barrel pressed against his skin, and Lin Zhen's blood-stained employee badge was still digging into his thigh in his pocket. The system required at least 50 upgrade points for basic modifications, and he had only managed to save 15 points by dismantling 12 training cartridges, not even enough to upgrade the barrel. In search of parts, Chen Mu turned into an alley filled with wrecked cars and arrived at the 3rd shop on Scrap Iron Street. A faded banner still hung on the door. The words, "Hunter Fire Gun Parts Shop," were badly torn. This was the shop that the original owner had taken over 3 months ago. The glass door was now cracked like a spider web, and inside lay a broken-handled dagger, a rusted rifle, and empty magazines. It was a far cry from its former self. Chen Mu knocked off the spikes on the doorframe and squeezed in sideways. The smell of rotting wood mixed with rust hit him, and the system immediately began scanning and identification. The broken-handled dagger was worth only 0.5 points. The rusted rifle was completely unusable, and the empty magazine was only worth 1 point. Then he saw behind the counter the wreckage of a Remington M870 lying in the shadows. The stock was cracked, but the barrel was intact. The system displayed that repairing this shotgun required 20 points and a pump-action component, while disassembling it would only yield 8 points and scrap steel. Just as Chen Mu was about to reach for it, 3 spent cartridge cases in the corner suddenly reflected the morning light. The .45 ACP cartridge cases are intact. Each cartridge yields 5 points. Yesterday's 15 points, plus these 15 points, total 30 points, enough to replace the M1911's barrel with chromium molybdenum steel. This would increase the range from 50 meters to 80 meters and improve armor penetration by 20%. Chen Mu pressed the 3 spent cartridge cases into his palm. A blue light flashed, and upgrade points flowed into his veins like a warm current. Gained 15 upgrade points, current total points, 30. He clenched his fist, looked at the Remington wreckage, and then touched the M1911 that had survived the zombie horde with him at his waist. Just 20 more points, and I'll let you wear 2 more layers of zombie ribs. A rustling sound suddenly came from outside the window. Chen Mu instantly drew his gun and pressed himself against the wall, peering through the cracked glass. A shadow was pressed against the window pane, its nose almost touching the glass. Chen Mu immediately recognized the tuft of hair sticking up. Xiaoqi, the zombie horde from Scrap Iron Street. Are you here to deliver a message? The boy, who was about to run away, stopped when he heard this. He stared at Chen Mu, his eyes shining with an astonishing light. You killed those 3 grain robbers. They stole Grandma Wang's flour sack yesterday. Chen Mu didn't explain. He just put the gun back in its holster. Xiaoqi stared at the gun and whispered, Are you a policeman? No. All the policemen are dead. Chen Mu picked up the Remington barrel and wiped away the rust. Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a tattered cloth bag from his pocket, inside which were 3 7.6 2mm bullet casings covered in oil and mud. The system indicated that each casing could be worth 2 points. Chen Mu squatted down and asked him how he knew about the points. Xiaoqi said that last night, when he saw him picking up spent bullet casings, his eyes lit up just like old Gene, the radio repairman, when he looked at parts. Then, Xiaoqi lowered his voice and told him that the zombie horde had gone west, and there was a locked ammunition cabinet in a nearby warehouse. The system immediately popped up a notification. Human Xiaoqi detected. No signs of infection. Do you want to start a temporary team? Chen Mu didn't respond to the system, but simply took the cloth bag. I'll give you half a compressed biscuit after I break it down. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, but before he could speak, a low, muffled sound came from outside the window. It wasn't a zombie howl. It sounded more like rusty gears grinding together. Chen Mu's neck hair stood on end. He shoved the gun barrel into his backpack and pushed Xiaoqi behind the door. A mutant dog. A dark shadow darted out of the gray mist, its fur covered in scabs, its left eye a rotten black hole, and rotting flesh still clinging to its fangs. It stopped in front of the shop, its rotting nose twitching against the ground, and its murky right eye suddenly aimed at the crack in the door. Target, Mutant Hound, Tier 1, Defense Level 3, Weakness, back of the neck and spine. The mutated hound slammed its paw against the wooden door, sending splinters flying. Chen Mu gripped his M1911 tightly. Only 5 bullets remained in the chamber. Wait for it to pounce, he whispered, Xiaoqi's breath already heavy on the back of his neck. The moment the mutated dog reached the doorframe, Chen Mu dodged to the side, its sharp teeth grazing his shoulder and leaving a bloody gash. He grabbed the dog's ear with his other hand, pressed the gun against the weak spot on the back of its neck marked by the system, and decisively pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out in the store, and the mutated dog crashed heavily to the ground, black blood and putrid brain matter gushing from the bloody hole in the back of its neck. Xiaoqi stared at the corpse and gagged, while Chen Mu tore off a corner of his shirt and used it to bandage the wound on his shoulder. He patted Xiaoqi's back. Go, pick up the spent cartridges. Xiaoqi sniffled and asked him if he was scared. Chen Mu tore off the collar of the mutated dog, which was engraved with military dog Blackie. Scared. But when I'm scared, the gun trembles for me. The low howls of zombies grew closer in the distance. Chen Mu slung his backpack over his shoulder and stuffed half a compressed biscuit into Xiaoqi's hand. Go home. I have no home. Xiaoqi licked the dust off the biscuit and asked cautiously, Can I come with you? Chen Mu didn't answer, but simply pushed open the shop door. A gust of wind blew in, carrying ashes and sweeping over the mutated dog's corpse, raising a stench of decay. The smell wasn't coming from outside, but from the storeroom at the back of the shop. Chen Mu paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the tightly closed wooden door. Dark red liquid was slowly seeping from the crack at the bottom of the door, forming a small puddle of blood on the floor. Chen Mu's boots rolled over the puddle of blood at the entrance to the storage room, the stench of decay filling his nostrils. Dark red slime mixed with bits of flesh, with half a canine tooth floating inside, its pattern exactly the same as the fangs of the mutated dog that had just been killed. Xiaoqi, step back. Chen Mu pressed down on the little girl's trembling shoulders and used the butt of his gun to push open the heavy wooden door. Behind the door was a narrow concrete staircase. A heavy, pungent stench wafted from the darkness, and grayish-yellow animal fur clung to the base of the walls. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Unscanned area detected. Basement. May contain weapon parts or mutated creatures. Chen Mu turned on his tactical flashlight and found that the lock on the corner chain was chewed out of shape, with charred canine teeth embedded in the gap. Someone has been here, or something has been here. Xiaoqi gripped his clothes fearfully. Chen Mu switched the M1911 to his left hand and made her count the steps one by one. If she counted wrong, she would be punished by cleaning the gun barrel for 3 days. When she counted to the 13th step, the stairs turned and a half-person-high iron gate appeared in front of her. A bronze plaque read Hunter Fire Armory. The iron gate was ajar, and the sound of wet licking could be heard from inside. Chen Mu immediately hid Xiaoqi in the shadows and pushed the door open alone. Inside, ammunition boxes were scattered all over the floor, spent cartridge cases were piled up like a small mountain, and in the corner curled up a human skeleton that had been gnawed down to the bones. The system scanned and detected a damaged magazine, a rusted bayonet, and a box of unopened .45 ACP ammunition. Just as Chen Mu was about to step forward, the dark figure under the shelf opened its scarlet eyes and let out a hoarse growl that wasn't like a dog's bark. The mutated dog lunged forward, and Chen Mu raised his gun and pulled the trigger, but only heard a blank shot. The pseudo-materialization time for the training rounds had expired. He questioned the system in his mind, but the system indicated that the basic ammunition would need another 10 minutes to generate. The next second, sharp claws grazed his earlobe. This mutated dog was larger than the ones outside, its dark brown fur scabbed, and a broken chain dragged on its left foreleg, sparks flying as it scraped the ground. Chen Mu slid along the shelf to the southeast corner, swung the barrel of his Remington rifle, and smashed it in the dog's abdomen, then used the spent cartridge to create noise and distract it. Taking advantage of the mutated dog's distraction, he lunged at the ammunition box, pried open the rusted lock with the barrel, revealing 12 neatly arranged .45 ACP live rounds. A whoosh of wind swept behind him. Just as he finished loading the magazine, the mutated dog's front paws were already at his chest. Chen Mu rolled and fired, but a long gash was slashed across his left shoulder. The system interface glowed with golden light. A real combat crisis has been detected. The Eagle Eye skill has been activated. Beginner level. In the Eagle Eye vision, the mutated dog's movements suddenly slowed down, and even its carotid artery and the pulse under its rotting skin were clearly visible. Chen Mu steadied his gun, and a bullet pierced its throat. The mutated dog crashed into a shelf, crushing half a box of ammunition. But before he could catch his breath, the low howls of 7 or 8 mutated dogs echoed around him. Chen Mu rushed to the stairwell and found Xiaoqi clutching a leaking oil can. Those were experimental napalm bombs found in the box. Chen Mu shoved the can back in her arms and told her to pull the pin as he had taught her. The first charging mutant dog had its eye pierced by his bullet, and the second one, which pounced from the side, had its front leg smashed off by the barrel of his gun. As the third dog approached, the magazine was emptied again. Xiaoqi trembled as she handed over a spare magazine, and then a larger alpha dog emerged from the pack. It still had the number 07 on its collar, a hideous scar on its left eye, and a ghostly green light burning in its right eye. Its howl sounded like steel needles piercing eardrums. The system frantically alerted. Mutant Dog King detected. Peak Tier 1, weak point. The thinnest part of the armor plate on the third vertebra of the spine. Chen Mu fired the last 2 bullets, his breathing gradually becoming steady. The Dog King arched its back, pushed off the ground, and leaped into the air. Its movements were magnified infinitely in Eagle Eye's eyes. He pressed the hammer, the crosshair locking onto the lighter-colored scale on the back of the Dog King's neck, and fired a shot that sent a spray of blood exploding. The Dog King crashed to the ground, its tail still twitching. A system notification sounded. Slay the Nighthound King and obtain the enhancement material, the King's Spine. The M1911 Combat Edition is permanently unlocked, increasing power by 20% and reload speed by 15%. Chen Mu knelt on one knee, pressing his left shoulder, blood dripping from between his fingers. Xiaoqi cried as she bandaged him, only to discover that the remaining mutated dogs hadn't escaped at all. They formed a semicircle and growled softly. Several on the outer edge began digging at the concrete, and the heavy, dragging sound of chains approached from deeper within. Let's go. Chen Mu tore off the king dog's collar, stuffed it into his backpack, and pulled Xiao Qi deeper into the basement. As he passed the skeleton, he saw that the deceased was still clutching half a blueprint in his right hand, the words self-repair module and energy core soaked in blood. At the far end of the wall was a rusty iron door, the wind seeping from its cracks even colder than before. Just as Chen Mu was about to touch the lock, an even more intense clawing sound erupted behind him. Xiao Qi gripped his wrist tightly, asking what was behind the door. Chen Mu didn't answer, but instead took out a napalm bomb and turned the pull ring between his fingers. The sound of gears turning came from the crack in the iron door, mixed with faint human groans. "Go in." Chen Mu kicked away the spent cartridge case at his feet. No matter what's behind it, it's easier to deal with than these mad dogs outside. Chen Mu's hand was painfully poked by the crowbar, but he finally managed to pry open the rusted iron door. A wave of heat, carrying the smell of engine oil and metal, hit him in the face. He immediately pulled Xiao Qi close to him, and the muzzle of his M1911 shot into the repair room. The room was filled with tools, spent cartridges, and springs, and the dusty iron cabinet at the far end looked particularly out of place. Xiao Qi gripped Chen Mu's arm tightly, her voice trembling as she asked him what it was. A system notification suddenly sounded. High-value material is hidden beneath the iron cabinet, the heart of a mutated dog king, which can enhance the penetrating power of firearms. Chen Mu stared at the dark red, still pulsating mass of flesh under the cabinet, his heart sinking. The corpse of Dog King number 07 was still outside, so how could there be another heart here? Before he could think further, the wall exploded open, and a dark figure burst through. It was a giant dog nearly 2 meters tall, covered in blood scabs, its right eye a rotten, abscessed hole, while its left eye glowed with an eerie green light. A muffled growl rolled from its throat. "Kill." Chen Mu immediately recognized it as the mutated dog leader mentioned in the system log, number 01, a Lang, who was much stronger than the strange dogs outside. He pressed down on Xiao Qi's trembling hand, reminding himself not to fire recklessly. This beast possessed only rudimentary intelligence. Provoking it rashly would only worsen the situation. Alung lowered its head and sniffed the ground. Its front paw pads were already cracked, exposing bone fragments, and each step left bloody trails on the concrete. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mu picked up half a bullet casing and flicked it towards the corner of the wall. The crisp sound of impact successfully distracted Ailang. Taking advantage of its distraction, Chen Mu grabbed a screwdriver and hurled it with all his might. The sharp metal pierced directly into Ailang's nape, and black blood splattered immediately. Enraged, Ailang turned and slammed into a long table, raining down tools. Chen Mu grabbed Xiao Qi and rolled away to dodge, but Ailang's massive claws slammed down, instantly splitting the ground into a spiderweb pattern. He shoved Xiao Qi into the gap between the metal cabinet and the wall, then circled around to the other side, simultaneously loading the last 2 bullets into the magazine. Ordinary bullets can't penetrate its armor plates. To kill it, you can only gamble on its weakness. Just as Ailang pounced on Chen Mu, the system vibrated. Crisis level increased, basic skill unlocked, bullet time, neural reaction increased by 300%, lasting 5 seconds. In an instant, everything around them slowed down. Ailang's fangs, the dripping saliva, the dangling wrench on the wall, even the tear falling from Xiao Qi's eye were clearly visible. Chen Mu knelt on one knee, slowly raising the muzzle of his gun. The system had already marked the weak point, 3 fingers width behind Ailang's left eye, where the armor plates were thinnest. The first shot grazed past his ear, followed by the second, third, and fourth shots fired in quick succession. Wolf's one eye exploded, blood splattering, and his body stiffened abruptly. The 5th bullet pierced the flesh behind his left eye with pinpoint accuracy, and his massive body crashed to the ground. Chen Mu was drenched in cold sweat, the gun barrel still scalding hot. Xiao Qi rushed out and hugged his waist, asking in a tearful voice if it was dead. Chen Mu didn't answer. Mutated beasts were more resilient than zombies. He had to confirm it himself. He pulled out his dagger and plunged it deep into Ailang's heart. Black blood splattered all over the back of his hand. Ailang's tail twitched one last time before falling silent. A system notification sounded. Killed Ailang, the leader of the early stage Tier 2 mutated dogs. Obtained the heart of the mutated dog king. Bullet time proficiency increased by 10%. Chen Mu wiped the dagger clean and was about to retrieve the beating heart from under the iron cabinet when the system suddenly issued a warning. There are still unscanned items inside the iron cabinet. Underneath Alang's corpse was half a blood-stained blueprint, on which the words self-repair module, compatibility 75%, were vaguely written. And from the gap in the iron cabinet, half of a silver gun barrel gleaming coldly was also visible. Just then, a strange sound came from a ventilation duct, like claws scraping against metal. Chen Mu abruptly looked up and reloaded the M1911. He pressed down on Xiao Qi's shoulder, whispering for her to be quiet and calm her heart. The system urged again. The mutated Dog King's heart is about to lose its activity. Immediate extraction is recommended. Chen Mu gritted his teeth, took out the glass jar, and used his dagger to cut open Alang's chest cavity. The dark red heart suddenly pounded violently, and the splattered blood droplets landed on the back of his hand, burning like red-hot iron filings. The moment Chen Mu's dagger touched Alang's chest, the mutated Dog King's cold skin turned a strange bluish purple. The heart he treasured convulsed violently, its blood vessels twisting and contorting as if alive, constantly pounding against the inner wall of the glass jar. The system's soon to lose activity warning was still ringing, yet the beast's flesh and blood were still resisting being peeled away. Little 7, take 2 steps back. Chen Mu's voice was muffled, his hand gripping the knife, numb from the impact. As the knife tip pierced the last layer of fascia, black blood suddenly gushed from the heart, splattering precisely onto the old wound on his wrist. The excruciating pain caused him to drop the glass jar, which smashed against the corpse, the heart rolling into the bloody mess. At the same time, Xiao Qi screamed, and the system alerted him that energy activity was rapidly decreasing. Chen Mu slammed his knees into the ground, pressing his palm directly into the black blood. The heart in his palm was still beating like a scalding lump of coal. He gritted his teeth, stuffed the heart back into the glass jar, and tightened the rubber stopper. Finally, the notification sounded. The collection of the mutated Dog King's heart is complete. It can be used for advanced modification or skill upgrades. He leaned against the cold cement wall, panting. His palms were corroded red by black blood, but in the shadow of Alang's corpse, he saw half a metal plate. The silver plate was only the size of a thumbnail, with 7A engraved on the back and traces of laser cutting on the edges. Experimental subject number? Chen Mu stared at the silver plate, suspecting that someone had been researching this mutation before the Black Moon incident. Xiao Qi said in a trembling voice that it looked a lot like the sample number in her father's laboratory, and some projects would deliberately avoid government oversight. Chen Mu recalled the biological enhancement program before the apocalypse, and also the bluish-gray needle marks on the convenience store clerk's neck. All the clues seemed to have already intertwined. He put away the metal tag, had Xiao Qi move the things out of the metal cabinet, and reminded her not to knock over the oil drum in the corner. The metal cabinet's lock was rusted shut. Chen Mu pried it open with a dagger, and inside the first drawer lay a Glock 17. The system indicated that this was a basic-level semi-automatic pistol that could be repaired. Disassembly required 5 points, and modification required 10 points and a spring. Chen Mu wiped the dust off the gun and confirmed that it was lighter than the M1911 and more suitable for close-quarters combat. On the second layer was a box of well-preserved .45 ACP bullets, and at the bottom was a hardcover notebook. The cover read, Hunter's Fire Modification Log, and the first page revealed handwriting familiar to the original owner, recording tests of adding a silencer to the M1911. Immediately afterward, the system notified that the decomposition and absorption skill had leveled up to LV.2, allowing the identification of tungsten steel, titanium alloys, and bioenergy cores. Tucked inside the notebook was a yellowed photograph, a man in overalls embracing a woman in a white coat. Chen Mu guessed that they were likely the original owner's parents. He quickly put the notebook away. At that moment, Xiao Qi was carrying an oil drum and moving it toward the corner. The continuous strange noises from the ventilation ducts had stopped some time earlier. After inspecting the shelves, Chen Mu, still gripping his M1911 in his right hand, turned to call Xiao Qi when a sobbing sound suddenly came from a crack in the cement wall. He instantly turned his gun around, and the sound from the crack immediately stopped, leaving only a faint gray-white shadow swaying. Chen Mu pried open the loose cement block, and a musty smell mixed with the stench of blood wafted out, revealing a hidden compartment about half a person's height behind it. Curled up inside was a young girl, her face covered in grime and scabs, with scratches under her eyes, clutching a chipped enamel mug tightly to her chest. "Don't kill me. I haven't eaten for 3 days." Her teeth chattered, and only half a piece of blackened bread remained at the bottom of the jar. The system confirmed that she was an ordinary woman between 18 and 20 years old, without any signs of infection, and only then did Chen Mu lower the muzzle of his gun by half an inch. He put down a bottle of water and a small piece of compressed biscuit, telling her to eat first so she wouldn't choke. The girl hesitated for a long time before trembling as she picked up the water bottle. Are you a good person?" she asked, looking up at him. Chen Mu didn't answer, because in this apocalyptic world, good people were often just bait to gain trust. Her wrist was wrapped in blood-stained gauze, and although the wound was bluish, it didn't look like a zombie scratch. It looked more like a cut from an iron fence. Chen Mu only said that he was there to collect weapon parts, that this shop used to belong to him. But now that the world was in chaos, he couldn't leave anything behind that he could take with him. The girl drank the water and gave her name, Li Shaowan. She said that 2 days ago, while hiding from zombies, she crawled into the sewers and was cut by the iron fence when she climbed here. Then she grabbed Chen Mu's clothes and told him urgently that there was an underground armory nearby, with the entrance in the old movie theater's projection room, and it even had a combination lock. The system then issued a new mission: find the entrance to the underground armory, rewarding advanced weapon blueprints and 5 skill points. Chen Mu stared at Li Shaowan and asked what was in the armory. She said there were automatic rifles, armor-piercing rounds, and perhaps even chemical protective suits and vaccine research data. Upon hearing the word vaccine, Chen Mu gripped his M1911 tightly. He recalled the zombies smashing against the glass in the hospital, and the syringes Xiao Qi had been talking about when she had a fever. "Come with me." He pulled Li Shaowan out of the mezzanine, brushed away the cobwebs on her back, and took her to the first floor to treat her wounds. Xiao Qi, holding a Glock 17, came closer, saying she had medicine, and proudly told Li Shaowan that Chen Mu had just killed the mutated Dog King. Li Shaowan touched the gun barrel, then withdrew her hand as if burned. Chen Mu slung his bag over his shoulder. He could feel the metal plate pressed tightly against his skin. The clock in the repair room already pointed to 5 in the afternoon, and the sky outside the window turned from gray to dark red. Dusk was about to fall. "Take the stairs, don't take the elevator," Chen Mu said, pressing down on the 2 girls' shoulders. "Don't make a sound if there's any noise, and stay close to me." Li Shaowan nodded, secretly hooking her arm around Xiao Qi's sleeve, like 2 fallen leaves blown together by the wind. Chen Mu walked in front, the barrel of his M1911 sweeping across each step. The last rays of sunlight streamed in through the corner of the staircase, casting long shadows of the 3 men, like 3 knives pointing into the darkness. Chen Mu's military boots crunched over the broken bricks, making a crisp, clicking sound. He listened intently to the distant growls, his right hand still lightly resting on the butt of his M1911 rifle. Dusk is when zombies are most active. The air is filled with the smell of rotting flesh and burnt meat, a stench that assaults the nostrils. "Sister Shaowan, your hands are shaking." Xiao Qi suddenly tugged at Li Shaowan's sleeve. Li Shaowan was reaching in her inner pocket for something when she stopped abruptly. The edges of the yellowed paper were already creased from being scratched by her fingernails. The system immediately alerted that an unknown item had been detected. After Chen Mu confirmed the scan, a blue mist swept across the piece of paper. No poison, just ordinary craft paper. Chen Mu took the map, felt the thin calluses on Li Shaowan's palm, and knew that she hadn't been raised in a sheltered environment. The red pen markings on the map had become blurred, but the East District Militia Training Base was marked exceptionally clearly. In particular, the 4 characters B3 warehouse had been repeatedly traced over, and the ink had blurred. Chen Mu put away the map and asked her if she could find the entrance. Li Shaowan lowered her head and said that her father had told her there was a hidden compartment under the 3rd row of seats in the screening room, and the password was her birthday. But her father had never mentioned that there was also a mutated Dog King there. A metallic clanging sound suddenly came from afar, and Chen Mu immediately led the 2 girls to press themselves against the wall. Behind a broken wall was a dilapidated signboard. Only the words "Leisure" remained of the Limin Market sign. The wooden board read, "Barter, no credit." There were quite a few survivors in the market. Some students were sharing compressed biscuits, while others were exchanging half a bar of soap for bullet casings. Chen Mu scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on an old man in a leather jacket in a corner. The man was hawking a Glock with a blackened barrel. He was none other than Old Joe, the notorious intelligence broker in the area. Rumor had it that Old Joe's information was more valuable than bullets, but his life was worth less. When Old Joe saw Chen Mu, his pupils contracted slightly, like an old dog smelling meat. He put away his Glock and asked in a low voice, "You don't want to ask about the gun, you want to ask about the B3 warehouse, right?" Chen Mu twirled a nickel-plated bullet casing. He'd picked it up that morning from beside the mutated Dog King's corpse. The system could exchange it for 5 upgrade points after dismantling it. "I heard you sell everything here, including lives," Chen Mu said, tossing the casing up and catching it again. Old Joe stared at the spent cartridge case. His smile froze for a moment. Then he leaned closer and said, "The main entrance to B3 is occupied by the mutated Dog King. The pack can track a living person sent for miles. But I know a secret passage that can be crawled into through the sewers." Chen Mu only said 2 words, sincerity. Old Joe immediately arranged to meet him at the abandoned repair shop to the north at 8 o'clock that night to make the transaction, telling him to bring enough good stuff and reminding him not to bring the 2 girls, as they have a keen sense of smell. Watching Lao Zhou leave with his old, injured right foot, Chen Mu squatted down and rubbed Xiao Qi's hand, which had been pinched so hard. Xiao Qi looked up and said, "Sister Xiao Wan's hands are so cold, just like the hands of the Annie at the pharmacy that day." Li Xiaowan was startled when the holster of the M1911 grazed her arm, causing her to stumble backward and bump into the wall. Despite this, she still gritted her teeth and asked, "Are we really going?" Chen Mu stared in the direction where Lao Zhou had disappeared, the howling of zombies growing ever closer. The progress of the system mission survivor clues is still 0%, but the temptation of advanced blueprints is right in front of you. It could be an assault rifle that could be equipped with a silencer, or it could be a blueprint for modifying a chemical protective suit. "Of course we'll go." Chen Mu handed the tactical vest to Xiao Qi, then touched the bulging map in Li Xiaowan's pocket. "But Lao Zhou won't tell the truth. Did your dad mark something else on his map?" Li Xiaowan's face turned deathly pale instantly, and at that moment, the screams of zombies discovering living people echoed from afar. Chen Mu immediately pushed the 2 girls in the wrecked car, and the click of an M1911 being chambered broke the silence. 3 zombies emerged from the street corner, half-eaten intestines still hanging from their rotting faces. The System Eagle Eye automatically marked the weak point on the back of their necks, and Chen Mu raised his gun and pulled the trigger. The moment the bullet pierced the back of the first zombie's neck, he saw Li Xiaowan clutch the map tightly, half a line of small characters obscured by red pen peeking through her fingers. "Hydraulic suit warehouse. Password 20120-715. Chen Mu suddenly remembered that Xiao Qi had said Li Xiaowan's birthday was July 15th. The secret passage that Lao Zhou mentioned might not be the key at all. The real secret was hidden in the map left by Li Xiaowan's father. As dusk settled completely, Chen Mu was already crouching on the roof of the abandoned repair shop. Moonlight streamed through the broken skylight, illuminating Old Zhou crouching in the corner, fiddling with a tin box. The red string on his keychain stood out conspicuously. The system notified that a target had been detected and asked whether to mark its weaknesses. Chen Mu pulled out the map and then touched the small piece of paper he had secretly torn off, bearing the handwriting of Li Xiaowan's father. "Old Zhou is the mole. The secret passage leads to the mutated Dog King's lair." He loaded the silenced magazine into his M1911. The moonlight shone coldly on the barrel. Tonight at 8 o'clock, it was time to settle accounts with Old Zhou. Night fell over the abandoned repair shop, the broken walls and rubble shrouded in shadow, the air thick with the acrid smell of rust and engine oil. Chen Mu shattered a pane of glass with a sharp crack, and Li Xiaowan's grip on his clothes tightened even more. "We're here." Chen Mu lowered his voice, looking at the half-collapsed iron gate. Old Zhou, wearing his faded baseball cap, peeked out from behind the gate. His eyes, hidden in the shadows beneath the brim, gleamed coldly. Li Xiaowan trembled all over, her breathing so light it was almost inaudible. 3 days ago, she dared to stab a zombie in the back of the neck with shards of glass, but now she seemed frozen, her nails digging deep into her palms. Old Zhou greeted her with a smile, his tone unusually warm. "Brother Chun, you've finally arrived." But Chen Mu noticed that he had a replica Type 64 pistol tucked into his waistband, and 3 men were following behind him. 2 tall, thin men were carrying steel bars, while the short, stocky man on the far right had a bulging cuff in his sleeve. The system eagle eye immediately marked it. A sharpened folding knife was hidden inside. Several red threat markers flashed in his mind. Chen Mu's right hand rested loosely on his holster, while his left hand pressed down on the second button of his tactical vest. Hidden there was half a map strip. The strip contained a warning left by Li Xiaowan's father. Old Zhou was a mole. The secret passage led directly to the mutated Dog King's lair. "Where's the entrance, Uncle?" Zhou mentioned. Chen Mu took half a step forward, his boot heels scraping against the bolt, the crisp sound making Old Zhou's eyelids twitch. He noticed that Old Zhou's hand was moving toward his waist, but the gun's safety was on and the holster was still fastened, clearly a bluff. Old Zhou's smile remained, but his eyes grew colder. "What's the rush? I quite like your M1911. Want to borrow it for a look?" The tall man behind him immediately stepped forward, his folding knife gleaming coldly in the moonlight. A system notification sounded. Enemy intent. To hijack and seize the weapon, and launch an attack within 10 seconds. Chen Mu's thumb rubbed the hammer of the M1911. This enhanced pistol was something he had traded 3 used cartridge cases for. 2 armor-piercing rounds were still loaded in the barrel. "Uncle Zhou, are you inspecting the goods?" He deliberately showed off the ammunition pouch at his waist. "This gun is precious. I'd be heartbroken if it fell." Before he finished speaking, Old Zhou's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he gave a signal to someone behind him. The tall man swung his knife and lunged forward, while 2 other steel bars crashed down at the same time. Chen Mu instantly activated bullet time. Everything around him slowed down. The flashing blades, the steel bars, Old Zhou's cold smile, all seemed frozen in midair. He sidestepped the attack, raised his M1911, and aimed at the taller man's knee first. Leaving him alive was more useful than killing him outright. A muffled gunshot rang out, and the tall man's right leg twisted instantly, his kneecap pierced, his scream drawn out long and shrill. "Wan Wan!" Chen Mu glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and saw that Steel Bar B had seized the opportunity to grab Li Xiaowan's wrist in the chaos. Li Xiaowan turned pale with fright, but her fingernails scratched 5 bloody marks on the back of the other person's hand. Chen Mu fired 2 shots. The first shot grazed Gangren Yi's shoulder, the hot shrapnel forcing him to let go. The second shot went straight into Lao Zhou's thigh, blood instantly staining his jeans. Old Zhou screamed in agony, and the bullet time ended. Li Xiaowan staggered and fell into Chen Mu's arms, her lip bleeding from being bitten, blood smearing onto his tactical vest. Chen Mu pressed the muzzle of his gun against Old Zhou's forehead and said coldly, "Speak." Old Zhou was covered in cold sweat, his right hand still gripping the holster tightly, his teeth chattering. "The secret passage is in the underground drainage pipe, leading to the ventilation shaft of Warehouse B3. But that area has been overrun by mutated rats. I was planning to wait for you guys to go in and feed the rats before coming out to retrieve the gun." He stopped mid-sentence when he saw the tall man's still twitching right leg. A bullet had pierced his knee, and blood was seeping into the darkness through a crack in the ground. A system notification popped up. Mission progress update. Survivor clues 15%. Chen Mu, however, spotted half a map tucked into Old Zhou's lower back, which perfectly complemented the map in Li Xiaowan's arms. He ripped off Old Zhou's belt, tied the 3 still groaning men together, and was about to leave when Li Xiaowan suddenly grabbed his wrist. "My father's map has the code for the drain's iron fence marked on it." The night wind, carrying the stench of rotting zombies, swept into the factory. Chen Mu looked up and saw the faint light of apocalypse already appearing in the east. He touched his tactical vest. Inside were 7 armor-piercing rounds, 12 ordinary rounds, and half a beast core he had smuggled from Old Zhou's tin box. "Tomorrow morning," Chen Mu said softly, his finger touching the map in Li Xiaowan's pocket. "Wait until dawn." Not far away, the iron gate of the abandoned pumping station creaked in the wind. The drainage outlet beneath the gate was dark and gaping, like a lurking wild beast. Li Xiaowan's icy fingers hooked around his little finger, and she whispered, "Will there be light inside?" Chen Mu didn't answer, but simply put the safety back on the M1911. Moonlight fell on the barrel, condensing into a cold, sharp glint, like a blade about to be drawn. As dawn broke over the rusty, corrugated iron roof of the pumping station, Chen Mu had already finished checking the equipment for the third time. He squatted in front of the drain outlet, kicking the underwater moss with the toes of his boots, the slippery, icy touch traveling up the soles of his shoes. "Keep up," he said, turning to look at Li Xiaowan. The girl's school uniform skirt was still stained with last night's blood, and she clutched the map tightly in her hand, her knuckles white and translucent. She bit her lip and nodded, her hair obscuring the reddened corners of her eyes, but she couldn't suppress the slight tremor in her throat. The stench emanating from the drainage pipes was even stronger than the previous night, mixed with rust and a sweet, fishy smell. Chen Mu pulled out his M1911, and the system also gave a notification. There were 47 sea-level life signals underground, and suspected weapon fragments were located 32 meters away. He shoved the gun into Li Xiaowan's hand, reminding her to stay close to the wall and avoid the puddles. The girl's fingers recoiled, but she still gripped the gun tightly, just as her father had taught her. The pipe was dimly lit. A flashlight swept across the walls, revealing dark red scratches beneath the mold. Li Xiaowan stepped into the puddles, the echoes amplified in the enclosed passage. Suddenly, Chen Mu grabbed her by the back of her collar. A system notification popped up instantly. Life signals surged to 123, distance only 17 meters. The next second, a dense cacophony of squeaking filled the air. The first mutated rat darted out from around the left corner. It was the size of an adult cat, with sickly green fur and gleaming fangs. In the deeper darkness, countless scarlet eyes lit up one after another. The swarm of rats had blocked the passage. "Retreat!" Chen Mu shielded Li Xiaowan behind him and raised his gun to fire. His eagle-eye skill marked the weak points, and bullet time allowed him to see the trajectory of the attacks. The first shot pierced a rat's head, followed by the second and third, each shot embedding itself between the rat's eyebrows. There were simply too many rats. Two mutated rats darted out of the puddle and reached Chen Mu's feet, their fangs brushing against his tactical boots. Li Xiaowan, holding her gun, dared not pull the trigger. She could only swing the butt of her rifle and smash away a gray-furred rat that lunged at the back of Chen Mu's neck. The rat's claws tore her sleeve, and blood flowed down her arm. "Stay close." Chen Mu grabbed her wrist and turned to rush back. The swarm of rats, like two green tides, chased closely behind them. He saw a half-open iron door on the left, with dim yellow light shining through the crack. It was the drainage control room marked on Old Joe's map. The two burst into the room. Chen Mu braced his back against the iron door, while Li Xiaowan immediately moved a broken chair to jam the doorknob. The swarm of rats outside frantically rammed the door, shaking the entire room. Just then, a system alarm suddenly sounded. S-level bioenergy fluctuation detected 5 meters away. The squeaking of the mice outside the door stopped abruptly. Chen Mu gripped his tactical knife, his hair standing on end. Immediately afterwards, a deep roar shook the pipes, causing them to hum. The iron door began to twist and deform, and a massive, bluish-gray claw covered in bone spurs forced its way through the crack. The claw's nails were at least 10 centimeters long, and each scratch left deep marks on the iron door. A vertical pupil gleaming with blue light pressed against the crack, exuding a ferocious, beast-like savagery. "Rat King," Chen Mu gritted his teeth and said. The system immediately displayed the information. Mutant Rat King, elite level, 50% regeneration ability. Weakness is the nape glands, but the exposure probability is only 23%. It is recommended to activate full power, consuming 50 enhancement points. With 78 points remaining, Chen Mu didn't hesitate and pressed the skill trigger button. The M1911 grip quickly heated up, and the barrel vibrated. By the time the Rat King swung its claws at the door again, Chen Mu had already aimed the gun at the crack in the door. 7 bullets were fired simultaneously at full power, the gunfire becoming a continuous cacophony. The Rat King's roar instantly transformed into a shriek, and green blood splattered into the control room, landing on Li Xiaowan's shoes. Li Xiaowan suddenly grabbed Chen Mu and pointed to the other side of the ventilation window. 2 bars of the iron bars on that half-person-high window were broken, and a person could barely squeeze through. "Go!" Chen Mu bent down, hoisted Li Xiaowan onto his back, smashed open the ventilation window, and rushed into the branch pipe. Broken glass pierced the back of his hand, But he didn't care about the pain because the Rat King had already torn open the iron gate. The water was ankle-deep as Chen Mu carried Li Xiaowan and ran wildly until they rounded 3 bends before the roaring behind them gradually faded away. He leaned against the wall, panting, and realized that Li Xiaowan's arm had been cut by glass, and warm blood had already seeped into his collar. "System, stop the bleeding," Chen Mu commanded in a low voice. A pale blue mist surged from the system terminal, covering her wound. Li Xiaowan trembled, and when she looked up, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother Chen, there's light ahead." Chen Mu looked up. A sliver of sunlight, about the size of a palm, was streaming through a ventilation opening at the top of the passage ahead. Outside the iron fence, the broken barbed wire, the rusty red horizontal bar, and the crooked sign gradually became clearer, and the words City Special Police Training Ground were still legible. The Rat King's roar echoed again, much farther away than before. Chen Mu touched the M1911 in his pocket. The barrel was still hot. A system notification flashed. Mission progress updated. B3 warehouse exploration 27%. He looked down at Li Xiaowan, who was gazing at the training field outside the ventilation shaft, the bloodstains on her eyelashes glistening slightly in the light. "It's time to go out," he said, his voice still cold, but softening slightly as he spoke to the girl. The air blew in through the ventilation duct, carrying with it rust, gunpowder smoke, and a familiar metallic smell, like freshly oiled firearms. Chen Mu's combat boots crunched over the rusty metal of the ventilation duct, making a soft, creaking sound. He used one hand to brace himself against the broken pipe and flipped out. His tactical goggles automatically focused, bringing the abandoned training ground 20 meters away into view. The half-buried wreckage of an armored vehicle was covered in rust, and the no smoking sign on the broken wall had long since faded to gray. "Wan, give me your hand." Chen Mu turned to the side and reached into the ventilation duct. As soon as Li Xiaowan touched his palm, he pulled her out steadily. After staggering a couple of steps, she immediately gripped the tactical knife at her waist. Spiderwebs still clung to the ends of her hair, but her gaze was fixed on the front. "It's B3. The address is still there." The half-ruined warehouse door hung askew, and the B3 on the rusted metal sign was still legible. Inside, several rows of dusty shells were piled up. Chen Mu pressed the system chip behind his ear, and pale blue scanning lines appeared on his retina. The system displayed 7 metallic signal sources deep within the warehouse, most likely undamaged ammunition boxes. Li Xiaowan's hand, gripping the knife, tightened slightly. 3 days ago, she found the last letter her father had sent her in the shelter. The corner of the envelope was circled in red pen with B3 on it. This used to be the private warehouse of Li Ziyuan, a military weapons researcher. Her father had told her in a video that if he never came back, she should come here to find the things he had left behind. "Stay close." Chen Mu drew his M1911 pistol, crouched down, and crawled into the warehouse, his boots crushing the glass shards on the floor. A musty smell mixed with lingering gunpowder smoke hit the air. The ammunition boxes on the shelf were covered in a thick layer of dust, but the edges of the lids bore fresh scratch marks, as if they had been slashed by sharp claws. "Brother Chen," Li Xiaowan suddenly whispered. She crouched in the shadows at the far end of the shelf, clutching a leather folder. The paint on the cover of Li Ziyuan had chipped off, but the engravings underneath were still clear. Inside, her father's handwriting was familiar, and on one page was written, "If you see these, please destroy Sample X. It is the source of the virus." "Dad." Li Xiaowan's nose was red, and tears fell onto the paper, blurring the ink. Just as Chen Mu approached, a system notification popped up. "Key clue detected. B3 warehouse exploration progress 37%. The next second, a muffled thud came from the ceiling. Chen Mu grabbed Li Xiaowan and lurched to the side, as a chunk of cement crashed down where they had just been. As the dust settled, a pair of eerie green eyes slowly approached from shadows. It was a mutated dog, half a person's height, its back covered in bluish-black scales, its bony front paws scraping the ground, sending sparks flying. "Black Wind." Li Xiaowan's voice trembled. "It was my dad's police dog. It was buried in the rubble when the armory exploded 3 years ago." Chen Mu's goggles quickly locked onto a weak point. Beneath the scales on Black Wind's neck, there was a piece of soft, light red flesh. He fired 2 shots, the bullets hitting their target precisely, leaving only white marks on the scales. Black Wind's skin was at least 3 times thicker than that of an ordinary zombie. Back off! Chen Mu kicked over an ammunition box, the rolling metal box temporarily blocking Black Wind, while he took the opportunity to reach for his waist to change magazines. Quick reload skill activated, cooldown, 0 seconds. The old magazine landed, and the new magazine was instantly chambered. Chen Mu rolled to the other side, using the shelf as a springboard. Black Wind's bone blade tore through the air, leaving deep claw marks on the shelf. The scan line showed that its health was still 82%. Chen Mu gritted his teeth and whispered for words, "Bullet time." The world suddenly slowed down. The Black Wind's attack became sluggish, and the reflection at the tip of the bone blade was stretched into thin golden lines. He knelt on one knee, raised the muzzle of his gun 2 inches, and fired 3 shots at the optimal angle calculated by the system. The bullet finally pierced the soft flesh of the neck, and a spray of blood erupted. Black Wind howled in pain, crashing into the shelves, the metal supports groaning piercingly. Chen Mu was about to create distance when he tripped over a spent cartridge case on the ground. Black Wind lunged again, and at that moment, a system notification sounded. Defeating powerful enemies unlocks special blueprints. I'll take the gamble. Chen Mu ripped open the pocket of his tactical vest and took out the last overload chip. The M1911 grip quickly heated up, and a miniature thruster popped out from the front of the barrel, enveloping the muzzle in a pale purple energy flame. Overload mode activated. The concentrated armor-piercing round whistled as it burst from the barrel, piercing Blackwind's chest and pinning him firmly to the back wall of the warehouse. Blood and splattered with fragments of internal organs across the ground. Blackwind's tail twitched twice before finally coming to a complete stop. Defeat the mutated beast leader Black Wind and obtained the military-grade shotgun blueprint. Current mission progress, 79%. Chen Mu leaned against the shelf, panting. Li Xiaowan crawled out from behind cover and tore off a piece of her clothes to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Brother Chen, look." Deep within the warehouse, the previously sealed metal hatch was slowly opening, the eerie blue light leaking from the crack resembling the open eyes of a creature. A sweet, pungent, and putrid stench filled the air, stronger and stickier than the stench of zombies. Sample X. Chen Mu gripped the scorching pistol, the scan lines on his retina throbbing wildly. "It seems the things your father left behind are inside." Li Xiaowan clutched her father's experimental records tightly. The sound of the hatch opening echoed in the warehouse, like a countdown drawing ever closer. Chen Mu could hear his own heartbeat and also the faint scraping sounds in the distance, like some multi-jointed limb scraping against metal. "Let's go." He tugged at Li Xiaowan's sleeve. "No matter what's inside, let's find out why it became the source of the virus." The moment the hatch opened completely, a beam of eerie blue light shot straight to the ceiling, and Chen Mu's tactical goggles suddenly went black. In the static-filled screen, a system notification flashed. Unknown energy fluctuation detected. Immediate evacuation recommended. Li Xiaowan's fingers dug into the back of his hand. "Brother Chen, doesn't that light look like the culture medium used to cultivate mutant samples in my dad's lab?" Chen Mu didn't answer. In the darkness, the sound of something moving was approaching them. The morning mist hadn't yet dissipated when Chen Mu squatted in front of the concrete gap in the abandoned pumping station, kicking aside half a piece of rusted iron. A damp wind blew out from the sewers, carrying the stench of rotting matter and mold, while the intermittent cawing of crows in the distance made the ruins seem even more desolate. He looked at the 2-meter-deep drainage ditch, its walls stained with a patchwork of black and green mold, and several half-palm-wide scratch marks left between the bricks, clearly from repeated clawing. "Brother Chen, does this really lead to the lab?" Li Xiaowan clutched her father's lab notebook tightly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. She remembered reading in her notes that the old city's underground drainage system, like blood vessels, led to backup passages for the Biological Research Institute. Chen Mu put on his tactical goggles. The system scan showed metallic activity 300 meters ahead, possibly hiding abandoned weapon cases or a mutated beast lair. Li Xiaowan recalled her father's last phone call. He gasped for breath, saying that the culture medium for Sample X had leaked, and the samples were beginning to mutate. She hadn't taken it seriously then, until the night the black moon rose, when her neighbor, Grandma Wang, lunged at her, her eyes gleaming with the same eerie blue as the petri dish. Chen Mu jumped into the drainage ditch first, then turned and caught Li Xiaowan. Just as he stepped into the icy water, a system notification sounded in his ear. Life signal detected. Quantity 27. Activity range 120 meters ahead. Chen Mu tossed her a pair of stab-proof gloves, pulled out his M1911, and whispered a reminder. Stay close to me. The two had only taken a few steps when a dense squeaking sound came from all around, like countless claws scraping against metal pipes, making one's scalp tingle. Watch out! Chen Mu suddenly grabbed Li Xiaowan and shoved her aside. A gray-green shadow darted past, brushing against her hair. It was a mutated rat the size of an adult cat, its fur glowing with a sickly green light, its fangs sharp, and its scarlet eyes filled with nothing but ferocity. Get behind the pipes. Chen Mu rolled over and raised his gun, a bullet piercing the mutated rat's left eye with pinpoint accuracy, black blood splattering onto the wall. But this was just the beginning. More rats surged out from the drains, pipe gaps, and overhead vents like a rolling green tide. Chen Mu kept firing, each shot taking down one rat, but the swarm was far too large to kill. Li Xiaowan gripped her folding knife, her hands trembling violently. Suddenly, a mutated rat pounced past her feet, its fangs grazing her ankle. The excruciating pain made her stagger backward, blood quickly staining her trouser leg. Wan. Chen Mu caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye and immediately stepped in front of her, his quick reload skill activating the instant his magazine was empty. The magazine traced a silver arc between his fingers as he pointed to the half-open iron gate on the left. Run that way. The two rushed towards the iron gate 5 meters away. Rat claws scraped across Chen Mu's tactical vest, leaving several white marks on the Kevlar fibers. Chen Mu kicked aside the broken pipe, tumbling into the control room behind the door with Li Xiaowan. He grabbed an iron chair and wedged the doorknob tightly. A rusty drainage diagram hung on the wall, and moldy instant noodles piled on the table. Soon after, heavy thumping sounds came from outside the door, clearly indicating that something large was approaching. The system alarm suddenly blared. Unknown biological energy fluctuation detected. Level: dangerous. Li Xiaowan huddled in the corner, following Chen Mu's gaze to the shadows outside the door. There, she saw a mutated rat, half the height of a person, slowly approaching. It was the Rat King, its back spurs like broken steel bars, its eerie blue eyes gleaming with a cold light, and every step it took made the surrounding pipes vibrate. Chen Mu locked his scanning line onto its abdomen and gritted his teeth, saying, "The weak point is in the abdomen." The Rat King slammed its paw against the door, the iron chair groaning shrilly. The door could be smashed open at any moment. Chen Mu no longer hesitated and gave a low shout. Full power, activate. The skill activated, the M1911 barrel rapidly heated up, and the rate of fire increased to 3 rounds per second. Bullets pierced through the door crack, striking the Rat King in the abdomen in succession. Blood splattered. The Rat King let out a shrill scream, and then smashed through the door, sending the iron chair flying. Over here! Chen Mu noticed that the side window in the corner was half broken, and another drainage branch pipe was connected to the outside of the window. He first sent Li Xiaowan out of the window, then fired 2 more shots to force the Rat King back before climbing out himself. But the moment he landed, the bone spurs on the Rat King's back grazed his back, tearing open his tactical vest and leaving a deep, bloody gash. Run! Chen Mu, enduring the excruciating pain, pushed Li Xiaowan, while behind them came the Rat King's furious roar as it smashed through the window frame. It was clearly still in hot pursuit. The two stumbled and staggered through the dark pipes until they reached a circular ventilation opening at the end, where morning light streamed through the iron bars, finally stopping them in their tracks. "We're safe for now," Chen Mu said, panting against the wall. He pulled open his vest and saw a deep cut that ran from his left shoulder down to his waist, exposing the bone. Fortunately, no major blood vessels were damaged, and the system gave a prompt. Vitality signs are stable. Wound treatment is recommended within 24 hours. Li Xiaowan trembled as she took out the first aid kit. When the disinfectant cotton touched the wound, Chen Mu groaned but did not pull away. "Brother Chen, where are we?" She looked up at the ventilation shaft. Several abandoned residential buildings stood in the morning light, their rooftop solar panels gleaming coldly. Chen Mu scanned the surroundings. There were no signs of life within 500 meters, but he knew very well that the Rat King's roar would be enough to attract the swarm back. This is the ventilation duct in the old town, not far from Warehouse B3. He took the bandage and roughly wrapped it around the wound. Li Xiaowan asked if they should find a place to hide, but Chen Mu stared at the swaying shadows outside, listening to the distant roars of zombies and the shrieks of mutated birds. He touched the scorching hot M1911. Only 3 bullets remained in the magazine. There's an air raid shelter up ahead. I marked it before. The food and water will last a few more days, but we can't stay here long. The moment Chen Mu's fingertips touched the rusted iron door of the air raid shelter, the wound on his back was ripped open, and the dull, tearing pain made him gasp. Li Xiaowan clutched the first aid kit, her fingers trembling slightly. Her knee had been bleeding since the injury, and the X7 experiment records in her arms were also stained and blurred with blood. Brother Chun, is it really safe here? Her voice trembled, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the cover of her notebook. Chen Mu didn't answer immediately, but instead listened intently to the sounds behind the door. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing is never the visible threat, but the silence hidden in the shadows. He pulled out his M1911 and braced it against the doorknob, the system scan quickly sweeping across his field of vision. The temperature inside was even lower, filled with the smells of mold, rust, and decay, but there was no sign of life. Temporarily safe. Chen Mu kicked open the iron door, and the stench of decaying air rushed out. Several boxes of compressed biscuits were piled up in the air raid shelter, and a water dispenser and military water bottle were in the corner. After checking, Chen Mu confirmed that the water was drinkable and the biscuits were not expired. These will last at most 3 days. He re-bandaged his wound, and the smell of blood quickly spread in the narrow cave. Li Xiaowan asked why they couldn't stay any longer, and Chen Mu pointed to the ceiling. The Rat King has an extremely strong sense of territory. That roar just now could be heard for 3 kilometers. It led its horde of rats here by following the scent, and this is a dead end. The words had barely left his lips when a metallic clang echoed from the depths of the cave. Chen Mu instantly sprang to his feet, his gun aimed at the shadows. A boy in a school uniform slowly emerged, carrying a faded backpack and holding half a rusty wrench in his hand. "Don't shoot. I'm just looking for water." The boy had scratches on his left cheek and blood on his collar. "You came from Warehouse B3? Chen Mu's eyes darkened. Warehouse B3 was where they had risked their lives 3 days ago to obtain bullets and map fragments. The boy threw down the wrench and took out a map marked with red arrows. "My name is Lu Zixuan, from the Geography Department of the University of Science and Technology. I saw you coming out of the warehouse yesterday, and I guess you needed directions." He pointed to the Red Star machinery manufacturing plant on the map. There are abandoned arsenals in the old industrial area, with high walls and underground passages. It's also far from the zombie horde's worst-hit areas. Then, Lu Zixuan took out a photo. The middle-aged man in the photo was wearing a lab coat, and his name tag read, "Lu Jinghua, R&D Department of Hongxing Machinery. My dad was an engineer at the factory." He left notes saying that there were chemical-proof doors in the underground workshop. The system scanned Lu Zixuan. His temperature and heart rate were normal, showing no signs of infection. Chen Mu asked him why he was helping. Lu Zixuan stared at the map, his voice hoarse. "The day my mother got infected, she grabbed my hand and told me to find my father. Now, you are my only hope of finding him." Chen Mu put away his gun, wiped the wrench clean, and handed it back. "Okay, follow my instructions on the road." The group set off into the morning mist. A light rain continued to fall. Chen Mu walked in front. Lu Zixuan was responsible for identifying the route, and Li Xiaowan held Ahao's hand. Ahao was the child they had just found in a corner of the air raid shelter. He had gotten separated from his parents while fleeing, and now he was clutching Li Xiaowan's clothes tightly, his eyes filled with fear. "Turn left, go around the supermarket, and you'll be on the auxiliary road to the industrial zone," Lu Zixuan reminded them in a low voice. Chen Mu suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He smelled a sweet, pungent odor of rotting flesh in the air, in addition to the smell of rain and decaying leaves. It was the smell of mutated bee saliva. "Get down." Chen Mu abruptly pulled Li Xiaowan away. The next second, a mutated dog darted out from under a wrecked car in the back alley of the supermarket. Its eyes gleamed with an eerie green. Its neck was covered in scabs, and rotting flesh clung to its fangs. Ahao couldn't dodge in time, and the dog bit his calf hard, its scream piercing the rain. Chen Mu fired 2 shots, almost touching the mutated dog's ear. The first shot pierced its left eye, and the second shattered its jaw, but even in its dying moments, it remained firmly embedded in Ahau's leg. Chen Mu drew his tactical knife and severed the tendons in its claws, finally rescuing Ahau. A system notification popped up. Killed a Tier 1 mutated dog, gained 15 modification points. But he had no time to check it. In the distance, howls rose and fell. Gunfire had attracted the zombies. Go! Run to the apartment building. Chen Mu hoisted Ahau onto his shoulder and led the group into an old building. The stairwell was filled with the smell of mildew and corpses. After the door to room 203 was kicked open, a mummified corpse hanging from an electric fan swayed and made a piercing, creaking sound. Go to the rooftop. There's a clothesline there. You can slide down to the building across the street. Chen Mu handed Ahau to Lu Zixuan and turned to guard the stairs. The crashing sounds from the first floor were getting closer. At least 20 zombies were rushing up. Chen Mu touched his magazine. He only had 3 spare rounds left and 7 rounds in his gun. He could only hold out for 2 minutes at most. He had to conserve every bullet. Just then, the system panel lit up red. Quick reload skill proficiency meets standard. Unlock? Unlock. A surge of heat instantly rushed from his spine to his fingers. By the time the first zombie rushed up to the second floor, Chen Mu had already finished drawing the magazine, reloading, and chambering a round. Bang! A headshot. Click. Reload. Bang. Another headshot. Chen Mu's movements were as fast as a blur, the gunshots echoing through the corridor. Zombies fell one after another, their brains mixed with rainwater splattering all over the walls. Until the last zombie fell, his hand was bleeding from the gun, but there were still 2 bullets left in the gun. Brother Chun, the zip line is tied. Li Xiaowan's voice came from the rooftop. Chen Mu stepped over the corpses and rushed to the rooftop. The 2 residential buildings were 6 meters apart. Lu Zixuan had already secured the clothesline into a zip line, and Ahau was sent to the other side first. Li Xiaowan gripped the rope, her face pale. Chen Mu pushed her up first, and then waited until the horde of corpses surged downstairs before grabbing the rope and swinging to the other side. Below, swarms of zombies stretched like black waves, some even smashing through windows and clinging to the walls as they climbed towards the rooftop. Hold on tight, Lu Zixuan shouted, desperately pulling on the rope from the opposite side. Chen Mu stumbled as he landed, and when he looked back, the windows of the apartment building were already overflowing with zombies. Their roars drowned out the sound of the rain, sounding like wails from the depths of the earth. Li Xiaowan quickly checked Ahau's wound. Black blood was oozing from the mutated dog's teeth marks, carrying a rotten, sour smell. It might be infected, she said, her face grim. Chen Mu took out the last half bottle of water to rinse the wound. Ahau cried out in pain. Will I turn into a zombie? No. Chen Mu tore off the bandage and bandaged him up. There are antibiotics in the B3 warehouse. You can use them after we enter the industrial area. He looked up into the depths of the rain and mist, where several abandoned chimneys stood like steel needles stuck in the wasteland. Lu Zixuan pushed up his soaked glasses. 3 kilometers further on is the outskirts of the industrial zone. My dad said there's a secret warehouse in the factory, number 711. The rain was still falling, and Chen Mu repeatedly wiped the barrel of his M1911, the quick reload icon on the system panel glowing slightly. A low rumble came from afar, like some giant creature awakening. He touched a fragment of the map. The words, Red Star Mechanical Core Area, were blurred by the rain. Let's go. Chen Mu wrapped the zip line around his shoulder. We have to get through that gate before dark. Rain dripped from the brim of Chen Mu's hat into his collar. He raised his hand to wipe his face, and his boots rolled over the puddles. The industrial area finally emerged from the rain and mist. A leaning barbed wire fence lay across the roadside, the Red Star Machinery sign hanging precariously, creaking shrilly in the wind. We're here. Lu Zixuan clutched a tattered map, his voice trembling. The classified warehouse is in that red roof factory building at the very back. My dad said there are radiation-proof doors inside. The supplies should still be there. Li Xiaowan was squatting down, adjusting Ahau's bandages. The boy's wound was swollen and bluish-purple, and he was gasping for breath in pain. She looked up, her eyelashes glistening with tears. Brother Chun, there's movement ahead. Chen Mu's neck tightened, and he pressed his M1911 against the wall to listen. The sound of rain mingled with the clanging of metal, hoarse shouts, and intermittent crying. Around the corner, 3 rusty pickup trucks blocked the supply point, and several thugs were prying open the roller shutter door. A girl in a school uniform was being dragged by the hair and slammed against the wall. "I want canned food," a man shouted, raising an iron bar. Blood immediately appeared on the girl's forehead. "If you dare hide it again, I'll throw you to the zombies." Lu Zixuan's face turned pale. "Isn't this the supply point we planned?" At the same time, Chen Mu's system's scan popped up, showing a total of 9 heat sources, 3 guard vehicles for people trying to pry open doors, and 2 people patrolling with modified hunting rifles. "Bandits, go around them, don't alert them." Chen Mu pulled the group back into the alley. Li Xiaowan wanted to mention a house medicine, but Chen Mu interrupted her. "The antibiotics are in the warehouse, not here." But the bandit on the far right suddenly turned around, his shotgun muzzle slightly raised, making eye contact with Chen Mu. "Alive!" A shout pierced the rain. "Run!" Chen Mu pushed a howl and rushed out, bullets grazing his ears and hitting the wall. Li Xiaowan's backpack strap was torn off, scattering compressed biscuits all over the ground, and Lu Zixuan fell headfirst into a mud puddle, his glasses flying off. There were at least 5 pursuers. Chen Mu kicked open the iron gate of the abandoned factory, led his men inside, and locked the gate from the inside. Immediately, a cacophony of banging on the door erupted outside. He reached for the fire escape ladder on the wall and said in a low voice, "Go upstairs. There's a lookout tower on the top floor." He then handed an M1911 to Li Xiaowan, saying, "Guard the stairwell. 5 bullets. Use them sparingly." He patted Lu Zixuan again. "Look at the map. Wait for my signal." Chen Mu climbed up the rusty fire ladder, and just as he reached the 3rd floor, the system suddenly alerted him. A high-altitude heat source, suspected to be a 7.62 mm rifle, was detected 237 meters away at the 12 o'clock position. Chen Mu's breath hitched, and he took out the M40A1 he had assembled from parts from the B3 warehouse. Half of the watchtower window was shattered. He leaned onto the dusty windowsill and propped his sniper rifle against the broken glass. The rain subsided, and the sunlight illuminated the bandits, flanking them from below. The fat leader carried a modified hunting rifle, its stock still wrapped in bloodstained cloth. Chen Mu silently said, "Eagle Eye activate." Visibility instantly cleared. The enemy's outline appeared pale blue, while his heart, arteries, and fatal weak points were all transformed into pulsating red dots. With a bang, a bullet tore through the rain, blood blooming between the fat man's brows, and his shotgun clattered to the ground. Before the bandits could react, Chen Mu had already loaded his second shot. The rifleman hiding behind the truck had just peeked out when a bullet pierced his collarbone. The skinny man at the front, wielding an iron bar, was shot in the armpit the next second, blood splattering all over the faces of those around him. Retreat. The remaining men completely collapsed, scrambling and crawling towards the pickup truck. Chen Mu fired 2 more shots, one breaking the deserter's leg and the other knocking away another's weapon. Only after the last pickup truck disappeared into the rain and fog did he release the trigger, his hand already bruised and purple from the butt of the rifle. Immediately afterward, Li Xiaowan's joyful voice came from downstairs. "Brother Chen, they've escaped." Lu Zixuan picked up his mud-covered glasses, trembling with excitement. "You were like you had x-ray vision just now. All the bullets hit vitals." Chen Mu wrapped the sniper rifle again, simply saying he was lucky. But he knew that Eagle Eye consumed 30 energy points each time, enough to dismantle 10 boxes of spent cartridges. As night fell, they hid in an abandoned staff bathhouse. Ahau took antibiotics and fell into a deep sleep. Li Xiaowan used a rag to prop up his pillow, while Lu Zixuan studied the map by moonlight. Chen Mu sat by the ventilation duct, cleaning his gun. Looking at the newly unlocked elite-level modification in the system, his heart grew heavier. To create a weapon to fight the ultimate mutant, he first needed to find rare materials. Lu Zixuan suddenly pointed to the edge of the map, where the word hardware was vaguely visible in the blurry writing. There might be a hardware store nearby. Chen Mu paused, looking out at the moonlight. A faint metallic clanging sound came from the wind, like something being moved by the wind, or perhaps some kind of omen. "Go to sleep." He pressed M1911 under his pillow. "We'll go check it out tomorrow." Before the morning mist had even dissipated, Chen Mu had already led the group onto the gravel road in the industrial area. The traces of last night's rain were still wet. Li Xiaowan, carrying Ahau's medicine bottle, kept turning back to check on the boy. Ahau's cheeks were flushed with fever, and he was lying on Lu Zixuan's back, but his breathing was much more steady than last night. Xiao Bai, who was walking at the front, suddenly squatted down and pried open a rusty iron sign that was about half a person's height by the roadside. The rain had washed away the mud and grime, revealing the faded lettering, Hongguang Hardware. Underneath the sign were piles of scrap iron, oil drums, and rusted pipes, with copper-green bolts scattered everywhere. Chen Mu's gaze sharpened, and the system immediately popped up a notification. Metal scrap pile detected, decomposable materials, steel 47%, copper 12%, aluminum 9%. Xiao Bai was even more excited than him, and immediately crawled into the scrap metal pile to search. Before long, he picked up a rusted toolbox containing wrenches, files, and even taps. His voice trembled with excitement as he said that with these tools and scrap materials, they were enough to make a simple muffler. Lu Zixuan was somewhat skeptical. Weren't mufflers made using precision lathes? Xiao Bai immediately explained that the principle wasn't complicated. It simply involved dividing the gunpowder gases into chambers for expansion and reducing their flow rate. The honeycomb structure of a car exhaust pipe, combined with copper mesh and steel plates, would be sufficient to create a simplified version of Chen Mu's M1911. Chen Mu touched the holster at his waist, recalling the gunfight 3 days ago. He fired 7 shots in quick succession, attracting more than 30 zombies, and 2 jumping zombies leaped out of the second-floor window. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If the gunfire could be silenced, their chances of survival would undoubtedly be much greater. Just then, a rough, hoarse voice suddenly came from the back room of the hardware store. "Who gave you permission to rummage through things?" Chen Mu instantly pressed down on M1911 and looked up, only to see an old man with white hair walk out from behind the curtain. The old man had an old scar under his left eye, was clutching a 4-pound iron hammer, and had an extremely unfriendly expression. Li Xiaoan recognized him and tentatively called out, "Old Zhang." Her father used to work as a quality inspector at Hongguang Hardware Factory and had mentioned a Master Zhang who could weld scrap iron into something beautiful. The old man's expression shifted slightly as he asked them what they were up to rummaging through the scrap metal. Chen Mu loosened his grip on the gun and said directly that he wanted to make a silencer. The M1911 was too loud and would easily attract zombies. Zhang the blacksmith frowned, however. Gunfire could scare away wild dogs and intimidate bandits. Why pursue quiet in the apocalypse? But halfway through his sentence, he seemed to realize something, and his expression suddenly changed. "Unless you encountered a tinnitus zombie?" Li Xiaoan immediately recounted their experience at the department store. Last week, they had encountered a zombie that, from 200 meters away, heard a howl cough and charged straight at him. Zhang the blacksmith was silent for a moment, then admitted that he had seen those things before. Their ears were filled with proliferating tumors, and their hearing was terrifying. The sound of metal scraping could be heard 3 streets away. He took Chen Mu's gun, touched the barrel, and then raised the crucial question. Making a silencer requires copper mesh and thick steel plates. He had plenty of scrap iron, but he lacked copper. Chen Mu answered decisively, "We'll go find some." The car junkyard was just 300 meters to the west. Xiao Bai ran ahead, carrying the toolbox, while Chen Mu activated the system scan. Car exhaust pipe detected. Copper mesh layer can be extracted. Air conditioning compressor detected. Contains copper coil. Chen Mu picked up a hacksaw and sawed open the exhaust pipe of a Jetta. Xiao Bai also removed a copper heat sink from a discarded refrigerator, explaining the structure of the muffler as he polished it. The first layer is filled with copper mesh, the second layer is separated by a steel plate, and the third layer is used for buffering. Although the conditions were rudimentary, the idea was very clear. Chen Mu noticed the old scars on Xiao Bai's hands and remembered that he had said he grew up in a junkyard. Now it seemed the kid wasn't exaggerating. By the time the group returned to the hardware store with half a sack of copper and 3 exhaust pipes, the sun had already climbed above the abandoned chimney. Zhang the blacksmith had already started working. Seeing them return, he only instructed them to place the copper sheet on the left and cut all the exhaust pipes into 30-centimeter sections. 3 hours later, a black metal cylinder fell into Chen Mu's hands. The front end of the cylinder was covered with fine holes. The internal copper mesh was divided into 3 layers, and the thread at the rear end was just right to screw onto the barrel of an M1911. Zhang the blacksmith handed over earmuffs, saying only 2 words, "Try it." Chen Mu walked to the open space outside the shop, attached the silencer, and aimed his gun at the abandoned oil drum 20 meters away. Bang! The gunshot was instantly muffled tenfold, like a wooden stick hitting a piece of metal. A clear bullet hole was left on the oil drum, but the surrounding ruins remained completely still. Not even a single zombie was disturbed. Xiao Bai jumped up excitedly, saying the sound could only travel 50 meters at most. Li Xiaowan stared at the intersection for a long time, but didn't see any wild dogs or zombies approaching. A system notification then appeared. Simple suppressor, common grade. Reduces gunshot noise by 70%, durability 8/10. Chen Mu touched the slightly warm silencer and turned to ask Zhang the blacksmith if the tinnitus-stricken corpses in the north had been very active lately. The old man wiped his hands, looked towards the ruins to the north, and said that last night he heard a constant knocking sound coming from that direction, like something was knocking one after another in the darkness. Before leaving, he tossed Chen Mu a small iron box containing spare copper mesh. Too much use of the silencer would burn through, and these would allow it to last a while longer. As night fell, Chen Mu squatted by the campfire in the makeshift camp, cleaning the small holes in the silencer with a thin wire. Li Xiaowan changed to Hao's dressing. Lu Zixuan was fixing the map, and Xiao Bai was staring at the silencer, grinning from ear to ear. Xiao Bai asked, "Brother Chen, where are we going tomorrow?" Chen Mu looked up to the north, where the night sky was darker than in the south, as if something had covered its light. He touched the still warm metal at his waist and calmly said, "Go to the old residential area. There are some things I need to see for myself." The campfire crackled and popped, sparks shooting northward like fleeting meteors. The night air, thick with the smell of rust, rushed into his collar. Chen Mu's boots crunched over shards of glass as he whispered a warning, "Watch the steps." His flashlight swept across the base of the wall, revealing dark brown bloodstains on the concrete steps. Li Xiaowan gripped his clothes tightly, her voice strained. "Brother Chen, it's quieter here than during the day." An unnatural silence hung in the air. The old residential area seemed to have been muted. All the ordinary zombies were gone, except for a sharp, high-pitched roar that echoed from 3 kilometers away, piercing the eardrums. Xiao Bai clutched his toolbox, his face pale. This sound is even sharper than the one at the junkyard. Master Zhang said that tinnitus zombies can locate themselves using sound waves. Chen Mu touched the silencer at his waist and lowered his voice. Ordinary zombies rely on their sense of smell, but the vocal cords of tinnitus zombies have mutated. They can even hear heartbeats. Li Xiaowan's breath hitched, and she subconsciously reached for the fever reducer in her pocket. Seeing that her fingers were white, Chen Mu immediately arranged for the two of them to enter the fire escape of the third building. Lock the door from the inside. It should last for half an hour. Every 5 minutes, tap the wall with Morse code. 3 long taps followed by 2 short taps. Xiao Bai nodded vigorously, about to ask what would happen if he didn't return in half an hour, when Chen Mu interrupted him. "He won't." The system scan was activated simultaneously, and the building structures and hiding places within 300 meters appeared as pale blue lines in the field of vision. This was the source of his confidence to venture deep into the area alone. After the two entered the fire escape, Chen Mu moved forward close to the wall, his military boots making almost no sound. The high-frequency roar suddenly rose, and the system alerted that the sound wave interference from the tinnitus corpse had reduced his hearing by 20%. The next second, a red marker lit up. 3rd floor balcony, target spotted. He activated his eagle eye skill and clearly saw a monster crouching on a balcony edge. Its head was swollen like a basketball, with bluish-purple veins throbbing beneath its skin, and its open mouth continuously spewing blood and foam. Even more bizarrely, 3 ordinary zombies lay at its feet, their necks riddled with regular puncture wounds. Is it cleaning up its own kind? Chen Mu hid behind the billboard bracket, gripping his M1911 tightly. The system showed an ambient noise level of 42 decibels, with the silencer effectively covering 70 meters. He steadied his breathing and pulled the trigger. With a soft thud, the bullet pierced the monster's skull with pinpoint accuracy. The tinnitus-sounding zombie didn't even have time to twitch before plummeting from the balcony, crashing onto an abandoned delivery truck. 2 ordinary zombies 5 meters away merely sniffed the air before swaying away. A system notification then sounded, killed the tinnitus-sounding zombie leader, gained 100 points, and detected a decomposable acoustic resonant organ. Chen Mu immediately rushed into the apartment building. The second tinnitus-sounding zombie was crouching on a fire hydrant, its deformed head constantly turning, emitting short, sharp sounds from its throat, as if searching for prey. This time, he aimed at the cervical spine and punctured the monster's roar with a single shot. He then used a tactical knife to cut off the tumor on the back of its neck and put the sound-emitting organ into his backpack. Next, he hunted down the tinnitus zombies in the hallways, corners, and stairwells. By the time the seventh one fell, Chen Mu's forehead was beaded with sweat, and his silencer was burning hot. The low moans of ordinary zombies began to drift from afar, but they couldn't smell blood. This was because Chen Mu had dragged all the tinnitus zombie corpses into the storage room and locked them inside. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from the base of the wall. 3 long bullets, 2 short bullets. Chen Mu glanced at his watch. It was exactly 28 minutes. He loaded the last half spray of bullets, turned around, and returned to the fire escape. As soon as the iron gate opened, Li Xiaowan rushed over, her eyes filled with surprise. I heard something hit the ground, but the zombies didn't come. Brother Chen, you really should. Chen Mu raised a finger, his gaze passing over the two of them and landing on the half-open ventilation duct deep in the basement. The smell of rust wafting from there was mixed with the odor of burning. Xiaobai tugged at his sleeve. I think I heard something moving in the duct just now, like something was crawling. Chen Mu pressed down on the gun handle, and the system panel suddenly flashed red. A blurry thermal image appeared inside the vent, its body temperature 10 degrees higher than a human's, and its shape resembling an enlarged lizard. Let's go. Chen Mu pushed the two towards the door. Back to camp. But the moment he stepped out of the basement, he stopped. The eastern horizon was just beginning to lighten, and on the rooftop of the abandoned shopping mall 3 kilometers away, something was reflecting light in the morning mist. It wasn't glass, nor metal. It looked more like the scales of some kind of creature. The system scan flashed frantically, and more red markers appeared in the field of vision. Brother Chen, Li Xiaowan called him softly. Chen Mu withdrew his gaze and touched the silencer at his waist. The 7 sonic organs he had just severed were still in his tactical pack, faintly warm. Tomorrow, he said, we'll go to the mall. In the morning mist, the reflective surface suddenly moved and disappeared behind the billboard. Chen Mu's tactical boots crunched over the broken glass with a soft click. His back was pressed against the mottled cement wall, his thumb lightly flicking the hammer of his M1911, the modified old gun slightly warm in his palm. Having just cleared out the ringing zombie leader from his block, the 7 sonic organs in his tactical pack were still heating up, and the system's decomposition prompts kept ringing, but the residual life signals kept flashing, preventing him from relaxing. System, expand the scan range to 50 meters, Chen Mu said in a low voice. The system immediately locked onto the abnormal thermal reaction, with the coordinates at the end of the drainage ditch ahead, with a deviation of no more than 3 meters. Half of an iron gate lay askew in the mud and water behind the rubble. There was no bodily fluids in the crack, but instead, a burnt smell emanated from it, accompanied by a buzzing electronic hum, like the static of an old radio tuning. Li Xiaowan gripped his clothes, her knuckles white. Brother Chen, is there something inside? This might be the lair of the tinnitus corpses. Chen Mu pulled her behind him. Little White squatted beside the rubble, fiddling with sheet metal. Smelling the burnt wires, her eyes lit up. There might still be old circuits running. On the system interface, the thermal energy reaction suddenly distorted, as if something was wriggling behind the door. Chen Mu drew his gun, leaving only the words, "Stay close." The iron door opened, and the musty and rusty smell of the underground passage rushed out. The creaking of the door hinges was enough to wake up half a street of zombies, but the system showed that within 500 meters, there was only the ever-increasing pulse point behind the door. Old cables cover the walls. Xiaobai tapped on the conduits and recognized them as coaxial cables used in military communication stations in the 1990s. Chen Mu's eagle eye activated automatically, and a pale blue thermal image appeared. In the center of the corridor, an old-fashioned switch was still operating, hot air constantly billowing from its ventilation holes. High-frequency pulses were emanating from there. In the corridor behind the switchboard, 6 red dots were moving in unison. Their body temperature was 2 degrees higher than that of ordinary tinnitus zombies, and their movements were not like wandering, but more like patrolling. Crouched down, Chen Mu immediately pushed the two of them behind the control panel. Li Xiaowan huddled in the corner, her eyes fixed on his back. Xiaobai took out half a magnet and whispered that the switch was emitting some kind of signal. Chen Mu crept along the wall into the corridor, deliberately avoiding the footprints on the ground. Those footprints were larger than normal, with deeper forefoot prints and shallower heel prints, the traces left by the tinnitus-riding corpse walking on tiptoe. The first tinnitus-stricken corpse had just appeared around the corner when Chen Mu's gun was already aimed at the back of its neck. This monster was exceptionally thin, with its spine bulging from beneath its grayish-green skin and its swollen sonic organs rising and falling with its breath. The system notification indicated that swollen organs could yield an additional 30% of modification points. Chen Mu didn't hesitate. The silencer went off, silencing the monster's roar. He rushed forward and pierced the tumor's membrane, pale green mucus splashing onto his goggles. The system immediately notified him. Decomposition successful, 25 modification points gained. The second tinnitus-stricken corpse turned the corner, and Chen Mu, hiding in the shadow of the fire hydrant, shattered its knee with a single shot. The monster had barely fallen when he was already behind it, his tactical knife plunging into the tumor once more. After dealing with 4 tinnitus-stricken corpses, Chen Mu noticed that all the footprints led to the end of the corridor. There, a metal door marked high-voltage power supply room stood, the light leaking from the cracks brighter than elsewhere, and the pulse sound sharper. The system issued a warning. Unknown energy fluctuation detected. Approach with caution. Chen Mu used springs, wire, and broken bricks to set up a makeshift trap at the entrance. It wouldn't harm the enemy, but if someone triggered it, it would buy him enough time to react. Just then, Xiaobai ran over from the control panel, holding up a rusty metal plaque. "Brother Chun, I found this under the switch. This place probably used to be a lab." The metal plaque was engraved with the words, Military Academy of Sciences, Area B, 07. Li Xiaowan's voice trembled. Military Academy of Sciences? Is that where they research viruses? My dad once said that there's a biosafety lab there. Chen Mu stroked the metal plaque, and a system scan revealed that the plaque contained a burnt microchip, and the remaining serial number matched a portion of the virus report he had found in the library 3 days earlier. He recalled what Zhang the blacksmith had said while drunk. The virus might have leaked from the Military Academy of Sciences in the south, which was now a no-go zone. "We have to do it again," Chen Mu said, putting away the metal tag, "but not today." Xiaobai immediately offered to bring a multimeter to measure the signal frequency of the switch, hoping it might be able to decode it. Li Xiaowan also touched the half-box of matches in her canvas bag. It was the camp's most precious source of fire. By the time he left the underground communication station, the morning mist had dissipated. Chen Mu looked towards the abandoned shopping mall 3 kilometers away, and a scale-like reflection reappeared on the system interface. This time he could see the outline clearly. It looked like an enlarged lizard, but with human hands. Li Xiaowan tugged at his sleeve. "Brother Chun, are we really going to the mall tomorrow?" "Yes." Chen Mu gripped the M1911 at his waist. The clues on the metal tag, the energy fluctuations of the communication station, and the unknown creature on the mall rooftop all required more suitable equipment to investigate. "But before we go, we need to go to the suburbs first." The wind lifted the hem of his tactical uniform, revealing a fragment of a map tucked inside. The 4 characters' supply warehouse were circled in red ink on it, the ink still wet. The morning mist hadn't yet dissipated when Chen Mu, carrying his tactical pack, stood before the camp's wooden gate. Xiaobai, clutching half a compressed biscuit, chased after him, his pockets covered in crumbs. "Brother Chun, I fixed the multimeter with wire last night. If there are any old circuits in the warehouse, I'll save it for you to take apart the switch." Chen Mu patted the boy's shoulder and wiped the oil stains off his face. "I'll go alone today." Li Xiaowan peeked out from behind the door and stuffed 3 salt blocks into his water bottle. She wanted to remind him that the warehouse ventilation ducts were like rat holes, but the words stuck in her throat, and she only whispered, "Be careful not to fall." Chen Mu fastened the water bottle, the salt lumps pressing against his legs like 3 burning resolves. Before setting off, he checked his equipment 3 times. His M1911 was fully loaded with reinforced ammunition. His tactical pack contained disassembly tools and matches, and a triangular scraper was stuck in his boot. The system's scan range expanded outwards, and a warehouse 3 kilometers away was flashing green. That was the intelligence Chen Ergu had obtained in exchange for half a piece of chocolate. Old Liang, who guarded the warehouse, had once been a guard at the military supply depot. But as Chen Mu approached the hole in the warehouse's outer wall, A stench of decay assaulted his senses. The musty smell mixed with the metallic odor of rust, piercing his throat. Shining his flashlight into the hole, he saw broken wooden crates piled everywhere, the 7.62mm ammunition, markings on the lids long since gnawed away. The system indicated that there were 12 metal signals in the warehouse, 9 of which were over 80% rusted. The rusted shell casings in the corner could be exchanged for dismantling points, but Chen Mu didn't stop. He was looking for weapon blueprints. He pried open the brass lock on the filing cabinet, and moldy yellow papers immediately scattered out. The system automatically scanned for keywords such as ammunition configuration table, individual protective armor, and access to the B-Zone laboratory. Only when the virus sample transportation record appeared on the screen did Chen Mu feel a sudden chill run down his neck. At the same time, a sharp crack came from above. The wooden beam had snapped. Chen Mu instinctively rolled over, and the moment his back slammed into the metal cabinet, a dark shadow crashed down from the collapsed ceiling, scattering documents all over the floor. It was a mutant with grayish-green skin that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Its 10 black claws were half a foot long, with dark brown scabs hanging from their tips. Purple-black veins crawled all over its ribs, but the most bizarre thing about it was its eyes. The whites of its eyes were completely blood-red, yet a trace of murky clarity remained deep within its pupils. The rotting claws grazed Chen Mu's ear, leaving 5 deep marks on the metal cabinet. Chen Mu raised his hand and fired a shot, the enhanced bullet hitting the creature's left shoulder precisely. An ordinary zombie would have collapsed after such a shot, but this thing only staggered 2 steps, instead letting out an even more ferocious growl. System Weakness Analysis. The scanning interface immediately marked a red dot. A metallic plate covered the left side of the mutant's chest cavity. Chen Mu activated Eagle Eye, and his vision instantly became several times clearer. He finally saw that a thumb-wide steel plate was embedded under the mutant's gray-green skin, rising and falling slightly with its breathing. Those were bulletproof plates. The second bullet grazed the edge of the plate and pierced the flesh, causing the mutant to let out a cry of pain similar to a human's. Chen Mu retreated 3 steps, his back against the brick wall, and the third shot went straight through the gap in the plate. A cracking sound rang out, and the mutant clutched his chest, staggering backward, his claws scraping the ground with a piercing sound. At that moment, Chen Mu noticed a half-finished military tag hanging on his chest, engraved with Liang Weigua, Sergeant. The blueprints. I can't give them to you. The hoarse voice sounded like a rusty gear, and Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. He had seen too many mutants who had lost their minds, but this Liang Weigua in front of him seemed to still retain some consciousness. The rotting claws swung again, and Chen Mu flipped onto the shelf, using the momentum to throw out his tactical flashlight. The beam swept behind the mutant, revealing a wall covered in dense claw marks, with bloodied, broken armor embedded deep within. The system alerted that the target's vital signs had decreased by 30% and suggested pursuing them. Liang Weigua retreated extremely quickly, picking up the documents on the ground. Chen Mu stepped over the collapsed shelves, chasing them all the way to the deepest part of the warehouse. As he rounded the last broken wall, his steps abruptly stopped. A rusty security door stood before them, a faint blue light emanating from its cracks, like the open eyes of some living thing. Liang Weigua was gone. Only the scratches on the door still oozed blood. Chen Mu reached out and pressed the doorknob, the cold metal seeping through his gloves. The system interface frantically displayed messages, a high-density metal structure detected, suggesting the use of explosives. His thumb traced the dent on the doorknob, its shape remarkably similar to the calluses left from years of handling. A faint click came from inside the door, like some kind of mechanical device starting up. Chen Mu took a deep breath, the muzzle of his M1911 firmly pressed against the crack in the door. The next second, the crisp sound of papers turning over came from inside. Chen Mu rubbed his thumb against the dent in the doorknob again, the curve perfectly matching the web of his hand holding the gun, like the marks left by a veteran gunslinger over the years. The metal door hinge groaned as he slipped inside, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. A pale blue halo, shrouded in dust, floated overhead. The system's eagle eye automatically contracted its pupils, allowing him to see the old-fashioned emergency light in the corner. A faded label still clung to the light's casing, reserved from a military supply depot, 2023. The wall was covered with yellowed blueprints, including structural diagrams of the AK-47 and Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, as well as tattered homemade gunpowder recipes. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Target item detected, a fragment of a basic shotgun blueprint, incomplete. Chen Mu followed the scanning arrow and saw a XM1014 improvement plan on the central control panel. Half a military license plate was pressed against the edge of the drawing, which could be pieced together with a half around Captain Liang's neck. Just as he was about to reach out, a burning pain suddenly shot through the back of his neck, accompanied by a system alarm and the sound of wind being cut. Chen Mu instinctively rolled over, his rotting claws grazing his ears and carving 5 charred furrows into the wall. He knocked over the metal cabinet and looked up to see Captain Liang standing in the shadows. The man's skin was grayish-green, his veins throbbing like green snakes, and Chen Mu's third bullet was still embedded in the vent plate in his left chest. Blood dripped from the mounting plate, forming dark red puddles on the ground. Captain Liang stared intently at the blueprints, his voice muffled as he uttered, "The blueprints? I can't give them to him." Chen Mu retreated to the corner, the barrel of his M1911 still warm. Looking into Captain Liang's reddened eyes, he suddenly asked, "Do you remember your name is Liang Weigua?" The mutant's body jolted violently. It swung, decaying claws pausing in midair for half a second. Chen Mu seized the opportunity, elbowing the emergency light switch. A blinding white light exploded, revealing the full name that should have been on the dog tag. Liang Weigua, Sergeant. The first shot grazed Captain Liang's collarbone, sparks flying from the wall. The enemy let out a low, whimpering howl, and the force of his shot at Chen Mu's face weakened. Chen Mu dodged to the side, his back slamming into the wall covered with blueprints. A blueprint of a modified Type 56 bayonet fluttered down, its edges damp with the cold sweat of his palm. The next second, bullet time activated and the whole world slowed down. The blood vessels in Captain Liang's pupils continued to spread. The slime on his rotting claws was stretched into long threads, and the system's scanning interface had already marked the weakness. Between the insert and the ribs, about 3 fingers width apart, Chen Mu took a deep breath, slightly lowered the muzzle of the gun, and fired 3 shots in quick succession. The first shot pried open the edge of the insert, the second tore through the rotting flesh, and the third shot precisely pierced the heart. Captain Liang staggered back 3 steps, his back slamming heavily onto the control panel, scattering blueprint fragments like snowflakes. Chen Mu, using the afterglow of bullet time, rushed forward but stopped when he touched the opponent's wrist. Clutching tightly in that mutated, decaying claw was half a photograph. In the photograph, a little boy in a blue shirt was holding a toy shotgun, smiling broadly. "For son." Captain Liang's voice was as soft as a sigh, and the decaying claw finally released its grip. The photo floated to Chen Mu's feet, the writing on the back still clear, "Little Bao's 7th birthday. Dad promises you. I'll make you a real one after I get out of the army." Chen Mu was silent for a moment, then bent down to pick up the photo. His fingertips touched Liang Weigua's gradually cooling hand, the calluses on it still rough, like the grips of countless old guns. A system notification sounded, "Killed the corrupted claw mutant with the remaining human form of Liang Weigua. Gained 300 points and 1 shotgun beginner blueprint fragment." Chen Mu put away the blueprint and gently closed Liang Weigua's eyes again. "If your son were still alive, he wouldn't want to see you like this." While searching the room, he found half a box of 9mm bullets and a crumpled note at the bottom of a drawer. "Xiao Mu, the M1911 replica parts you want to have arrived. I'll keep them for you. Old Joe." Chen Mu's fingers trembled slightly as he recalled the original owner's firearms model shop and Old Joe, who always had a cigarette in his mouth and helped him repair old guns. But the blueprint fragments in his backpack suddenly became hot, and he immediately shook off his distracting thoughts, putting the badge and photo into his inner pocket. He glanced one last time at the wall covered in design drawings, then turned and headed for the door. The wind in the corridor whipped up dust, rustling the drawings. Chen Mu had just stepped out of the security door when he suddenly stopped. Around the corner ahead, he heard a very faint sob, as if someone was tightly covering their mouth with their hand. He reached for the tactical flashlight at his waist. As the beam swept across the ground, it illuminated a series of fresh, small footprints, The muddy footprints were only about the length of an adult's palm. Chen Mu pressed his thumb against the flashlight switch, and the beam stopped in front of the series of small footprints on the ground. On the seventh day of the apocalypse, living people were rarer than mutated beasts, and this string of shoe prints, no bigger than size 37, still had the edges stained with blue and white school uniform fabric. He pressed himself against the wall, gun raised. The system scan showed that the third warehouse door on the left led to a danger zone. Amidst the rusty wires and the stench of decay emanating from the door cracks, there was a faint scent of milk. A sudden click came from inside the warehouse, like a book falling to the ground. Chen Mu pressed himself against the door, but heard no scratching from the mutants, and the red on his scanner remained unlit. "Is anyone there?" he asked in a low voice. There was a 2-second silence inside, followed by the sound of fabric rustling, and a small, thin figure darted through the crack in the door. A flashlight shone through the crack in the door, revealing textbooks from Municipal No. 1 Middle School scattered on the floor and a teddy bear keychain hanging from school bag. Chen Mu introduced himself as the owner of the Hunter's Firearm Shop and asked how long the people inside had been trapped. The girl, her voice trembling with tears, replied that she had been trapped for 3 days, running into the warehouse to escape zombies, but the door had become stuck. Chen Mu pushed open the door and entered, the barrel of his gun probing inside first. A girl in a school uniform was huddled in the corner. Her textbook read Senior 3, Class 7, Tang Xiaoyan. Blood stained her collar, and a red rope was wrapped around her wrist, with half a family photo tied to it. The background was clearly the Biological Research Institute. Tang Xiaoyan, clutching a fruit knife, told him in a trembling voice to stay away. Chen Mu, however, lowered his gun and noticed a recently opened bottle of mineral water at her feet. To be able to survive 3 days trapped in the apocalypse and still have water, this girl was clearly more clever than she appeared. Chen Mu looked at the nylon ropes binding the shelves and asked her if she was planning to use the knife to pry open the door. Tang Xiaoyan finally broke down, dropping the fruit knife. She said zombies kept banging on the door, and she was too scared to go out. Chen Mu picked up the knife, hilt facing outwards, and handed it to her. "Here, just in case I'm a bad guy." Tang Xiaoyan hesitated before taking the knife. Seeing the magazine and blood-stained blueprint fragments on his tactical vest, she couldn't help but ask, "Have you killed zombies?" "Yes." Chen Mu squatted down to look her in the eye and told her he could take her away, but she had to stay close to him, not make a sound, and not run around. He looked at the red rope again and asked if her father had taught her to stay calm in dangerous situations. Tang Xiaoyan remembered her father's word from 3 days ago and finally nodded. "I'll go with you." Just as Chen Mu pulled her up, a muffled thud came from above, and chunks of cement began to fall. The system's scan instantly lit up, and more than a dozen red dots were rapidly approaching from the second-floor ventilation duct. He immediately dragged Tang Xiaoyan towards the atrium, the stench of rotting flesh assaulting their senses. The pursuers weren't ordinary zombies, but rather the rotting claw mutants under Captain Liang's command. "Hold on tight." Chen Mu held an M1911 in his left hand and gripped her wrist with his right. Tang Xiaoyan's sleeve got caught on a steel bar, so he slashed the fabric with his other hand, and a bullet grazed their ears and embedded itself in the wall. "Bullet time!" Chen Mu shouted, his vision suddenly slowing down. 3 mutants rushed out from around the corner, and the system immediately marked their weak points in the chest. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, the bullets piercing the arteries below their collarbones that were not yet rotting, and the 3 mutants fell to the ground on the spot. Tang Xiaoyan stumbled forward on the gravel, suddenly grabbing his sleeve. "There's a steel bar on the left." Chen Mu dodged to the side, the rusty steel bar grazing his shoulder and hitting the ground. "Thanks." He quickly changed to a new magazine. The system notification indicated that full firepower was ready. Chen Mu squeezed Tang Xiaoyan's wrist, and she gripped it tightly, as if to tell him that she could keep up. "Start." The M1911 barrel vibrated, instantly tripling its rate of fire. Chen Mu fired in rapid bursts, spent cartridges bouncing on the ground. Tang Xiaoyan counted the shots. 7 rounds for the reload, then another 7. His movements were so fast they were like a blur, so fluid they reminded her of the high-speed camera in her father's laboratory. Finally, a gap appeared in the collapsed wall, and moonlight streamed in. Chen Mu led Tang Xiaoyan out of the abandoned building, leaning against the cold brick wall to check his wounds. There was a small, shallow scratch on his shoulder. Tang Xiaoyan took out some disinfectant wipes from her bag and carefully handed them to him. Chen Mu noticed the blueprints sticking out of her pocket and asked about her father. Tang Xiaoyan clutched the red string tightly and said her father was a virus researcher. 3 days before the Black Moon incident, her father had told her to run to the warehouse if she was in danger, saying there was an emergency exit there and things that could fight the virus. A secret laboratory, Chen Mu answered for her. At the same time, the system interface lit up with blue light, and a fragment of half a floor plan of the Biological Research Institute appeared on his retina. Chen Mu handed the wet wipe back, saying that if her father were still alive, he would definitely want her to find him alive. Tang Xiaoyan pressed the wet wipe to his wound and whispered that she had counted. It only took him 0.8 seconds to reload. Dad said that people who can train movements in a muscle memory are the ones who can survive. Chen Mu looked down at her mud-stained school badge, saying nothing. The system notification sounded again. Key clue detected. Trigger hidden mission. Secret laboratory? Chen Mu shone his flashlight into the distance, where a faint blue light shone at the edge of the ruins. The boy in Captain Liang's photo, the note left by Old Zhou, and Tang Xiaoyan's red string all pointed in the same direction. Let's go. He put away his M1911 and pulled Tang Xiaoyan up. Let's find a safe house first. Then we'll go to the Research Institute tomorrow. Tang Xiaoyan's hand gradually warmed in his palm. She looked at Chen Mu's backpack, which contained photos, notes, shotgun blueprints, and the fragments of the Research Institute that had just appeared. The wind swept dust past his feet, scattering spent bullet casings that jingled softly, like a new prologue playing in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Chen Mu settled Tang Xiaoyan on the second floor of the abandoned convenience store, then used shelves to brace against the broken glass door. Moonlight streamed through the cracked ceiling, illuminating the mud stains on her school badge, making her look particularly disheveled. He took off his tactical flashlight and handed it to her, instructing her, "When you hear 3 consecutive gunshots, run southeast. There's an overturned tanker truck there. I've tied a red cloth to its underside with wire. Hide inside and wait for me." Tang Xiaoyan clutched the wet wipe, her fingers trembling slightly, the edge of the blueprint in her pocket brushing against the back of his hand. She couldn't help but ask, "Is the military supply depot Chen Mu is going to really safe?" Chen Mu touched the M1911 at his waist. The system interface was still flashing on his retina. Half an hour ago, the scavenger Chun Ergu handed him a note saying that there were some treasures left by Old Liang Tu in the military supply depot, which could be exchanged for 3 boxes of ammunition. He suppressed his sense of urgency and said that if there was no movement after he went in for half an hour, she would leave as planned. Tang Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood on tiptoe and stuffed a compressed biscuit into the hidden pocket of his tactical vest. The biscuits were wrapped in plastic wrap and still warm from her body. She whispered, "Dad said you can't hit a hungry person." Chen Mu's Adam's apple bobbed. As he turned to leave, she softly said behind him, "I'm counting the seconds." The iron door of the abandoned military supply warehouse was rusted beyond recognition. Chen Mu used a dagger to pry open a crack, and the smell of mildew and rust immediately hit him. The system's scan interface suddenly lit up red. Life signal 3 detected, energy fluctuation, drawing type, intensity level 3. He screwed a silencer on his pistol, turned his flashlight to a low beam, and as the beam swept across the ground, several 7.62mm cartridge cases, half buried in dust, came into view. The bottom of the cartridge case was stamped with 2023 military supply, which clearly indicated that it was not an ordinary item. The warehouse was eerily dark, and the air was damp and reeked of a fishy smell. Chen Mu moved forward close to the wall, but accidentally kicked a rusty metal box. A loud clang echoed throughout the warehouse. Almost simultaneously, a sharp, metallic clang rang out overhead. Chen Mu instinctively rolled over, and a dark shadow grazed his nose as it crashed down. The sharp claws sliced through the concrete, sparks flying onto the tactical pants and burning a hole in them. With the help of his flashlight, he finally saw the attacker. It was a mutant wearing a tattered military uniform, with half of a Liang armband hanging on his bulletproof vest. Its face was swollen and deformed, its left eye rolled back, while its right eye gleamed with a dark red bloodshot light. Its thick arms were covered with bluish-purple veins, and its 10-centimeter-long fingernails were dripping with a sticky black liquid. Rotten Claw Mutant. A system notification sounded. Target retains residual human combat instincts. Weak point is the carotid artery, which is not protected by a bulletproof vest. The mutant lunged forward with a low growl, its speed completely disproportionate to its bulky size. Chen Mu fired 3 shots in quick succession, all of which struck the bulletproof vest, sending up only a few sparks. The opponent used the impact to twist in midair, his sharp claws sweeping straight at his wrist holding the gun. A sharp pain shot through him, and the M1911 nearly slipped from his grasp. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mu rolled onto the shelf and quickly tapped the trigger guard with his finger. Bullet time, activate. In an instant, the whole world slowed down. The mutant's attack trajectory became a blur, and the pulsation of the purplish-black blood vessel on its neck was clearly reflected in Chen Mu's eyes. He steadied his breathing, raised the muzzle of his gun 2 inches, and pulled the trigger before the other man hit the ground. The bullet pierced the carotid artery, and black blood spurted onto the shelf like a can of ink being spilled. But instead of falling down, it let out a sharp howl and ripped down the entire row of iron frames. Chen Mu rolled away to dodge, but his back slammed heavily into the metal box, causing him to groan in pain. The system is flashing red. Stamina 67%, weapon durability 89%. He had just touched the tactical knife at his lower back when the corrupted claw mutant pounced on him. Chen Mu stared intently at its reddened right eye, and suddenly remembered what Tang Xiaoyan had mentioned about muscle memory. The next second, his right hand instinctively rose, the barrel of the M1911 pressed against the mutant's chin, and his thumb pressed down on the hammer. Full power. The gun barrel vibrated violently, and the rate of fire increased 3-fold instantly, with a dense barrage of gunfire. The mutant's skull was shattered by repeated bursts of bullets, and black blood mixed with brain matter splattered all over Chen Mu's face. A system notification immediately followed. Slaying the rotten claw mutant obtained 1 shotgun blueprint fragment plus 200 points. Just as Chen Mu was about to search for the blueprints, footsteps suddenly came from outside the warehouse. He quickly hid in the shadows, and then 2 scavengers wrapped in tattered cotton-padded coats crept in. The tall guy was holding a baseball bat with nails, while the short guy was carrying a rusty wrench. They were cursing Chun Ergu for lying, saying that there wasn't even a shell casing here, let alone a gun. The short man suddenly squatted down, picked up the spent cartridge case from the ground, and his voice immediately changed. This is 7.6 2mm ammunition supplied by the army, and it's brand new. Chen Mu squinted, recognizing the 2 men as frequenters of the scrap yard in the south of the city. System scans showed they lacked weapon thermal signatures and mutated characteristics. He touched the compressed biscuits in the hidden pocket, but ultimately didn't touch them. In the apocalypse, sometimes the survivors are more important than resources. Once the footsteps of the 2 men had completely disappeared, Chen Mu wiped M1911 clean, turned around, rushed out of the warehouse, and headed straight for the convenience store. The moonlight was brighter than when we arrived, and the ruins looked like they were covered with a layer of white salt. The sound of tactical boots crushing through broken glass was particularly jarring. The door to the convenience store on the 2nd floor was half open, and the shelves that were originally blocking the door were lying on the ground. Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. He rushed into the house and saw Tang Xiaoyan's red string family photo lying on the ground. The family of 3 in the photo is still smiling, but there is a half-muddy footprint left on the windowsill. He looked in the direction of the footprints and saw messy traces in the dust, stretching all the way towards the military supply depot. The wind swept dust past my feet, making the spent cartridges on the ground clang. Chen Mu took out the M1911 and pressed the butt of the gun into his palm, leaving a red mark. A system notification tone sounded at the opportune moment. An abnormal trajectory detected. Activate Eagle Eye Scan. He stared at the set of footprints, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he took a step toward the warehouse. The moonlight stretched his shadow long, like a knife pointing straight into the darkness. Chen Mu's tactical boots crunched over the broken glass, the crisp sound particularly clear in the ruins. He pressed his tongue against his back teeth, the M1911 rifle, but in his palm, leaving a red mark, and Tang Xiaoyan's red string family photo was still clutched in his left hand. The little girl's smiling face in the photo has been worn wrinkled by his fingertips. Eagle Eye, activate. He gave a low shout, and a pale blue grid immediately appeared at the edge of his retina. The system stretched the shadows that the moonlight couldn't reach into a semi-transparent outline, and 2 green dots were jumping under the chassis of an abandoned truck outside the warehouse. Those were life signals, one of which was noticeably weaker, like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any moment. The system reported a heart rate of 112 and a body temperature of 37.8 degrees Celsius. Chen Mu immediately determined that it was Tang Xiaoyan. But another signal indicated that the breathing was excessively regular, suggesting that the person was not an ordinary survivor, but rather a well-trained hunting dog. He checked the spare magazines, bit the tactical light, and followed the muddy footprints on the ground toward the warehouse. The footprints were deep, and the heels of the shoes scratched fine marks, as if someone had been injured and dragged along. Chen Mu remembered that Tang Xiaoyan sneakers had small flower patterns on the soles, which was the trace she left behind. A fishy smell wafted from the crack in the iron gate, along with a very faint sob. Chen Mu slid down the wall, probing the gun barrel into the crack first. The door hinges creaked open, and the crying inside abruptly stopped. Chen Mu lowered his voice. "It's me." The tactical light swept across the corner, and Tang Xiaoyan was curled up between the broken beams, her trouser legs stuck tightly by twisted steel bars. The red string around her neck was broken. The family photo was lying askew at her feet. The sleeve of her school uniform was torn, and her wrists were covered in bruises. Upon seeing Chen Mu, her eyes widened suddenly, but she dared not utter a sound, and could only bite her lip tightly. Chen Mu recalled that 3 days ago in the convenience store, she was trembling behind the shelf, unable to even catch the compressed biscuits. But now, even though her eyes were full of tears, her fingers were digging into the cracks in the cement, clearly afraid of disturbing anything nearby. "Don't be afraid." Chen Mu crouched down, the muzzle of his gun always pointed at the darkness above her head. The system interface suddenly flashed yellow. Low-level mutated creature detected. Corruption hound, 12 meters away, 1 o'clock position. Chen Mu instantly realized that the rhythmic breathing sound he had just heard was not from a human, but from a decaying dog crawling on the ground. A slight tremor came from the ground, and bullet time was activated automatically, slowing down the dust, teardrops, and monsters in the shadows. The gray-black, decaying dog, its sharp teeth dripping with saliva, paws off the ground, lunged at the two. "Close your eyes," Chen Mu shouted, the muzzle of the M1911 almost touching its forehead. Gunshots rang out, and the corrupted dog's head was blasted open, leaving a bloody hole. Black and red blood splattered onto the roof beams and dripped down in a sticky stream. Tang Xiaoyan trembled all over, her fingernails digging crescent-shaped marks into Chen Mu's hand. He didn't dodge, but instead drew his tactical knife and slashed at the steel bar. "Count to 3, don't move." 1, 2, 3. With a crisp sound, the steel bar that was trapping her finally snapped. Chen Mu picked up Tang Xiaoyan, smelled the rusty smell in her hair, and immediately checked the wound. He was relieved to find that it was just a wrist abrasion. But as soon as he turned around, the system alarm sounded again. A similar mutated creature, 8 meters away, directly in front of him. Moonlight streamed through the broken window, and another decaying dog appeared at the doorway, its eerie green eyes staring at the two, its jagged teeth bared to its ears. Chen Mu pulled Tang Xiaoyan into his arms, made her cover her ears, and prepare to shoot and then rush out. Tang Xiaoyan, however, reminded him in a hoarse voice that there were ventilation ducts above the roof beams, which she had discovered when she was hiding before. Chen Mu looked up and saw that there was indeed a metal grid about half a person's height, and a patch of dust had been wiped off. He acted decisively, climbing up the roof beams to first lift Tang Xiaoyan into the pipe, and then followed her in himself. The dust in the pipes was choking, and the tactical light could only illuminate a distance of half a meter. Tang Xiaoyan followed behind, her breathing rapid like a small bellows. She gently tugged at Chen Mu's sleeve and asked if the two monsters were no longer chasing them. Chen Mu said that the corrupted dogs have a strong sense of territory and that one was just on patrol, but there must be something else here. Before he could finish speaking, his knee struck something hard, and when he looked down, he saw fresh scratch marks on the tube wall, stained with dark red blood. The system then indicated that the remaining information belonged to a nursing, decaying dog, and the puppy's nest was only 5 meters away. Chen Mu's temples throbbed, and just as he was about to speed up, Tang Xiaoyan suddenly made him listen again. A faint clicking sound came from deep within the pipe, like gears constantly meshing. Chen Mu's face darkened. He had repaired old-fashioned safes before and knew that this was clearly the sound of a mechanical lock starting. Tang Xiaoyan told him that she had heard the same noise when the steel spikes fell down before. Steel spikes. Chen Mu felt a chill run down his neck. The next second, the pipe vibrated violently, and with a buzzing sound overhead, the steel spikes had already pierced the pipe wall. Chen Mu instinctively lunged at Tang Xiaoyan, shielding her with his body, and the steel spikes pierced the spot where he had just been standing. Tang Xiaoyan said in horror that Captain Liang and his men had previously buried traps in a warehouse, which seemed to be related to some kind of laboratory. Chen Mu helped her up and shone his tactical light down, revealing an iron gate at the bottom of the pipe. A patch of rust on the door was rubbed off, revealing several engraved characters. Laboratory A3. The gears were turning faster and faster. Chen Mu raised the M1911 and signaled to Tang Xiaoyan to be careful. A muffled thud came from behind the door as something heavy was being moved, and the system popped up a warning. High concentration of virus residue detected, caution advised when opening. But the dust on the doorknob had been wiped off, indicating that someone or something had just passed by. Step back. Chen Mu told Tang Xiaoyan to step back, then pushed open the iron gate. A foul stench, carrying the smell of rust, wafted out. The light swept across the corner, revealing a half-open safe standing there. The paint on the cabinet peeled off, revealing striking red lettering inside. Top secret, Black Moon. Get down! Chen Mu suddenly grabbed Tang Xiaoyan and pulled her down, and another steel spike grazed his ear and pierced the wall. A piece of gravel hit the safe, and a yellowed piece of paper slid out from a seam. It read, Experimental Subject, Infection Control. Tang Xiaoyan was about to say that this was something Captain Liang had mentioned when her voice was completely drowned out by the sound of gears grinding together. Chen Mu stared at the keyhole, recalling the headline on an old newspaper in the convenience store. Project Black Moon launched, new biological agents about to be put into clinical trials. The system issued another warning, detecting unknown energy fluctuations and advising immediate evacuation. But Chen Mu had already taken out the multi-tool pliers. He looked at Tang Xiaoyan and found that the fear in her eyes had lessened, replaced by a fierce determination to hold on. Hold on tight, he said, inserting the pliers into the keyhole. A click sound came from inside the safe, as if some kind of mechanism had been triggered. Tang Xiaoyan suddenly pointed to the bottom of the cabinet. Look! A beam of blue light shone through the crack, casting Chen Mu's face in intermittent light and shadow. He paused, turning the pliers half a turn inside the keyhole. The moment the door opened, the system interface burst into a blinding red light. He heard Tang Xiaoyan gasp, and the sound of his own heartbeat almost drowned out all other sounds. The moment the safe door opened, Chen Mu instinctively clenched his teeth as a stench of decay mixed with the smell of burnt metal assaulted his senses. A tactical light swept across the inside of the safe, revealing a stack of yellow documents. The words Top Secret, Black Moon Project in red on the covers resembled congealed blood. He still gripped the pliers in his right hand, his knuckles white, and the system's red light flashed on his retina. Unknown file detected. Scan? It's a blueprint, Tang Xiaoyan exclaimed in a trembling voice, kneeling beside him and pointing to the half-rolled parchment beneath the folder. Chen Mu looked in the direction she was looking, and the words Shotgun G1 gleamed dark gold under the light amidst the faded patterns. This was the core blueprint he hadn't been able to gather even after dismantling 20 old hunting rifles. 3 days ago, the system had already notified him that he needed to obtain the complete blueprint to synthesize an advanced weapon. Brother Mu, look at this. Tang Xiaoyan flipped to another page of the document, on the back of which were written in messy handwriting. October 12th, the virus vector broke through the level 3 isolation and the outer support station is about to be abandoned. If the experiment goes out of control, please go to Dawn Base, where the final line of defense is located. Tang Zhengxiong. Chen Mu's pupils contracted sharply. Tang Zhengxiong was Tang Xiaoyan's father. She had once said that her father was a biological researcher, and now his name appeared in the files of Project Black Moon. Tang Xiaoyan's fingertips hovered over those 3 words, trembling uncontrollably. A system notification then sounded. Hidden quest triggered. Explore the truth of the Black Moon Project. Current progress 15%. Chen Mu examined the paper carefully, then suddenly pressed her hand down. The writing is new, and the watermarks haven't completely seeped in yet. They must have been left within the last week. Tang Xiaoyan looked up abruptly, a glimmer of hope finally appearing in her panic. You mean my dad might still be alive? Possibly. Chen Mu carefully tucked the G1 blueprint into the innermost layer of his backpack. The system immediately notified him. Blueprint has been collected. It requires 1,500 modification points, 5 units each of refined steel, gunpowder, and springs to synthesize. He currently has 3,200 upgrade points, which is enough. He only lacks materials. Then, Tang Xiaoyan pulled out a diamond-shaped chip from the bottom of the folder. The metal piece was only the size of a fingernail, and its surface was engraved with crossed snakes and a syringe. My dad said that core data is stored in this kind of chip. Just as Chen Mu was about to scan, the system suddenly warned. Insufficient permissions, requires Black Moon Project Level 2 key. He could only put the chip into the sealed bag on his chest and keep it close to his body. Tang Xiaoyun asked softly, Do you believe me? Chen Mu looked up at her wet eyes. 3 days ago in the warehouse, her eyes were filled with fear, but now they were bright again because of the clues about her father. At least for now, you're not lying to me, Chen Mu said as he stood up, his knee hitting the edge of the safe, causing him to wince in pain. Tang Xiaoyan quickly followed, but her backpack strap got caught on the corner of the cabinet. When she hurriedly untied it, her hair tie came loose and stray hairs hung down her neck. The return journey was much more difficult than the way there. Chen Mu walked ahead, using his tactical knife to cut through the steel bars, with Tang Xiaoyan always following 3 steps behind him. After turning the third corner, Chen Mu suddenly raised his hand to signal to stop. A sweet, pungent smell filled the air like crushed strawberries. Mutant rat. He lowered his voice, hooking his thumb around the hammer of the M1911. Tang Xiaoyan immediately reached for the fire axe at her waist, which Chen Mu had traded half a box of bullets for to her that morning for self-defense. Chen Mu listened intently and heard the screeching sound of claws scraping metal coming from behind the convenience store shelf on his left. Follow me. He grabbed Tang Xiaoyan's wrist and led her to the right. As they passed a pile of overturned oil drums, he noticed that the bottom drum was leaking oil, leaving dark yellow stains on the ground. The next second, a mutated rat darted out from behind the shelf. It was twice the size of a normal rat, with pustules bulging on its back and bluish-black front teeth sticking out. Chen Mu did not fire. The system had warned that the swift rat had low defense and high speed. If shot head-on, it was likely to spit venom before dying. He pulled Tang Xiaoyan behind an oil drum and shone a tactical light on the rat's path. The mutated rats couldn't stop and crashed into the oil drum, instantly rupturing the abscesses on their backs. Yellowish-green liquid splattered onto the bucket, hissing as it produced white smoke. Chen Mu immediately yelled, Cover your mouth and nose. Tang Xiaoyan pulled off her scarf to cover her mouth, while Chen Mu took out a tinderbox and lit the oil stains on the ground. Flames shot up along the oil stains, and the oil drum exploded with a loud bang. The blast wave sent the two staggering backward. Chen Mu grabbed her and turned to run. Behind them, only the screams of the mutated rats and the crackling of exploding oil drums remained. How did you know it would hit the oil drum? Tang Xiaoyan was out of breath, her hair already disheveled by the wind. Chen Mu didn't answer, only staring at the watch's locator. The safe zone rendezvous point was just 300 meters ahead, the red dot flashing continuously. By the time the two arrived at the meeting point, the moon had already climbed over the ruins and broken walls. Chen Mu sat down against a rusty billboard, while Tang Xiaoyan squatted beside him, using a fire axe to split open a can of beef they had salvaged. Chen Mu took out the blueprint for the G1 shotgun, and the system popped up a prompt. Material sufficient. Synthesize now? Wait a minute. He unfolded the blueprints in the moonlight. The gun barrel needs high-quality steel. Old Joe in the safe zone has a piece of scrapped armored vehicle steel plate. Go and replace it tomorrow. Looking at the blueprint, Tang Xiaoyan suddenly pointed to the firing mechanism. Spring steel should be used here. Ordinary springs will soften when burned by the gunpowder. My dad taught me mechanical drawing. The system then popped up a prompt. Tang Xiaoyan has been detected to possess basic mechanical knowledge. Would you like to enable assistant mode? Chen Mu didn't confirm immediately, but pushed the blueprint in front of her. Come with me to Lao Zhou's place tomorrow and help me choose steel plates. Just as Tang Xiaoyan smiled, a blinding red light flashed across the distant horizon. Chen Mu abruptly stood up, M1911 already in his hand. The red light lasted only half a second, followed by a muffled explosion that made the metal billboard vibrate. The direction wasn't from the safe zone, but deeper underground. The system then prompted, abnormal energy fluctuations detected. It is recommended to travel to coordinates 32.7 degrees, 118.2 degrees within 24 hours. Chen Mu touched the chip on his chest. Even through his clothes, it was surprisingly hot. Go to sleep. He placed the tactical vest under Tang Xiaoyun's head, then sat down against the billboard, with his M1911 lying across his lap. Moonlight streamed through the cracks in the broken wall, illuminating the words, G1 shotgun, and Tang Xiaoyun's slightly furrowed brow. The distant explosions still echoed, like the drumbeats of a countdown, striking Chen Mu's taut nerves again and again. As dark clouds swallowed half the moon, a beam of red light, like a poisoned needle, suddenly pierced the night. A chill ran down Chen Mu's neck instantly. He knew this was no ordinary flash of light from explosion. He grabbed Tang Xiaoyun's wrist, his pulse pounding so hard it felt like it was about to burst from her skin. Crouch down. The ground shook, and both of their ankles went numb. A large patch of red rust fell from the rusty billboard and landed right where Tang Xiaoyun had just been standing. Tang Xiaoyun's face turned pale, her nails dug into Chen Mu's palm, and she asked in a trembling voice what it was. Chen Mu didn't answer, only staring at the watch's locator. The previously stable signal suddenly started flashing, as if something was approaching from a distance. The next second, the system interface unfolded, and eagle eyes started automatically. In the pale blue field of vision, the ruins 3 kilometers away clearly appeared, and 9 red dots were rapidly approaching in a fan shape. Steel-armored wolf. Chen Mu gritted his teeth and spat out the 3 words. 3 days ago, they saw a lone armored wolf in an abandoned parking lot. The creature had tough skin that ordinary rifle bullets could hardly penetrate, and its fangs even had human shoulder bones hanging from them. Lie down and don't breathe. Chen Mu pressed Tang Xiaoyun into the pile of rubble behind the billboard, his M1911 already burning hot. A system notification sounded. A horde of mutated beasts has been detected. It is recommended to prioritize attacking the leader-level individual. The moment the wolf howled and tore through the air, Chen Mu's bullet time was automatically activated. Everything around him slowed down. He saw the eerie green eyes of a beast peering out from behind the broken wall 20 meters away, and he also saw the cold, metallic scales on the steel-armored wolf's neck. That was precisely the weakness detected by the system. Bang! The bullet grazed the top of Tang Xiaoyun's head and accurately pierced the left eye of the armored wolf at the front. The wolf's howl abruptly ceased, and its massive body crashed into the rubble, directly collapsing half of the remaining wall. But the remaining wolves suddenly rioted, all their green eyes locking onto the 2 at the same time, their growls making our eardrums ache. Run, towards the water tower. Chen Mu dragged Tang Xiaoyun into the ruins, the sound of wolf claws scraping against the cement growing louder and louder behind them. Tang Xiaoyun's heel got stuck in a crack in the brickwork, and she fell forward. Chen Mu caught her around the waist and realized she was surprisingly light, clearly having not eaten in a long time. Full power. After the skill is activated, the M1911's rate of fire increases dramatically, and bullets are fired in rapid succession. The first armored wolf that pounced was shot through the carotid artery, and blood splattered all over Tang Xiaoyun's face. She screamed in fright, but still clung tightly to Chen Mu's backpack strap. Chen Mu's hand went numb. A system notification popped up. Ammo remaining, 12:15. His heart sank. If ammunition continued to be used up like this, they wouldn't last much longer. The iron gate to the water tower was already rusted shut. He swung his rifle, but and smashed it 3 times before he could barely break open the entrance. Tang Xiaoyun slipped and fell into the dust as soon as she crawled inside. Chen Mu kicked the iron door shut and used his body to press against the door, panting. The scratching sounds outside were like countless knives scraping against sheet metal. Chen Mu shone his flashlight on Tang Xiaoyun and realized that the blood on her face was all wolf blood. How did they manage to follow us? She trembled all over. It was caused by an explosion. Chen Mu pulled off his tactical vest and placed it behind her waist, then stuffed a compressed biscuit into her hand. Then, He looked into the distance through the crack in the water tower. The red light had not yet died down, flickering under the clouds like a piece of charcoal that could not burn brightly. The system then issued a new task. Investigate the source of the red light. Coordinates 32.7 degrees, 118.2 degrees. Completion will unlock a hidden blueprint clue. The chip in his chest felt slightly warm, and Chen Mu immediately remembered what Tang Xiaoyan had said 3 days ago. Her father was a researcher at the Dawn base, where something extraordinary was hidden underground. Chen Mu unfolded the crumpled map, and, after comparing the coordinates, discovered that the location where the red light appeared coincided with the Dawn base. Tang Xiaoyan stopped biting into the biscuit, her eyes widening suddenly. She said that before her father left, the base's self-destruct procedure needed to be triggered. Before he could finish speaking, the voices outside the water tower suddenly changed. Instead of wolf claws scratching at the door, there was a rustling sound of digging, as if something was using its claws to dig at the base of the water tower wall. Chen Mu immediately pressed his hand against the inner wall, and the sound became clearer and clearer, mixed with the muffled sound of the soil constantly collapsing. Eagle Eye is activated again, and several heat marks appear on the outer wall of the water tower. 3. No, for shadows were moving along the base of the wall toward the iron gate. Tang Xiaoyan gripped Chen Mu's clothes tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. The digging stopped abruptly, followed by a muffled thud as it slammed against the iron gate. Chen Mu's M1911 was already loaded. His gaze swept over the iron ladder and rusted water pipes in the water tower, finally landing on Tang Xiaoyun's pale fingers. This time, he will never let anything take away the people he wants to protect from him. Chen Mu's temples throbbed. The moment Eagle Eye was activated, the thermal image of the water tower's outer wall solidified into dark red veins on his retina. Those protruding shadows were not armored wolves at all, but some kind of long, slender creature burrowing underground like a snake, close to the base of the wall. The hot mass at the front suddenly stopped, and the temperature on its head rose sharply, as if it were a red-hot iron. There's something underground. Chen Mu grabbed Tang Xiaoyan's wrist, and could clearly feel her pounding pulse in his palm. Tang Xiaoyan's fingernails were still embedded in the hem of his clothes, her knuckles white. Come with me to the ventilation shaft, quick. The ventilation openings at the top of the water tower were already rusted. Chen Mu lifted Tang Xiaoyan up by the waist. Her shoes slipped, and her knees hit the metal plate hard. She groaned in pain, but gritted her teeth and clung to his shoulders to climb onto the windowsill. Chen Mu followed closely behind, his eyes catching the dark brown wolf blood smeared on her hair. He suddenly remembered the convenience store 3 days ago. Back then, she had huddled behind a shelf, handing him the last half bottle of water. Grab me. As soon as Chen Mu gripped the window frame, the entire water tower trembled violently. With a loud bang, the concrete exploded, releasing a stench of decay. Chen Mu instinctively rolled to the side, a tentacle covered in bluish-gray suckers brushing past his ankle, the sharp teeth along the edges of the suckers leaving sparks on the ground. Tang Xiaoyan screamed and fell back onto the windowsill, her knees slamming into the window frame. Chen Mu grabbed her by the back of his hand, the M1911 already aimed at the base of the tentacles. The system interface was flashing wildly. Weakness marker, ganglion, located at 0.3 meters. Hold your breath. Chen Mu pulled the trigger 3 times in quick succession. The first shot grazed the sucker, the second pierced the epidermis, and the third precisely struck the ganglion glowing with a ghostly blue light. The tentacle suddenly curled up, spraying a splatter of putrid green slime all over Tang Xiaoyan's face. She trembled as she wiped away the slime, only to see more dark red suckers churning in the cracks in ground. Jump! Chen Mu grabbed her and leaped off the windowsill, the two of them plunging headfirst into a waist-high pile of rubble. Behind them, the wall had completely collapsed, and beneath the ruins, the burrowing worm was burrowing and digging. With each step it took, the broken beams overhead would crumble, sending dust billowing everywhere. Chen Mu listened to Tang Xiaoyun's rapid breathing, calculating the pace of its breaking through the ground as he ran. It breaks the ground every 8 seconds. When I say stop, you should squat down. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Xiaoyun suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. She tripped over half a rusted steel bar, her sneakers got stuck in the gap, and her ankle twisted at an abnormal angle. Don't worry about me. Just walk by yourself. She tried to get up, but the pain made her break out in a cold sweat. Shut up. Chen Mu bent down and hoisted her onto his shoulder. The system immediately popped up a bullet time prompt. He gritted his teeth and activated the skill, and everything around him instantly slowed down. 20 meters away, the worm's tentacles were tearing through the ruins, and the slime was stretched into thin threads, making even the beads of sweat on Tang Xiaoyun's eyelashes clearly visible. Hold on tight. Chen Mu adjusted his breathing and suddenly turned to the right the instant the tentacles swept towards his head. Broken bricks flew past his back, and Tang Xiaoyun's fingernails dug into his collarbone, causing him to gasp in pain. Once the bullet time ended, the two had already rushed into a collapsed section of supermarket shelves, and the digging sounds behind them gradually faded away. Chen Mu placed Tang Xiaoyun on the broken glass. As soon as he touched her ankle, he felt a burning sensation. It was swollen like a steamed bun, and the skin was covered with purplish-blue bruises. A minor fracture. He cannot bear weight for 3 days. He tore off the lining of his tactical vest and tied the strip of cloth in a knot with his teeth. Tang Xiaoyun gasped in pain, but then suddenly laughed. You had the same expression when you bandaged me last time. Chen Mu paused. 3 days ago, she had knocked over a shelf while trying to distract the zombies, and her calf had been cut by broken glass. At the time, he had scolded her for being reckless while treating her wound. But now her trouser legs were soaked in blood, and he didn't even have any alcohol, so he could only tie the cloth strips tighter. Just then, the system notification sound suddenly rang out. Blueprint fragment detected. Shotgun G1, collection complete. Current compatibility, 87%. Craft now. Chen Mu's pupils contracted slightly. This was the material he had gathered by dismantling 7 broken Remington rifles and stealing half a box of bird bullets from a horde of zombies. With a shotgun, melee monsters like the cave worms would be much easier to deal with. But just as he was about to confirm, a blinding red light flashed across the system interface. Warning, high energy fluctuations detected at 32.7 degrees and 118.2 degrees, with energy levels exceeding the safety threshold by 230%. Immediate relocation is recommended. Tang Xiaoyun stared at the system chip on his chest that was glowing purple and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Chen Mu looked at the still-burning red light in the distance, recalling the self-destruct procedure of the Dawn base that she had mentioned, and also her father's last reminder 3 days ago. If you see a red light, run in the opposite direction immediately. But the next second, his fingers still pressed the synthesizer button. The shotgun blueprint unfolded on his retina, and a metallic rumble echoed from the depths of the ruins, as if some giant machine had been awakened. Tang Xiaoyun suddenly grabbed him tightly, looking at the increasingly bright purple light behind him. Chen Mu, the clouds behind you are moving. Chen Mu turned around. The originally gloomy clouds were now churning rapidly, and red light poured down from the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the newly assembled shotgun. Strange patterns, like ancient runes, immediately appeared on the surface of the barrel. The system notification sounded again, more urgent than ever before. Warning, energy fluctuations have locked onto the target. Immediate action recommended. Shut up. Chen Mu shoved the shotgun into Tang Xiaoyun's hand and turned to walk towards the red light. His shadow was stretched long, and his footsteps made a crisp sound as he walked over the broken glass scattered on the ground. I want to see what's hidden in this red light that can frighten even the system. As soon as Chen Mu pressed the synthesizer button with his thumb, the blue data stream on his retina surged into his palm. His hand was slightly warm, and when he opened it, a silver-black shotgun was already firmly in his palm. The barrel is 5 centimeters longer than the standard model, and its surface is wrapped with dark gold spiral patterns, as if the machine and runes have been integrated into one. It's so heavy. Tang Xiaoyun leaned closer to examine it, but pulled her fingertips back as soon as they touched the barrel. The pattern looks like the cloud and thunder pattern on bronze artifacts in a museum. A system notification sounded. Shotgun G1 synthesis complete. Power increased by 15%. Range increased by 10%. Passive skill, melee bombardment, activated. When firing within 5 meters, the bullet spread is reduced by 30%, and the recoil is reduced by 20%. Chen Mu touched the grooves of the barrel and felt the intricate gas system inside. He dismantled 7 Remington 870s, retrieved bird bullets from a horde of zombies, and used mutated dog crystal cores as catalysts to finally gather all the necessary materials for this gun. With it, Those burrowing monsters like the cave worms will have a hard time getting within 10 meters of him. Before he could even test the gun, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Tang Xiaoyan grabbed his tactical vest. Her palm was burning hot. Chen Mu, don't you think the wind has changed? Chen Mu looked up and saw that the dark gray clouds were swirling like a vortex, and in the red light shining through the gaps in the clouds, fine dust floated like gold dust. A metallic, distorting roar came from afar, and the system alarm almost pierced eardrums. High-energy threat approaching. 80 meters away. Take evasive action immediately. It's here. Chen Mu tightened his grip on the shotgun. 3 days ago, the half-meter-wide holes and charred acid stains in the underground parking lot were all left by this thing. The ground suddenly trembled, and Tang Xiaoyun stumbled into his arms. Chen Mu caught her. The concrete beneath their feet was cracked with spiderweb-like patterns. Dark brown viscous fluid gushed from the crack, emitting a foul stench. Cover your mouth. Chen Mu growled, raising his gun. The next second, the burrow worm burst from the ground. It was the size of an adult elephant, covered in dark brown scales, and its mouthparts, composed of 3 sharp teeth, dripped corrosive slime. Tang Xiaoyun's face turned pale. Where are its eyes? Chen Mu did not answer. The system scan had identified 3 weaknesses: the pharyngeal nerve bundle, the abdominal scaly sutures, and the pink fleshy mass behind the mouthparts. That's its pain center. He aimed at the lump of flesh and decisively pulled the trigger. With a deafening boom, the melee attack was triggered, and the vibration of the gunstock was largely neutralized. 12 steel balls, wreathed in flames, slammed into the monster's maw. 2 of the 3 sharp teeth shattered on the spot, splattering slime and bits of flesh. 1 drop landed on the billboard and instantly burned a hole the size of a fist. The burrow worm shrieked and lashed its massive tail, shaking the ground. Chen Mu immediately pulled Tang Xiaoyan towards the abandoned truck beside them. Tang Xiaoyan slipped while climbing onto the car and almost fell, but Chen Mu grabbed her wrist and pulled her onto the roof. Hold on to the railing. He switched hands to hold the gun, and a system notification popped up at the same time. The target's vital signs dropped to 40%, and the nerve bundle exposure increased to 65%. The monster continued to thrash the ground, causing the truck to shake violently. Chen Mu knelt on one knee to steady himself, staring intently at the pale purple nerve bundle that stretched from the neck to the abdomen. As soon as the monster raised its head again, he fired a second shot. The steel ball struck the middle of the nerve bundle, halting the burrow worm's movements and noticeably weakening the power of its giant tail. Chen Mu followed up with a third shot, aiming at the junction of the nerve bundle and the abdominal scales. The steel ball pierced the thin skin, adding a whimper to the monster's shriek. Chen Mu, it's crawling this way. Tang Xiaoyan gripped his vest tightly. The burrow worm's front half had completely emerged from the ground, and its 8 short, thick legs gripped the concrete as it approached the truck at an astonishing speed. Its body was covered in cracks from which a pale yellow pus seeped out. It didn't resemble an ordinary mutated beast at all. It looked more like a weapon of war created by a virus. Get back to the back of the carriage. Chen Mu pushed Tang Xiaoyan behind him and then crouched down to move forward. The barrel was red hot, and the smell of burning filled his nostrils. He loaded the last spent cartridge, his fingertips burning red, but he didn't hesitate for a moment. The burrow worm's mouth parts were only 5 meters away from the truck, and the pink fleshy mass behind its mouth parts contracted violently, clearly about to launch a fatal attack. The moment Chen Mu pulled the trigger, the system's weakness marker locked onto the center of the fleshy mass. 12 steel balls, carrying scorching heat waves, pierced into the mass of flesh. The monster's screams ceased abruptly, and its massive body collapsed as if its bones had been removed. Its tail twitched one last time, slamming into the truck wheel and instantly deforming the rims severely. After the dust settled, Chen Mu leaned on his shotgun, panting heavily. Tang Xiaoyan poked her head out from the back of the truck, her face pale, but she managed a weak smile. I just counted. You fired 4 shots in total. 3 shots. Chen Mu tore off the bag containing the spent cartridges. The last shot was just to finish him off. The system notification sounded promptly. Kill the elite-level mutated creature, the crypt worm, to obtain a shotgun upgrade module. The weapon could be fused with modules to enhance its special attributes. A silver chip appeared in Chen Mu's palm. its surface also engraved with cloud and thunder patterns. He didn't know if this thing could bring self-repair or new ammunition capabilities. He didn't rush to integrate it, but instead put the module into the innermost layer of his tactical vest. Chen Mu. Tang Xiaoyan's voice suddenly softened. You're not an ordinary person, are you? Chen Mu recalled that 3 days ago at the convenience store, when he bandaged her wound, she looked at him in the same way, as if she had seen the secret he was hiding. I just want to live, he said. Just then my phone vibrated in my pocket. The screen displayed a text message from a garbled number. Dawn Base, welcome home. Chen Mu's thumb hovered over the delete key, but in the end he simply locked the screen. He looked at Tang Xiaoyan and smirked. Let's find a place to spend the night first. Your leg injury can't be delayed any longer. The corpse of the burrow worm was still steaming, while the red light in the distant clouds gradually faded. Chen Mu bent down and picked up the shotgun. The cloud and thunder patterns on the barrel gleamed faintly in the twilight. He didn't know what the dawn base meant, nor what secrets lay hidden behind the red light. But at least for now, he touched the advanced module on his tactical vest and glanced at Tang Xiaoyan following behind him. He had more important things to do. Chapter 26, The Tramp's Deal. When Chen Mu put his phone back in his pocket, he pressed the lock screen button for 2 extra seconds with his fingertip. The blue light from the screen flickered in the twilight, and the 4 characters Dawn Base felt like tiny needles pricking his back teeth. 3 days ago, when he rescued Tang Xiaoyan at the convenience store, he had received a similar garbled text message, which he hadn't taken seriously then, but now it had happened twice in a row. Hiss! A dull pain suddenly came from the back of his leg, and he looked down and tugged at his trouser leg. The burrow worm slime corroded the tactical pants, and dark red scabs formed on the calves. The system had warned that this was an acid erosion wound, and needed to be treated with high-concentration alcohol. But where can you find alcohol so easily? He touched the shotgun module inside his vest, his throat tightening. What he needed most right now wasn't medicine, but kerosene to make incendiary bombs. Tang Xiaoyan's footsteps came from behind her. She was carrying a first aid kit she had salvaged from the truck, bandages hanging from between her fingers. I just saw a gas station up ahead. Chen Mu looked up. The setting sun baked the sign of the abandoned gas station until it was scorching hot, and the 4 faded red characters, Sinopec, looked like they were about to drip. The gas pump lay askew by the roadside, its metal casing rusted with honeycomb-like holes. The pump handle had long been removed. In the first 3 months of the apocalypse, everything that could be burned was looted, and now even the residue in the fuel tank had to be sucked out with a straw. He touched the cartridge pouch in his tactical vest. The metallic clinking sound was as soft as a heartbeat. The system stated that general-purpose materials can be converted into specific ammunition, but petroleum is a high-level fuel, so sufficient raw materials must be collected first. Yesterday, while clearing out the cave worms, a system notification flashed. Incendiary bombs require 3 high-purity gasoline. This was the only way he could think of to deal with the mutated dog pack that had been chasing them for 3 days. Wait here for me. Chen Mu handed the shotgun to Tang Xiaoyan. Don't wander off. Shoot if there's any noise. Tang Xiaoyan's fingers recoiled as soon as they touched the gun barrel, her knuckles turning white. I'm scared. It's good that you're afraid. Chen Mu pulled off the handkerchief from his collar, dipped it in water from the bottle, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. But you have to learn how to shoot. He shoved the shotgun back into her arms, turned, and walked into the ruins behind the gas station. Cement fragments crunched underfoot. Chen Mu walked close to the broken wall, the system scanning, projecting a pale blue grid onto his retina. 10 meters to the left, there was a metallic reflection, possibly an oil drum. 5 meters directly ahead, there was a biological heat source, not large, like, stop. A hoarse male voice came from under the wrecked car. Chen Mu's right hand instantly gripped the handle of the M1911 rifle. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a dark figure emerging from under the Jetta. Short in stature, wrapped in 3 layers of tattered cotton-padded coats. His left cheek covered with centipede-like scars from his brow bone to his chin, and clutching a chipped hunting knife in his hand, the tip of which was aimed directly at his waist. Don't do anything. Chen Mu released the gun handle and slowly raised his hands. I have compressed biscuits. The scarred man's pupils contracted, and the tip of his knife twitched. Where did you come from? Robbed from a convenience store. Chen Mu pulled a sealed compressed biscuit from his vest pocket. Unopened, enough to last 3 days. The knife drooped down 2 inches. The scarred man licked his chapped lips, swiftly grabbed the biscuit with his left hand, tore open the wrapper, took a bite, and crumbs fell onto the front of his cotton-padded jacket. Looking for kerosene? Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. The system scan showed that the person's name was Wang Ba, a former oil refinery worker. This was a newly triggered personal information feature that he hadn't noticed before. How did you know? Wang Ba stuffed the biscuits into his uniform's inner pocket, his movements as if protecting his genitals. I smelled it. He sniffed, "You smell of gunpowder," and the smell of someone trying to burn something. He pointed to the sewer opening behind the gas station, the underground oil storage tanks. I checked them last week. There's still half a tank left. Why are you telling me this? Because you have cookies. Wang Ba rubbed his thumb against the notch of his hunting knife. And also because those mutated rats are too noisy. He tilted his head and pointed to the sewers. The oil tank openings are occupied by the rats. I can't beat them. Chen Mu pulled out an M1911, the gun burning hot against his palm. How many do you want? Half a barrel of oil. Wang Ba suddenly laughed, his scar contorting. Or, when you burn the rats, leave one alive for me. Make a deal. A putrid smell wafted from the sewer drain. Chen Mu squatted by the well, and the system scanned out the pale green outline of the rat swarm. 23 mutated rats, the largest one being the innermost, with scales on its back, presumably the leader. Make your move in 3 seconds, he whispered. Wang Ba retreated 5 steps away, raised the tactical flashlight he had taken from Chen Mu, and shone the beam into the well opening. The rats were alerted. The first to rush out was a gray rat with bright red eyes and sticky fangs. Chen Mu's pupils suddenly contracted, and the weakness marker on his retina flashed red. The system bullet time was triggered, and the world slowed down. The rat swarm's movements became sluggish, and pale pink soft flesh was revealed between the scales of the leader, which was its Achilles heel. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed the first rat's ear, but struck the leader's soft flesh with pinpoint accuracy. In slow motion, the leader's scales exploded into a cloud of blood mist, throwing the rat swarm into chaos instantly. Chen Mu switched to a shotgun, and the cloud and thunder patterns on the barrel glowed faintly. This was a sensation brought about by the advanced module, and he could suddenly see the trajectory of the bullet. Boom! Steel balls swept across the well opening like a storm, tearing 3 rats to pieces, while the rest turned and fled back. Chen Mu fired 2 more shots, and just as the last rat was about to crawl into the pipe, he stomped on its head and crushed it. Clean. Wang Ba emerged from the shadows, using his hunting knife to lift the dead rat's tail. The brains of this thing are resistant to acid corrosion. My woman was sprayed by a cave worm, and this is what helped her recover. He shoved the dead rat into his pocket, beckoned to Chen Mu, and said, "Come with me." The oil storage tanks are located deep within the sewer system. Wang Ba used his hunting knife to pry open the rusty iron plate, and a musty smell mixed with the smell of gasoline rushed out. Chen Mu turned on his tactical flashlight, and the beam reflected a golden light onto the oil surface. There were at least 200 liters left, enough to make 10 incendiary bombs. Get 3 buckets. Wang Ba squatted beside the oil tank, using a homemade siphon to pump out the oil. We can't move more than that. The mutant dog pack will be chasing us tonight. You need to set up the traps before dark. Chen Mu paused, his hand still. How did you know? Their smell. Wang Ba closed the oil drum. I've been smelling it for 3 days, following you around like a pack of starving wild dogs. He pushed the last drum of oil to Chen Mu. You're not here to escape. You're here to kill. He pointed to the M1911 at Chen Mu's waist. The holster is polished to a shine. The trigger guard has indentations. You clean it 3 times a day, 5 minutes each time. Chen Mu didn't say anything, picked up the oil drum, and walked towards the wellhead. Wang Ba's voice drifted from behind. Don't believe that text message. Dawn base. They don't want people, they want guns. By the time Chen Mu climbed out of the sewer, it was already dark. Tang Xiaoyan was squatting next to the gas pump, a shotgun slung across her lap. Upon seeing him, she immediately stood up. I think I just heard a dog barking. They're mutant dogs. Chen Mu put down the oil drum and began dismantling the metal sheet of the gas pump. They'll come tonight. We'll burn them. Tang Xiaoyan twisted the bandage between her fingers. Will this work? Okay. Chen Mu cut the sheet metal into pieces, mixed it with gasoline, and poured it into his homemade Molotov cocktail. The system scan shows they're afraid of fire, especially high-purity gasoline. He looked up at the darkening sky. The red light had intensified. Go collect some broken glass and spread it around the trap. After Tang Xiaoyan ran away, Chen Mu took out his phone. The moment the screen lit up, a new text message popped up. Watch out, they're here. The sender's name is still garbled. Chen Mu stuffed his phone back into his pocket, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the grip of the M1911. The wind suddenly picked up, carrying the smell of rotting flesh, the smell of mutated dogs. He looked up into the depths of the ruins, where shimmering green lights twinkled in the twilight, much like the eyes of a pack of wolves. The night was as dark as ink, and the air reeked of blood. Chen Mu confirmed this through a system scan. Chapter 27. The firewall first ignites. The shadow of a dog strikes in the night. The night was as dark as ink. Chen Mu squatted behind the wreckage of the refueling machine, his fingertips just wiping the cotton fuse of the last incendiary bomb. The smell of rotting flesh suddenly intensified, mixed with a rusty, fishy odor that filled the nostrils. A scarlet warning popped up on the system panel on the retina. Flameclaw pack 1.8 kilometers away, moving at 15 kilometers per hour, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. His Adam's apple bobbed as he pressed his palm against the scorching hot barrel of the shotgun. This modified Remington M870 was traded this morning for a scrapped fire axe and a scarred man. The rifling still smelled of burnt earthworms from the previous 2 days. Xiaoyan, he called out in a low voice, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure wrapped in gray cloth running from the other side of the ruins, with broken glass clattering in her arms. Tang Xiaoyan's breathing was 3 times heavier than usual, and blood was still seeping from her wrist under the bandage. It was from being scratched by the mutated rat yesterday. As she poured the glass shards at Chen Mu's feet, her fingertips were still trembling. I counted them. There were 17 pieces in total. That's enough. Chen Mu grabbed half a beer bottle, dipped it in gasoline, and the sticky liquid dripped down the bottle. System scans showed that the adhesion of high-purity gasoline to the glass surface could sustain combustion for 47 seconds, enough to prevent the mutant dog's fur from catching fire and breaking free. He buried the glass shards along the edge of the fire line into the soil, with the sharp points facing upwards, like a row of upside-down teeth. Are they really afraid of fire? Tang Xiaoyan's shotgun was not off, and the sound of metal clashing was particularly jarring in the silence. Chen Mu looked up at her. The girl's eyelashes were covered in fine sweat, and her pupils were shrunken to pinpoints with tension, just like when they first met 3 days ago, when she was huddled behind the convenience store freezer, protecting half a bag of expired cookies in her arms. The system can't be wrong. He pressed the last piece of glass into the pile of dirt. Back up behind the refueling machine. When I fire, you throw incendiary bombs. Before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind suddenly rushed into the ruins, whipping up several pieces of newspaper and hitting him in the face. The smell of rotting flesh suddenly became so strong it was pungent, and in the distance came faint moans, like rusty gears grinding together. Chen Mu's neck hair stood on end. He reached for the M1911 at his waist. The leather of the holster was softened by his body heat, a habit he had developed 3 times a day to clean the gun, and the feel of the metal parts was already ingrained in his muscle memory. The system panel flashed again. Target detected, quantity 23, flame claw is in position 7. Green light emanated from the depths of the ruins. Those were the eyes of the mutated dogs, like 2 flickering will-o'-the-wisps, gradually merging into one as the pack of dogs approached. The large dog at the front had a charred burn on its forepaw, which looked dark red in the moonlight. It was the same dog that Chen Mu had injured with a Molotov cocktail 3 days ago at the abandoned auto repair shop, when it had crashed through half a brick wall to escape. Flame Claw. Chen Mu murmured the name labeled by the system and used his thumb to press the eject button on the shotgun. The moment the spent cartridge hit the ground with a clatter, Flame Claw tilted its head back and let out a shriek. The howling of the dogs suddenly rose, and more than 20 dark figures rushed towards the outer perimeter of the fire line, like arrows released from a bow. The moment the first mutated dog's paw touched the gasoline line, Chen Mu's shotgun had already been fired. The shriek of the lead bullet tearing through the air, mixed with the sound of flesh and blood shattering, blew half of the face off the yellow-backed dog in the front row, its intestines hanging from the broken wall behind it. The pack of dogs paused for a moment, then surged forward even more frantically. Several smaller dogs squeezed to the front, their sharp canines gleaming coldly in the firelight. The incident occurred the instant the pack of dogs stepped into the firing line. A dark figure leaped out from the ruins on the right. The black body, 2 sizes smaller than the mutated dog, accurately bit the hind leg of Spotted Dog. The Spotted Dog howled in pain and thrashed about, while the black dog clung to its leg like a plaster, its sharp teeth deeply embedded in its tendons. Chen Mu's pupils contracted slightly. Was this just an ordinary stray dog? Even rats mutated after the apocalypse, so how could there be uninfected ones? Opportunities are fleeting. He pulled out a lighter and lit the nearest incendiary bomb. The moment the glass bottle hit the center of the pack of dogs, orange-red flames coated in gasoline shot up 2 meters high. The 3 mutated dogs instantly turned into fireballs, rolling on the ground and knocking over their companions, the smell of burnt fur mixed with the pungent odor of charred flesh exploding outwards. The pack of dogs was thrown into complete chaos. Some tried to burrow into the wall of fire, while others turned to run away, only to be cut and bleeding profusely by shards of glass buried in the ground. Xiaoyun, throw it! Chen Mu shouted. Tang Xiaoyun's incendiary bombs landed almost simultaneously, and a second fire exploded to the side and rear of the pack of dogs. In the firelight, he saw the black dog still tearing and biting, each bite precisely avoiding the mutated dog's vital points, as if deliberately delaying its opponent's movements. The system suddenly prompted in my ear. Unknown biological energy fluctuation detected. Non-mutant. Loyalty increased by 5%. Flame Claw's roar drowned out all other sounds. The alpha dog's fur was already singed and curled from the fire, yet it still managed to break through the wall of flames, its blood-red eyes fixed on Chen Mu's throat. The moment it leaped up, Chen Mu smelled the stench of rotting flesh mixed with burnt flesh, and even saw the congealed scabs on its canine teeth, left over from when it had been gnawing on zombies. Instinct moves faster than consciousness. He rolled to his side, the excruciating pain from his back hitting the metal casing of the refueling machine being suppressed by the adrenaline. The M1911 in his right hand was already drawn, and 3 bullets accurately hit Flame Claw's foreleg joint. The alpha dog groaned and crashed heavily to the ground, but still struggled to get up. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Mu pulled out the last 3 incendiary bombs and threw them along the Flame Claw's retreat route. The fire quickly spread, forcing the pack of dogs into a dead end of the U-shaped trap. Chen Mu leaned against the refueling machine, panting, sweat dripping from his chin onto his tactical boots. The black dog had somehow come over and touched the back of his hand with its wet nose. Its fur was dirty, and its left ear was missing a corner, but did not have the ulceration marks typical of mutated creatures. The system notification sounded again. Unknown creature's loyalty has increased by 15%, currently it's 65%. Establish a temporary contract. Chen Mu stared into the black dog's eyes. It was pure brown, without the murky coloration of a mutant, and the tip of its tail swayed gently, as if confirming its stance. A low howl came from afar. The alpha dog paced outside the wall of fire, black blood seeping from its burned forepaws, its scarlet eyes fixed on this side. It clearly had no intention of giving up. Beep. Chen Mu nodded at the air. As soon as the system notification sound ended, the black dog suddenly rubbed its head against his palm, making a soft whimpering sound in its throat. Tang Xiaoyun's footsteps came from behind, and the shotgun was still smoking. They retreated? Chen Mu remained silent. He gazed at the figure that refused to leave beyond the wall of fire. The shadow of the flame claw was stretched long by the firelight, like a lingering dark cloud. The night wind whipped the flames, making them crackle. He pulled out his M1911 to check the magazine. Amid the clanging of metal, he seemed to hear the howling of wolves in the distance. Something more dangerous than the pack of dogs tonight was approaching in the darkness. Chapter 28, The Dog King's End. Soul burned in hell. Flames licked the metal refueling pump, making a crackling sound. Chen Mu leaned against the scorching fuselage, his knuckles pressed against the M1911 sights, his gaze sweeping across the charred figure outside the wall of fire like a bone scraper. Flame Claw's fur was no longer recognizable as its original color. The pad of its left forepaw was burned and curled up, revealing the dark red fascia underneath. Every step it took left bloody marks on the scorched earth. It growled like a broken bellows in its throat, its blood-red eyes fixed on Chen Mu. The look in its eyes was not like that of a wild beast hunting, but rather like that of a skinned human staring venomously at an enemy. The forefoot is badly injured. Chen Mu took out his tactical goggles and put them on. The blue light from the system scanned flickering on his retina. The data bar showed that Flame Claw's movement speed was 17% slower than half an hour ago, and the burn marks on its joints had an unhealthy purplish-black hue. The mutated beast's regenerative ability has been suppressed by the high temperature. Tang Xiaoyan crouched 5 meters away behind the wrecked car, the shotgun barrel still emitting blue smoke. She ripped off her tactical glove, burned through by sparks, and her fingertips trembled as she loaded the magazine. The clanging of metal casings mingled with the wailing of the dogs, clear and distinct in the night air. Brother Mu, are they insane? He's not crazy. Chen Mu pulled out the last 3 incendiary grenades, his fingertips tracing the numbers engraved on them. He'd modified them this morning from scrap signal flares. It's this alpha dog holding them up. He glanced at the ordinary mutated dogs huddled together in the fire. Their fangs had long since softened, but whenever Flame Claws let out a low howl, they would charge at the wall of fire with bloodshot eyes. It's using its pack mentality to force its subordinates to become cannon fodder. Flame Claw suddenly arched its back. Chen Mu's breath hitched for a second. He saw that the beast's hind paws had dug 2 deep furrows in the ground, and its charred tail was taut like a steel whip. It was ready to fight to the death. Xiaoyan moved 3 meters to the left. He lowered his voice, his thumb subtly hooking the hammer of the M1911. When I yell bomb, throw the last incendiary bomb 2 steps to its right. Understood. Tang Xiaoyan didn't ask any more questions. She crouched down and moved to the other side of the wrecked car. Her combat boots shattered a piece of glass. The crisp sound startled several mutated dogs, causing them to rush towards the wall of fire. They were forced back by the heat wave, letting out sharp whimpers. Flame Claw's Adam's apple bobbed. Chen Mu could hear his own heartbeat. He deliberately lowered the gun to his side, letting the shadow obscure the sights. This was a flaw he had practiced hundreds of times in the system's training space. Humans are most likely to relax their gun-holding posture when they are tired, and the mutated beast's intuition would take this as a fatal opportunity. Here it comes. Tang Xiaoyan's warning had barely left her lips when the Flame Claw shot out like a charred bolt of lightning. It paused noticeably when its left forefoot touched the ground, but managed to support its body with its right palm, tearing a gap at the edge of the ring of fire. A foul, rotten smell wafted over, and Chen Mu could even see the charred hairs stuck to its canine teeth. They had been burned off when it crashed into the wall of fire. Fry! Tang Xiaoyan's incendiary bomb landed precisely. The moment the flames erupted, Chen Mu had already rolled to the other side of the refueling pump. He watched as his shadow was engulfed by flames when the system's notification blared in his earpiece. Target detected entering deflagration zone. Temperature 870 degrees Celsius. Regeneration inhibition rate 92%. The screams of Flame Claw were more intense than the flames. It rolled around in the fire, its charred fur becoming an accelerant. The fleshy pads, which had been curled up from the heat, were now completely carbonized, revealing the white bone fragments underneath. But the beast kept crawling toward Chen Mu, and with each movement, molten fat dripped onto the ground, making a sizzling sound. Little Black, Chen Mu suddenly called out. A dark figure darted out from the depths of the alley. That was the black dog with whom he had previously formed a temporary contract. At this moment, its eyes gleamed with an eerie green light, and the low howl in its throat sounded like a taut string. Xiao Hei's muscles rolled beneath its fur, and with a sudden push of its hind paws, it lunged directly at the neck of Flame Claw, which was still twitching. That was the weak point detected by the system scan. There was an incompletely mutated artery on the side of the mutated beast's neck. Once bitten off, even with the strongest regenerative ability, it would take at least half a minute to recover. Click! The crisp sound of canine teeth snapping together mingled with the final roar of Flame Claw. Little Black's front paws gripped Flame Claw's shoulder blades tightly, its head thrashing violently, spraying blood mixed with tar onto its face, but it just shook its ears and continued to exert force. Flame Claw's limbs finally went limp, its tail went from stiff to drooping, and the fierce light in its pupils gradually faded. Chen Mu's shotgun was already pressed against Flame Claw's forehead. Boom! Blood mixed with brain matter splattered onto the firewall, turning the charred black area into a glaring red. The system notification sounded immediately afterward. Slay the elite-level mutated Dog King Flame Claw and obtain advanced incendiary bomb recipe ×1. Currently available crafting options. High-temperature adhesive incendiary bomb. Attaches to the target and burns for 30 seconds. Liquid nitrogen cryogenic incendiary bomb. Reduces the target's movement speed by 60%. Tang Xiaoyan ran over a shotgun still smoking. Holding it up? Is it over? It's over. Chen Mu squatted down and touched Xiao Hei's bloodstained head. Xiao Hei immediately released its mouth, nuzzled against his palm, and made a soft, gurgling sound in its throat. Its eyes, which had been glowing eerily green, returned to their pure brown. Well done. The fire gradually died down, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt meat and gunpowder. Chen Mu stood up and looked into the distance through his tactical goggles. There were a few tiny halos of light on the horizon, like stars about to go out in the dark night. That was the direction of Dawn Base. He had heard from survivors that there was an army station there, with clean water and food, as well as serum that could treat viral infections. Brother Mu, look. Tang Xiaoyan suddenly pointed to his pocket. The soft vibration of the phone was exceptionally clear in the silence. Chen Mu took it out, and the moment the screen lit up, a voice message played automatically. It was a male voice, altered and deep, like a pebble thrown into a deep pool. Welcome to Dawn. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly, Xiao Hei pricked up its ears and let out a low howl in the direction of the halo. Chen Mu looked at the coordinates displayed on his phone screen, then glanced at the still smoking flame claw corpse at his feet, and gently placed his fingers on the grip of the M1911. The night wind whipped up ash that brushed against his face, and he could hear the roar of car engines in the distance. Something more dangerous than the pack of dogs tonight might already be on its way. Let's go. He bent down to pick up the incendiary bomb casings from the ground, threw them into the decomposition tank in the system space, turned to Tang Xiaoyan and smiled to Dawn. Little Black immediately came to his feet, its tail wagging like a little broom. Tang Xiaoyan checked the shotgun's magazine, loaded the last few bullets, and followed him into the night. The three beams of light gradually merged into the darkness, leaving behind only charred corpses scattered on the ground and coordinates still flashing on the phone screen, like a seed buried in the soil, waiting for the day it would sprout. Chapter 29. Secret Codes of the Base, Undercurrents Flowing. Chen Mu's military boots crushed a piece of charred steel bar, sparks flying around his feet. He walked at the front, the green light of his tactical goggles sweeping across the ruins 30 meters ahead. The system scan showed that apart from a few ordinary zombies gnawing on rotting flesh in the broken walls, there were no thermal reactions from high-level mutants for the time being. Little Black, to the left, he said in a low voice. The dark brown shadow darted to the left, its moist nose sniffing the rubble before suddenly perking up its ears. The wild dog's tail stopped wagging, the fur on its back stood on end slightly, and a threatening growl rolled from its throat. Chen Mu followed its gaze. Behind a half-tilted billboard, three swaying zombies were turning their rotting heads, their gray eyes gleaming murky in the night. Get rid of it. He reached for the M1911 pistol at his waist. The anti-slip texture on the grip pressed against his palm. It was a curve he had personally sanded out with sandpaper. The gunshots rang out faster than the zombies' howls. The first bullet pierced the jaw of the zombie on the left, blowing off half of its mangled face. The second bullet precisely penetrated the right eye socket of the one in the middle, its brains mixed with black blood splattering onto the billboard. Before the third bullet even left the barrel, the zombie on the right had already been tackled to the ground by Xiao Hei. The wild dog's sharp teeth pierced its carotid artery, and warm blood sprayed onto its charred fur, but it didn't make it loosen its grip even slightly. This was what Chen Mu taught him. In the apocalypse, being soft-hearted towards zombies is being cruel to yourself. Well done. Chen Mu bent down and patted Xiao Hei's head, his fingertips touching its violently heaving back. The system notification sounded in his ear at just the right moment. Disassemble ordinary zombie corpses. Gain 5 base points. He glanced at the number in the corner of his tactical goggles. 127 points, enough to replace the barrel of his M1911 pistol with a reinforced steel core, but now was not the time. The halo of light on the horizon drew closer, like 3 crushed stars stuck beneath the clouds. Chen Mu touched his vibrating phone in his pocket. The altered welcome from the voice message was still buzzing in his head. The survivors said that Dawn Base had serum and clean water, but they also said that a caravan went there 3 months ago with rare materials and never returned. Watch your step. He suddenly grabbed Tang, Xiaoyun's wrist from behind. The girl's military boots were just 2 centimeters away from stepping on a dark yellow metal plate. Chen Mu crouched down, enveloped by the blue light of the system scan. Residual glandular fluid from the mutated rat can cause ulceration upon contact with skin. He tore off a corner of his shirt, wrapped it around a metal piece, and threw it into the decomposition tank in the system space. Keep it. It might be able to be used to refine an anti-corrosion coating. Tang Xiaoyun bit her lip and nodded, her fingers unconsciously stroking the barrel of the shotgun. This month, she has already saved 3 lives from the zombie horde with Chen Mu, but every time she gets close to that halo of light, the hairs on the back of her neck still stand on end. Brother Mu, do you think they're really waiting for us? They're waiting for me. Chen Mu straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the flickering red light in the distance. It was a signal light he had spotted with his tactical goggles 10 minutes earlier, resembling the emergency lights of an old-fashioned gas station, but much more dazzling than ordinary lights. The system scan showed that it was some kind of pulse signal, and the frequency had a 0.7% overlap with the energy fluctuations he had previously detected in the mutated beast's brain core. Xiaohei suddenly stopped and grabbed his trouser leg with its front paws. The stray dog raised its head, its brown eyes reflecting the red light, and made a soft, whimpering sound. Chen Mu followed its gaze and saw that the red light was half a degree lower than before. Someone was moving the traffic light. Xiaoyun, go and lift up a corner of that wrecked truck over there to make a makeshift cover. He took off his tactical backpack. Keep 3 bullets in reserve, and put the rest into the magazine. What are you going to do? The girl's voice trembled. Go meet the people waiting for me. Chen Mu patted her shoulder, his fingertips touching the protruding knuckles under her bulletproof vest. If you're not back in half an hour, take the supplies and head southeast. There's an underground drainage channel there. The entrance is, never mind, you go with Xiaohei. The stray dog immediately approached Tang Xiaoyun's feet, its tail tip gently brushing against the back of her hand. As Chen Mu turned around, he caught a glimpse through his tactical goggles of the girl's knuckles turning white as she gripped the shotgun. He didn't say anything more. In the apocalypse, saying goodbye is too extravagant. Only the survivors have a right to shed tears. A red light flickered behind the broken wall 50 meters away. Chen Mu moved close to the wall, the safety of his M1911 pistol already disengaged. The system scan suddenly displayed a prompt. Dawn, signal source detected, distance 127 meters. Activate base communication module. His finger hovered over the control button for the tactical goggles. 3 days ago in the abandoned hospital, he found a bloodstained note in the white coat of a mutated doctor. It read in code, Contact Dawn requires activation of the hidden system module. 2 hours ago, in a voice message, the male voice said, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Now the system is proactively prompting him, which is clearly not a coincidence. Activation. A pale blue data stream appeared before my eyes, and a set of frequency codes jumped on my retina, 405.25 to 405.75 MHz. Chen Mu took out the radio clipped to his waist and adjusted the frequency. His fingertips brushed against the scratch on the fuselage that he had carved himself, a mark left by the bear's claws during the fight against the ironback bear last week. Identifying identity. Please remain still. The voice in the headphones sounded more mechanical than before, like rusty gears grinding together. A chill ran down Chen Mu's neck. He could hear his own heartbeat drowning out the howling of the night wind. 3 seconds later, the iron gate 100 meters ahead emitted a dull thud, and the rusty gate slowly lifted, revealing a passage just wide enough for one person to pass through. Suddenly, Xiaohei darted out of the darkness, placed its front paws on his leg, and its nose twitched rapidly. The wild dog's tail drooped, and the whimper in its throat turned into a low growl, a warning sound it made when facing Flameclaw. Keep an eye on Xiaoyun. Chen Mu bent down and touched its ear. Don't let her cause trouble. Xiaohei stared at him for 3 seconds, then turned and ran back to Tang Xiaoyun's side. The girl was crouching behind the truck, loading bullets into a shotgun by the light of a flashlight. Hearing the noise, she looked up and met the wet eyes of a stray dog. The air in the passageway had a metallic smell, and Chen Mu's tactical goggles automatically switched to infrared mode. Where the cement on the wall has peeled off, you can vaguely see dark red spray paint. X. 7 Project Team Restricted Area. Non-experimental subjects are prohibited from entering. His fingers unconsciously tapped the M1911 pistol at his waist. 3 months ago, in the basement of the gun shop, he had found an old ledger, the last page of which was written in red pen. X. 7 Experiment Subject 01. December 15th, 2024. As Chen Mu passed through the last door, his breath caught in his throat. This isn't a command center for any shelter. It's more like a laboratory. The screen on the wall flickered with a ghostly blue light, and its interface layout was almost identical to his system panel. Weapon modification tree, material warehouse, skill cooldown bar, and even the points display in the upper right corner used the same font. The central screen suddenly lit up, and a synthesized mechanical voice echoed in the empty room. Welcome back, experiment code 01. Chen Mu's pupils contracted violently. His fingers instinctively gripped the handle of the M1911 pistol, the sweat from his palms making the handle slightly slippery. For the past 3 months, he thought the system was a cheat code, but now it seems more like a tracker. Drop. I heard a metallic scraping sound behind me. Chen Mu turned around abruptly. The door he had just entered through was slowly closing, cutting off the light that had been seeping in through the crack, and darkness instantly enveloped the entire room. Just before the alarm blared overhead, he heard a buzzing sound from the screen. A certain intuition made him look up, and suddenly a bright blue light shone, revealing a blurry image on the screen. It was a man in a white coat. His face was obscured by shadows, with only half of his mouth visible. Chen Mu could make out the shape of his lips as they opened and closed. You think this is the beginning? In the darkness, the cold light from the screen reflected off Chen Mu's tense jaw. His thumb disengaged the safety of the M1911 pistol, while his other hand fumbled for the emergency light switch on the tactical eyepiece. Just as the light was about to come on, the screen suddenly emitted a blinding white light, and then the entire room was plunged into complete darkness. Only the afterimage on the screen still flickered on his retina, like a thumbtack pressed into his skin. Chen Mu had clearly seen the badge pinned to the man's white coat. Is the logo of Hunter Fire Gun Model Shop. Chapter 30 Fragments of Memory. The truth begins to emerge. In the dimly lit room, the screen suddenly lit up, and the blurry image seized Chen Mu's mind like a ghost. Tactical uniform control panel, and that face that looked remarkably like his own. Experimental subject, G01 has adapted to system integration and entered the actual combat simulation phase. The cold narration, each word like a heavy hammer, slammed into Chen Mu's heart. In an instant, his heart pounded wildly like an out-of-control drumbeat. In his mind, countless fragmented images rushed in. The piercing sound of gunfire shattered the silence. A violent explosion kicked up clouds of dust, and a finger stained with scarlet blood trembled as it pressed a cold start button. These fragments of memory, both strange and familiar, carried a suffocating pain. I am not a real pre-apocalyptic human. An absurd yet incredibly clear thought exploded in his mind like a thunderbolt. I am an experimental subject? This realization terrified and chilled him more than any zombie's roar, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. Just as Chen Mu was almost stunned by this sudden truth, the system's emotionless electronic voice rang out again, breaking the silence. Warning! Unauthorized access attempt detected. Base defense mechanism to be triggered. Before he finished speaking, several cracks suddenly appeared in the metal walls around the room, and small automatic turrets, flashing dangerous red lights, slowly emerged from them, their dark muzzles locking onto Chen Mu. Damn it! Chen Mu's pupils shrank sharply, and a strong sense of crisis instantly snapped him out of his shock. Almost instinctively, he leaped and rolled, his body moving with the agility of a cheetah to the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense beam of energy whistled past his back, leaving a charred mark where he had just stood, and a pungent, burnt smell filled the air. Xiaohei, get ready. Chen Mu roared, his mind racing as he gave the command to the modified shotgun on his wrist, which was now emitting a ghostly glow. Enter overload mode. Command confirmed. Overload mode activated. The shotgun's mechanical prompt was concise and clear. Several dark blue energy patterns suddenly lit up on the gun barrel, emitting a hum that seemed unable to bear the strain, and a violent energy fluctuation quickly condensed at the muzzle. Chen Mu took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as lightning, and precisely locked onto an inconspicuous energy node near the main control panel of the room. That was the weak point of the entire defense system. The instant the turret adjusted its firing angle, he yanked the trigger. Boom! With a deafening roar, a dazzling blue arc of electricity mixed with a destructive energy beam erupted and struck the energy node with pinpoint accuracy. The powerful shockwave from the explosion shattered the control panel into pieces, sending sparks flying everywhere. Almost simultaneously, those turrets that had been rotating flexibly seemed to have been ripped from their souls. The red light from their muzzles dimmed. They drooped limply, and they were instantly paralyzed. However, the crisis was not over. On the destroyed control console screen, the remaining images flickered a few times before a new message appeared with difficulty. Authentication failed. Privilege downgrade. Force execution. Cleanup protocol. Elimination protocol. Chen Mu's heart tightened. This term made him sense an even stronger aura of death than the turret's sweeping earlier. Meanwhile, deep within the base, a series of heavy, rhythmic metallic scraping sounds and the clicking of hydraulic systems activating emanated, as if some colossal entity was awakening from its slumber, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The sound grew closer, carrying a chilling sense of oppression. Chen Mu skelp timglet. Little Black, that magnificent mutated warhorse, had already sensed the anomaly within the base. It pawed restlessly outside the tightly closed alloy gate, occasionally letting out a low whinny, its amber eyes filled with vigilance. When Chen Mu's figure appeared at the end of the passage, Xiaohei let out a joyful low growl. "Let's go." Chen Mu didn't have time to explain further. He grabbed the emergency backpack that he had left at the door and nimbly flipped over and jumped onto Xiaohei's broad back. "Giddy up." He suddenly spurred the horse. Little Black understood, and with all four hooves propelling it forward like an arrow, instantly leaving the alloy gate behind. A man and a horse sped through the dimly lit underground passage, kicking up a cloud of dust. Behind him, the heavy footsteps, as heavy as a collapsing mountain, grew clearer and clearer. Each step seemed to strike Chen Mu's heart, making his blood surge. That was a sound that no human could make. It was more like some kind of heavy weapon of war rolling across the ground, sending debris flying and making the entire passage tremble. "Escape. We must get out of this damn base as soon as possible." Chen Mu lay prone on the horse's back, the wind whipping across his cheeks, bringing a slight sting. He glanced back. The darkness churned deep within the passage, and he could vaguely see two enormous red dots, like the eyes of a ferocious beast ready to devour him, locked onto him. Just when he was on the verge of life and death, his old smartphone in his pocket suddenly vibrated again. Chen Mu felt a chill run down his spine. At this critical juncture, any abnormality could be fatal. He suppressed the immense pressure coming from behind him, gripping the reins tightly with one hand while struggling to pull his phone out of his pocket with the other. A newly received, encrypted email popped up on the screen. The sender was unknown. The email subject line contained only a few words. "Don't trust any system. We are your true allies." Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. An ally? In this apocalyptic world, where there's almost nothing but betrayal and conspiracy, are there still so-called allies? He instinctively reached for the email to check its contents, his finger hovering above the screen, but the terrifying footsteps behind him grew closer and closer, like a death knell. Chapter 31, A Choice of Trust, The Shadow of Betrayal. Before Chen Mu could catch his breath, his phone vibrated twice more in his pocket. His running pace paused slightly, his right hand touching the scorching metal casing through his tactical pants. His Adam's apple bobbed. The title of that email felt like a needle pricking his retina, and even the vibration frequency carried a sense of oppression. Xiaohei suddenly slowed down, its front paws leaving two shallow marks on the ground, and turned its head to growl at him. By the light of the emergency light, Chen Mu glimpsed the wild dog's ears sticking back like airplane ears, its pupils shrinking to slits, a sign that it sensed danger. He patted Xiaohei's back with one hand, while his other hand pulled the phone out half an inch, his thumb quickly swiping across the unlock button. The moment the email text popped up, Chen Mu's temples throbbed. The attached surveillance screenshot, though grainy with static, was breathtakingly clear. In the center of the image was the counter of his most familiar Hunter fire gun model shop, where an M1911 model in a glass display case was covered in a thin layer of dust, and he himself was slumped over the counter, with dried bloodstains on the back of his neck. That was the first scene he witnessed upon waking up after transmigrating. But what froze his blood the most was the bottom right corner of the image. A figure in a black hoodie stood in the shadows, half of his face hidden under the brim of the hood, but a bluish-gray scale pattern could be seen on his wrist. Damn it! Chen Mu's fingers almost crushed the phone as memories suddenly surged back. 3 days ago, when he woke up in the gun shop, there were indeed gunshots in the original owner's memory fragments. A hooded robber kicked open the glass door, and the original owner rushed over to protect the shop assistant, experiencing the excruciating pain of a bullet piercing his back. After being bound to the system, he thought it was just an ordinary robbery. But now, looking at the photo again, the scales peeking out from the hoodie's cuffs are exactly the same as the tissue patterns on the wounds of the mutated soldiers he saw at the base yesterday. Woof! Little Black suddenly bit his trouser leg and yanked hard. The moment Chen Mu looked up, he heard the buzzing of a propeller overhead, like a giant mosquito skimming across the roof. He instinctively dragged the stray dog around the corner, and a damp, musty smell hit them. It was the entrance to an abandoned drainage pipe, with an iron fence half hanging on the wall, revealing a gap large enough for a person and a dog to squeeze through. Go in. Chen Mu bent down and lifted Xiao Hei's belly, ignoring the bloody scratches left on his arm by the wild dog's claws. Once the two squeezed into the pipe, they discovered that it was filled with half a foot of sewage, and the stench was so strong that they couldn't open their eyes. The sound of the propellers above grew closer and closer. Chen Mu crouched down against the pipe wall and could feel Xiao Hei's body heat seeping into his palm through its wet fur. The wild dog's tail was tightly wrapped around his wrist, a habitual gesture it used to comfort its owner. Drop! When the infrared beam swept across the pipe opening, Chen Mu's breath seemed to freeze. He looked at the red light cast by the beam of light on the surface of the sewage, and recalled the scanning patterns of the turrets in the base. His Adam's apple bobbed. It's a drone from the Dawn base. 3 days ago, he had just helped the base repair 3 generators, and they promised to provide him with a safe zone. Now that he thought about it, all that enthusiastic material support and the arsenal that was opened up were probably just to lure him into a trap. The phone was getting hot in his palm. He looked down and glanced at the signature at the end of the email, X7. The system hasn't issued any notification sound since just now, and even the scanning function is stuck, as if it's been blocked by some program. Chen Mu ran his thumb along the edge of the tactical goggles, where scorch marks from the base explosion still clung. The system has been targeted. He whispered. Xiao Hei's ears twitched, and it licked the blood from the back of his hand. Once the drone's roar had completely subsided, Chen Mu pulled out a tactical flashlight and shone it deep into the pipe. The beam of light swept across the moss-covered wall, illuminating an iron ladder 10 meters away that led directly to the ground. He patted Xiao Hei's head. Let's go find supplies. The stray dog immediately shook off the water, put its front paws on the iron ladder, and held its tail straight up, a sign that it was safe. The system finally restored some of its functions, and a scanning prompt sounded in the headset. 300 meters ahead, Research Building B, 87% probability of an ammunition box. When Chen Mu climbed onto the ground through the broken bricks, it was already dusk, and the setting sun dyed the glass curtain wall of the Research Building blood red. He moved close to the wall, his tactical boots avoiding all the reflective shards of glass, until he saw a half-open safe in a third-floor window, fresh prime marks on a lock cylinder, indicating someone had just been there. Click! Just as Chen Mu's fingers touched the safe door, the system suddenly issued a sharp alarm. Biothermal source approaching, 5 meters away. He drew his enhanced M1911 from his waist, but the barrel stopped when he saw what was inside the safe. Not ammunition, but a stack of handwritten notes with X7 project log written in red ink on the cover. On December 15, 2024, the virus sample exhibited abnormal characteristics, and experimental subject 09 began secreting silicon-based tissue. March 7, 2025, consciousness transfer device test successful at the cost of host physical collapse rate increasing to 93%. On June 20, 2025, the Black Moon arrived with a global infection rate of 70%. Our gift has finally been delivered. Chen Mu's pupils contracted sharply. On the last page of his notebook was a photo a man in a white coat holding a stray dog wearing only a collar, with the sign for Shuwang Biological Laboratory in the background. The dog's fur was exactly the same color as the little black dog at his feet, which was nudging his trouser leg with its nose. You shouldn't have come here. The fine hairs on the back of his neck stood on end instantly. Chen Mu turned around with lightning speed, and the M1911's crosshair locked onto the source of the sound. A man in a leather jacket stood in the shadows, with a scar on his left cheek that ran from his brow bone to his jaw. It was Wang Ba, who had saved him in the safe zone 3 days ago. At this moment, the other party was holding a modified revolver, the barrel of which was 3 centimeters longer than the ordinary model, and the muzzle was pointed directly at Chen Mu's heart. Brother Wang. Chen Mu's voice was deep and heavy, like a stone pressing down on it. He quietly pressed the hammer's safety with his thumb. I saved your daughter. Wang Ba's finger trembled slightly on the trigger, his scar contorting with his expression. So you shouldn't have known. He stared at the notebook in Chen Mu's hand. Some truths. Knowing them too early will only hasten your death. Chen Mu's gaze swept over the window behind Wang Ba, where half of the Dawn base's armband hung. He slowly raised his hands, and the M1911 fell to the ground with a clang, but he caught a piece of broken glass with his toe. Suddenly, Xiao He blocked his way, letting out a low growl, the fur on the back of its neck standing on end. The wind blew in through the broken window, lifting the corner of Wang Ba's clothes to reveal the X7 badge hanging at his waist. Chen Mu stared at the badge, then suddenly laughed. So X7 is you? Wang Ba's pupils suddenly contracted. The next second, the buzzing of a drone came from outside the window. Wang Ba's finger tightened on the trigger, and Chen Mu's toes suddenly exerted force. In the pain of shards of glass cutting his palm, he saw a flash of muzzle flash from Wang Ba's gun, heard the whistling of a bullet tearing through the air, and Xiao Hei's body suddenly slammed into his waist, throwing him against the desk next to him. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the abandoned research building, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Chen Mu's back slammed against the corner of the table. In the instant his vision went black, he saw Wang Ba turn and rush towards the window, while Xiao Hei was lying beside him, blood gushing from the bullet hole in its hind leg, the bullet that should have hit his heart. Little Black. Chen Mu rushed over and picked up the stray dog, his tactical uniform soaked with warm blood. The wild dog licked his chin, wagged its tail twice, and suddenly pricked up its ears. A dense sound of footsteps came from afar, mixed with the hum of machinery, sounding exactly like the commotion of that metal behemoth in the base. Wang Ba's voice drifted in through the window, tinged with urgency. Go to the old power plant. Take the dog. When Chen Mu looked up, he only saw the other person's back disappear into the sunset. He took out a first aid kit and pressed it on Xiao Hei's wound, but blood gushed out through his fingers. The system suddenly resumed its alert tone, blaring in his ears. Large number of mechanical life forms detected approaching. Immediate evacuation recommended. The sewage pipe entrance is downstairs. Chen Mu gritted his teeth and hoisted Xiao Hei onto his shoulder. The red light from his tactical goggles illuminated the wild dog's pale gums. He could hear his own heart pounding, mixed with the increasingly close thump, thump of footsteps, the sound of metal paws striking the ground. The moment he carried Xiao Hei into the pipe, a sharp metallic screeching sound came from behind him, and the iron gate at the pipe entrance was twisted and deformed by the impact. Chen Mu ran wildly along the pipe, splashing sewage high into the air, and the weight in his arms grew lighter and lighter. He took out his phone. X7's emails were still on the screen. Inside the small black collar, a silver chip had appeared, bearing the same experiment number as in the notes. X7-001. Hang in there, Chen Mu whispered in the stray dog's ear. I'll take you home. The roar of water echoed from deep within the pipe, while further away, the aftershocks of the gunshots still reverberated, mingling with the approaching rumble of machinery, much like the drum beats of a countdown. Chapter 32, Surviving the Bloodbath, a terrifying experience in the dark alley. The musty smell mixed with the smell of rust from the sewage pipes wafted into Chen Mu's nostrils. His tactical boots splashed up murky water with every step he took on the puddles. The little black cat in his arms curled up in a ball, its warm blood seeping through his tactical uniform and into his skin, like a red-hot iron branding his waist and abdomen. The system notification was still ringing in his head. Mechanical life form 80 meters away. Evacuation recommended. But as soon as he rounded the third bend, he saw Wang Ba's shadow emerge from the shadows of the pipe, the X7 badge on his waist gleaming coldly under the eerie blue emergency light. Stop! Wang Ba's voice was like a shard of ice, his right hand already on the Browning pistol at his waist. Chen Mu stopped in his tracks, his throat tightening. 3 hours ago, this old homeless man was squatting in the corner of the base's kitchen, handing him hot soup in a chipped enamel mug, saying, "This kerosene is mixed with diesel. It's most effective at burning zombie brains." At this moment, the other person's shoulder line was taut, and his index finger was on the trigger guard. It was a standard tactical guard position, exactly the same as the diagram he had drawn in the Modern Firearms Tactics Manual. You knew all along. Chen Mu stared at the badge on Wang Ba's waist. Suddenly, Xiao Hei in his arms let out a low howl, and the blood from the wound soaked his palm again. He could hear his heart pounding against his ribs, each beat faster than the last. "You've been keeping an eye on me ever since the day you gave me the kerosene." Wang Ba slowly pushed the hammer up, the metallic scraping sound particularly clear in the pipes. "You shouldn't have rummaged through the cabinets in that lab." His gaze swept over the tactical bag on Chen Mu's chest, which contained the experimental logs stolen from the third floor of the research building. X7 stuff, you can't touch it. Chen Mu's molars ached from clenching them. 3 hours earlier, he overheard 2 guards chatting in the ventilation duct of the research building, saying that Subject 001 broke free of its restraints last night. Connecting this with the chip in the little black collar, he should have guessed that this stray dog was not picked up from the ruins by him, but was deliberately placed next to him. So that shot was aimed at me. His left hand stealthily reached for his tactical belt, where 2 modified flashbangs were clipped. "Just now in the research building, you were going to kill me." Originally, Wang Ba's gun barrel dipped slightly, sweeping over the dog in Chen Mu's arms, but it took a bullet for you. His Adam's apple bobbed. Once an X7 test subject recognizes its host, it will protect the host with its life. That's their programming. Chen Mu felt as if an ice pick had pierced the back of his neck. Xiao Hei shielded him from the bites of mutated rats last month and retrieved a magazine that had fallen into a pile of corpses 3 days ago. It turned out that none of this was a coincidence. It was an instruction engraved in the chip. He looked down at the dog in his arms. Little Black was gently licking his wrist with its tongue, its tail sweeping a wet trail across his palm. It didn't look mechanical at all. "Where are they?" Chen Mu's voice trembled. "The ones who created you." Wang Ba suddenly raised the muzzle of his gun, the sights fixed firmly on Chen Mu's forehead. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." His index finger began to exert force. "You know too much." The whistling sound of bullets cutting through the air preceded the sound of gunfire. Chen Mu's body reacted faster than his brain. This was an instinct brought about by the system's bullet time skill. He saw Wang Ba's eyelashes twitch, saw the bullet graze his tactical armor on his shoulder, and explode into a string of sparks on the concrete wall behind him. A burning pain surged up from his shoulder. He rolled behind a rusty support pillar and reached behind him to pull out a flashbang. A veteran? Chen Mu pulled down the sleeve of his tactical uniform and pressed it against the wound. Blood immediately soaked through the fabric. Your hand holding the gun is as steady as a machine. Wang Ba's footsteps splashed in the puddles. "I was a reconnaissance soldier for 10 years. He stopped 5 meters away from the support pillar, but now I'm just a gatekeeper for X7. Chen Mu activated Eagle Eye, and Wang Ba's movement trajectory in his field of vision was broken down into green light trails. The system analyzes every detail of the opponent's movements, the location of their steps, the rhythm of their breathing, and the strength with which they grip the gun. He glimpsed a rusted vent at the top of the pipe, just the right diameter to crawl through. It was the emergency exit he had identified during the environmental scan. "Why are they chasing me?" Chen Mu deliberately raised his voice, his fingers gripping the flashbang pin. "Just because I fixed a few broken guns?" Wang Ba's light trail suddenly became disordered. Chen Mu saw his pupils contract and knew he had hit a nerve. "You think the system fell from the sky?" Wang Ba's voice suddenly became hoarse. "It's an experiment of X7, just like this dog." Xiao Hei suddenly broke free from Chen Mu's arms and limped towards Wang Ba. Chen Mu seized the opportunity to pull the pin on the flashbang, and a bright white light exploded inside the pipe. He heard Wang Ba's muffled groan, heard the sound of dog paws scratching the ground, and then suddenly leaped up and grabbed the steel bars at the edge of the ventilation shaft. The moment the night wind rushed into his collar, Chen Mu almost fell over. He braced himself against the cement platform with one hand and pulled Xiao Hei up with the other. The stray dog's blood dripped onto the back of his hand, burning him and making him tremble. Looking back at the pipe opening, Wang Ba was squatting on the ground, covering his eyes, with his Browning pistol lying at his feet. When the old man looked up, Chen Mu saw tears in the corners of his eyes. Go. Don't come back. Chen Mu carried Xiao Hei and rushed into the shadows at the alley entrance. He found an abandoned newsstand, squatted down, and tore open a first aid kit to treat the dog's wounds. The bullet pierced through the hind leg muscle, but didn't break the bone. The system scan results relieved him. Little Black licked his fingertips, and its tail began to wag slightly again, as if to say, I'm fine. My phone vibrated at that moment. Chen Mu pulled it out. The screen was blindingly bright. It was a new text message with no number displayed, only a line of blood-red text. Your next step is to go underground. He looked up and gazed across the street. The street lights were long gone. Only the green sign at the subway entrance could be seen glowing faintly in the night, like an open eye. Chapter 33, Underground Mystery, Shadowy Stealth. Chen Mu's thumb hovered over the phone screen for 3 seconds. The blood-red text message stung his pupils, and the green sign at the subway entrance glowed eerily in the night, just like the reddened corners of Wang Ba's eyes when he said X7 experiment. Little Black's tail was still gently brushing against the back of his hand, and faint red bloodstains seeped from his bandaged hind leg. He looked down and touched the stray dog's ear. The system scan showed that it needed at least 6 hours of rest. It was too dangerous to go underground with an injury. Stay here. He broke the compressed biscuits from the inside of his tactical vest in half and placed them on the metal shelf of the newsstand. Little Black immediately picked up half a piece, but then rubbed its wet nose against his palm, letting out a low whimper. As Chen Mu stood up, the wild dog's paw hooked onto his trouser leg, the force as light as a falling leaf. I'll be right back. He crouched down to its eye level, his voice softening. If you smell danger, run in the opposite direction, understand? Little Black tilted its head, its tail tapping out small drum beats on the ground. As Chen Mu turned around, he heard the sound of claws scratching at the metal behind him, but he didn't dare to turn around. He was afraid he would waver. The subway station steps were covered with a thin layer of ice, and his footsteps made a soft cracking sound. The beam of the tactical flashlight cleaved through the darkness, and the smells of mildew and rust filled his nostrils. The advertising light boxes on both sides of the track were all shattered, leaving only some colorful fragments stuck in the glass shards. A system notification suddenly sounded in his mind, the electronic voice even hoarser than usual. High-intensity electromagnetic signals detected 300 meters underground, abnormal biological activity frequency. He touched the reinforced M1911 pistol at his waist, the anti-slip texture on the grip digging into his palm. This gun helped him survive 3 zombie hordes, but now it reminded him of what Wang Ba said. The system is an experiment. Could it be that he had been targeted ever since he picked up the first M1911? Thick vines, about the size of a bowl, entwine the tracks, and mycelium covers the sleepers like white frost. Chen Mu slowed his pace, and Eagle Eye automatically activated, breaking down the shadows in his field of vision into green light trails. After walking 200 meters, the beam of light suddenly swept across something. A mummified corpse was stuck in the gap of the track. The corner of the white coat was entangled in vines, and the X7 symbol printed on the chest had faded to a light blue, exactly the same as the symbol drawn in blood on the wall of the Dawn base. He crouched down and used his tactical knife to pry open the skin of the mummified corpse's wrist, revealing pale purple veins underneath. Completely different from the zombies infected with the brain-eating virus. System scan. His voice sounded a little nervous. The target died approximately 30 days ago, and fragments of an alien virus remained in his body, with 92% homology to the initial strain of the Black Moon incident. Chen Mu got goosebumps on the back of his neck. 30 days ago was the day he awakened the system. He recalled the look in Wang Ba's eyes when he said, just like this dog, and the electronic voice in his mind when the system was first activated. 87% compatibility detected, initiating the binding process. The vine suddenly made a crisp sound. He looked up sharply, the beam of light sweeping across the tunnel ceiling, where there was a fresh scratch mark and concrete debris was still falling. 300 meters ahead, the The metal sign on the emergency exit gleamed coldly under the beam of light. The scratch marks on the ground in front of the door were more numerous, with claws as long as an adult's index finger, deeply embedded in the cement. Chen Mu pulled out his shotgun, and bullet time automatically activated. The flow of time in his field of vision slowed down, and he could see his breath condensing into slowly dissipating mist droplets in midair. The moment the door was opened, a stench of decay hit us. He slipped in sideways, the beams sweeping across the wall. A stack of documents lay on the control panel, the top cover reading X7 Project Experiment Log. On March 12, 2025, the analysis of the extraterrestrial meteorite fragments was completed, and the virus sample G01 was successfully activated. On April 5th, G01 showed self-awareness, and its gene sequence had a 99.7% overlap with that of human volunteer Chen Mu. On May 20th, the system binding program test failed, and experimental subject G01 escaped. Chen Mu's hands were trembling. The last page is a blurry photograph. On the yellowed photographic paper, a young man wearing the work clothes of the Hunter Fire Gun model shop is wiping an M1911 with his head down, something he did every day before he transmigrated. Memories suddenly felt like a piece of film being torn apart. He saw people in white coats approaching with syringes in hand, saw meteorite fragments floating in glass jars, and saw himself crawling on the lab floor, letting out inhuman roars. Bite! The system notification startled him so much that he almost dropped the file. A pale blue screen unfolded before him, the text somewhat blurry. Detection of G-Series gene lock activation request. Accept. Activation will unlock the ultimate skill, but may trigger. Heavy footsteps came from outside the door. Once, twice. It was as if something was dragging a metal chain, making the files on the console rattle with every step. Chen Mu quickly turned off the flashlight and pressed his back against the cold wall. In the darkness, he could hear his own heart pounding and the sound of something wet scraping against the crack in the door. The system notification was still flashing, and the last line of text was half obscured by shadow. He stared at the screen, his atoms apple bobbing. Activation meant he might become G01 in the experiment log. Deactivation meant the footsteps of that thing outside the door were already close at hand. Click! The sound of the door lock being forced open. Chen Mu touched the trigger of the shotgun, and bullet time condensed into a green spot in his eyes. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened, the pupils shrinking into two vertical lines, like two clusters of dancing blood flames. Chapter 34 Genetic Key, Crack in the Truth. Chen Mu's temples throbbed. In bullet time, every tremor of the mutated beast's pupils contracting was magnified infinitely. His shadow was reflected in those scarlet vertical pupils, like two red-hot iron rods, branding his nerves inch by inch. A half-human-sized body lay prone on the concrete ground, the protruding joints of the bones gleaming with a bluish-gray hue, the limbs long and slender like steel whips, and most terrifying of all was its face. Where the bridge of the nose should have been, there were 3 slits, and compound eye-like organs glowed with a ghostly blue fluorescence, each small eye slowly rotating as if scanning something. It didn't pounce immediately. Its front paws scraped the ground with a harsh screech, and a buzzing sound like electricity emanated from its throat, as if it were waiting for some kind of command. 98% matching rate of G-Series genes detected. Unlock source code agreement. The system prompt was sharper than usual, and the screen flickered in front of Chen Mu's eyes, with a blood-red warning box around the edges of the text. His fingers unconsciously gripped the shotgun handguard, his knuckles turning white. Every line in the experimental log suddenly exploded in my mind. The gene sequence overlaps with human volunteer Chen Mu by 99.7%, and system binding program test failed. Experimental subject G01 escaped. So the so-called time travel was nothing but a lie about memories being altered? He wasn't an outsider with memories of his past life, but rather a clone cultivated in a laboratory? No. Chen Mu's throat tightened, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. I am Chen Mu, the owner of the Hunter Fire Gun shop. He said this to the air, as if he were trying to convince himself. The system screen suddenly flickered violently, its pale blue color instantly turning a glaring scarlet. Illegal denial of core protocol, forced cleanup procedure about to be triggered. A metallic, rumbling sound came from overhead. The moment Chen Mu looked up, concrete blocks from the ceiling crashed down, and a cold-looking mechanical arm burst through the ceiling. The syringe at its end was as long as an adult's forearm, with a drop of bluish liquid at its tip. As it dripped, it left a long, thin trail in the air. The instant the liquid hit the ground, blue smoke rose from the ground, corroding a black hole the size of a bowl. Damn it! Chen Mu instinctively rolled over, the shotgun already raised to his shoulder. In bullet time, he saw the trajectory of the robotic arm. It stabbed diagonally into his heart through the gap in the ceiling. The moment the trigger was pulled, the butt of the gun slammed heavily against his shoulder, and 12 steel balls tore through the air with a deafening roar. The mechanical arm snapped in half, spraying out dark yellow hydraulic oil from a break. The syringe hit the spot where he had just been, and the blue liquid splattered on the wall, hissing as it melted and left a charred hole. The mutant beast's chances come. The blue light in its compound eyes suddenly surged, and the muscles in its hind limbs bulged like cast iron, bringing with them a gust of foul wind. Chen Mu's bullet time automatically overclocked, and you could even see the saliva condensing at the tips of its front paws. The saliva dripping onto the ground even corroded tiny pits. He spun and rolled to the side, his back slamming heavily against the edge of the control panel. A dull pain shot through his ribs, but he used the force to hold the shotgun horizontally in front of his chest. "Little Black," he hissed. A short, drawn-out sob came from the corner. The stray dog that always followed him around had somehow circled around to the side of the mutated beast, its glossy fur gleaming darkly in the shadows. It arched its back, a threatening growl rumbling from its throat, and its right paw dug shallow marks in the ground, a restraining signal they had practiced beforehand. The mutated beast's compound eyes turned towards Little Black, its front paws hovering in midair, trembling slightly, as if weighing its attack target. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Mu flipped over, grabbed the metal support on the edge of the control panel, and jumped up, landing at the doorway of the inner room. Behind the door was a narrow passage. He remembered there was an old-fashioned terminal there when he scanned the area earlier, which might provide more clues. Awoo! The mutated beast let out a shriek and abandoned Little Black to chase after him. Chen Mu swung his pistol backhand, the M1911 bullet grazing the back of the mutated beast's ear and sparking against the wall. This wasn't an attack, but a feint. The mutated beast indeed stopped, its compound eyes locking onto the spinning pistol, while Chen Mu had already slipped into the inner room and slammed the door shut behind him. The metal door creaked open, and scratching sounds came from outside. Chen Mu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to look at the terminal. The machine's casing was rusty, but the screen was unexpectedly lit, with a green cursor jumping on the black screen, as if waiting for input. He tore the tactical rope around his waist, used the tip of his knife to pry open the back cover of the terminal, revealing the messy wiring inside. As a gunsmith, he was more skilled at disassembling machinery than most people. Beep! The moment the connection was established, the screen suddenly lit up with a blinding white light. Chen Mu squinted, and a glint of light remained on his retina. When his vision returned, he saw himself in the image. In the picture, Chen Mu is wearing a white coat and standing in front of a huge glass cabin. A dark purple meteorite fragment floated in the glass chamber, its surface swirling with strange patterns. He raised his hand and pressed the red button on the control panel. A mechanical voice sounded off-screen. Subject G01. Initiate the virus fusion program. No. Chen Mu took a half step back, his back pressed against the cold wall. The he in the picture turned his face, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That smile was devoid of warmth, like a puppet being controlled by some force. As the camera zoomed in, he saw his own pupils, the same blood-red vertical pupils as the mutated beast outside the door. "You think you're the savior?" A familiar voice came from the terminal, and Chen Mu looked up abruptly. The voice was exactly the same as his, but it had a metallic echo, as if it had been altered. "You are the beginning of destruction, G01. Bang! The loud crash as the metal door was slammed open sent a chill down Chen Mu's spine. The mutated beast's forepaws had already reached in, and the blue light in its compound eyes almost burned his skin. He grabbed the metal wrench from the terminal and smashed it, then turned and rushed toward the safety door at the other end of the corridor. There was a ventilation duct there, the escape route he had marked during his scan. Little Black darted past his feet and nudged his calf with its head. Chen Mu bent down and hugged it, feeling its heartbeat as fast as a drum. As the security door gradually came into focus, he drew his tactical knife from his waist and cut the chain on the door. Bite! My phone suddenly vibrated in my pocket. Chen Mu didn't have time to check. The moment he kicked open the security door, the wind blew in sand and gravel from the wasteland, and the roars of zombies came from afar. He glanced back at the underground facility one last time. The terminal screen was still lit, and himself in the image was raising his hand, his fingertip pointing at the camera, as if to say, "You can't escape." The phone is still vibrating. Chen Mu took out his phone, and the moment the screen lit up, he glimpsed an unread text message. Coordinates of the ammunition supply point. 30 degrees, 15 minutes north, 120 degrees, 47 minutes east. The roars of the mutated beasts were almost within reach. Chen Mu stuffed his phone into the inner layer of his tactical vest, picked up Xiao He, and rushed into the swirling yellow sand. The wind rushed into his collar, and he could hear his own heart pounding and his phone vibrating rhythmically in front of his chest. The vibrations like a countdown, reminding him that the secret had only just begun to surface. Chapter 35, 3 Snipers at 100 meters. A horrifying experience in the garage. Chen Mu's tactical boots crushed through a patch of broken glass, the ear-piercing sound carrying only 3 steps in the wasteland wind before being swallowed by the yellow sand. With his back pressed against the rusty exterior wall of the convenience store, he squinted at the garage entrance 300 meters away. The red B7 sign had been half burned away, like a charred scar. His phone vibrated for the 7th time in his palm. He glanced down at the screen. The coordinates glowed with a cold, white light. Ammunition supply point. East District B, 7 underground garage. Who sent it? He rubbed his thumb against the edge of his phone. A pale blue notification popped up on his retina. Unknown signal source. Verification with caution is advised. The wind lifted the hem of his tactical vest, revealing a modified M1911 at his waist. The heat sink on the barrel still bore the scorch marks left from the last fight against the mutant dogs. Ammunition is more precious than gold in the apocalypse. He now has only 5 rounds left in his magazine, 2 of which are homemade lead-core bullets. Little Black peeked out from his arms. Its pink nose twitched, and it suddenly let out a short whimper. Chen Mu followed its gaze and saw a figure flash behind the cement block at the entrance of the garage. The oil stains on the camouflage uniform shone dark yellow in the sunlight. The system scan started instantly, and more than a dozen red dots popped up on my retina. 12 human heat sources detected, located at the entrance guard post, the 2nd floor ventilation opening, and the corner of the garage ramp. Below that was a line of smaller text. Simple trigger-activated minefield. Coverage radius 15 meters. It really was a trap. Chen Mu's Adam's apple bobbed. He crouched down and tucked Xiao He into the gap behind the convenience store counter, lightly tapping its forehead with his fingertips. "Stay put. Don't make a sound." Xiao He licked the back of his hand with its wet tongue, as if in agreement. As Chen Mu circled around to the side wall of the garage, a layer of dark red stuff stuck to the soles of his shoes, blood, which had already congealed into scabs. A system notification flashed before his eyes. Blood type. Human. Freshness 4 hours. He looked up. There was a half-open window on the 2nd floor, the cracks in the glass resembling a spiderweb. His eagle eye skill activated automatically, and red dots began to move across his retina, marking the patrol's movement. Every 72 seconds, the guard in the watchtower would patrol 15 steps to the west, and the sentry on the 2nd floor would glance down at his watch for 3 seconds. Chen Mu took a deep breath and shuffled upwards, his back scraping against the wall. The moment his fingertips gripped the windowsill, the system suddenly issued an alarm. Compatibility 89%. Quick climb assistance recommended. His calf muscles tensed abruptly, springing up like a spring. Just as his elbows braced against the windowsill, the lookout on the 2nd floor glanced down at his watch. The reflection of the metal watch flashed in Chen Mu's eyes, perfectly coinciding with the rhythm of his heartbeat. The floor creaked as he landed, and Chen Mu's body reacted before his mind could process it, pressing himself against the fire hydrant. The sounds of arguing seeped in through the ventilation ducts, mingling with the clanging of metal. "Su Lin, you'd better think this through." The man's voice was like sandpaper scraping against sheet metal. "Last time old Joe dared to disobey, I hung him on the rooftop to feed the zombies. Guess if those things will bite your face or your hand first?" Chen Mu's pupils contracted slightly. The system scanned the thermal image at the sound source. The leader's right arm gleamed coldly, a homemade mechanical prosthesis. The woman surrounded had a high ponytail and fresh marks on her wrists. Su Lin, the resistance member who had saved him 3 days ago in the abandoned supermarket, and an old man huddled in a corner, clutching a tattered map, his knuckles white. Iron Nail. Chen Mu murmured the name. Information popped up in the system database. Former Special Forces soldier, dismissed for prisoner abuse, gathered 30 people after the apocalypse, and occupied the East District using ruthless methods. At this moment, his thumb rested lightly on the hammer of the M1911, and the system indicated that remote calibration was ready, with the crosshair appearing as a red dot on his retina. I'll say it again. The mechanical arm of the Iron Nail clicked. Tonight we're going to rob the grain from the power plant. You'll lead the team. If you don't go, I'll send you down to see old Joe right now. He drew a serrated knife from his waist, the tip of which flicked a strand of Su Lin's hair. Su Lin raised her chin high, but her lips trembled. Those are women and children. Slap! The robotic arm slapped her across the face, and Su Lin crashed into the shelf, blood seeping from her forehead. The sharp tip of the nail was pressed against her throat. In my eyes, there are only those who can be used and those who cannot. Chen Mu's index finger tightened on the trigger. The first bullet pierced the glass window, precisely shattering the communicator next to Iron Nail's ear. Bang! A shard of shattered plastic grazed his earlobe, and Iron Nail whirled his head, the joints of his robotic arm emitting a screeching sound. The second bullet followed immediately, severing the nylon rope binding Su Lin's wrists. As soon as Su Lin's hands were freed, she instinctively reached for her throat, where the marks from the knife tips still remained. With the third shot, Chen Mu slightly lowered the muzzle of his gun. Iron Nail's second-in-command was reaching for the grenade at his waist, the system marker danger value 97% flashing above his head. The bullet pierced the deputy's temple, and blood splattered on the nailed tactical vest, like a red plum blossom suddenly blooming. There's an ambush, someone shouted. Gunshots rang out in the garage. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Mu leaped down the stairs, his boot heels slamming against the metal steps with a dull thud. He grabbed Su Lin and drew her in a half circle with his tactical knife. Come with me, I know the way. Su Lin's eyes widened, blood dripping from her forehead into her eyelashes. You. Now is not the time to ask. Chen Mu pulled her towards the backup passage, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw old Zhao stumbling after them and shoving the map into his hand. Behind the oil depot, the ammunition depot, the trap is on the third load-bearing pillar. The old man's fingernails were full of black mud, and his teeth chattered as he spoke. The iron gate of the passage was slammed shut behind him with a loud bang. Chen Mu kicked away the fire axe on the ground, and the system notification indicated that bullet time had been activated. His vision suddenly slowed down, and he could see the fingers of the pursuing militants pulling the triggers and count the trajectories of the bullets in the air. Reload, he shouted in a low voice, and the empty magazine fell to the ground with a clink. The moment the new magazine was chambered, 3 bullets struck the 3 men's wrists, knees, and throats respectively. The man who was shot groaned and fell to the ground. The people behind him paused, and the hand holding the gun began to tremble. Keep running. Chen Mu gave Su Lin a push. As he rounded the corner, the robotic arm of the Iron Nail smashed through the fire door. Half his face was covered in blood, and oil was leaking from the hydraulic hoses of the arm. You little brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces, he yelled. Chen Mu pulled out the modified shotgun from his back. The system indicated that shotgun, armor-piercing incendiary round, was loaded, and the runes on the barrel glowed red. The moment he pulled the trigger, the mechanical arm of the nail swung out. The shot ripped through the air and exploded in a burst of fire on the nail's right shoulder. Ah! The Iron Nail's scream shook the ceiling, causing dust to fall. His robotic arm was destroyed on the spot, revealing tangled wires and twisted gears inside. The flesh on his right shoulder was torn open, revealing his white collarbone. The remaining militants looked at each other in bewilderment. Some of them were the first to throw down their guns, kneel on the ground, and bury their heads in their hands. Chen Mu kicked away the pistol beside Tai Ding's feet, the muzzle still pointed at his forehead. Tell them to get lost. Iron Nail was sweating profusely from the pain, but he still grinned. You think getting the ammunition means you won? This garage. Shut up. Chen Mu smashed the back of his neck with the butt of his shotgun, and Tai Ding's eyes rolled back as he passed out. Su Lin tore off a piece of her clothing to bandage the wound on his forehead, her fingers still trembling. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet." Chen Mu stared at the metal door in front of him, where the ammunition depot sign had been scratched. A system notification suddenly sounded in my ear. "High-purity ammunition inventory detected. Activate priority supply protocol." His finger hovered in midair, about to confirm, when suddenly hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Chen Mu turned around abruptly, his shotgun pointed at the ventilation duct. The iron mesh at the duct opening had been pried open, and several dark figures were sliding down the ropes. The leader's tactical vest was emblazoned with an unfamiliar wolf head symbol. "New trouble," Chen Mu said in a low voice. Su Lin gripped the pistol he offered, her knuckles turning white. The metal doors of the ammunition depot gleamed coldly behind them, while footsteps in the ventilation ducts grew ever closer, like a death knell. Chapter 36. The Ventilation Pipe Horror, the Battle of the Ammunition Depot. The metallic, rattling sound from the ventilation ducts was like rusty gears gnawing at your nerves. Chen Mu pressed his back against the cold metal door of the ammunition depot, and with his left hand pushed Su Lin half an inch further into the corner. Her back was against a fire extinguisher box, and her fingertips were still gripping the handle of the M1911 pistol he had just handed her, her knuckles almost transparent white. "Breathe softly." His Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was even softer than the sound of a bullet grazing a gun barrel. The system interface floated on the retina. In the thermal image scanned by Eagle Eye, 3 orange-red spots were approaching the vent at a speed of 2 meters per second. A red warning popped up next to the first bright spot. Carrying C4 explosive, yield approximately 2 kilograms. Su Lin's eyelashes trembled slightly as her gaze swept over the fine beads of sweat behind his ears. This was the first time she had been so close to him, able to smell the faint scent of gun oil on his tactical uniform. 3 days ago at the junkyard, when this man used a modified M1911 pistol to blast away the mutant dogs chasing her, she only thought of him as a precise killing machine. Now, looking at his taut jawline, he seemed like a precision instrument calculating the optimal solution. Landing in 3 seconds. Chen Mu's thumb brushed against the trigger guard of the shotgun, and the sweat from his palm seeped into the grooves on the handle. The moment the system's bullet time was automatically activated, the world suddenly seemed to be slowed down. The edges of the vent's iron mesh curled up, and rust fell slowly like golden grains of sand. The buckle on the combat boot of the person at the front was still swaying, and the wolf head emblem on the tactical vest was peeking out half a tooth from the shadows. The first muffled thud was faster than my heartbeat. Chen Mu slightly rotated his wrist, raising the muzzle of the M1911 pistol by 5 degrees. The armor-piercing bullet tore through the air and precisely pierced the man's forehead. The blood blossoms in slow motion, like a flattened red rose. The second man had just raised his gun when a bloody hole exploded in his knee. A scream was stuck in his throat as he crashed heavily to the ground, sparks from the assault rifle splattering around Su Lin's feet. The third person's reaction was faster than Chen Mu had expected. He curled up in midair, using his tactical boots to push off the wall and roll, the explosive pack around his waist swaying in a silver arc. Su Lin suddenly raised her hand, and the tripwire between the two of them became taut. It was something she had temporarily set up with wire and flashbangs she had taken from the fire extinguisher box while Chen Mu was subduing the nail. "Now," Chen Mu whispered. In the white light of the flashbang, the third person's figure paused. Chen Mu had already closed in, and a shotgun, but he struck the back of the opponent's neck with precise force. Not fatal, but enough to make this well-trained soldier collapse to the ground. He crouched down and ripped off the other man's tactical mask, revealing a face covered in scars, with an eye patch over his left eye, the skin beneath which had an eerie bluish-gray hue. "Are they from the Scavengers Alliance?" Chen Mu used the barrel of his gun to lift the other person's tactical vest, and sure enough, the number K07 was embroidered under the wolf head insignia. 3 days ago, at the abandoned military hospital, he pulled half a piece of paper out of the mutant's stomach. It said that this alliance specialized in reselling weapon blueprints. The scarred man spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he only let out a muffled, cold laugh. Su Lin squatted down and used a dagger to pry open the other person's collar. The metal nameplate flashed under the light. The 3 engravings of K03 still bore fresh blood. Chen Mu's pupils contracted sharply as a system notification blared in his ear. Shotgun blueprint fragment association detected. Similarity 92%. His fingers practically dug into the scarred man's shoulder. Where's the blueprint? You kill me. Black blood suddenly seeped from the scarred man's eye patch, and blisters began to appear on his grayish-blue skin. Chen Mu leaned back abruptly and saw a thin crack on the man's neck, with dark purple liquid flowing out of the wound. It was a variant of the brain-corroding virus. He pulled out his tactical knife and slashed open the other man's collar, finding a microchip below his collarbone. As soon as he pulled it out, the scar man's body began to decompose rapidly. The smell of rotting flesh mixed with the stench of burning flesh, making it hard to open one's eyes. Let's go. Chen Mu grabbed Su Lin and ran back. The nails were still lying on the ground, and the wires of the robotic arm were crackling and sparking. He crouched down and tore open the other man's breastplate, pulling out a chip the size of a fingernail from a hidden compartment. The system interface immediately displayed a message. Shotgun blueprint fragment 2 has been included. Su Lin leaned closer to look and saw the light blue data stream flowing in Chen Mu's eyes, like a galaxy falling into his pupils. One chip is still missing. Chen Mu stuffed the 2 chips into his tactical chest pouch and gently pressed them down with his fingertips. Suddenly, a rumbling sound of metal scraping against the ground came from afar, as if a giant steel beast was crushing through the ruins. He pulled Su Lin up onto the abandoned forklift and looked out through the broken window. A modified armored vehicle was slowly driving into the East District, its body painted with a scarlet K, and its tracks crushing half of a billboard that read convenience supermarket. System alarms blared incessantly. Unknown hostile force detected. Weapon level assessment, B+. Avoidance recommended. Chen Mu's thumb rubbed the hammer of the M1911 pistol, the calluses on his palm brushing against the engravings on the gun. The 2 characters Hunter's Fire that he had personally carved with a file. Su Lin's hand suddenly covered his, the warmth passing through her tactical gloves. After the blueprint? Perhaps. Chen Mu's voice was as low as if it were weighed down by a block of lead. The armored vehicle stopped 30 meters away, and the hatch opened slowly with a screeching sound. The first thing to be revealed was a pair of combat boots stained with engine oil, followed by legs wrapped in tactical knee pads, and then a tactical vest embroidered with a golden wolf's head, exactly the same as the Scarman's. The last face that appeared made Chen Mu's breath catch in his throat. It was an excessively pale face, with a diagonal scar at the corner of its eye, running from its brow bone down to its jawline. He was carrying a modified Remington shotgun, with a barrel 10 centimeters longer than the standard model and barbed wire wrapped around the stock. When he looked up, Chen Mu saw the color of his pupils. Not ordinary brown or black, but a gray with a cold gleam, like the sky before a storm. Let's go. Chen Mu pressed Su Lin down a little, and a shadow of the forklift just covered the 2 of them. He could hear his own heartbeat drown out the sound of the armored vehicle's engine, and the threat level on the system interface was jumping wildly. Su Lin hooked her fingers around his tactical belt and asked softly, "Where to?" "Go find Uncle Tang." Chen Mu took out an old photo from his pocket. The edges of the photo were worn and frayed. It showed an old man in military uniform with a distinguished military industry medal on his chest. 3 days ago at the survivor camp, someone said that the old man was still alive and hiding in the abandoned military factory in the north of the city. He shoved the photo into Su Lin's hand, saying he made the best shotgun ever. The sound of metal clashing came from the armored vehicle. The gray-eyed man's voice was like a rusty gear. "Find him. Alive or dead. Find the blueprint." Chen Mu pulled Su Lin and crouched down to squeeze into the fire escape. The footsteps behind them grew closer and closer, mixed with the lingering stench of decay from the ventilation ducts, like a thin needle pricking the back of their necks. Chapter 37 Disguised Infiltration, the Scavenger's Nest. Chen Mu's tactical boots creaked as they stepped over the rusty iron gate of the military factory. Su Lin's hand, gripping the hem of his clothes, was damp with a thin layer of sweat, leaving a faint wet patch on his back. "Un sotang." Chen Mu called out into the darkness, his voice hitting the steel frame covered in cobwebs and bouncing back into his ears. The system projected a thermal image onto the retina, and in the shadow of the 3rd container on the left, there was a huddled silhouette, body temperature 36.7 degrees Celsius, heart rate 58 beats per minute, half a beat slower than normal, like a rock sunk on the seabed. Chen Mu's pupils contracted slightly as the container door was pushed open from the inside. The old man's military green overcoat was faded from washing, and there were 2 faint gold lines on the epaulets, which were the same material as the outstanding military industry medal in the photo. He held a disassembled Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in his hand, the barrel polished to a shine, reflecting Chen Mu's taut jawline. "I've been to your dad's Hunter-Fire model shop 3 times. Uncle Tang's voice was like sandpaper scraping against steel rails. "The first time was to deliver the blueprints for a replica AK-47 to your dad. The second time was to repair the stock of your cracked M16, and the third time," his cloudy eyes suddenly froze. "The third time you were 16, chasing stray dogs with a homemade water gun, the words Hunter-Fire crookedly engraved on the gun." Chen Mu took out an old photo from his tactical breast pocket. The rough edges of the photo brushed against Uncle Tang's calloused fingertips. The old man's Adam's apple bobbed, and he pulled an iron box from the inside pocket of his coat. When the lid was lifted, Chen Mu smelled the familiar gun oil smell, the same smell as the Wilson brand in his shop in his previous life. K03 nameplate. Uncle Tang picked up a scratched metal plate with tweezers. The K on the plate was polished to a shine. Old K's men, each one has a number. He stockpiled blueprints at his West District outpost, guarding them more tightly than a vault. He pulled a yellowed sketch from the bottom of the metal box, the edges stained with dark brown blood. "Forging ID tags requires K-series metal. You need to—" "I have it," Chen Mu interrupted him, lightly tapping his tactical chest pocket with his fingertip. The 2 chips that were taken from the Scarman's body 3 days ago were still warm. The system scan showed that they contained 78% nickel-chromium alloy, which was exactly the K-series metal that Uncle Tang mentioned. Su Lin suddenly tugged at his arm. Chen Mu looked down and saw her pointing to the hem of Uncle Tang's coat. There was half a barbed wire stuck there, exactly the same as the one on old K's shotgun stock. Uncle Tang followed her gaze and looked down, his thin fingers gently tugging at the wire. "The night before last, his men sneaked in, trying to steal the Type 95 improved blueprints I had hidden." He pulled open his coat, revealing a fresh knife wound on his left rib, the scabs mixed with gun oil forming a dark brown hard lump. "I used this wire to blind one of them, and he escaped." Chen Mu's Adam's apple bobbed. The system pops up a breakdown interface on the retina, and the metal composition of the 2 chips is being rapidly compared with the K-series forgery formula on the sketch. He pulled out a multi-tool from his waist, the tip of which pressed against the edge of the chip. "How long will it take?" "Half an hour." Uncle Tang turned on the welding machine against the wall. The blue arc of light illuminated the wrinkles on his face. "The system can help you break down metal, but melting and casting has to be done by hand." Chen Mu closed his eyes. System data surged in my eyes, and the chip gradually softened in my palm, like 2 pieces of toffee being squeezed until they melted. He could clearly feel the trajectory of the nickel-chromium molecules rearranging until the metal block in his palm turned the same cold gray as the K03 nameplate. Amidst the noise of the welding machine, Su Lin suddenly whispered, "Brother Mu, your hands are shaking." He lowered his head. "It is definitely shaking." It wasn't fear, it was excitement as the metal block cooled and solidified in the mold, as the 3 letters K02 clearly emerged under the engraving knife. And as Uncle Tang used acid etching solution to forge the marks of time on the card, he heard the system buzzing in his mind. "Forgery completion rate 92%, passes basic verification. Combat uniforme." Uncle Tang tossed over a tactical vest stained with engine oil, with a flame embroidered on the shoulder patch. "Old K's scavengers all wear this. The flame has to be half burnt. If it's too new, Mao will spot it." He pointed to the M1911 at Chen Mu's waist. "Hide your treasure. They only allow spare weapons." Chen Mu stuffed the M1911 into the hidden pocket on the outside of his thigh and took out the modified revolver. It was assembled 3 days ago from scrap coal parts. The barrel was 3 centimeters shorter, and the system evaluation was barely usable. Su Lin suddenly grabbed his wrist. "I'll go with you." "No." Chen Mu fastened the buckle on his tactical vest. "The outpost can only hold 1 stranger at most." He took off his tactical helmet and put it on her head. "Uncle Tang has a heavy machine gun here. You guard it." Su Lin's nails dug into her palm. When she saw Chen Mu turn around, the engravings of an M1911 were faintly visible on his tactical vest. The 2 characters Hunter's Fire were polished to a shine, like 2 beams of light that were about to burn through the darkness. The barbed wire fence at the West District outpost gleamed coldly in the twilight. Chen Mu's boot crushed half a piece of glass, the sharp sound startling 3 crows into flight. The guard's searchlight suddenly swept over, and he squinted, seeing 2 figures emerge from the guard post. Identification. The guard on the left stretched out his hand, revealing a gold wolf head embroidery on his sleeve, the same style as Old K's. The one on the right is shorter and has a bluish-purple birthmark behind his ear. Mao. Uncle Tang said that he is Old K's most capable informant, who can even use his breathing rate to deceive people. Chen Mu took out his K02 identification card. Mao's fingers suddenly gripped his wrist, her nails almost digging into his skin. Unfamiliar face. Which squad? K02 is the substitute. Chen Mu's voice was as steady as if it were made of lead. He collects scrap metal in the North District. I heard from Lao Chi the day before yesterday that they're short-handed here. He remembered Uncle Tang's instructions. Lao Chi was the squad leader who was torn apart by a zombie horde last month. Mao couldn't possibly not know that. Mao's thumb rubbed the edge of the ID card. Chen Mu could feel him counting the scratches on the cards. Uncle Tang had faked 7 with acid etching fluid, exactly the number of deaths in Old 7 squad. North District. Mao suddenly laughed, his teeth gleaming white under the searchlight. The scrap metal in the North District has long been gnawed clean. What did you pick up? 3 boxes of 5.56 cartridge cases. Chen Mu blurted out. In the projection room of the old movie theater, the zombies were huddled in the film reels, and I've burned them with incendiary bombs for half the night. He remembered that he had indeed burned a zombie hut in the North District 3 days ago, and the system had dismantled the cartridge cases for 200 points, enough to upgrade the barrel. Mao loosened his grip. He took 2 steps back and poked Chen Mu's tactical vest with the barrel of his gun. Go in. Don't touch what you shouldn't touch. The base was more like a weapons graveyard than Chen Mu had imagined. The wall was covered not only with blueprints, but also with various modified firearms. A UMP-9 with a bayonet, an AKM with a flamethrower attached, and even a double-barreled shotgun with its barrel sawed off, the stock wrapped with the same barbed wire as Old K's. In the corner, ammunition boxes were piled up like a small mountain. Chen Mu glanced at the labels on the boxes. Armor-piercing rounds, incendiary rounds, and even a few boxes of gray ammunition labeled Special. The system prompted Danger Level A. It is recommended to stay away. He moved along the wall towards the central control room. The system projects a red dot onto the retina, the 3rd layer of the safe, the location of the blueprint fragment. Chen Mu took out the master key from his tactical glove. Just as his fingertips touched the cabinet door, a chill suddenly ran down the back of his neck. Didn't any strangers come in today? Old K's voice was like a block of ice smashed into boiling water. Chen Mu turned around and saw him standing in the center of the workshop, a shotgun slung across his shoulder, the barrel gleaming coldly under the light. His gray eyes reflected the entire scene, even revealing the M1911 hidden in Chen Mu's pocket. Everyone froze. The worker assembling the machine gun loosened the wrench. The apprentice adjusting the scope forgot to breathe, and even the rat in the corner froze at the entrance of its hole. Chen Mu took a deep breath and stepped out of the shadows. He could hear his own heartbeat, 1 beat, 2 beats, overlapping with the frequency of the system alarm. Old K's gaze lingered on his face for 3 seconds. Then he suddenly laughed, the scar at the corner of his mouth twisting into a distorted line. Welcome to my world, gunsmith. He raised his shotgun, but instead of pointing it at Chen Mu, he pointed it at the safe in the control room. I heard you're looking for shotgun blueprints. I'll take you to see something better. Chen Mu's palms were damp with a thin layer of sweat. He saw that when Old K turned around, half of a silver nameplate, K01, was visible on his tactical vest, gleaming with the same cold light as his forged K02 under the lamp. Chapter 38 Street Fighting, First Appearance of Shotguns. Old K's fingers traced the barrel of the shotgun slung across his shoulder. The rustling sound of metal rubbing against skin was like a fine needle, making Chen Mu's neck ache. He could see the shimmering light in the other's gray pupils. It was a reflection of the modified guns hanging on the wall. The tip of the UMP-9 submachine gun, with a bayonet covered in dark rust, and the fuel pipe of the AKM assault rifle, with a flamethrower attached still stained with charred zombie blood. In the world of gunsmiths, steel and gunpowder are what matter. Old K suddenly kicked away the ammunition box at his feet, and half of the armor-piercing rounds rolled out. Look at these. He pointed to these special ammunition boxes piled up like a small mountain in the corner. They were dug out of the ruins of a chemical plant 3 kilometers away. They're corrosive rounds. If they touch a zombie's brain, they can melt a hole the size of a fist. Chen Mu's Adam's apple bopped. The system flashed frantically on his retina. Corrosion bomb, formula fragments detected, distance 0.8 meters. Initiate remote calibration. He secretly rubbed his right hand against the hidden pocket of his tactical vest. The miniature signal transmitter Su Lin had given him was hidden there, and he had just upgraded its transmission range yesterday, using points he had accumulated from dismantling shell casings. I heard you burned down the zombie den in the North District. Old K suddenly turned around, the muzzle of his shotgun almost touching Chen Mu's nose. Chen Mu smelled the gunpowder residue on the gun barrel, mixed with a hint of rust. He recalled the system notification sound 3 days ago when he was burning zombies in the old movie theater, indicating that the bullet casings had been disassembled. Plus 200 points, just enough to upgrade the barrel of the M1911 pistol to Tier 2. It burned for half the night. Chen Mu repeated his previous answer, his gaze sweeping over the silver nameplate exposed on Old K's tactical vest, K01, which gleamed with the same cold light as his forged K02 under the lamp. Old K's fingers suddenly landed on his shoulder, the force almost crushing his collarbone. But you didn't say what you picked up from the scorched earth after the fire. Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. The system alarm exploded in his mind. Danger level raised to orange. Target may have intelligence. He remembered what Uncle Tang said, that Old K's intelligence network could find out who urinated in the junkyard 3 days ago. But the next second, Old K suddenly laughed, his scar twisting into a strange arc. Don't be afraid. I admire gunsmiths who know how to hide their treasures. He pulled Chen Mu toward the control room. Come on, I'll show you the real treasures. The metal door of the safe made a dull thud as Old K slammed it shut. Chen Mu stared at the other person's fingers as they entered the password. The second joint of the middle finger had calluses, a mark of long-term trigger pulling. The system projects red dots onto the retina. The third layer, the location of the blueprint fragments. When Old K opened the cabinet door, Chen Mu glimpsed half a blood-stained chip lying on the bottom shelf. The system notification read, Alien experimental subject data residue, danger level S. This is what I pried out of the underground armory. Old K pulled out a roll of yellowed blueprints, which kicked up a cloud of dust as he unfolded it. A modification plan for a double-barreled shotgun, which can be loaded with buckshot, armor-piercing rounds, and even, he suddenly leaned close to Chen Mu's ear. I tried stuffing half a grenade in there, and it blew up 3 regenerative zombies. Chen Mu tapped his fingertips lightly inside his tactical glove, a signal to Su Lin, 3 short taps followed by 2 long ones, corresponding to the coordinates of the blueprint fragments. System notification. Remote calibration complete. Transmission progress 87%. He stared at the mechanical structure diagram on the blueprint, his throat tightening. Fragment I, which he found in the abandoned hospital 3 days ago. Fragment 2, which he retrieved from the corpse of a scavenger yesterday, plus this one in front of him, should be enough to synthesize. Let a mouse show you how to do it tonight. Old K closed the safe. The click of the metal door locking made Chen Mu break out in a cold sweat. Newbies always need to see blood. Otherwise, what will they use to touch my treasure? The searchlights in the abandoned neighborhoods turn on precisely at 2 a.m. Chen Mu crouched behind the overturned truck, listening to Mao's whistle echoing among the ruins. The system activated bullet time, and he could see the enemy in camouflage clothing pulling the bolt of an AK assault rifle 300 meters away, and hear the crisp metallic clang of bullets being chambered. 3, 2, 1. The moment the first bullet grazed past Chen Mu's ear, he had already reloaded. The muzzle flash of the M1911 pistol burst in the darkness, accurately striking the enemy's wrist on the left. The man screamed and flung his gun, but Chen Mu used the system's eagle eye to lock onto the enemy's knee on the right. The second shot, the third shot, and the target fell to the ground. Beautiful. Mao's voice came from the loudspeaker, but Chen Mu noticed that the other person's fingers were trembling as he gripped the short-barreled shotgun. Old K was standing on the broken wall of the second-floor ruins, a shotgun slung across his shoulder, the light spots in his gray eyes brighter than searchlights. You're using an M1911 pistol? Chen Mu wiped the gunpowder from the barrel. Old gun, just a quick fix. But old gun can't hit that kind of target. Old K's thumb rubbed the shotgun's hammer. The last one who could take out 3 targets in 30 seconds was my second in command, Old 7. He paused. 3 days ago, Old 7's body was gnawed to pieces in the North District, leaving only half a face. The system alarm sounded again. Chen Mu felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Old K was testing him, using Old 7's death to expose his lies. He gripped the M1911 pistol tightly, the barrel still warm from the previous shot. I'm better at surviving than Lao Chi. The outpost at night resembled a sleeping steel behemoth. Chen Mu crept along the wall toward the control room, his boots carefully avoiding the metal shavings on the floor. He had observed during the day that there was a thin wire under the 3rd floor tile, which was the alarm set by Mao. When he pulled out the master key, the sweat on his palms almost made it slip off. The moment the safe opened, a system notification exploded in his mind like thunder. Shotgun blueprint fragment 3 has been collected. Start the synthesis process. Chen Mu quickly stuffed the 3 fragments into the system space and tapped yes on the virtual interface. A pale blue light screen appeared before my eyes, and the double-barreled shotgun on the design drawing gradually became clear. The list of materials scrolled below: 2 steel barrels, 5 spring assemblies, 1 corrosion-resistant magazine. You were indeed stealing. Mao's voice is like a poison knife. As Chen Mu turned around, the muzzle of a short-barreled shotgun was already pressed against his chest. The searchlight had been turned on at some point, and in the cold light, Mao's eyes looked bluish-gray, exactly the same as they had been 3 days ago at the alley entrance. Old K said you're a gem. Mao tapped the hammer with his thumb. But if a gem grows a rebellious bone, it has to be smashed and recast. Chen Mu's breathing suddenly slowed down. The system's bullet time function activated automatically, allowing him to see the calluses on Mao's index finger and the gleaming buckshot bullets in the shotgun magazine. The M1911 pistol was flipped in my palm, and the first shot went astray, intentionally. Mao's gun barrel deviated by 2 inches, and Chen Mu's second shot accurately hit the opponent's wrist. Mao's shotgun slammed to the ground, the metallic clang startling the rats in the corner. Chen Mu grabbed his gun and turned to run. When Mao's howl came from behind him, Old K. He got away. In the shadows outside the wall, Su Lin's figure swayed. When Chen Mu rolled over, his tactical vest tore open, but he didn't care about the pain. System notification. Material sufficient. Begin synthesis. The humming sound of metal reconstruction rang in his ears. He could feel something growing in the system space, and a cold, hard touch came through his skin. It worked. Su Lin's voice trembled. Chen Mu took out a new gun from the system space. The twin barrels gleamed with a bluish light. The folding stock was engraved with fine anti-slip texture, and the magazine switch button shimmered silver in the moonlight. He pulled back the bolt, and a deep click rang out like the growl of a giant beast. System notification. Multi-ammunition compatibility feature unlocked. Currently available ammunition types: bucket shells, armor-piercing shells, and corrosive shells. Materials required. Let's go. Chen Mu grabbed Su Lin and ran towards the base, when suddenly a violent explosion came from behind them. He looked back and saw several armored vehicles belonging to scavengers breaking through the night, their headlights like the eyes of wild beasts, illuminating Old K's figure standing at the front of the vehicle. The opponent's shotgun gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and the scar at the corner of his mouth was torn into a twisted line. Chen Mu. Old K's voice came through the roar of the engine. You stole my gun, so you'll have to pay with your life. Chapter 39 Night Battle of Breakthrough. Burst of shotgun barrage. The explosion sounded like thunder splitting the night sky, and Chen Mu's eardrums ached from the shock. As he grabbed Su Lin's wrist and ran wildly toward the alley entrance, he caught a glimpse of 3 modified armored vehicles rushing toward him, crushing over abandoned cars. The searchlights welded to the front of the vehicles illuminated the road in a ghastly white light. Old K stood on the roof of the first vehicle, his hunting outfit billowing in the wind, and the double-barreled shotgun in his hand gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Su Lin, the sewer! Chen Mu shouted urgently, his toes touching the broken bricks in the corner of the wall, and with his other hand he grabbed Su Lin and rushed towards the drain. The rust on the manhole cover stung his palm, but the moment the system's bullet time activated automatically, he saw the prime marks on the edge of the manhole cover. Old K's men were prepared. Hurry up! He bent his elbow and pushed open the half-closed manhole cover. and the musty smell mixed with the fishy smell of sewage hit him. As soon as Su Lin's sneakers touched the protrusion on the well wall, she heard the whistling of a bullet whizzing past her ear from behind. A Mao had somehow circled around to the side. His pierced wrist was wrapped in rags, and blood was dripping down between his fingers. The submachine gun he was holding was spitting fire. Chen Mu pushed Su Lin into the pipe with his backhand, and, as he turned around, he took out M1911. The system notification exploded in his mind. Enemy detected approaching. Activate Eagle Eye. He gritted his teeth and clicked yes on the virtual interface. His vision suddenly became clear. Mao's right hand holding the gun was trembling. Old K's armored vehicle was only 30 meters away from the wellhead, and the gunman in the driver's seat was sticking his shotgun out of the window. Let's go. He kicked away the pebbles at his feet, and the splashing water wet Su Lin's trouser legs. The water in the pipes reached his ankles, and Chen Mu could hear his own rapid heartbeat mixed with the roar of armored vehicles in the distance. Su Lin clutched the hem of his tactical vest, her breathing rapid and labored. How? How did they catch up so quickly? Old K wants the blueprint. Chen Mu ducked to avoid the dangling wires. The system interface floated on his retina, with red dots densely marking the enemy's location. 7 men guarding the wellhead, 2 armored vehicles blocking the east and west exits, and Old K's megaphone had already started shouting. Chen Mu, you stole my gun blueprints. Hand them over now, and you might at least be left with a whole corpse. The sound, mixed with electrical noise, echoed in the pipes. Chen Mu's fingers slid quickly across the system interface. There were still 37 materials left in the decomposition function, enough to support 1 ammunition conversion. He touched the newly synthesized double-barreled shotgun at his waist. The gun still carried the residual warmth of the system space. They outnumber us 3-1, and their armored vehicles have bulletproof steel plates. We can't win a head-on confrontation. What should we do? Su Lin's voice trembled as her fingertips dug into the back of his hand. Chen Mu's pupils contracted in the darkness. Among the red dots marked by the system's Eagle Eye, there's a green marker 300 meters to the northwest, an abandoned market. He remembered scanning the area 3 days ago. The second-floor grocery store had a broken window overlooking the main street, and there was enough space to hide behind the concrete pillars. Go to the market, he said, bending down to avoid the low-hanging pipes. The terrain there is too complicated. Their armored vehicles can't get in. The water in the sewers was getting deeper and deeper, and Chen Mu's tactical boots made a cracking sound as he stepped on the broken glass. He pulled out a tactical flashlight and shone on the pipe wall. Black water seeped from the moss-covered cracks in the bricks, and occasionally a rat would be startled and dart past his feet. Su Lin suddenly tugged at him. Wait, did you hear me? Chen Mu held his breath. Besides Old K's shouts from afar, there was also the sound of metal scraping. Armored vehicles were adjusting their positions and sealing off all exits. He opened the system interface and selected the buzzer mode for the shotgun. A pop-up message appears on the screen. Switch to diffusion mode. Effective range 20 meters. Shrapnel coverage radius 3 meters. He licked his chapped lips, his fingertips brushing against the shotgun's ammo switch button, the metallic feel reassuring him. We've arrived. Chen Mu stopped in front of a cement step. The iron fence overhead was rusted down to half its length. He climbed up with one hand supporting himself, and the smell of decaying leaves hit him. When Su Lin followed her out, she saw the sign of the abandoned market swaying in the wind. 2 of the 4 characters' Li Min supermarket had fallen off, leaving only Li Shi. Chen Mu grabbed her and rushed into the supermarket through the side door. The glass counter was shattered, the shelves were overturned, and moldy cardboard boxes were piled up in the corner. He quickly climbed to the second floor, kicked open the wooden door of the grocery store, and coughed from the dust. Through the broken window, you can see the entrance to the main street of the market. Old K's armor vehicle is rolling over the shelves, blocking the way, and in the dust it kicks up. Several scavengers are charging ahead with guns at their feet. They're here, Su Lin whispered behind him. Chen Mu placed the shotgun on the windowsill. The system's Eagle Eye marked 7 red dots, 3 in front and 4 following the armored vehicle. He pressed the ammunition switching button with his thumb, and the buckshot magazine clicked back into place. The first scavenger had just rushed into the main street when he pulled the trigger. Boom! The simultaneous firing of the 2 tubes made the window panes vibrate and rattle. 12 buckshot rounds burst from the barrel, like a large metal net covering the target. The scavenger's bulletproof vest was instantly torn open, and he crashed into the shelf behind him, knocking down a group of people along with the shelf. The other two companions were grazed in the arms by shrapnel and rolled into the drainage ditch screaming. "There's an ambush," someone shouted. Chen Mu pulled the bolt, and the second buckshot was chambered. This time, he targeted the stack of shells on the left. The moment the shotgun shells tore through the wooden planks, the scavenger hiding behind them was thrown overboard, his rifle slamming to the ground. The main street was thrown into chaos. Some people hid in the corners, while others fired their guns indiscriminately. Bullets hit the brick walls on the second floor, sending sparks flying. Switch to armor-piercing rounds. Chen Mu roared. The system interface flashed blue, and the soft sound of the ammunition magazine switching was masked by the gunfire. He leaned half his body out, aiming his gun at the rear wheel of the armored vehicle at the front. The armor-piercing round fired with a sharp whistling sound. With a metallic clang, the tires instantly exploded into fragments, and the armored vehicle veered to one side, blocking the vehicles behind it. "This kid has heavy firepower," Old K roared from the loudspeaker. "Surround the market. Guard all exits." Chen Mu saw Old K jump off the roof of the car, his shotgun now using slugs, the bullets gleaming coldly in the chamber. He crouched back behind the window and took out 2 spare cartridge cases from his tactical vest and put them into his shotgun. Su Lin handed him a water bottle. He took 2 sips, and the cool water flowed down his throat, suppressing the churning blood in his stomach. "They still have at least 10 men, Su Lin said, staring downstairs. "But the armored vehicles can't move. They'll have to come up on foot." Chen Mu twitched the corner of his mouth. The system notification, ammunition remaining, 3 buckshot rounds, 2 armor-piercing rounds, flashed on his retina. He touched the M1911 at his waist. There were still 6 bullets left. Enough. Footsteps could be heard downstairs. Chen Mu pricked up his ears. It was the sound of leather boots stepping on broken glass, not the rubber shoes that scavengers usually wear. He crouched down and moved to the other side of the window, looking down through the broken blinds. 5 scavengers were spread out in a fan shape, 2 of them carrying shotguns and the other 3 holding modified assault rifles. The one in the lead had a scar on his face. He was Old K's second-in-command. Second floor. The scar man suddenly looked up, pointing his gun at Chen Mu's position. Chen Mu pulled the trigger first. The armor-piercing bullet pierced the scarred man's shoulder armor, pinning him to the wall. The remaining scavengers were in chaos. Some hid behind the shelves, while others fired blindly. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Mu switched to buckshot and fired 2 shots at the shadows on the right. 2 guys hiding behind the cardboard box were knocked over by shrapnel, their blood splattering on the faded poster. "Retreat. Wait for Old K's reinforcements," someone shouted. Chen Mu leaned against the wall, panting, sweat dripping from his chin onto his tactical vest. The system prompted, "Weapon heat level 87%, cooling recommended." He took out his tactical gloves and wiped the barrel. The metal was so hot that the gloves were smoking. Su Lin suddenly tugged at his sleeve. "Listen, behind." Chen Mu suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard very light footsteps, rubber-soled shoes on the dusty floor, without the sound of broken glass. He gripped the shotgun tightly with his right hand and reached for the M1911 with his left, but stopped the moment he touched the handle. The footsteps were too light as a cat's. The system's eagle eyes suddenly flashed red. Chen Mu's pupils contracted sharply. He had been so focused on the downstairs area that he hadn't noticed there was a side door on the second floor. He turned around abruptly and saw a dark figure approaching along the wall, the cold light reflecting off the gun barrel, making him squint. The moment the gun was pressed against the back of his head, he could even smell the gunpowder on the other person. "Don't move." A deep voice, mixed with the warmth of his breath, brushed against his ear. Chapter 40. Escape from a backstab. Outsmarting a powerful enemy. The moment the gun muzzle touched the back of his neck, Chen Mu gently bit down on his molars. He could clearly feel the coolness of the metal seeping in through the breathable mesh of the tactical vest, like a frozen blade. The system's scanning and identification function displayed a pale blue screen on the retina. Target name, Mao. Vital signs, heart rate 112, pupils slightly constricted, right index finger knuckle turned white due to exertion. "Don't move, or you won't even have a chance to regret it." Mao's voice was deliberately low and hoarse. His breath mixed with the smell of gunpowder and rust spraying behind my ear. Chen Mu noticed that the toes of the other person's rubber-soled shoes were slowly grinding against the accumulated dust on the floor. It was a habit he had developed over the years as an intelligence agent, to avoid making a sound by stepping on broken glass. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he feigned composure. What benefits did old K give you? Is it worth it for you to block my escape route for him? The little finger of my left hand secretly hooked the leather ring of the dagger at my waist, and the pad of my finger touched the anti-slip pattern on the handle for the tactical belt. A system notification sounded in his mind. An event that could interfere with emotions has been detected. Do you want to activate the psychological game module? Chen Mu quickly clicked yes in his mind, and the progress bar on the edge of his retina began to flash. Mao pressed down slightly on the barrel of his gun, making Chen Mu's neck ache. How many shots can your broken shotgun fire? I counted. They fired 3 buckshot rounds and 2 armor-piercing rounds downstairs. There's at most 1 round left in the magazine. He suddenly chuckled, a slightly neurotic, sharp laugh. Old K said you're smart, but smart people always make one mistake, assuming everyone else is as greedy as they are. Chen Mu's fingernails dug crescent-shaped marks into his palm. The system module began analyzing Mao's micro-expressions. His left eyebrow was 0.3 centimeters higher than his right eyebrow, a typical characteristic of lying. His Adam's apple moved 1.2 times faster than in normal conversation, indicating that his trust in Lao K was not stable. He deliberately lowered his voice. Do you know what old K is hiding? 3 days ago, he went to the underground armory, and he brought back more than just ammunition boxes. Mao's gun barrel visibly trembled. Chen Mu caught that hint of wavering and continued. He said he wanted to share the ultimate blueprint with you. That's a lie. I saw him stuff the encryption chip into his left boot. Shut up. Mao's breathing suddenly became heavy, and the gun barrel slammed heavily against Chen Mu's nape. You fucking know nothing. Right now. Chen Mu drew his dagger with his left hand like a viper spitting its tongue, while simultaneously slamming his neck forward, a dodging maneuver he had practiced hundreds of times in the system's bullet time training. Mao's gun fired, the bullet grazing his ear and embedding itself in the wall, lime dust falling onto his tactical vest. Chen Mu's dagger had already slashed towards the wrist bone of the gunman. As the sharp blade cut through the oily skin, he heard Mao hiss as if gasping for breath. Damn it! The moment Mao let go, Chen Mu spun around and rammed his shoulder into the other's chest. The two stumbled and knocked over the shelf, sending cans and rotten food packets crashing down. Chen Mu's right hand remained tightly gripping the shotgun. The moment he landed, he pulled the trigger. The buckshot tore through the air beside Mao, shattering the fire extinguisher behind him into pieces. Mao staggered backward, clutching her bleeding wrist, her lower back slamming into a broken glass display case. Chen Mu pressed down on his wrist and his knee against his abdomen. Is the share old K gave you enough to buy this life? The system notification, firepower 92%, flashed before his eyes, but he didn't care. He used the butt of the gun to smash Mao's neck with his backhand. The other's eyes rolled back, and he went completely limp. Suddenly, a dull thud came from downstairs as something heavy struck a metal door. Chen Mu looked up and saw old K's figure through the broken ceiling. The man was kicking open the roller shutter door, the modified shotgun gleaming coldly in his palm, followed by 4 scavengers carrying assault rifles. Got! Old K's pupils contracted to pinpoints, and the gun barrel instantly pointed at Chen Mu. Who the hell are you? Chen Mu bent down, grabbed the magazine pouch from Mao's waist, and threw it at Lao K's feet. The metallic clanging sound made old K instinctively lower his head, and Chen Mu took the opportunity to pull back the bolt of the shotgun. The system notification showed remaining ammunition, buckshot X1, and his thumb pressed down heavily on the safety. They've come to collect debts. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Mu's temples throbbed, a sign that bullet time was about to be activated. His vision suddenly slowed down. Old K's trigger-pulling motion was like a slow-motion movie, and he could even see the pattern of the bullets spinning inside the barrel. Chen Mu's gun barrel shifted slightly, and the first buckshot tore through the air, hitting the scavenger's assault rifle beside old K. Metal fragments flew everywhere, and the man screamed and covered his eyes. The second shot came from the M1911 at his waist. Under the system's eagle eye lock, Chen Mu accurately pierced the knee of the second scavenger. Old K's shotgun finally fired, the bullet grazing Chen Mu's left shoulder and blasting a hole the size of a bowl in the wall. Using the recoil, Chen Mu flipped over and crashed into the window. In the instant the glass shattered, he caught a glimpse of Old K's contorted face. Chase after him. I need to be seen alive. The moment the wind rushed into his collar, Chen Mu's toes hooked onto the window frame. As he fell, he quickly checked his tactical vest. There were 3 5.56mm bullets in the magazine pouch and 4 M1911 rounds left on his waist. The system displayed a message, current danger level, extremely high. When he landed, his knees were slightly bent, and the impact made his molars ache. This is a dead end. On both sides are crumbling walls covered with vines, and at the end is a half-person high cement block piled with rusty steel bars and broken bricks. As Chen Mu turned around, he heard footsteps, at least 5 people, including Old K's distinctive leather boots, clicking and clattering across the broken glass like a death knell. He touched the hot barrel of the gun and crouched down in the shadows. The system suddenly popped up a new notification. Detectable modifiable material. Abandoned fire axe at the base of the wall. Damage level 60%. But Chen Mu had no interest in reading it. His gaze swept across the top of the crumbling wall, where a half-tilted billboard hung precariously from its rusty frame. The footsteps grew closer. Chen Mu rubbed the hammer of the M1911 with his thumb and heard Old K sneer at the alley entrance. Run, huh? Run again? He took a deep breath and his finger gripped the trigger. The billboard on the crumbling wall suddenly creaked. Was it the wind or something else? Chen Mu's pupils contracted slightly, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a broken piece of steel bar at the base of the wall, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Chapter 41 Dead interrupts. One man becomes an army. When Chen Mu landed, his molars felt sore from the impact. He knelt on one knee, his right hand instinctively pressing against the scorching M1911 pistol at his waist, while his left hand fumbled rapidly in his tactical vest. 3 5.56mm bullets in the magazine pouch were digging painfully into his palm, and only 1 buckshot remained in the shotgun chamber. The wind from the dead-end alley, carrying the smell of rust, blew into my collar. He looked up and glanced at the crumbling walls on both sides. The vines that climbed the walls looked like a bluish-gray net in the moonlight. When his gaze fell on the end of the dead-end alley, his breath suddenly caught in his throat. 3 rusty gas cylinders were piled up in the corner, their metal surfaces covered with dark brown grease, and one of the cylinders had a crack about half a finger wide, from which a few strands of suspicious liquid were seeping out. Ding! The system notification sounded in my ear, and a light blue stream of data flowed across my retina. Explosive hazardous material detected. Abandoned liquefied petroleum gas cylinder. Remaining reserves 30%. Current crisis level. Assess. Do you wish to consume 500 energy points to activate full power? Chen Mu's Adam's apple bopped. 500 energy points were enough for him to upgrade the barrel of his M1911 pistol twice. But at that moment, the sound of Old K's leather boots was already close at hand. The crisp click-clack sound mixed with heavy breathing, like a thin needle piercing his temple. He glanced down at the energy bar inside his tactical vest. He'd accumulated 800 points from dismantling the claws of a mutated wolf last time. Enough. Yes, he thought through gritted teeth. As soon as the system notification sound ended, Chen Mu suddenly felt a burning, tingling sensation in his temples. This was a sign that full power had been activated. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat. 1 beat, 2 beats, each one like a heavy hammer pounding on his chest. The gas cylinder in the corner suddenly became exceptionally clear in my field of vision, and even the peeling paint on the dented part of the cylinder was clearly visible. You little brat, have you hidden enough? Old K's voice came from the alley entrance, carrying a deliberately lowered, sinister tone. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Mu saw 5 dark figures spreading out in a fan shape. Old K, who was at the front, was holding a modified shotgun with the muzzle pointing diagonally at the ground. The red tape wrapped around the barrel looked like a congealed bloodstain in the moonlight. The footsteps of the scavengers drew closer. The skinny guy closest to Chen Mu stepped on and shattered a piece of glass. The sharp cracking sound made the hairs on the back of Chen Mu's neck stand on end. He stared at Old K's right hand gripping the trigger. A centipede-like scar on the back of that hand, left 3 days ago at the junkyard when the bastard stabbed the mutant dog in the stomach with a knife. 3, 2, 1. Chen Mu counted silently in his mind. As Old K's index finger began to bend, and as the skinny man's assault rifle sights were aimed at his chest, he suddenly rolled to his left, his right hand gripping the shotgun sharply. Click! The soft sound of the safety being released mingled with the crisp sound of a buckshot being chambered. The moment Chen Mu pulled the trigger, bullet time was automatically activated. Old K's pupils contracted more slowly. The process of the skinny man's index finger knuckle turning white was lengthened, and even the dust floating in the air became gold dust in slow motion. He deliberately kept the muzzle of the gun very low. The shrill whistling of the deer bullet tore through the air, grazed the skinny man's boots, exploding into a cloud of gravel and dust on the ground. The yellow smoke and dust rose like a wall that suddenly appeared, instantly engulfing the 5 people's vision. Damn it! Old K's curse was muffled by the smoke and dust. Chen Mu took the opportunity to wipe the dust off his face, and with his left hand, he pulled out the 5.56mm armor-piercing round from the hidden pocket of his tactical vest. He had hidden it this morning when he was dismantling a scrap-type 95 tank, and had specially soaked it in engine oil to prevent it from rusting. Eagle Eye automatically locks onto the target. Chen Mu squinted, and through the gaps in the smoke and dust, the pressure gauge on the gas cylinder turned into a conspicuous red mark in his field of vision. He turned the shotgun upside down and slammed the butt of the barrel against a protruding brick at the base of the wall. With a click, the modification slot at the bottom of the buttstock popped open, and he quickly inserted an armor-piercing round. The burning sensation from going all out shot from spine to the back of the neck. Chen Mu could hear his blood roaring in his veins, and he could see the sparks flying when Old K fired his gun haphazardly in the smoke and dust, the bullets hitting the wall. He took a deep breath and pressed down hard on the modification button on the side of the stock with his right thumb. Buzz, the shotgun emitted a buzzing sound, and 3 thin tubes suddenly popped out from the silencer at the front of the barrel like a metal flower. The moment Chen Mu pulled the trigger, 3 armor-piercing rounds were fired almost simultaneously. The trajectories were terrifyingly accurate thanks to the Eagle Eye correction. The first round pierced the valve of the first gas cylinder. The second round shattered the crack in the second cylinder, and the third round penetrated directly into the rust spot at the bottom of the third cylinder. The explosion came faster than Chen Mu had anticipated. First came a sharp hiss as liquefied petroleum gas gushed out from the 3 tanks, condensing into a pale blue mist in the air. Immediately following was a muffled boom as sparks flew from the muzzle of Old K's gun, which he fired in a panic, igniting the entire cloud of vapor. As the blast wave carrying flames hurtled towards him, Chen Mu slammed into the crumbling wall. The heat scorched his right cheek, and flying metal fragments grazed his left ear, leaving a charred hole in the wall. He squinted and looked out. In the smoke and fire, 2 scavengers were thrown against the wall by the blast wave and collapsed like ragdolls. The skinny man's assault rifle was blown to pieces, and he himself was rolling on the ground, clutching his burning arm, his screams more piercing than police sirens. Old K was thrown over 5 meters away, next to a concrete block. One of his leather boots was blown off, and his left cheek was covered in blood, whether from being cut by shards or from hitting a steel bar. It was unclear. He was trying to get up, propped up by a half-rusted steel bar. His shotgun was nowhere to be seen. Only his right hand was still gripping a triangular bayonet, which gleamed coldly in the firelight. Chen Mu wiped the dust off his face and picked up the still-smoking shotgun at his feet. The gun barrel was so hot it could fry meat, but he walked towards Old K step by step, as if he were holding a red-hot iron rod. "You, how could you?" Old K's voice trembled, the tip of his bayonet digging a deep gash into the concrete. "How could one person do this? I'm not alone." Chen Mu stood in front of Old K, the gun barrel lowered, the muzzle pointed directly at Old K's forehead. He could smell the blood on Old K, mixed with the smell of burnt fabric. "I'm a gunsmith." Old K suddenly grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth into the scar on his neck. "Even if you kill me, there are still 300 people in the scavenger camp. They'll tear you to pieces." Chen Mu did not respond. He crouched down and used the barrel of his gun to pry open Old K's hand, which was gripping the bayonet. Amidst the crisp clang of metal clashing, Old K suddenly sprang up, his left hand gripping Chen Mu's wrist tightly. Chen Mu was prepared. His right hand slid down Old K's arm to his chest and pressed down hard. With a crack, Old K's ribs made a teeth-grinding sound as they broke. He arched his back in pain, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, and his military dagger clattered to the ground. Chen Mu stood up and stepped on Old K's chest. The tactical boots, reinforced with full power, were pressing down on Old K so hard he could barely breathe. He could feel Old K's heartbeat pounding through the soles of his boots, rapid as a drumbeat. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came from afar. Chen Mu looked up. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the sky was as black as an overturned pot. There was a damp, earthy smell in the wind. A downpour was coming. The sound of engines grew closer, mixed with faint shouts. Old K. Old K, where are you? Old K's eyes suddenly lit up. He grinned, his bloodied mouth laced with a manic laugh. Did you hear that? My men are here. Chen Mu looked down at him. The wind before the storm ruffled the stray hairs on his forehead, revealing his eyes, calm as a deep pool. He didn't say anything, but just pressed his foot down a little more. Old K's laughter caught in his throat, turning into intermittent gasps. The sound of engines pierced through the increasingly thick clouds, exploding outside the dead-end alley. Chen Mu could hear the crisp sound of tires crushing broken glass and the clanging of metal colliding. More scavengers were coming, carrying heavier weapons. He touched the M1911 pistol at his waist. There are 3 bullets left in the magazine, enough to send Old K to meet his maker. But then the system notification sounded again. External threat detected. Scavenger reinforcement squad, 12 to 15 members, carrying 1 heavy machine gun. Chen Mu looked up at the crumbling wall. Before the downpour, the wind whipped up dust and smoke, revealing half of a tilted billboard. Its rusty frames swayed in the wind, creaking and groaning. His thumb rubbed the hammer of the M1911 pistol, his gaze sweeping over the still-smoking gas cylinder wreckage in the corner, where a broken steel bar gleamed coldly in the impending rain. Old K was still panting, blood and foam oozing from the corner of his mouth. Kill me. They'll tear you to shreds. Chen Mu ignored him. He stared at the direction of the dead-end alley, where car headlights had already turned on, 2 snow-white beams piercing the darkness like 2 sharp knives. As the first raindrop fell, Chen Mu bent down and picked up the piece of steel bar. The sharp end of the steel bar was stained with Old K's blood, and it looked glaringly red under the car headlights. Chapter 42, Sudden Rainstorm, Breakthrough from Desperate Situation. The moment the torrential rain hit, Chen Mu's back teeth clenched painfully. Large raindrops pounded on the tactical helmet, making a dense, crackling sound. His foot, which was pressing on Old K's chest, felt slightly heavy. The broken steel bar was still clutched in his left hand, and the drop of blood at its tip, washed away by the rain, slid into his palm through his fingers, chilling him to the bone. The system notification exploded in his ears. Heavy rain detected. Activate the environmental adaptation module. He answered, yes, almost without hesitation. The rain curtain in front of him was suddenly torn into a fine veil. The car headlights reflected by the water, the rusted steel bars in the corner of the wall, and even the throbbing of the blood vessels as Old K's Adam's apple moved were all as clear as if framed by a magnifying glass. 3 bullets. He glanced down at the magazine display of his M1911 at his waist, rainwater streaming down the gun. Enough to kill Old K, but not enough to break through. The headlights at the alley entrance had already illuminated the outline of the armored vehicle. Reinforced steel plates were welded onto the dark green metal body, and the heavy machine gun mounted on the roof gleamed coldly in the rain. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Mu saw 2 scavengers jump out from behind the car, and shotguns wrapped in waterproof cloth were being raised in his direction. Behind me, a 5-meter-high wall was covered with vines, and after the rain, the dark green leaves were slippery. But in the puddle at the base of the wall, half a protruding cement brick was reflected. Uncle Tang said that the drainage system in the old city can reach the substation 3 kilometers away. He suddenly remembered that 3 days ago in the shelter, the old man who had been repairing water pipes for 20 years muttered while wiping his wrench. Under the wall of the dead-end alley in the 9th District, there's a manhole cover that's half buried by construction debris. The system projects a red marker onto the retina at the appropriate time. Cast iron manhole cover, 0.8 meters below the wall, at the 3 o'clock position in the southeast. Old K suddenly coughed violently, blood mixed with rainwater spraying from the corner of his mouth onto Chen Mu's boots. Don't waste your energy. I had all the sewer openings in this area welded shut. His tobacco-stained fingers dug into the mud. his knuckles turning bluish-white from the force. When my brothers rush in, you won't even have bone fragments left. Chen Mu did not respond. He bent down and pulled the tactical knife from Old K's waist. The blade drew a silver arc in the rain, not to stab Old K's throat, but to plunge it into the puddles at the base of the wall. With a muffled clang, the sound of metal clashing traveled through the knife handle to his palm, and his eyes lit up. 5 centimeters of cement layer. The scavenger's shouts grew closer, mixed with the metallic scraping sound of a heavy machine gun mount. Chen Mu swung the steel bar into Old K's shoulder socket. Not a fatal wound, but enough to temporarily incapacitate the madman. Old K let out a pig-like scream, his body arched like a shrimp, rainwater flowing down the wound on his forehead, pooling in the mud like tattoo-like bloodlines. Let's go. Chen Mu pushed off the wall with one foot, and the anti-slip studs of his tactical boots left white marks in the cracks between the bricks. The torrential rain blurred the view, but the environmental adaptation module marked every slippery vine tip as a safe zone. The moment he reached the top of the wall, he heard the click of a heavy machine gun being chambered behind him. Bullets grazed his ears and hit the brick wall, while pebbles pierced the back of his neck. When I landed, my knees were slightly bent, and the water splashed up to about half my height. Using the reflection of the puddle to pinpoint the location of the manhole cover, Chen Mu drew his shotgun from his waist. The magazine, emptied during his earlier shootout with Old K, was still warm. He smashed the protruding cement block in the water with the butt of his gun. On the third strike, he heard a crisp crack as half of the manhole cover was turned out of the mud, and the rusty iron bars emitted the peculiar stench of the sewer. Old K, the person is running towards the wall. Seal off all sewer openings. Now, the sounds of cursing and footsteps drew closer. Chen Mu slung the shotgun behind his back, grabbed the edge of the manhole cover, and jumped down. The water in the sewer reached up to my calves, and the musty smell mixed with the rainwater filled my nostrils. He pulled out a tactical flashlight and shone it on the tunnel ceiling. The blue light from the system skin instantly covered the entire space. 3 meters to the left was an abandoned motorcycle with rust and cobwebs on the fuel tank, and the rear wheel was stuck in a broken cement pipe. Quick fix, he said to the air. The system's micro-energy flowed from the fingertips, like countless tiny snakes burrowing into the motorcycle's circuit interface. Amidst the metallic scraping sound, the dashboard light suddenly flashed, and the engine emitted a hoarse roar. Chen Mu got on the vehicle, and as the tires rolled over the puddles, black water splashed up. The scavenger's flashlight beam had already reached the wellhead. Chase him. He can't have gone far. Old K's roar was torn to shreds by the sound of the rain. Chen Mu twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle broke through the iron fence at the end of the tunnel. Rusty iron pieces scraped across the motorcycle body, and sparks exploded in the rain. The tunnel ahead was getting narrower and narrower. He squinted at the exit marked by the system. Just 200 meters to his left, the wellhead was half hidden by an abandoned billboard. Boom! The moment the motorcycle burst out of the well, a torrential downpour began. Chen Mu squinted and looked around. This was an abandoned building materials market, with broken scaffolding resembling the ribs of a giant beast in the rain. He got off the motorcycle, pushed it into the cement pipe next to him, and as he turned around, he saw a flashlight beam in the distance. It was Old K's men chasing after him. Sniper rifle blueprints. He wiped the rain off his face. The grip of the M1911 was digging painfully into his waist. Mao's words from 3 days ago in the shelter suddenly echoed in my ears. Old K hit a tin box in the morgue of the abandoned hospital. The rain curtain was suddenly split open by a bolt of lightning. Chen Mu subconsciously looked up, but in the instant the lightning went out, he saw a shadow standing on the broken wall 100 meters away. The man was wrapped in a black raincoat, and the outline of the weapon on his shoulder was faintly visible in the rain. His breath hitched. That figure, that posture was exactly like Mao, the last person Old K had seen when he caught him 3 days ago. Chen Mu. The shouts of scavengers could be heard from behind. Chen Mu gripped the shotgun tightly, and when he turned around again, the shadow on the broken wall was gone. Only the rain continued to fall, washing away all traces completely. He wiped the water from his face, turned and plunged into the depths of the ruins, the direction of a morgue. It was time to go and see Old K's treasure box. Where he couldn't see, under the raincoat behind the broken wall, Mao touched the dagger at his waist. Rainwater streamed down the wound on his forehead, which had been hit with a gun, but by Old K's men 3 days ago. He didn't move, but just quietly watched the direction where Chen Mu disappeared. It's not too late to catch up when the rain subsides. Some things need to be settled gradually. Chapter 43, Shadow Ambush, outsmarting the sniper map. As Chen Mu's back pressed against the damp cement wall, rainwater seeped down his collar and into the gaps between his spine. He could hear the footsteps of Old K's men exploding behind the broken wall 50 meters away. Those men, holding flashlights, kicked aside the steel bars blocking their way while cursing. In the instant the beams swept across his hiding place, he could even see the bloodstains on the leader's leather jacket. Click! A very faint metallic scraping sound came from above. Chen Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't look up, but his right hand was already on the M1911 at his waist. The reinforced old gun's grip was sweaty, and the system popped up a red warning on his retina. 10 meters behind. Vertical height, 3.5 meters, heat sensor. The rain curtain was suddenly torn open by lightning. Chen Mu looked up at that instant and was met with a pair of bloodshot eyes. The wind blew open half of the raincoat at the edge of the broken wall, revealing Mao's pale face. Blood was still seeping from the wound on his forehead. Rainwater washed away the scab blood droplets and dripped down his chin onto the broken wall, making a soft plop-plop sound. Chen Mu, Mao's voice, mingled with the sound of rain, sounded like sandpaper soaked in water. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it at the tunnel entrance just now. Chen Mu slowly pushed the safety off with his thumb. When Old K captured him 3 days ago, Mao was the last person to appear in his sight. At that time, Mao was tied to a pillar with his hands behind his back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and Old K's men were hitting on the head with the butt of their guns, saying, "If you dare to tip him off, you'll be fed to the horde of zombies." Now this kid has not only escaped, but also managed to ambush here in advance. Chen Mu's back teeth were clenched so hard they hurt. Old K taught you the self-inflicted injury trick? Using yourself as bait to lure me in? Mao flipped and leaped off the broken wall, her movements as light as a leaf. He didn't dodge Chen Mu's gun. Instead, he took half a step forward. Rainwater dripped down his raincoat, forming small puddles at his feet. "I'm here to discuss cooperation." He pulled half a compressed biscuit from his pocket, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. The sound of his Adam's apple bobbing was particularly clear in the rain. "Old K has a sniper rifle blueprint. Do you want it?" Chen Mu paused in breathing. 3 days ago at the shelter, Mao did mention that Old K had hidden a metal box, but at the time he thought it was just a common gimmick used by information brokers. The system suddenly chimed in his mind. Target detected mention of sniper rifle blueprint. Keyword match, rate 92%. He suppressed the unease in his heart and moved the gun forward a few inches. He wants to trade the blueprint for supplies from the North District Security Station, right? Mao's eyelashes trembled. Chen Mu caught this subtle movement. The system's psychological game module was analyzing the other party's microexpressions. Pupils contracted for 0.3 seconds, the muscles at the corners of the mouth tightened, and the anxiety level soared to 78%. He sneered. "You doubt he'll keep his promise at all." A smart man. Mao twitched the corners of his mouth, a smile that was more like a grimace. Old K just hacked Iron Wolf's caravan last week, and now the people at the North District Security Station are searching for him all over the world. If he actually handed over the blueprints, he'd be crushed to dust by the security station's armored vehicles the next day. He pulled back his raincoat, revealing bandages wrapped around his waist. I overheard him telling his deputy yesterday that they'd clean up the scene on the day of the deal. Guess who? Chen Mu's knuckles turned white on the gun handle. The sniper rifle blueprint was extremely important to him. The system had just unlocked elite-level modification last week, which required a high-precision barrel and a ballistic stabilizer, and the blueprint for these parts were additional content to the sniper rifle blueprint. He stared at the wound on Mao's forehead, the edges of which were purplish, caused by repeated blows with a blunt object. "How did you escape?" Old K's had too much to drink. Mao pulled out a crumpled cigarette, put it in his mouth, but didn't light it. "His men locked me in the warehouse, the key hanging on the door frame, probably thinking a half-dead intelligence agent couldn't cause any trouble." He suddenly leaned closer, raindrops dripping from his nose onto Chen Mu's hand. "I can infiltrate Old K's trading meeting, I can help you avoid all the sentries, and I can tell you the password the moment he opens the metal box. But I want one thing." "What?" "One life. Mao's voice suddenly lowered, like a spark extinguished by rain. The blueprint is yours. I just want old K dead. He killed my sister, put her collar around my neck, and said, "If you dare run, I'll throw your body to feed the zombie horde." He lifted the inner layer of his raincoat, revealing a photograph sewn inside. A little girl with pigtails holding a teddy bear in a pre-apocalyptic convenience store in the background. Now that the body has been fed to the zombie horde, I'll make him pay for his crime and blood. The system's analysis bar jumped on the retina. Target emotional fluctuations. Anger 89%, sadness 72%, hidden fear 35%. Credibility assessment 71%. Chen Mu released the safety, but didn't lower the gun. How can you prove you're not lying to me? Mao pulled a map from his pocket, its edges wrinkled from being soaked in rainwater, with a red cross marked on it. Old K hid the blueprint on the third basement level of the abandoned hospital, in the innermost freezer of the morgue. He pointed to the cross. The freezer's password is his sister's birthday, 19980-517. His eyes gleamed as he looked up. If you go now, you can still make it tonight's night watch shift. Chen Mu took the map. The system's scanning beam instantly covered the paper, and three-dimensional coordinates immediately popped up on his retina. Abandoned Renei Hospital B3-07 refrigerator. Password verification in progress. Verification successful, 100% match. His heart skipped a beat. This meant that Mao had at least part of the truth. Deal. Chen Mu put the map into the inner layer of his tactical vest. Next Wednesday, at 8 p.m., Black Market Wharf Trading Area. You're in charge of leading us in, and I'll make sure old K can't fire his gun. Mao took 2 steps back, pulling his raincoat tighter around himself. I'll wait for you at the entrance, wearing a black trench coat and a silver skull brooch. He turned to leave, then stopped. Remember, one of old K's men is left-handed and uses a double-barreled shotgun. His bullets are coated with tranquilizer. Chen Mu watched his figure disappear into the rain. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Mechanical noise detected 300 meters to the southeast, 6 heat source signals, medium armored vehicle. He ducked into a crevice in the ruins, watching the white beam of the searchlight pierce the rain and mist. The armored vehicle's turrets slowly rotated, and a piercing electronic voice blared from the roof speaker. All unauthorized personnel evacuate immediately. North District Security Station is on special mission. Rain dripped down Chen Mu's chin onto his tactical vest. He touched the map inside, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Will old K's deal be peaceful? What he needs to do is seize everything he's entitled to and demand amidst this chaos. As the roar of the armored vehicles faded into the distance, Chen Mu glanced at his wristwatch. 5 days until Wednesday night at 8 p.m. It was enough for him to modify the shotgun that had just been repaired, enough for him to quench the barrel of the M1911 with another layer of alloy steel, enough for him to make old K pay the most expensive price for his greed. Chapter 44 Disguised Infiltration, Battle for the Blueprints. At 8 p.m. on Wednesday, raindrops pounded against the iron plates at the black market docks. Chen Mu stood at the entrance, wrapped in a black trench coat, a silver skull brooch faintly visible on his collar. This was the mark he and Mao had agreed upon. Identification. The guard's flashlight beam swept across his face, and a metal rod poked at the holster on his waist. Chen Mu handed over the forged black market merchant pass, gently pressing his fingertip against the map inside the tactical vest. 3 days ago, he dismantled half of a scrapped armored vehicle and reinforced his vest with cast titanium alloy sheets. Now, that cold, hard layer of material clung to his skin through the shirt, like a piece of red-hot charcoal. The system notification sounded in his ear. Target body temperature detected. 37.2 degrees Celsius. Heart rate. 78 beats/min. Emotional stability. 91%. Chen Mu lowered his eyes and stared at the guard's fingers, checking his ID. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a gray shadow flashing in the shadows on his right. It was Mao. He was wearing the same raincoat as 3 days ago, with the brim of his hat pulled down very low, only the outline of his chin flickering in the afterglow of the flashlight. Let him through. The guard slapped the ID back into Chen Mu's palm, tapping his calf with his metal rod. Old K's in a bad mood today. Don't look around. Chen Mu nodded and gently bumped on Mao's shoulder as he passed by. A very faint tighten came from under the raincoat, mixed with the sound of raindrops hitting the brim of the hat. like a leaf scattered by the wind. The trading place was an abandoned freight warehouse with a leaky tin roof and puddles of water mixed with engine oil on the ground. Old K sat behind the oak table at the far end, a scar running from his brow bone to his jaw on his left cheek, using a dagger to pick at the charred leg of a zombie dog. His gaze swept over each person entering, like a razor that had been sharpened to a gleaming edge. System, activate the disguise detection module, Chen Mu silently chanted in his mind. A semi-transparent list immediately appeared on my retina, with 5 figures scattered in the crowd marked in red boxes. Old K's informants, 3 behind a pile of wine barrels, and 2 mixed in with the merchants haggling over prices. Mao suddenly tugged at his sleeve and leaned close to his ear. Old K's left-handed henchman is on the 2nd floor. The double-barreled shotgun is hidden in a wooden crate. His breath had a rusty smell, as if he had just bitten into a piece of scrap metal. Chen Mu recalled the system's 71% trustworthiness assessment of Mao, and a faint sense of vigilance rose in his throat. But at this moment he was more concerned about the black box locked with an iron chain next to Old K's feet, the dent on the lid of which perfectly matched the freezer number on the map. "Go get the wine," Chen Mu said in a low voice. "Remember to touch the wine barrels in the 3rd row." Mao's Adam's apple bobbed as he turned and squeezed into the crowd. The hem of his raincoat was stained with oil from the puddle, leaving a winding black trail on the ground. Chen Mu went around to the east side of the warehouse, where there were ammunition boxes piled up to half a person's height. The musty smell mixed with the gunpowder smell stung his nose. He crouched down, pretending to inspect the box lid, and tapped the rusty lock 3 times with his fingertips. This was the signal he had agreed upon with Mao. The system's scanning beam penetrated the sheet metal, outlining the underground passage on the retina, down the hidden door behind the ammunition box, leading directly to Old K's storage room. The lock on the hidden door was an old-fashioned pin tumbler lock. Chen Mu took out his modified M1911 and turned the lock-picking tool at the front of the barrel twice in the keyhole. The click sound mixed with the noise of the crowd was like a needle dropping into cotton wool. He crouched down and crawled inside. The damp, musty smell suddenly intensified, and water dripped from the pipes overhead, forming small puddles on the ground. The storage room was smaller than I had imagined, with 3 safes placed against the wall. Chen Mu's gaze swept over the one on the far right, and the scratches on the box matched perfectly with Mao's description of it as the same type as the morgue freezer. The system pops up a prompt box. Simple combination lock, 199800517. An infrared sensor have been detected. Triggering will trigger an alarm. Do you want to spend 100 points to unlock? Chen Mu licked his dry lips. He had accumulated these 100 points by dismantling 10 rusty AK-47s. But at this moment he remembered the girl with pigtails in the photo in Mao's arms, and the image of Old K putting his sister's collar around Mao's neck. His finger press confirmed heavily on the virtual panel. The combination lock opened with a beep, and the red light from the infrared sensor suddenly went out. Chen Mu opened the case door, and the sound of metal scraping together was particularly jarring in the enclosed space. At the bottom of the box lay half a yellowed blueprint, with scorch marks on the edges, yet the words self-healing module, core structure, were clearly printed on it. As soon as the system scanning beam covered the blueprint, a warning popped up. Warning! This blueprint requires 3 fragments to synthesize. Current progress, January 3rd. Chen Mu's molars ached from clenching them. He should have known that Old K wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. But there was no time for regret. He quickly stuffed the blueprints into the inner layer of his tactical vest, turned to leave, but heard footsteps above him. Old K said all the boxes need to be checked today, came the guard's gruff voice. How do you open this shabby secret door? Chen Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. He reached for the shotgun at his waist and pressed the buzzer mode switch with his thumb. A slight clicking sound came from the barrel. This was the result of his modification 3 days ago. 3 steel balls were mixed into the buckshot, which could accurately shatter light sources within 2 meters. He took a deep breath, aimed at the overhead light, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, shards of glass mixed with sparks rained down, plunging the storage room into darkness instantly. The guard's exclamation and the dull thud of a metal bar hitting the wall rang out at the same time. Using the system's eagle eye function, Chen Mu found the entrance to the ventilation duct in the darkness. The rust in the pipe stung the back of his hand, and Chen Mu moved forward like a nimble snake. When he emerged from a ventilation shaft on the west side of the warehouse, he saw a mouse standing behind a pile of barrels, his hand under his raincoat clutching a bulging canvas bag, which should contain the spare weapons he had just hidden in the third row of barrels. The blueprints are here with me. Chen Mu pulled the blueprints out from the inside of his vest and stuffed them into Mao's hand. According to the plan, once Old K notices something's wrong, no one is leaving. Old K roared. He kicked over the oak table, the scar on his distorted face resembling a living centipede. The blueprints are missing, which means there's a mole inside. Search them. Turn every pair of pants inside out. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos. Chen Mu saw Old K's spies start pulling at the businessman, and the left-handed henchman jumped down from the second floor, twirling a double-barreled shotgun in his hand. He looked down at Mao and saw that the other man's fingers were slowly fastening the zipper of the canvas bag. Inside, the reflection of half a gun barrel was clearly visible. Now, it's our turn to act, Chen Mu said in a low voice, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Old K's gaze was sweeping over him. Mao's Adam's apple bobbed, and he suddenly looked up. The light in his eyes was brighter than it had been 3 days ago, but it also held a ruthlessness that Chen Mu had never seen before. Brother, I'm sorry. As those words, mixed with the screams of the crowd, reached Chen Mu's ears, Mao had already pulled his hand out of the canvas bag. The cold light reflected from the gun barrel made Chen Mu squint, and he heard the system frantically alerting him in his ear, danger. Danger. The target weapon is a modified Glock 17 with a 15-round magazine, currently loaded. Suddenly, all the lights in the warehouse came on. Chapter 45, The Traitor Revealed. Life or death hangs in the balance. When the warehouse lights suddenly blazed on, the hairs on the back of Chen Mu's neck stood on end. Under the cold white light, the modified Glock 17 in Mao's hand gleamed with a ghostly blue light. The muzzle pointed directly at his heart. 3 days ago, when they were sharing cigarettes in the dark alley, these hands would deliberately part half an inch when passing him a lighter, afraid of burning the thin calluses on his hands. At this moment, the knuckle of the index finger gripping the trigger turned white, and the fingertip left a pale blue indentation. The system scan indicated a pulse on the retina. Target heart rate 112, adrenaline secretion 30% above the limit. But pupil focus is stable, no tremor. We were prepared. Brother, I'm sorry. Mao's voice sounded like a rusty gear, but the last syllable was a half-degree higher than usual. Chen Mu noticed that his Adam's apple bobbed, and the veins on the back of his right hand bulged from his wrist to his elbow, caused by gripping the canvas bag for too long. The sound of Old K's military boots crushing through broken glass came from the left. More than a dozen armed men carrying shotguns spread out in a fan shape, their boot tips almost touching Chen Mu's heels. The scar on Old K's face twisted into a centipede shape. He licked his pale lips, his gaze like a poison blade. I knew the blueprints would be missing tonight. It was definitely you two who were behind this. Chen Mu did not move. He could hear his blood surging behind his ears, yet he was more lucid than ever before. 3 days ago, when Old K proposed to cooperate in finding the blueprints for the underground arms depot, he should have realized that this old fox wouldn't easily trust outsiders. But Mao, that intelligence agent who could always dig out half a box of undamaged matches from the ruins, that Mao who would break the last piece of compressed biscuit in half, how could... Suddenly, 2 lines of data streams popped up at the edge of the system's psychological game module. Mao's emotional fluctuation value was 78, anger 65%, plus hesitation 13%. Lao K's emotional fluctuation value was 92, murderous intent 98%. Chen Mu's nails dug lightly into his palm, but a slight smile appeared on his lips. You two are both acting. Or, we'll turn hostile first. Old K slightly raised the muzzle of his gun, pressing it against Chen Mu's collarbone. Enough talk, make him hand over the blueprints. He gestured with his chin towards Mao. Hand them over, and I'll give you a way out. Mao's gun barrel swayed, glancing at Chen Mu's face before quickly lowering its head. Chen Mu saw his eyelashes tremble violently, as if he were struggling with something, but in the end he pushed the gun towards Old K. The blueprints are inside his vest. These words pierced Chen Mu's heart like an icicle. He had already stuffed the blueprints into the innermost hidden pocket of his tactical vest, but how could Mao have known? 3 days ago, when they were discussing plans behind the pile of wine barrels, Mao's raincoat was soaked with wine. At that time, he squatted down to tie his shoelaces, and the hem of his raincoat brushed against Chen Mu's waist. It turned out that it wasn't that his shoelaces were loose, but that he was feeling for the hidden pocket. Old K's men had already surrounded them, and the metal probes made a dull thud as they struck the barrel. Chen Mu could smell the stench of their sweat, mixed with gun oil. The bearded man closest to him was only 2 steps away, and the safety on his shotgun was off, the click sound like it was hitting his eardrums. "Make your move," Chen Mu said to the system in his mind. Almost simultaneously, his right leg suddenly exerted force, not by moving backward, but by kicking a metal box about half a person's height next to his feet. The rusty tin box crashed into the wine barrel with a loud thud and rolled into the crowd. The bearded man staggered from the impact, and his shotgun bounced half a foot high off the oak table. The moment bullet time is activated, the world slows down. Mao's pupils were dilating, Glock's trigger was being pulled down, Old K's right hand was reaching for the Desert Eagle at his waist, and the blueprint was sliding out halfway from Chen Mu's vest pocket. He had already sewed a thin nylon rope into the pocket, and with a slight tremor of his wrist, the rope and the blueprint whoosh popped out. Chen Mu's left hand gripped the blueprint like an iron clamp, while his right shoulder slammed into the nearest barrel of wine. Rotten leaves mixed with acid rained down, obscuring everyone's view. In slow motion, he could clearly see the veins in Mao's wrist and the protrusion of his index finger joint, the weakest point when gripping a gun. Bite! It was the crisp sound of a bullet hitting metal, clearer than any gunshot. Chen Mu's modified M1911 was burning hot in his palm. The bullet, which he had deliberately thinned, was precisely embedded in Mao's wrist bone. The intense pain caused the hand holding the gun to instinctively loosen its grip, and the Glock clattered to the ground. "Take him alive!" Old K's roar was like thunder, but Chen Mu had already crouched down and slipped into the crowd. He stuffed the blueprints into his mouth and bit them, then pulled out the shotgun from his waist, a modified gun with copper wire wrapped around the stock, and the barrel was still filled with buckshot he had just loaded that morning, mixed with steel balls and scrap metal. Bang! Shotgun shells blasted against the right side wall, scattering chunks of lime mixed with steel rebar fragments into a scattering mess. The guard's cries of alarm were swallowed by the smoke and dust. Chen Mu used the shockwave from the explosion to leap onto the pile of wine barrels, his boot crushing a piece of rotten oak wood. He saw Old K's face appear and disappear in the smoke and dust. His scar twisted into a bluish-purple color with anger, and the muzzle of the Desert Eagle pointed directly at his back. System Energy Shield. A pale blue light screen lit up behind him, and the buzzing of bullets hitting the shield made Chen Mu's eardrums ache. He used the momentum to leap onto the windowsill. The night wind blew in the stench of decay. Below was a 3-meter-high abandoned cargo yard, but he saw a motorcycle parked outside the wall, its fuel tank cap still open and the key in the lock. He deliberately parked there this morning, just for this moment. Jump! Chen Mu bent his knees, exerted force, and his body drew a parabola in the air. Upon landing, his knees were slightly bent to absorb the force, and his palms were already on the motorcycle handlebars. The roar of the engine drowned out the gunshots behind him. He glanced back. Old K was standing at the window, his Desert Eagle still smoking, and Scarface looked bluish in the moonlight, like a viper that had come to life. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of the motorcycle crushing broken glass, Chen Mu suddenly heard a very faint scraping sound coming from the back seat. His grip on the handlebars felt slightly heavy, but the rearview mirror only reflected the pitch-black night. But the system's warning flashed frantically on my retina. A living being with heat source approaching 20 meters behind, moving at 3.2 meters per second, with no weapon signature. A chill ran down his spine. Chen Mu twisted the throttle sharply, and the motorcycle shot out of the freight yard like an arrow. The wind rushed into his collar, but it couldn't dispel the burning gaze on the back of his neck. He knew that a dark figure was walking briskly along the wall, its steps as light as a cat's. Yet it always maintained a distance of 20 meters, like an invisible thread tightly binding his tail. Chapter 46 Urban Combat Pursuit, Dual Shot Suppression. The roar of the motorcycle engine echoed through the abandoned streets, and Chen Mu's knuckles turned white from gripping the handlebars so tightly. The rearview mirror showed only a swaying black shadow, but the burning gaze on the back of his neck became clearer and clearer. The coordinates of the heat source on the system's retinal projection were approaching a speed of 2.8 meters per second, maintaining a delicate balance with his car's speed. It's Old K. Chen Mu's Adam's apple bobbed. He recalled the look in Old K's eyes at the window earlier. It wasn't the ferocity of an ordinary scavenger leader, but the burning intensity of a hunter locking onto his prey. The system scanned Old K's information. A former Special Forces reconnaissance soldier, skilled in urban warfare tracking, and always carrying a tactical knife and portable bulletproof plate in his tactical backpack. The only thing that could make this kind of person chase him for 3 blocks was the blueprint he was holding in his mouth. The core blueprint for modifying a self-healing gun barrel. Beep! There's an abandoned building materials market 500 meters ahead. The terrain complexity is 3 stars. It is recommended to switch to ground combat mode. As soon as the system notification sounded, Chen Mu saw the crooked Hongfa building materials billboard at the intersection. He suddenly released the accelerator, and the motorcycle's speed dropped sharply. The dark figure in the rearview mirror paused noticeably for a moment, then quickened its pace, finally revealing its outline in the moonlight. Black tactical boots made a slight sound as they stepped on broken bricks. Dark brown bloodstains stained the military green combat pants, and a scar extended diagonally from the left eyebrow to the jaw, stretching into a bluish-purple centipede in the night wind. Old K's breathing, mixed with the engine noise, entered Chen Mu's ears. He could even hear the soft sound of the other party's tactical knife being drawn from its sheath. The opportunity has arrived. Chen Mu jerked the steering wheel, and the motorcycle hurtled past the rusty roller shutter door as it sped into the building materials market. Piles of cement pipes, broken steel mesh, and waist-high piles of gravel cast distorted shadows under the moonlight. He flipped off the vehicle, a shotgun already pressed against his shoulder, the tactical light on the barrel piercing the darkness. Old K was advancing stealthily along the concrete pipe, his right hand holding a tactical knife that reflected a cold light, and his left hand gripping not a Desert Eagle, but a shorter and sharper submachine gun. System, lock onto the target's armor location, Chen Mu said in a low voice. A red marker immediately popped up on my retina. Old K had Kevlar armor wrapped around his chest and tactical plates around his shoulders and neck. The only weakness was 10 centimeters below his collarbone, the gap where the armor and the plates met. Want to play cat and mouse? Old K's voice was like sandpaper rubbing against metal. He suddenly accelerated and sprinted, his tactical knife sparking as it scraped against the concrete pipe. Back in the day, chasing drug dealers in a rainforest was 10 times harder than this shithole. Chen Mu took 2 steps back, his boot's sole crushing a broken tile. He could feel his heart pounding in his temples, but instead he laughed. Old K's breathing rate gave him away, 120 beats per minute, indicating that he was eager to end the fight. This is exactly what he wanted. Bang! The shotgun spewed fire. This time it wasn't buckshot, but armor-piercing rounds that Chen Mu had just tested that morning. The warhead, wrapped in a tungsten carbide core, pierced through the air and precisely embedded itself in the tactical protective plate on Old K's left shoulder. The sound of metal clashing was mixed with Old K's muffled groan. He was slammed against the concrete pipe by the impact, and his tactical knife clattered to the ground. But Chen Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. Old K's left hand was still tightly gripping the submachine gun, and the muzzle was already raised. Damn! Chen Mu spun around and rolled, the bullet grazing his ear and disappearing into the pile of rubble. He switched the shotgun magazine while rolling, this time loading buckshot mixed with steel balls and broken magnetic fragments. With a boom, he opened fire on the pile of rubble at Old K's feet, and the flying rubble and dust instantly enveloped the two of them. System, activate thermal imaging. Chen Mu's retina turned dark red. Old K's heat source was 3 meters to his right front, as he bent down to pick up a tactical knife. He crouched down and circled around to the other side of the concrete pipe, the click of the shotgun being chambered masked by coughs in the dust. Weakness strike mode activated. As soon as the system notification sounded, Chen Mu's gaze automatically locked onto the gap below Old K's collarbone. He took a deep breath, lowering the gun barrel slightly, not aiming at the chest but at Old K's wrist. This is what he figured out on the motorcycle. Old K gripped the submachine gun too tightly, and his wrist was the easiest point of instability. The gunshot rang out half a beat later than before because Chen Mu deliberately delayed pulling the trigger by 0.3 seconds. Old K had just straightened up when his wrist was grazed by an armor-piercing bullet, and the submachine gun slammed into the ground. He staggered a couple of steps, his back against the cement pipe. A crack had appeared in the soft armor on his chest, and dark red blood was seeping out from the gap. Who are you? Old K's voice was labored, his scar contorted with pain. An ordinary scavenger couldn't possibly be. A man who wants to take back what is rightfully his. Chen Mu stepped forward, his shotgun still pointed at Old K's forehead. He bent down to pick up the submachine gun on the ground, quickly disassembled it into parts, and stuffed them into his pocket. The system indicated that these parts could be broken down into 12 upgrade points, enough for him to enhance his bullet time once. Old K suddenly laughed, blood and foam spilling from the corner of his mouth. You think? Just you? The scavenger team will be here in 10 minutes. They'll be bringing... A series of rapid footsteps approached from afar, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. Chen Mu looked up and saw that at the end of the ruins under the moonlight, the flickering torches were surging like a tide. He didn't look at Old K again, turned around, grabbed the blueprint from the motorcycle, stuffed them into the inner layer of his tactical vest, slung the shotgun over his shoulder, and raced toward the abandoned factory deep inside the building materials market. System: calculate the defense level of the factory entrance. Beep. Abandoned machinery factory. Entrance has a rusted iron gate, can be blown up in 3 seconds. It is recommended to use incendiary bombs to clear the way. Chen Mu didn't slow his pace. He could hear the footsteps behind him getting closer and closer, mixed with Old K's heart-wrenching roar. Kill him. Take back the blueprints. As the factory's iron gate came into clearer view, Chen Mu took out the incendiary bomb from his waist and lightly brushed his fingertip against the pull ring. He knew this was only the first battle of the night, but at least the blueprints are still in his hands. The light from the distant torches shone on his back, and the shadow of the abandoned factory looked like the gaping maw of a giant beast. Chapter 47: Breaking Through Limits. The blueprint finally comes true. Chen Mu's tactical boots rolled over the rusted iron gate, the metallic scraping sound piercing the eardrums. The moment he pulled the pin on the incendiary bomb, he caught a glimpse of Old K's men rushing to within 30 meters of the factory. The burly leader holding a modified homemade flamethrower, blue flames licking the air in the moonlight. System: scan the entrance structure, he whispered, and a 3D projection of the factory's interior immediately appeared on his retina. Abandoned assembly lines, stacked metal shelves, and intricate ventilation ducts. At the deepest point, there is a maintenance well that is about half a person high. The well walls are covered with rust, but it is big enough to accommodate a person. 3 seconds until detonation. The system notification had barely finished when the incendiary bomb exploded with a boom. Chen Mu crouched low and rushed into the smoke, his right hand still gripping the shotgun. This hastily assembled single-barreled shotgun felt heavier than ever, the barrel still warm from when it had just brushed against Old K's wrist. He was crouching behind a row of rusty machine tools when the shouts of his pursuers reached his ears. System thermal imaging showed that at least 20 heat sources were encircling from the east and west sides. The brightest one is Old K, whose body temperature is 2 degrees higher than normal. He must have gotten an infection from the armor-piercing bullet that hit him. Decomposition and absorption activated. Chen Mu tore off the alloy steel sheet from the edge of the machine tool. As soon as his fingertips touched the metal, a prompt popped up on the system interface. Alloy steel, damaged X3, can be converted into 5 upgrade points. He quickly stuffed the fragments into the hidden pocket of his tactical vest, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the plastic sheet piled in the corner. It was composite plastic used to reduce the weight of firearms. Old K, that kid's in the machine tool area. A hoarse shout came from the east side. Chen Mu looked up and saw 3 scavengers holding iron bars peeking out from behind the shelves. One of them was holding a modified homemade crossbow with the arrowhead wrapped in a rag soaked in gasoline. His pupils contracted slightly. The system's eagle eye automatically locked onto the targets. The person on the left has an old wrist injury, causing him to swing the stick to the right. The crossbowman in the middle has a protruding Adam's apple, and he unconsciously swallows when pulling the string, a sign of respiratory disorder. Load the buckshot. Chen Mu pressed down on the bolt, and the shotgun emitted a dull click. He counted the intervals between footsteps and pulled the trigger the instant the 3rd scavenger stepped off the shelf. Boomstrapje. The deer bullets tore through the air, and metal pellets rained down on the metal plate at the feet of the 3 people. The scavenger on the left tripped and screamed as shrapnel grazed his calf. The crossbowman's hand trembled from the shock, and the bolt grazed Chen Mu's ear and embedded itself in the wall, the charred cloth sizzling and emitting blue smoke. The one in the middle wielding the iron bar suffered the worst, a bullet directly blowing off his left rubber shoe, blood mixed with bits of flesh splattering onto the rusted machine tool. Spread. Don't gather in groups. Old K's roar pierced through the smoke. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Mu scrambled onto the assembly line support, the metal plate beneath his feet groaning under the weight. He pulled out the last 2 stun grenades from his waist and threw them toward the passageways on the east and west sides respectively. These were taken from Old K's submachine gun parts, and the system had specifically indicated during disassembly that they could be modified into simple stun grenades. Bang! Bang! A burst of bright light and explosions erupted in the factory, and Chen Mu took the opportunity to sneak into the ventilation duct. Rust from the inside of the pipe was falling off, scraping his neck painfully, but the system showed that the pipe led directly to the factory's back door, where there was a modified motorcycle he had hidden 3 days ago, with half a liter of diesel fuel left in the tank. The number of pursuers has decreased to 8. The system notification indicated. Chen Mu paused in his crawling motion along the pipe. Old K wouldn't give up so easily. Sure enough, the next second he heard a metallic clanging sound from below. Looking up through the gap in the pipe, he saw Old K holding a flamethrower, the blue flames licking toward the machine tool area where he had just been. Crazy. Chen Mu cursed, increasing his crawling speed. The pipe suddenly narrowed, and his tactical vest got stuck in the pipe wall, cold sweat seeping from his back. If he got stuck here, there wouldn't even be ashes left by the time Old K came over. Adjust your breathing to reduce chest expansion, the system suddenly prompted. He took a deep breath, his ribs slightly tucked in, and with a rip sound, a piece of fabric from his vest was torn off. He finally squeezed through the narrow passage. When the moonlight shone on his shoulders again, Chen Mu almost burst out laughing. He squatted by the drain at the back of the factory wall, his modified motorcycle hidden in the abandoned truck bed, the fuel tank cap still bearing his mark, a small skull drawn with engine oil. System, locate the temporary base. He hopped on his motorcycle, and as soon as he inserted the key into the ignition, a red warning popped up on the system interface. The scavenger brigade is approaching at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour and is expected to arrive at the base in 12 minutes. Chen Mu twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle emitted a hoarse roar. He took a shortcut through a pile of broken glass ruins, his right hand always protecting the inner layer of his tactical vest as the rear wheel slipped in the water. There lay 3 pieces of blueprints soaked with sweat, their edges still stained with Old K's blood. The metal gate of the base became increasingly clear in view. This is the shelter he built in half a month. The outer walls are welded with steel plates, salvaged from a wrecked truck, and homemade trigger mines are buried at the entrance. The bell on the doorknob was hanging quietly. It hadn't been triggered, meaning no one had broken in during the past half hour. Bite! As soon as the iron gate closed, Chen Mu tore open his tactical vest and spread the blueprint fragments under the desk lamp on his workbench. The 3 blueprints have jagged edges that meet. The system scan indicates shotgun blueprint, incomplete, has been 100% collected. It requires 5 alloy steel, 3 composite plastic, and 2 spring steel to synthesize. He pulled out the materials from the hidden bag. There were exactly 5 pieces of alloy steel, and 1 piece of composite plastic was missing. But there was also an 4 stand that he had taken from an abandoned hospital last time in the workbench drawer, and the steel pipes on it should be able to be broken down into spring steel. Decomposition and absorption. Initiation. As soon as the steel tube of the 4 stand touched the system's light cluster, it emitted a sizzling, melting sound. The pale blue data stream flowed through the air, eventually condensing into 2 pieces of spring steel the size of fingernails. Chen Mu wiped the sweat from his brow and pushed all the materials into the synthesis tank. Start synthesis? Yes. The humming sound of metal reconstruction filled the air. Chen Mu took 2 steps back, watching the blue light in the synthesis tank gradually condense into the outline of a gun. The double-barreled gun barrels gleamed with a cold light. The foldable stock was engraved with fine anti-slip textures, and the switching button on the ammunition magazine flashed with a ghostly blue light. Synthesis complete. The system notification made Chen Mu's heart skip a beat. He picked up the new gun with trembling hands, and the sound of metal clanging echoed through the base like war drums as he pulled the receiver. The gun was nearly a third lighter than before, and the recoil buffer was positioned perfectly to fit his hand. The system had indeed adjusted the structure according to his grip habits. Multi-ammunition compatibility has been unlocked, The system message continued. Currently available ammunition types: bucket shells, area damage; armor-piercing shells, armor penetration; and incendiary shells, damage over time. Chen Mu loaded 3 different types of ammunition into the magazine one by one. As the last buckshot clicked into place, the roar of an engine suddenly came from outside the door. The sound was much deeper than that of a regular motorcycle, like a modified armored vehicle. Old K's men couldn't have caught up so quickly unless... He looked up abruptly and, through the base's only ventilation window, saw the distant night sky ripped apart by searchlights. The sound of the engine grew closer, mixed with the screeching of metal scraping against the ground, like the low growl of some giant beast. Chen Mu quickly stuffed the new shotgun into the hidden compartment under the workbench, then turned around and pulled a rag over to cover the synthesis tank. His fingers were trembling, but his eyes were calmer than ever. This gun could not be taken away by anyone. The engine noise stopped 100 meters away from the base. Chen Mu heard the sound of the car door opening and closing, followed by the crisp sound of leather shoes stepping on broken bricks. Someone shouted through a megaphone, but the sound was torn apart by the wind. Only the last few words could be heard. The blueprints. Hand over. He pulled out his M1911 from his waist, the sound of a bullet being chambered being exceptionally clear in the silent base. Moonlight streamed through the ventilation window, illuminating the hidden compartment of the new gun. The cold light and the sound of gunfire were about to unleash a new wave of bloodshed in the wasteland before dawn. Chapter 48. The watchtower stands firm, sour faces and skulls cracking. The roar of the engine made the base's corrugated iron roof vibrate. Chen Mu's fingertips had just touched the shotgun in the hidden compartment when a chill ran down the back of his neck. This was not the sound of Old K's gang of scavengers' broken-down car, but more like a military-modified riot control vehicle. He glanced at Su Lin, who was huddled up next to the workbench. The girl's eyelashes trembled in the moonlight, and she was still clutching the notebook that recorded all his gun modification data. Let's go. He grabbed Su Lin's wrist, his grip light, but not strong enough to break free. The blue light in the synthesis tank hadn't completely dissipated yet. He pulled the tarpaulin over and covered it up. The moment the metal buckle was fastened, he heard a heavy dragging sound coming from outside the door, as if someone was pulling something with an iron chain. Su Lin stumbled a couple of steps as he pulled her along, then suddenly stopped. Gun. It's more precious than our lives, but we have to stay alive to keep it. Chen Mu pulled the M1911 from his waist and held it in his palm, while pushing Su Lin toward the ventilation duct with his other hand. The rust from the pipe cut her hand, but she bit her lip and remained silent. 3 days ago, in the supermarket ruins, it was this man who used a modified M1911 to precisely pierce the throat of the mutant dog that lunged at her from 20 meters away. As the two crawled into the pipe, the base's iron gate was smashed open with a bang. Chen Mu took one last look at the hidden compartment under the workbench, where he had exchanged half a card of scrap metal and 3 bullets for his hope, a shotgun that could hold 3 types of ammunition. The stock was engraved with the words Hunter's Fire, which he had ground with a grinding wheel. It was the name of the model shop he owned before the apocalypse. As the shadows of the abandoned office building enveloped the two, De Zhuang's welding torch emitted a blinding white light. The construction worker, who was nearly 2 meters tall, was half squatting, his trouser legs stained with dark red blood, splattered this morning when he was treating Xiaomei's injuries. The steel bars in his hand were bent like noodles and clicked into the iron gate frame. Hearing the noise, he raised his goggles, revealing his eyes, which were red from the welding light. Old Chun, you've finally arrived. Xiaomei peeked out from the second floor, her white medical coat stained with grass clippings, and the medicine box in her arms was wrapped tightly in a waterproof cloth. The elevator shaft is blocked, so I hid the hemostat and adrenaline behind the fire hydrant. Her voice was 2 octaves higher than usual, but her fingers steadily stuffed the last roll of gauze into the interlayer. Chen Mu remembered that when she stitched up the child with a broken leg last week, her hands didn't tremble at all. Chen Mu looked up at the watchtower on the roof. The circle that Uncle Tang drew on the map before he died was still in his pocket. The ink had been blurred by sweat, but it still circled this 37-story building. The view covers 3 blocks, and the exterior walls are made of tempered glass. If they're smashed, they can be used as shields, Uncle Tang said, holding his wrist before he breathed his last. If we hold this place, we can wait for the military's rescue signal. He now stands at the edge of the watchtower, the night wind whipping at the hem of his clothes. The horde of rotting corpses downstairs resembled a black tide, spreading in from all four directions. The stench of rotting flesh mixed with the smell of rust filled his nostrils. Su Lin spread out an ammunition box at his feet, with buckshot, armor-piercing rounds, and incendiary rounds arranged by color. On top were 3 specially made armor-piercing M1911 rounds, which he had obtained by dismantling mutated rat crystal cores using the system. A large number of enemy groups have been detected approaching. Activate Eagle Eye. The system prompt vibrated in my ears. Chen Mu pressed his thumb against the nerve interface on the side of his temple, the location where the system was implanted, and the scene before his eyes suddenly became sharp. 300 meters away, beneath the forehead of a rotting corpse, there were eerie green weakness marks, 3 of which had darker marks, and beneath the skin, acid sacs wriggled, acid zombies. When the first wave of rotting corpses crashed into the iron gate, De Zhuang's welding torch was still sizzling. Chen Mu picked up the shotgun, the click of the buckshot being chambered sounding like a war drum. The first rotting corpse had just grabbed onto the second-floor windowsill when he pulled the trigger. 12 bullets scattered in a fan shape, instantly blowing the upper half of the corpse away. Flesh mixed with maggots slammed into its kind behind it. Watch out! The Zhuang shout was mixed with the sizzling sound of metal corroding. Chen Mu instinctively rolled to the side, a stream of green acid grazing his left shoulder. The steel pipe at the edge of the watchtower emitted blue smoke and snapped with a crack 3 seconds later. He lay on the ground and raised his gun. The moment bullet time was activated, the world slowed down as if it had been paused. The acid zombie's Adam's apple trembled. The acid sac inside its abdomen glowed with poison, and the weakness mark flashed 3 centimeters behind its right eye. The sound of an armor-piercing shell cutting through the air is faster than a heartbeat. When the zombie's head exploded, the acid sac also burst, splashing yellowish-green liquid onto 5 other rotting corpses. Their skin rapidly rotted as if splashed with sulfuric acid, emitting sharp screams. Old Chunt, Xiaomei called from downstairs, her voice trembling with tears. The moment Chen Mu turned his head, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. His face was contorted with embarrassment. It was 2 heads taller than a normal corpse, with a half-rotten police uniform hanging on its bloated torso, and its head was ulcerated into a honeycomb pattern, with each honeycomb filled with turbid acid. With each step it took, the ground was corroded and charred, followed by more than 20 acid zombies, like a group of minions carrying poison bottles. Watchtower support column. De Zhuang's roar was drowned out by the sound of acid spraying. Chen Mu saw that the steel bars supporting the watchtower were melting. Su Lin was carrying an ammunition box and running downstairs. Xiaomei was hit on the right leg by a falling cement block and was gritting her teeth as she used a tourniquet to bandage it. He switched his shotgun to armor-piercing mode and fired 3 shots in quick succession, blowing the heads off 3 acid zombies. The spent cartridges clattered on the ground. The acid spray range of the sour face suddenly expanded to 10 meters. Chen Mu felt a heat on his left shoulder, looked down, and saw that his tactical vest had been corroded and had blisters on his skin. He had just been rubbed against it. He tore off a piece of his shirt to cover his wound, and a system notification exploded in his mind. Vital signs have dropped to 70%. Activate overload mode. No. He gritted his teeth and rammed the last 3 armor-piercing rounds into the M1911. The weakness of the sour face was marked on the back of its festering head, where there was a coin-sized pale gold area. The system indicated it was an incompletely mutated human brain. He took a deep breath, turned off bullet time, and allowed his senses to return to normal flow. The gunshots were particularly clear in the wasteland before dawn. The first shot knocked away the rotting corpse that lunged at Xiaomei. The second shot pierced the acid sac of the acid zombie. The third shot, Chen Mu's pupils contracted to pinpoints. An M1911 armor-piercing shell grazed Swanlian's right ear and struck the wall, sending sparks flying. Damn it, he cursed, but his fingers remained as steady as a robotic arm. The 4th shot, the 5th shot. When the 7th bullet pierced through that pale gold area, Swanlian's roar came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body tilted backward, crashing into half of the outer wall. In the dust that rose up, the grayish-white brain matter exposed from the back of its head, with human-like patterns, could be seen. As the tide of rotting corpses receded, the sky was just beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. De Zhuang slumped against the iron gate, his welding torch lying at his feet, still smoking. Xiaomei curled up in the corner, blood seeping through the tourniquet on her leg. Su Lin hugged the ammunition box, her eyes bloodshot, yet she was still counting the remaining bullets. Mission complete, reward issued. The system notification made Chen Mu's temples throb. He touched the wound on his left shoulder. The repair medicine automatically injected by the system had stopped the corrosion, and the skin was scabbing over at a visible speed. The words Defense Enhancement Passive Unlock, Shooting Stability plus 20% on the interface were flashing with gold light, but he had no interest in looking at them. Let's go. He bent down and helped Xiaomei up. Her hand rested on his shoulder, as light as a piece of paper. Su Lin carried the ammunition box on her back, and as Zhuang picked up the welding torch and tucked it into his waistband. They had to move before other scavengers discovered the place, since the corpse of Swan Lian might contain rare materials needed by the system. As Chen Mu surveyed the ruins one last time, he caught a glimpse of a pair of scarlet eyes slowly closing behind the shattered glass on the third floor. Those weren't the murky pupils of a rotting corpse, but rather the patient, pre-hunt gaze of a wolf. Old Chen, De Zhuang called from downstairs. Chen Mu looked away and put the M1911 into its holster. The wind lifted the corner of his clothes, revealing a shotgun hidden in a compartment at his waist. The words Hunter's Fire on the stock gleamed coldly in the morning light. He knew that the next battle was not far off. Chapter 49. Defending the breached wall again, gun barrels glowing red. The morning light, like diluted blood, leaked through the remaining clouds and landed on Chen Mu's shoulder. He carried Xiaomei on his back, his shoulder blades aching from the pressure, but it was nothing compared to the lightness of the body in his arms. The blood seeping from her wounds soaked his back, making it sticky like a piece of red-hot iron stuck to his skin. Old Chen, turn left. De Zhuang, carrying a welding torch, led the way, his boots crushing half a cement brick. That bus up ahead is blocking the way. Chen Mu glanced behind him. The horde of rotting corpses was still writhing, like a hornet's nest that had been poked, but without the sour-faced leader, they only knew to crash into the ruins of the collapsed watchtower. The intestines of a rotting corpse were dragging on the ground, caught on a steel bar, and were pulled out half a meter with a ripping sound, but it continued to crawl forward as if it was unaware of it. Hurry up, he hissed, a metallic taste in his throat. The wound from the acid splash was still burning. The system's repair potion had suppressed the corrosion, but not the pain. Xiaomei nestled against his neck, her breath brushing against his earlobe. Put me down, I can walk. Shut up. Chen Mu gritted his teeth, his steps not slowing down an inch. He could feel her fingers clenched into a small fist around his waist, her nails almost digging into his flesh. The girl's hands didn't tremble at all when she was stitching up 3 wounded people last night, but now they're shaking like a falling leaf. The glass doors of the abandoned shopping mall were smashed to pieces, and half of the neon sign for Jinhui Shopping Plaza was still hanging on the door frame, missing the character Goodbye, and it shone with a ghostly blue light. The entrance to the basement level is on the east side of the mall. Moldy cardboard boxes are piled on the steps. When Chen Mu steps on one, there's a crack sound which startles De Zhuang, who turns around sharply. The blue light from his welding torch flickers in the shadows. Right here, Chen Mu gently placed Xiaomei on the steps and wiped her sweaty forehead with the back of his hand. Her eyelashes fluttered as she stared at the scab on his left shoulder. Your injury. He won't die. Chen Mu squatted down to inspect the entrance structure. The reinforced concrete load-bearing wall has exposed steel bars, but no through cracks. Both entrances, one on the left and one on the right, can be blocked. He patted Da Zhuang on the back. Move the iron frame over here and weld the left door shut. The right side is used as a bunker with shells stacked on it. De Zhuang responded, and the welding torch buckle on his waistband made a crisp sound. As he turned around, Chen Mu saw a fresh scratch on the back of his neck, oozing blood, the scratch he got while blocking the rotting corpse. The man acted as if nothing had happened, picked up the half-person-high iron frame and left, the ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against the ground echoing in the empty shopping mall. Xiaomei took out her medical kit, but the gauze stopped as soon as it touched the tourniquet on her leg. When she looked up, her eyes were glistening with tears. Old Chen, we won't survive the second wave. Chen Mu did not respond. He brought up the system interface, blue light dancing in his pupils. The plus sign for the defense enhancement skill was flashing, and shooting stability increased by 20%. In the previous battle, he missed 3 bullets, all because his shoulder was unstable when he was holding Xiaomei in his left arm. He murmured, and the interface flashed with golden light. My fingertips touched the M1911 at my waist, the grooves of the grip pressing against my palm like a reassuring pill. As the setting sun painted the exterior of the shopping mall a dark red, the defensive fortifications on the basement level were barely complete. The left door was welded shut, and 3 layers of shells were stacked on the right, with rubber tires rummaged out of the warehouse stuffed in the gaps. Dazhuang said they could block acid. Xiaomei sat behind the bunker, disinfecting the scalpel with alcohol. The alcohol bottle still had special supply of Jinhui supermarket printed on it, but the label had faded to grayish-white. Ready. Chen Mu placed the shotgun on the gap in the shelf, the barrel against the tire, feeling cool to the touch. He took out an armor-piercing bullet, twirled it between his fingers, and the spent casing flashed in his peripheral vision. His M1911 was strapped to his waist, the holster chafing his thighs raw. This was his backup weapon, to be used only as a last resort. Night fell quickly. When the first roar of a rotting corpse came from outside the shopping mall, Chen Mu was loading buckshot into his shotgun. The sound was like a rusty saw scraping against glass, and goosebumps immediately rose on the back of his neck. Hawkeye whispered. Suddenly, the vision cleared, and the outlines of the horde of rotting corpses appeared pale green in the darkness, with 3 of them marked with orange dots on their heads, acid zombies. The first one has a small red dot on its throat. The system message reads, acid sac weakness. Damaging it will reduce the acid spray area by 50%. Bullet time. The world suddenly slowed down. Chen Mu could see the rotting flesh at the corners of the mouths of the front row corpses trembling, and he could count the protruding blood vessels at the Adam's apples of the acid-sucking zombies. He pulled the trigger of the shotgun, and the buckshot exploded with a boom. Blood instantly bloomed from the throat of the acid zombie, and yellow-green acid sprayed out, condensing into a slow-motion rain in midair. Right side. There's someone missing on the right. The Zhuang shout was so loud it cracked. Chen Mu didn't turn around. He could hear the sound of fabric tearing from his right. A rotting corpse was crawling in through the gap in the shelf. He flung out his M1911, his wrist twisting slightly, the bullet grazing the edge of the shelf before accurately embedding itself between the eyebrows of the decaying corpse. The battle was like a fire that burned ever brighter. When Chen Mu switched to full power mode, he could feel his temples throbbing as the system injected adrenaline into his blood vessels, and a sweet, fishy taste filled his throat. The shotgun barrel gradually turned red. When he changed the magazine, he was so burned that he pulled his fingers back, but he pressed in a new round even faster. Dazhuang's hand was right beside him, and the magazine he was handed over was still warm from his body. Incendiary bomb. Chen Mu shouted. Dazhuang immediately pulled out a gleaming yellow magazine from the ammunition box. The clanging of metal mixed with the hissing of the rotting corpses sounded like a broken gong being struck. The moment Chen Mu reloaded the M1911 with incendiary bombs, he pulled the trigger. The flames licked at the rotting corpse 2 meters from the bunker, and the thing immediately turned into a fireball, stumbling and crashing into its kind, setting a patch of it ablaze. I don't know how long the fight lasted. As the skull of the last acid zombie was blown off by the deer bullet, the sound of gunshots still rang in Chen Mu's ears. He slumped behind the bunker, his back against the shelf, where he could feel a half shell stuck in the gap between the wood, burning hot. Mission complete. Obtain the passive skill Firepower Suppression. Increases continuous fire damage by 5%. The system notification made him twitch the corner of his mouth. Dazhuang slumped down beside him, the welding torch lying at his feet, his chest heaving like a bellows. Damn it. This is more tiring than carrying 10 truckloads of cement. Xiaomei crawled over and used tweezers to hold an alcohol swab to wipe his hands. The alcohol seeped into the gunpowder burn marks on his palms, causing him to gasp in pain. When she looked up, her eyes were unusually bright. Old Chun, you were just like a machine. Chen Mu remained silent. He stared at the layer of charred shell casings spread on the ground, each one gleaming with a dark red light. Suddenly, a low roar came from outside the door, deeper and more turbid than the roar of an ordinary rotting corpse, as if something was rolling stones in its throat. The 3 people stopped moving at the same time. De Zhuang's welding torch clattered to the ground, and Xiao Mei's alcohol swab landed on the cartridge case with a thud. Chen Mu reached for the M1911 at his waist, and the grooves on the grip pressed against his palm again. This time, the pain was very clear. Get some sleep. He pulled a tattered coat over Xiao Mei's legs, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. It's dawn. De Zhuang. Add another chain to the left door. In the darkness, the roar rang out again, this time closer. Chen Mu gazed at the night sky outside the gap in the bunker. The starlight was completely obscured by dark clouds. He pulled out a bullet, twirling it between his fingers, the coolness of the metal seeping into his bones, through his skin. The next battle, it was bound to come. Chapter 50 Underground Lockdown, Shadows Approaching. When a morning light shone into the basement through the cracked ventilation duct, Chen Mu's eyelids had only been closed for half an hour. Old Chen. De Zhuang's voice was rough and gritty, the welding torch scraping against the concrete floor. The metal door on the basement level has been reinforced, and 3 more chains have been added. But this generator... He squatted in front of the rusty machine, patting the casing with his oil-covered hands, is older than my dad. The gears are all jammed together. Chen Mu stood up, supporting himself on the shelf, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Sweat clung to the fabric on the back of my neck, and the smell of gunpowder from last night's battle still lingered in my nostrils. He pulled out a tactical flashlight and shone on the generator, the beam sweeping across the verted grease-covered dial. Try taking apart the lathe's pulley, the one you towed back from the auto repair shop yesterday. All right. De Zhuang rubbed his hands together, and as he turned around, his trouser leg swept across the spent cartridge cases on the ground, making a series of clanging sounds. Xiao Mei moved from the corner, carrying the medicine box, her hair covered in wood chips. As she squatted down beside Chen Mu's feet and rummaged through the box, a yellowed label slid out from the inner layer of the box. Aminophenol codeine tablets, expired in May 2023. She paused, then looked up at De Zhuang, who was bending over and disassembling the generator. His overalls had a tear on the back, from which dark red blood oozes out, a scratch from the acid zombies he'd been attacked the night before. Big Brother Zhuang, her hand gripping the medicine bottle, trembled slightly. It's expired, but it might still relieve the pain. De Zhuang was tightening a screw with a wrench when he heard this. He turned around and grinned. I'm tough as nails, a little iodine will do the trick. Keep it, just in case you or old Chen need it. He said it casually, but his hands slowed down a beat when he tightened the screws and sweat dripped from his forehead down his chin onto the machine. Chen Mu didn't interrupt. He stood in the center of the basement, his tongue pressed against his back teeth. There was a faint smell of burning in the air, like melted plastic mixed with rust, even more pungent than the stench of a rotting corpse. He raised the M1911, activated the system scan function, and a pale blue stream of data flowed through his field of vision. Walls, shelves, generators, finally stopping at the half-open fire door at the end of the corridor. Underground passage detected. The system notification sounded in my mind, connecting to the maintenance area of Metro Line 2. There may be an escape route. Chen Mu's thumb rubbed the anti-slip texture of the gun handle. The strange smell was coming from behind the fire door, like a thin needle pricking his nerves. He caught a glimpse of Xiao Mei, still clutching the medicine bottle, and De Zhuang's back was taut like an iron plate. He suddenly said, Xiao Mei, put the first aid kit away. De Zhuang, don't fix the generator for now. The two looked up at the same time. Come with me to see behind that door. He pointed to the fire door. Something smells off. De Zhuang picked up the welding torch and stood up. Xiao Mei quickly stuffed the medicine bottle back into the box and followed in his footsteps. Just as the three of them reached the fire door, Chen Mu's temple suddenly throbbed. The system alarm blared, more piercing than ever before. Unknown life, signal approaching. Distance, 30 meters. Chen Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. He pushed De Zhuang and Xiao Mei aside and stood in front of them. The motion-activated lights in the corridor suddenly flickered twice, casting a shadow in the dim light. Not a human figure, but more like a cloud of black mist blown away by the wind, sliding along the wall without even a sound of footsteps. Eagle Eye, he shouted, and the scenery in his field of vision instantly became 10 times clearer. But there were no weak marks on that black mist, and even its outline was distorted, like a black cloth soaked in water. Chen Mu gritted his teeth and activated bullet time. The flow of time slowed down in his perception, and the skin churning on the surface of the black mist finally revealed a clue. countless black tentacles as thin as hair, each gleaming with a ghostly blue light. Armor-piercing rounds. He drew the magazine from his waist, and the muzzle of the M1911 spewed fire. The bullet hit the center of the black mist precisely, but it was like hitting cotton. It didn't even create a ripple. Target detected. Shadow, tracking mutant. The system's mechanical voice carried an unusual sense of urgency. Unable to kill at this stage, immediate evasion recommended. Chen Mu got goosebumps on the back of his neck. He grabbed De Zhuang's welding torch and slammed it against the ceiling, sending chunks of cement raining down and temporarily blocking the shadowy figure's path. "Back to the main room," he yelled, shoving the two men back. "Quick!" The shadowy figure moved faster than anyone could have imagined. As soon as Chen Mu pushed Xiao Mei into the main room, he heard the sound of tearing fabric behind him. The black mist had bypassed the collapsed ceiling, and its tentacles brushed against his left arm, causing a burning pain. He pulled out a mercury fulminate bomb from his waist and threw it at the shadowy figure. The blast wave sent the shelves tumbling about. "Let's go through the maintenance passage." Chen Mu dragged the two of them toward the fire door they had found earlier and kicked open the rusted iron door. The passageway reeked of mildew. He locked the iron gate with his backhand. As soon as the metal latch went down, he heard the sound of fingernails scraping against metal from outside, a sound that made his teeth ache. Ding, unlocked crisis warning skill. The system notification made Chen Mu breathe a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and then noticed that the wound on his left arm was bleeding, with dark purple marks creeping up the blood vessels. Xiao Mei immediately pulled out an alcohol swab. "Old Chun, you're injured. This is the shadow's poison." Chen Mu stared at the wound, his voice as deep as a stone, but it didn't attack us directly. He looked into the depths of the passage, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across the mottled walls. "What is it looking for?" Before the words were finished, a metallic clanging sound suddenly came from the end of the passage, like an iron chain being dragged or the hum of some kind of machine starting up. The three of them stopped moving at the same time. Xiao Mei's hand, which was gripping the alcohol swab, was trembling. De Zhuang's welding torch hung at his side, but he quietly blocked her way. Chen Mu gripped the M1911 tightly, and the beam of light slowly swept towards the source of the sound. "Something is reflecting light in the darkness like railway tracks." "Come on." He pulled Xiao Mei behind him. "Let's go take a look." The musty smell in the passageway grew stronger, mixed with a faint, burnt odor, like an invisible net enveloping the three people's footsteps. Chen Mu's finger rested on the trigger, and he could clearly hear his own heartbeat, beating even faster than when he faced the horde of zombies last night. There seems to be light ahead. Chapter 51, Horrifying Old Tracks, Iron Cage Trap. As Chen Mu's boots rolled over the last rusty step of the maintenance passage, the musty smell suddenly became 3 times stronger. Xiao Mei sniffed, her fingertips unconsciously gripping the hem of his tactical vest, a habitual gesture she made when nervous, the same way she gripped the edge of the shelf when she hid in the convenience store during the zombie horde. "We're here." He lowered his voice, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across the space in front of him. Wherever the beam of light reached, the rusty train carriages resembled steel behemoths frozen in time, tilted and stuck on the tracks. The windows were shattered into a spiderweb pattern, and the emergency indicator lights were still flickering weakly. The dark red light made the XX Metro station sign on the wall appear blood-stained dark purple. Ding! A large amount of metal debris detected. Train shell, inferior steel, track, high manganese steel, electrical box, galvanized iron sheet. Disassemble? As the system prompt rang in his ears, Chen Mu's thumb had already pressed the disassemble button on his tactical glove. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Duong bending down to pick up a piece of loose steel plate, wiping it with his sleeve. "Old Chun, could this thing be used as a breastplate? I see rivet holes on the side." "Keep it," Chen Mu replied briefly, but his gaze didn't leave his surroundings. He could hear a faint electrical hum coming from his headset. It was the crisis warning skill in action, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. In the apocalypse, all unexpected surprises hide fangs, especially these relatively well-preserved old era facilities. Clang! Dazhuang's work boots suddenly kicked something metal. Chen Mu's pupils contracted instantly as the beam of light swept across. It was a thumb-thick iron chain, half buried in the dust, the other end disappearing into the shadows beneath the track. Unauthorized intruder. Cleanup process initiated. The rusty gears of the mechanical audiovisual system suddenly meshed, creating an explosion in the enclosed subway station. Chen Mu almost dropped his flashlight. The sound came from above. The moment he looked up, a dull tremor came from the ground on both sides of the track, and dozens of rusty iron cages were slowly rising, the sound of metal scraping against metal piercing his eardrums. Protect Xiaomei. Chen Mu cocked the M1911 pistol with his backhand, the click of the bullet being chambered mingling with the soft gasp of Xiaomei. De Zhuang's welding torch slammed to the ground with a clang. He spread his arms and pulled Xiaomei behind him, his back pressed against the nearest carriage, his muscles taut like an iron plate. Old Chen, these cages are moving. Chen Mu's beam of light swept across the edge of the iron cages. Sure enough, each cage had pulleys at the bottom and was closing in on the center at a visible speed. They were surrounded, and their living space was being compressed at a rate of half a meter per second. The overhead surveillance camera snapped to a new position, its red indicator light flashing, and the electronic voice, colder than before, announced, "Please show your ID card." Bullshit ID card. Chen Mu gritted his teeth, pointing the gun at the camera. With a bang, the camera lens shattered into tiny shards of glass, but the mechanical noise didn't stop. The grinding sound of the iron cage's pulleys became even more urgent, and the closest iron cage was now close to the Zhuang's boot tips. The system is controlled by simulated artificial intelligence. Chen Mu's temples throbbed as the system scan results flashed on his retina. These devices used redundant circuits from the old era, and the main control module was in the distribution box next to the track. He grabbed De Zhuang's sledgehammer and smashed it against the electrical box casing. Tear it apart. The moment the metal casing cracked, Chen Mu's scanning beam pierced through the dust. The dense network of lines resembled a tangled snake, with the words, "Emergency braking," marked next to the main red line. His fingertip tapped in the air, mimicking the circuit diagram displayed by the system. Password required. Password? Xiaomei suddenly asked. When Chen Mu turned his head, he saw her squatting in front of the desk in the corner, a yellowed notebook spread out on her lap, the edges of the pages stained with dark brown stains, like dried blood. Her fingers trembled, but she pointed precisely to a certain page. It says here, Reboot Code, Alpha 7. Chen Mu's breath hitched for a second. He remembered the system saying that in the early days of the apocalypse, some human teams tried to build defenses using old technology, and this might be one of them. He quickly ripped off his tactical glove, his dusty fingertips pressing against the input area of the control module, letters and numbers dancing on his retina. Drop. All mechanical sounds disappeared simultaneously. The pulleys of the iron cage were stuck 3 steps away from the 3 people, as if a pause button had been pressed. Chen Mu's back pressed against the cold carriage, and he realized he was covered in a cold sweat. Da Zhuang pressed his forehead against the welding torch, his chest heaving violently. Xiaomei's hand, clutching the logbook, was still trembling, but she gave him a pale smile. I searched 3 drawers. Well done. Just as Chen Mu was about to speak, the system notification suddenly sounded. Abnormal energy reaction detected. Source: depths of carriage number 3. His flashlight beam swept over immediately. Through the gap between the 2 carriages, a silver-gray mechanical arm was slowly extending, the gears at the joints making a soft click-clack sound. In a metal claw at the end of the arm, a tattered ID card was clutched. The plastic seal was torn into a spiderweb pattern, and the photo was charred black. Chen Mu's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked at Da Zhuang and Xiaomei, and they both looked in the direction of the beam of light. Xiaomei subconsciously leaned closer to him. He took 2 steps, crushing a few shards of glass with the soles of his boots. The mechanical arm showed no signs of attack, merely maintaining the posture of handing out the ID card, as if it were carrying out a pre-programmed instruction. Old Chen. De Zhuang's voice was filled with doubt. Chen Mu did not answer. As he bent down to pick up the ID card, the light from his fluorescent flashlight swept across the photo. Beneath the charred edges, one could vaguely make out the face of a young man. Thick eyebrows, a small mole at the corner of his eye, and even the curve of his mouth was exactly the same as the reflection of himself in the mirror. The emergency lights in the subway station suddenly flashed twice. In the dim red light, the photo on the ID card flickered, as if it were smiling at him. Chapter 52, The Rusty Rail's Secret Order, Old Shadows Reappear. The moment Chen Mu's fingertips touched the edge of the ID card, a tingling sensation spread through his palm. The crack in the plastic film scraped against my fingertip like some kind of deliberate reminder. As he bent over, the metal buckle of his tactical vest scraped against the carriage wall, making a soft, screeching sound that was particularly clear in the deathly silent subway station. The charred black in the photo was suddenly torn open by the flashlight beam, creating a gap. Thick eyebrows, a small mole at the corner of his eye, even a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. His Adam's apple bobbed twice, and his back teeth ached from clenching them. The scanning frame projected onto the retina flickered, but instead of displaying any data as usual, it did not. Old Chen. De Zhuang's voice was rough and gritty. He twirled the welding torch halfway in his palm and then gripped it tightly. This place is creepy. We should get out of here. Sweat trickled down his collar from the back of his neck. The beam of his flashlight danced on the track, illuminating several zombies that had long since turned to bones, with rusty bullets lodged between their ribs. Chen Mu did not respond. He flipped the ID card over. The engraving on the back gleamed coldly under the fluorescent light. July 3rd, 2024. 3 days before the Black Moon event. He remembered clearly that he was in the store that day, testing the newly arrived M1911 model. The glass window dyed orange-red by the setting sun. But this card had clearly been lying in this rotting subway for at least a year. Captain, Xiao Mei suddenly called out to him softly. She had squatted down in front of a file box in the corner of the carriage at some point, yellowed pages spilling out of the broken wooden box like crumpled twilight. Her fingertips were stained with mold, yet she carefully picked up a piece of paper. This, as Chen Mu walked over, he could hear the soft tinkling of the silver bells on her wrist. He had picked them up from the ruins of the convenience store last week, saying he would give them to her as a medical kit charm. The bell was silent. She pointed to a red mark on the drawing, Subway Security System Diagram. The main control room is in Zone C. Her fingernails were bluish white. My dad used to be a subway engineer. He taught me how to read these kinds of diagrams. Chen Mu's gaze swept over the blurred signature on the edge of the drawing, Lin Zhen. Xiao Mei's father's name. He suddenly remembered that 3 days ago, she was squatting in the chart apartment building, clutching half a family photo and crying until she couldn't breathe. It turned out that those fragments had been waiting for her here for so long. Let's go. He tucked his ID card into the inner layer of his tactical vest, pressing his fingers against the fabric as if confirming something. De Zhuang immediately grabbed the welding torch and started welding. Sparks flew from the torch tip, exploding into tiny bright spots amidst the musty smell. Xiao Mei folded the blueprints into a square and stuffed them into the first aid kit. As she stood up, her knees scraped against the rusty chair with a hissing sound. The sleepers on the tracks were rotten to pieces, and the sound of the 3 people's footsteps echoed in the tunnel. Chen Mu could hear De Zhuang's heavy breathing, each step making the wrench in his work pants pocket clang. Xiao Mei walked in the middle, her white coat stained with dark brown stains. Whether blood or rust, he couldn't tell. His combat boots crunched over something with a crisp sound. It was half a 5.56mm bullet casing, and the system immediately displayed decomposable points, 3 on his retina, but he inexplicably didn't bend down. System notification. A mechanical voice suddenly rang in her ears, startling Xiao Mei so much that she stumbled and grabbed the tunnel wall for support. Chen Mu's pupils contracted to thin slits, and the scanning mode automatically activated. Low-frequency signal interference detected. Source, 10 meters ahead. A beam of light swept across the damp wall, and the outline of a metal plate emerged from the mold. The eagle-shaped emblem was deeply engraved, with each feather clearly defined. The letters Project, Black Moon, below were corroded and uneven. Chen Mu's tempels trobet. The emblem was exactly the same as the edge pattern of the incomplete blueprint in his system space. De Zhuang's welding torch slammed into the metal plate, the orange-red light reflecting off his tense jaw. Should we blow it up? No. Chen Mu pressed down on his wrist. He drew his M1911, slightly raised the muzzle, and the bullet flew out, grazing the edge of the metal plate. It bounced off the tunnel's ceiling and grazed his left ear, bringing with it a wisp of hot air. De Zhuang gasped, and Xiao Mei covered her mouth, letting out a faint gasp through her fingers. Bulletproof alloy. Chen Mu put the gun back into the holster on his leg and took the crowbar that De Zhuang handed him. In a shrill whistling of metal rubbing against metal, he could hear his own heartbeat drowning out all the noise. As the metal plate clattered to the ground, Xiaomei's flashlight shone precisely on the interface, an old-fashioned USB-A port with dark brown dried liquid still clinging to its edges. Connect now. The system prompt tone unusually carried a slight fluctuation. Chen Mu rubbed his thumb along the edge of the interface, the liquid smearing on his fingertip, smelling of rust mixed with blood. Without hesitation, he took the adapter out of his tactical backpack. As the sound of electricity filled the tunnel, De Zhuang's welding torch fell to the ground with a thud. The terminal screen lit up, and the blue light made the three men's faces turn blue. Verification successful. Welcome back, Dr. Chen Mu. Chen Mu's fingers clenched into fists at his sides, his nails almost digging into his palms. The prefix doctor felt like a steel needle piercing his temple. He was clearly just a model shop owner. When did he become a doctor? The system flashed data overload, warnings frantically on the retina, without providing any explanation. The video started scrolling. A man in a white lab coat is adjusting equipment with his back to the camera. A small mole identical to his own is on the back of his neck. The creature in the glass chamber is slamming against the glass, making a buzzing sound, and bluish-purple veins are protruding under its skin. In the flames of the explosion, a hole is burned in the man's white lab coat, and he runs towards the tunnel carrying a metal box with a collapsing ceiling behind him. The final shot freezes on the number on the sealed door, Sector 07. This is a biological laboratory. Xiaomei's voice trembled. The first aid kit fell to the ground, and bandages rolled out, wrapping around a zombie's fingerbone. I've seen this kind of sealed door design before. My dad was involved in the modification of underground facilities. Chen Mu stared at his reflection on the screen, his Adam's apple bobbing. Looks like this isn't my first time here. His voice was like it was being immersed in ice water. Perhaps it's another version of me. The terminal suddenly emitted a crackling electrical sound, and the blue light dimmed and then brightened again. As the new text appeared, Xiaomei instinctively grabbed his arm, her nails almost digging into the nylon fabric of his tactical vest. Countdown to start. 48 hours. Start what? De Zhuang's voice cracked as he picked up the welding torch and put it down again. Old Chen, we can't stay here any longer, any later. Shoo. Chen Mu suddenly raised his hand. He drew his pistol and pointed it deep into the tunnel, where a faint metallic scraping sound could be heard. Xiaomei followed his gaze, and her pupils suddenly contracted. The terminal screen had gone out at some point, but the smell of burnt circuitry in the air had returned. Chapter 53, The Shadow Reappears, a wild run across the broken tracks. The moment the terminal screen went out, the hairs on the back of Chen Mu's neck stood on end. The burnt electrical smell, like a venomous snake, burrowed into my lungs through my nasal cavity. Exactly the same smell as when I first encountered the shadowy figure 3 hours earlier. It's here. His voice was crisper than a bullet leaving the barrel, and his right hand was already gripping the handle of the M1911. The system displayed a glaring red warning on my retina, with the value soaring from 75% to 92%. The moment my fingertips touched the gun, a faint scraping sound came from deep within the tunnel, like someone drawing circles on a steel rail with a rusty nail. Xiaomei's grip on his tactical vest suddenly tightened, her nails almost digging into the muscles between his ribs. This nurse, who was usually so steady even when removing stitches from wounded soldiers, was breathing heavily like a broken bellows. Brother Chen. The rest of her sentence was swallowed. She followed Chen Mu's gaze and saw only a blurry gray shadow on the tunnel wall, moving as fast as thick smoke being blown away by the wind. Run. Charge towards the exit. Chen Mu grabbed Xiaomei's wrist with one hand and pulled De Zhuang's work pants belt with the other. He tossed the M1911 to his left hand, his thumb quickly flicking the ammunition switch on the side of the gun. Click. Incendiary mode activated. The modified old gun was hotter than his heartbeat at that moment. The temperature of the barrel against his palm reminded him of the shriek that came when he first saw the shadow 3 days ago after it was grazed by an incendiary bullet. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the tunnel. Out of the corner of Chen Mu's eye, he saw De Zhuang's work shoes stepping over a rusty section of rail, sparks flying from the soles. Xiaomei's white nurse's uniform was lifted by the wind, revealing scratches that had just scabbed over on her calves, scratches from ordinary zombies she had been given while cleaning the shops yesterday. His Adam's apple bobbed, and the system suddenly displayed the scan results of the shadowy figure before his eyes. Tracking type high-level mutant. Shadow. Weakness. No clear physical core, area damage recommended. Eagle eye. Chen Mu hissed through gritted teeth. The field of vision was instantly tinged with light blue, and all the moving trajectories were edged with silver. But the outline of that gray shadow was like a crumpled newspaper, its edges constantly twisting and rearranging, making it impossible to lock onto any vital points. His temples throbbed, a sign of impending system overload. Last time, he stayed up all night analyzing the data of the shadowy figure, and the system was forced into hibernation for 12 hours. Dazhuang, ignite it. Chen Mu's voice carried an undeniable ruthlessness. He remembered that half an hour earlier, when they passed the pile of abandoned timber, Dazhuang stuffed half a bottle of gasoline into his backpack, the last of their supplies that they had stolen from the gas station. All right, Dazhuang's reply was cracked, but there was no ambiguity whatsoever. He freed his left hand to unzip his backpack, revealing a glass bottle of gasoline that gleamed amber in the dim light. Chen Mu could hear the cracking sound of his knuckles. This kid could usually lift 200 pounds of steel bars without breaking a sweat, but now his hands were shaking violently. When the gasoline was poured on the wood, half of it spilled onto his own rubber shoes. The moment the lighter's flame shot up, the tunnel was as bright as day. Chen Mu squinted as the firelight stung his eyes, and just then he caught a glimpse of the dark figure being forced back by the wall of fire. The gray mist contained jagged bone fragments, and the skin, like melted wax, was oozing black, sticky fluid. It emitted a sharp screech, like metal scraping, but didn't stop. It crashed directly into the fire, and the smell of burnt flesh mixed with gasoline exploded, making Xiaomei gag. Now's the time. Chen Mu grabbed the two and ran towards the railway tracks, pulling a shotgun from his tactical pouch with his right hand. He remembered that there was a loose joint on the rail about 20 meters away, which he had discovered when he checked it with a crowbar. The barrel pressed against the loose bolt, and the trigger was pulled 3 times in quick succession. Boom! 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 The sound of metal breaking was so loud it hurt our eardrums. The rails, like broken matchsticks, piled up into a twisted obstacle behind the 3 of them. As the dull thud of the dark figure crashing into the barrier was heard, Chen Mu had already led the 2 men into an old train carriage. The musty smell in the carriage almost made him cough. Most of the windows were shattered, and the velvet on the seats was torn into tattered pieces, like drooping gray tongues. But the red indicator light on the console was still flashing. He had just scanned the system, and the backup battery still had 37% charge. Xiaomei, hold the door shut. Chen Mu shoved the shotgun into Dazhuang's hands and lunged toward the control panel. My finger was pierced by rust as soon as it touched the lever, and blood seeped out, spreading as small red dots on the metal surface. The system displayed a circuit diagram in front of him. He pulled off the tactical knife from his waist, quickly cut the 2 green wires, and then connected the positive and negative terminals of the spare battery, a skill he had honed while repairing old guns at the model shop, which now became a life-saving ability. Activate the propulsion system. Chen Mu's roar, mixed with the sound of electricity, exploded. The train emitted a dying groan, its wheels screeching against the rails, and the once still carriages finally began to slide. Dazhuang grabbed his shotgun and lunged at the car window, the barrel piercing through the broken glass. Old Chen. It's coming. The moment Chen Mu turned his head, he saw a dark figure clinging to the back of the carriage. The creature's fingernails were at least 10 centimeters long, with a bluish-gray sheen. They sparked as they scratched across the car body, leaving deep, bone-revealing scratches on the metal surface. Xiaomei braced herself against the back door, the door slamming shut with a loud thud. Her forehead pressed against the cold metal, cold sweat trickling down her temples. Brother Chen, the door's going to break down. Burn it. Chen Mu grabbed the shotgun from Dazhuang's hand, leaned out, and fired a burst. The moment the incendiary bomb struck the shadowy figure, it let out an even sharper howl than before. A gash was torn open in its gray, misty body, revealing a pulsating purplish-black core inside. The system had finally locked on. The weakness is in the core. He fired 3 shots at the ball of light in quick succession. The shockwave from the explosions sent him staggering backward, the gun barrel so hot he could barely hold it. Suddenly, a loud boom came from the bottom of the carriage, and the remaining oil was ignited, with flames shooting up from the wheels. Like an old horse that has been whipped, the train suddenly picked up speed. Chen Mu was thrown back in his seat and saw the light at the tunnel entrance getting brighter and brighter. They had broken out. Ding! system detected a successful extreme escape. Unlocking the extreme escape skill. Short distance movement speed increased by 15% for 5 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes. The train made a screeching sound as it slid onto the open-air platform. Chen Mu staggered and grabbed the seat for support, seeing the scene outside the car window. The rusty electronic screen was still flashing, "Welcome to District 7." And the steps of the escalator were stuck in mid-air, piled with zombie skeletons half a person's height. Xiaomei slumped to the ground, her chest heaving, still clutching the bandage that had fallen out of her hand. De Zhuang leaned against the car door, his work pants torn at the knee, revealing a bleeding wound, yet he was still grinning foolishly. "Old Chen, did we win this race?" Chen Mu did not answer. He stared into the darkness at the end of the platform, where the faint sound of machinery could be heard, like some large piece of equipment being started. The system suddenly popped up a warning. Abnormal energy fluctuation detected. Immediate evacuation is recommended. He touched the M1911 on his side. The gun still retained the warmth from the previous shot. "Get off the train." His voice was colder than the wind on the platform. "Find cover." Xiaomei stood up, holding onto the chair. A bandage slipped out of her pocket and wrapped around the finger bone of a zombie at her feet. 2 eerie blue lights suddenly lit up in the zombie's eye sockets. Chapter 54. The old site reopens. The secret door appears. The moment the train glided onto the open-air platform, the shrill sound of metal rubbing against the tracks was like a rusty knife scraping against your eardrums. Chen Mu's back slammed heavily against the seat back, but his knuckles remained gripping the handle of the M1911 pistol. The image of the zombie suddenly opening its eyes was still burning on his retina, the eerie blue light like 2 thin needles piercing his nerves. "Old Chen." De Zhuang's voice trembled with excitement. The bloodstains on the knees of his work pants had seeped into palm-sized dark red stains, but he was still peering out through the crack in the train door. "This station seems cleaner than the previous one." Chen Mu did not respond. He crouched down and slid toward the car door, his boots crushing a shard of glass. The system interface floated on his retina, the red warning bar still fading. Abnormal energy fluctuation distance, 200 meters, source direction. He turned his head in the direction of the prompt, and as his gaze swept over the iron gate at the end of the platform, the system suddenly dinged, and the originally jumping red turned into dense golden dots. "Special materials," he uttered in a low voice, his finger gesturing in the air. "At least 20 signal sources concentrated over there." Xiaomei was squatting on the ground picking up bandages when she heard the noise and suddenly looked up, her hair still covered with dust from when she crashed in a car door. "Brother Chen, you said materials?" Her voice was trembling with expectation. They hadn't found any metal parts that could be disassembled for 3 days, and the crack in De Zhuang's shotgun barrel still hadn't been repaired. Chen Mu didn't answer, but simply gestured with his chin towards the iron gate. The 3 of them filed off the train. The wind on the platform, carrying the smell of rust, blew into their collars. Xiaomei immediately covered her nose. "What's that smell? Like hospital disinfectant mixed with rotten leaves?" Her gaze swept over the bluish-gray fungal carpet that covered the wall. The vine-like things trembled gently in the wind, like countless lurking snakes. Da Zhuang walked to the iron gate first, placed his palm on the rusted edge of the gate, and pushed hard. The metallic scraping sound was so sharp it made your teeth ache, but the door didn't budge an inch. He turned his head and grinned. "Old Chen, it's time for your precious ID card to be used." Chen Mu pulled out the black card from the inside of his tactical vest. When he found it in a safe in an abandoned police station 3 days ago, the system prompted him that it may be associated with core area permissions, but he didn't pay attention to it at the time. Now it seems that this thin card is more valuable than gold. The moment the card was placed on the sensor area, the snow-like dots on the electronic screen suddenly turned into green characters. Chen Mu stared at the screen, his atoms apple-bobbing. Identity verification in progress. With a click, the iron gate made a muffled sound and slowly slid open to both sides. A chilling wind carrying a strong chemical smell rushed out, and Xiaomei subconsciously took half a step back, bumping into the escalator handrail behind her. A crash came from the pile of bones, and several finger bones rolled to her feet. "Be careful." Chen Mu reached out to block her way, his M1911 pistol already removed from its holster. He could hear his own heartbeat, even faster than when the train rushed into the tunnel. On the system interface, those little golden dots were flashing wildly, like a hornet's nest that had been disturbed. The staircase led downwards, the steps covered in a thin layer of dust, but there were no zombie remains. Dajwang walked in front, his shotgun sweeping left and right. This place seems to be cleaned regularly? His voice bounced in the enclosed space, creating a buzzing echo. The door at the end of the stairs was ajar. The moment Chen Mu used the butt of his rifle to pry it open, all three of them froze. This is a complete underground laboratory. Although the fluorescent lights were off, the neatness of that year was still evident. The lab benches were arranged in a neat square, the glass of the refrigerator was fogged up, and the innermost control panel still had a today's to-do sticky note attached to it. The writing was blurred by the dampness, but the words virus sample transferred to Zone 07 could still be made out. Vaccine. Xiaomei's exclamation pierced the frozen air like a needle. She practically lunged at the nearest refrigerator, her fingertips touching the frosted glass. Brother Chen, look. Chen Mu leaned closer, and through the blurry glass, could see a row of silver test tubes standing in an ice cube tray. The words Anti-01 on the label looked familiar. It was the code name for the brain-eating virus vaccine experiment mentioned in the pre-apocalyptic news. Xiaomei gently touched the test tube through the glass, her breath condensing into white mist on the glass. It's not completely ineffective. If we could find a freezer, it might still be usable. Her voice trembled, and her eyes suddenly reddened. My dad. The day my dad got infected, he was waiting for this batch of vaccines. Chen Mu's fingers moved rapidly across the system interface. The moment the scanning function was activated, the metal shell of the refrigerator appeared as translucent structural lines in his eyes, and the liquid in the test tube was crystallizing at a visible rate. The system prompted, 37% of the active ingredient remains. It needs to be transferred to a minus 80°C environment within 12 hours. He took out the insulated box from his tactical backpack and tossed it to Xiaomei. Fill the top 3 tubes and hurry up. Understood. Xiaomei sniffed, took out disinfectant wipes from her pocket to wipe her hands, but her fingertips were still trembling violently. Back then, at the municipal hospital, I was in charge of vaccine storage. Her voice was so soft it sounded like a sigh, and the metal test tubes clinked against the insulated box. Chen Mu turned and walked towards the control panel. The system indicated that the signal source in the core area was coming from the deepest part of the laboratory, and the control console was the only terminal that could be connected. He ripped the wires from the keyboard, cut the insulation with his saber, and exposed the copper wires inside. They had been taken from the train motor 3 days earlier, and the system said they could provide temporary power. Drop! The console screen suddenly lit up with static. Chen Mu's fingers flew across the keyboard as the system automatically displayed the interface. He could feel cold sweat beating on the back of his neck. The last time he felt this nervous was when he was fighting the regenerating zombie king one-on-one in the underground parking garage. The image finally stabilized. A researcher in a white lab coat appeared on the screen, his collar stained with dark red blood, his glasses askew on his nose, and behind him, the laboratory door could be seen cracked for being smashed open. If you see this message, his Adam's apple bobbed, it means Project Black Moon has failed. We underestimated the virus's adaptability. He suddenly turned his head to look off the screen, his pupils contracting sharply. It has begun to evolve. The screen went black with a sizzle, leaving only bloodstains on the desktop, which were magnified into a glaring red in the camera lens. Chen Mu's fingers pressed on the control panel, and he could feel the coolness of the metal seeping in through his gloves. The system suddenly popped up a new notification. High-intensity energy fluctuation detected. Source, alloy door at the deepest part of the laboratory. It is recommended to unlock. Crisis warning, level 2 first. He looked up and followed the scan lines. On the innermost wall, an alloy door engraved with Sector 07 was gleaming coldly. The seal wrapped around the doorknob had cracked, revealing the combination lock inside. Old Chun, Dezhuang's voice came from behind. He was guarding the laboratory door, a zombie skull pressed under the barrel of his shotgun. This place is weird. Should we grab the stuff and leave? Chen Mu did not answer. He took out the black ID card and walked towards the alloy door. On the system interface, the energy fluctuation value is rising wildly, like a thermometer about to explode. The moment the ID card was inserted into the slot, a muffled creak of gears turning came from inside the door. The wind seeping through the cracks in the door was colder than before, carrying a sweet, rusty smell, the smell of blood. The door slowly opened, In the darkness, 2 points of eerie blue light suddenly lit up. Chen Mu's breath caught in his throat. The light was brighter and sharper than the light from the zombies on the platform, like 2 poison knives. He could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his eardrums, and the muzzle of his M1911 pistol trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. The system then popped up a new notification. Unknown creature detected. It is recommended to activate bullet time for preloading. Xiaomei. He didn't turn around. His voice is steady as a rock. Is the vaccine ready? It's all set up. Xiaomei's voice came from behind, slightly nasal. The incubator temperature is normal. Duduang, he continued, his gaze fixed on the light in the darkness. Guard the door and shoot if there's any movement. All right. The sound of Duduang's shotgun being cocked echoed in the laboratory. Old Chun, you go ahead. I'll cover you. Chen Mu stepped across the threshold. The alloy door clicked shut behind him. The point of light in the darkness blinked, as if in response to his approach. He could hear his footsteps echoing on the metal floor, each step firm and steady, just like when he assembled his first reinforced M1911 pistol at the gun shop, turning each screw 3 full turns. The light in the darkness shone brighter the moment the door closed. Chapter 55 Police Station Dead End. Ammunition exhausted and no rescue. As the dull thud of the alloy door closing echoed behind him, Chen Mu's molars clenched until they ached. He touched the insulated box at his waist. The vaccine Xiaomei had just put in were still cool from the refrigerant. This was the result of 3 hours of work in the underground laboratory. The warning the system just displayed was still flashing before my eyes. The energy fluctuation index in Zone 07 has exceeded the critical value. Evacuation is recommended. Old Chun, Duduang's shotgun barrel, nudged his back. That door is really weird. Let's just take the stuff and go. The 1.9-meter-tall man had sweat on his forehead, and his bulletproof vest was still covered in the green pus from the zombies on the platform. Xiaomei's hands are shaking like leaves. If we dawdle any longer, we might mess things up. Chen Mu turned around. Xiaomei was huddled in the corner, clutching an incubator. Her hair was covered in bits of plaster, and her eyelashes were trembling violently, like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. He suddenly remembered that 3 hours earlier outside the lab, this girl had gritted her teeth and cut her own arm to distract the patrolling zombies. Now she seemed to be terrified. Let's go. He patted Duduang on the shoulder, his fingertips touching the hard magazine in the other's vest. Stay close to the wall and don't touch any devices that are glowing red. As the 3 of them crouched low and moved toward the platform exit, Chen Mu's palms were damp with a thin layer of sweat. He gripped the M1911 pistol so tightly that the grip became hot, and the system scan suddenly exploded into a cluster of red dots 30 meters ahead. 7, no, 8 moving heat sources. Stop! He lowered his voice and raised the gun barrel slightly. The first thing to appear was the reflection from the riot shield. The flickering light from the platform ceiling shattered into spots on the shield, revealing the police badge on the chest of the person behind the shield. Made of bronze, its edges rusted a dark brown, like a congealed scab. Unauthorized intruder. The voice, like sandpaper scraping metal, crackled with static, accept punishment. Chen Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. The enemy's tactical movements were too fluid. The shield bearers advanced in a triangular formation, while the assault soldiers, armed with modified Type 95 rifles, kept their guns locked on the throats of the 3 men. The mutant in the front row had purple spots crawling all over his neck, and his right eye gleamed with a cold mechanical light. It was a prosthetic eye implanted after being corrupted by the virus. Duduang, protect Xiaomei and move her to the right. He drew his gun with a backhand, and just as the firing pin of his M1911 pistol fell, a system notification exploded on his retina. Target is a tactical mutant with 200% increased muscle density. Conventional bullets cannot kill it. The first armor-piercing round accurately penetrated the mutant's collarbone. The man staggered half a step, then suddenly pulled out the stun baton from his waist with his left hand. Crackling blue-purple arcs of electricity shattered the second bullet that was flying towards him. Damn! Duduang's shotgun roared as it tore through the formation, shrapnel sparking as it hit the shields. Old Chun, these are fucking thugs among the mutants. Xiao Mei suddenly screamed. The moment Chen Mu turned his head, he saw a shadow reflected in the broken glass at her feet. Another mutant had somehow circled around to her side and was already swinging a riot baton at her head. His finger pulled the trigger almost faster than his thoughts, and the bullet grazed Xiao Mei's hair before entering the mutant's temple. The creature's skull cracked open with a crack, but instead of falling down, it grinned, revealing a mouthful of black teeth. Retreat. Chen Mu grabbed Xiao Mei by the back of her collar and ran back. Bullets grazed his ear and pierced the wall, leaving charred holes. Dazhuang covered the rear, the shotgun spitting orange trails in the corridor. Run to the police station. I remember there's an old building half a kilometer away. The police station's glass door shattered as the three men burst in. Chen Mu's knee slammed against the shattered marble countertop, his palm pressing against the police officer's nameplate, which looked to be from an unknown era, Wang Jiangwo, third-class superintendent, the bronze lettering worn smooth by the wear. After he rolled over and went into the counter, the muzzle of his M1911 pistol peeked out, and he saw law enforcement officers standing in a fan shape outside the door. The one in the lead, the one with the brightest badge on his chest, raised his hand and pressed his earpiece. He can't escape. Officer A's voice crackled with electricity. This used to be where we were on duty, and now it's a prison for criminals. His prosthetic eye suddenly flashed red, like a laser beam sweeping across the broken walls and beams of the police station. Chen Mu's back was covered in cold sweat. He felt the magazine in his pocket. He had 8 rounds left in his M1911 pistol, while Dazhuang's shotgun had at most 3 rounds. The system interface flashed on my retina. It is recommended to activate bullet time, preloading, but it will consume 20 skill points. Current points, 25. Old Chun. Dazhuang's voice came from the right, as he braced himself against the rickety wooden door. There are security cameras in this house. Chen Mu looked up. The camera in the corner of the ceiling turned, and the moment the red lit up, a mechanical voice, like rusty gears, ripped through my eardrums. Welcome to the 3rd precinct. I am Xiaolin. Please show your identification. You can still operate? He crouched down and tapped the monitor base with his fingertips. The plastic shell was so brittle it could be crushed, but a faint electrical sound could be heard from inside. Core power supply remains intact. Kobayashi's voice suddenly became clearer. Abnormal vital signs detected. Should we locate the weapons depot and ammunition room? The emergency lights on the ceiling lit up one after another, and in the dim light, a blurry holographic projection appeared on the wall, a layout map of the police station. Chen Mu's gaze swept over the markings for 2nd basement ammunition depot, and his atoms apple-bobbed. Can you open the underground passage? A permission card is required. Kobayashi's voice had an electronic tone. However, you can enter through the ventilation duct of the front desk storage room. Her projection suddenly flashed. Warning, external intrusion level upgraded to red. It is recommended to move within 3 minutes. Chen Mu touched the insulated box at his waist. The vaccines must be secured, and the ammunition must be obtained, otherwise they won't even make it to the next intersection. He turned to Dazhuang and said, You stay here, Xiao Mei. I'll go scout ahead. Bullshit. Dazhuang shoved the shotgun at him. I've survived a zombie horde. This is nothing. You take the gun. I'll carry Xiao Mei. He bent down and scooped Xiao Mei up. The girl's fingers gripped his collar tightly, like a leaf trembling in the wind. The system suddenly exploded with a notification. External impact frequency increased. Estimated time to break through, 1 minute 30 seconds. Chen Mu's thumb rubbed the hammer of the M1911 pistol. He stared at the shadowy passageway leading down to the lower level in the layout plan, his heart pounding louder than the metallic clanging outside the door. Law enforcement officers were using hydraulic shears to cut it open. Stay close. He tugged at Dazhuang's sleeve and led the 2 of them toward the storage room. The smell of decaying documents, mixed with dust, filled my nostrils. An old photograph floated up from the scraps of paper at my feet. A young man in a police uniform holding a little girl in a floral dress, with the police station reception desk in the background. We're here. Dazhuang's boots kicked the metal grill of the ventilation shaft. Shaolin said we can go down from here. Chen Mu pulled out his tactical knife and pried open the fence. Rusty bits fell onto the back of his hand, making it numb with pain. When the fence was finally lifted, a damp, musty smell wafted out from below, and the outline of the steps could be vaguely seen. Go down first. He supported Xiao Mei by the waist and carried her into the ventilation duct, then turned to Dazhuang and said, You follow, I'll cover the rear. The banging outside the door suddenly intensified. Chen Mu could hear Enforcer A's breathing coming through the crack in the door, carrying the stench of rotting flesh. Found you. He took one last look at the layout plan on the wall. The markings for the second basement level gleamed with a bluish hue in the shadows. Kobayashi's voice suddenly rang out above him. The best path has been marked for you. Please be careful to avoid it. Boom! The wooden door exploded behind them. Chen Mu turned around abruptly, and the muzzle of his M1911 pistol spit out a tongue of fire. Law enforcement officer A's riot shield blocked the first two bullets, while the third grazed his prosthetic eye, sending sparks flying. The creature's mouth stretched to its ears, revealing its corroded gums. Run? Where can you run to? Chen Mu's finger tightened on the trigger. The system notification flashed wildly. Ammo remaining, M1911X3. He stared in the direction of the ventilation duct. Xiao Mei had already gone down, and De Zhuang's boot tips were disappearing into the darkness. Go, he shouted, turning and rushing into the ventilation shaft. He heard a metallic scraping sound behind him as a law enforcement officer's riot baton nearly grazed the back of his neck. The musty smell in the ventilation ducts was even stronger. Chen Mu groped his way down the damp wall and could hear De Zhuang's heavy breathing below. Old Chun, these steps lead underground. Shut up, he said in a low voice. Listen. Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering glass came from above. Enforcer A's laughter pierced through the pipes like an owl's. I know where you are. Chen Mu's palms were covered in sweat. He pulled out the layout map provided by Kobayashi and squinted in the darkness to make out the markings for the ammunition depot on the second basement level, which was just 10 meters ahead. The system suddenly popped up a new notification. 200 Type 92 pistol rounds and 50 shotgun shells have been detected in the ammunition depot. The metallic clanging sound outside the door grew closer. Chen Mu could hear the footsteps of law enforcement officers echoing in the police station lobby like a countdown to death. He folded the layout diagram into small pieces and tucked them into his collar, his fingertips touching the lock of the insulated box. The vaccine was still there, and there was still time. Stay close, he whispered to those below. We have to survive. At the end of the ventilation shaft was a half-open iron door. As Chen Mu squeezed out, his trouser leg was torn open by the door hinge, letting in a gust of cold air, but it was nothing compared to the chill on his back. He looked up and saw a sign on the wall, glowing faintly in the darkness. Second basement, level ammunition depot. In the police station lobby, Officer A's hydraulic shears finally broke through the last latch. His prosthetic eye glowed red, scanning the ventilation opening in the storage room and revealing a mouthful of black teeth. Found you. Chen Mu's fingers rested on the doorknob. A faint metallic clanging sound came from inside the door, the sound of bullet boxes being stacked. He took a deep breath and turned the handle. Behind the door, boxes of ammunition could be vaguely seen in the darkness. Further away, something moved, making a soft sound like gears turning. Chapter 56, Underground Ammunition Depot, Extreme Reloading. The moment Chen Mu's fingers touched the doorknob, the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood on end. The sound of law enforcement officer A's riot baton striking metal came from outside the ventilation duct. Once, twice, as if striking his taut nerves. The system panel flickered on my retina, displaying a heat map of the underground ammunition depot. 3 red dots, no, for approaching the iron gate from different directions. His Adam's apple bobbed as he recalled the glass tube containing the vaccine in the incubator. It was the last hope he had found after searching through half the pharmacies in the city when Dazhuang's younger sister had a fever of 40 degrees Celsius. Old Chun, Dazhuang's voice came from below, a muffled tremor. Can the door be opened? Chen Mu did not answer. He glanced down at his watch. The luminous hands pointed to 3:17 a.m., exactly 72 hours after the black moon rose. In those 72 hours, he had seen zombies devouring their companions and mutants slicing open human cavities with bone knives. But he had never seen a mutant like Law Enforcer. Half of his face was rotting muscle, and the other half had a prosthetic eye that glowed red. Despite wearing a police uniform, he looked more like a monster than a zombie. The iron gate creaked open half an inch. A musty smell mixed with the cool metallic scent wafted out, and Chen Mu's pupils instantly contracted. 6 boxes of Type 92 pistol ammunition were neatly arranged on the ammunition rack against the wall, and the seal on the top box still bore the police station stamp. Further to the right, The wooden case of a shotgun was open, and several high-explosive buckshot shells glowed with a ghostly blue light in the darkness. The system notification sounded at the right time. Detectable modification parts: 3 extended shotgun magazines, 2 M1911 double-stack triple magazines. Should we renovate immediately? Change it. Chen Mu gritted his teeth, his left hand already reaching for the M1911 at his waist. He had only 3 bullets left in the magazine. These were his last remaining possessions after enduring 3 rounds of attacks from law enforcement officer A in the storage room. The moment his fingertips touched the magazine catch, he suddenly stopped. At the deepest part of the ammunition rack, there was a metal box gleaming coldly. Shaolin, he lowered his voice. What's in the explosion-proof cabinets of the ammunition depot on the 2nd basement level? According to police records from 2023, the AI's electronic voice sounded in the headset with a slight electrical buzzing. Tactical shotgun accessories are stored in the explosion-proof cabinet in Zone B. Zone C. Warning, abnormal external vibration frequency detected. The ground suddenly trembled violently. Chen Mu staggered and his back slammed heavily against the ammunition rack, causing the metal box to fall to the ground with a clatter. He looked down and saw that the seal on the box read, "Experimental Special Ammunition," and there were charred marks on the edges of the seal, as if it had been melted by high temperatures. This could not be an old wound from before the apocalypse. "Old Chun," Dazhuang shouted from outside the door. "Something's wrong upstairs. They've taken down the stairs." Chen Mu suddenly looked up. A sharp whistling sound of metal breaking came from the ventilation duct opening, mixed with the laughter of law enforcement officer. "Run. Do you think you can hide by burrowing underground? When I was fighting narcotics, I could demolish a blast wall in 3 seconds." A new notification popped up on the system panel. Law enforcer A has breached the entrance to the 1st basement level and is 27 meters from the current location. Chen Mu's finger almost instinctively pressed down on the wooden case of the shotgun. The high-explosive buckshot cartridge case was burning hot in his palm. He suddenly remembered the modern firearms modification manual he had found in the junkyard 3 days ago. Inside was a note written in red pen. "Reload speed determines survival time. To my Evercom apprentice." Those were the handwriting of the original owner's master. Chen Mu closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, only a cold light remained in them. He slapped the empty magazine of his M1911 into the quick-draw pouch of his tactical vest, and the newly replaced double-stack magazine clicked into place, increasing the magazine capacity from 7 to 13 rounds. The extended magazine of the shotgun was heavier. He supported the gun with one hand and used the other hand to press the high-explosive buckshot into the magazine. The metallic clanging sound was particularly clear in the confined space. "System, activate rapid reload," he said to the air. The image on my retina suddenly slowed down. Chen Mu saw his fingers hovering above the magazine catch, the curve of each hair clearly visible. The footsteps of law enforcement officer A were drawn out into low-frequency vibrations, mixed with the Zhuang's rapid breathing, like some kind of primitive war drum. When the first dull thud of the riot shield hitting the iron gate was heard, his reloading action was already complete. From taking out the empty magazine to loading a new one, it only took 0.8 seconds. "Here it comes," he said to Dazhuang, his voice as steady as if he were announcing the time. The moment the iron gate was smashed open, Chen Mu had already raised his shotgun. The red light from law enforcement officer A's prosthetic eye shone in first, like a moving searchlight. He pulled the trigger, and the high-explosive buckshot flew out with a sharp whistle, exploding half a meter away from the opponent's chest. Not a gruesome scene of flying flesh and blood, but a crisp ding sound. Chen Mu's pupils contracted sharply, and he then noticed that officer had a palm-sized steel plate hanging on his chest, with the police station's emblem welded to the edge. "Smart." Enforcer Anka tilted his head, a twisted smile squeezing out from his rotting right cheek. "Knowing to use high-explosive shells. But you forgot, I used to be in a riot control unit." He raised his hand, twirling the riot baton in his palm. "Try this." Suddenly, the tip of the stick burst out with a blinding blue light. Chen Mu's system panel flashed wildly. "Warning. Electromagnetic pulse weapon detected, potentially interfering with system operation." He instinctively crouched down, blue light sweeping across his head, and the ammunition rack on his right hissed and emitted blue smoke. Dazhuang cursed behind him, grabbed a fire axe he'd picked up from the ventilation shaft, and charged forward, only to be kicked back into the corner by law enforcement officer A. "You little brat." Enforcer A spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, dark red liquid seeping from his rotting gums. "Today, I'm going to act on behalf of heaven and punish you, vaccine-stealing rats." "Shut up." Chen Mu pressed his M1911 against his prosthetic eye. His quick reload skill allowed him to reload 3 times during the previous exchange. There are currently 9 bullets in the magazine, each of which has been systematically optimized and has a tungsten steel coating extracted from scrap car parts. Law Enforcer A's riot shield couldn't stop the 3rd shot. The bulletproof steel plate couldn't withstand the 7th shot, and when the 9th shot grazed his left temple, Chen Mu heard a soft sound of bones breaking. You can't kill me." Enforcer A slid down against the wall, the red light in his prosthetic eye flashing. I am the righteous enforcer." Chen Mu's gun was still smoking. He bent down and picked up the riot baton that the other person had dropped on the ground. The baton was engraved with Police ID 0739 Wang Jianjun. The system suddenly popped up a prompt. Residual human fluctuations detected in the mutant. "Do you want to trigger the hidden mission?" He ignored it and turned to look at Dazhuang. The latter was holding an incubator, blood seeping from his forehead, but he was smiling like a child. "The vaccine didn't break," Dazhuang said. Chen Mu nodded. He heard Xiaolin say in his earpiece, "Law Enforcer A's vital signs continue to decline. We recommend immediate evacuation." But he didn't move. He just stared at Wang Jianjun's gradually dimming prosthetic eye. The former riot police officer now has one side of his face covered with dark purple veins, while the other side still retains the outline of the pre-apocalyptic world. Perhaps he really thought he was upholding justice, just as Chen Mu once thought that being a good person would allow him to survive. "Did we really do something wrong?" Wang Jianjun's voice was as soft as a sigh. Chen Mu's finger trembled slightly on the trigger. He suddenly remembered that 3 days ago, outside an abandoned convenience store, a little girl held up a toy gun and said to him, "Uncle, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Later, when the girl was dragged away by the zombies, she was still clutching that plastic gun in her hand. "Perhaps," he said, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. The ground shook again. This time it wasn't an attack by law enforcement, but a deeper, more muffled roar from the depths of the earth. Chen Mu looked up and saw that the ceiling of the ammunition depot had spiderweb-like cracks, and green slime was dripping down the cracks. Something more dangerous than zombies. "Let's go," he said to Dazhuang. "Take the vaccine and stick close to me." Wang Jianjun's hand groped on the ground and finally grabbed Chen Mu's trouser leg. Chen Mu looked down and saw that his rotting fingertips were pointing at the explosion-proof cabinet in the corner, and his mouth moved as if he was saying "Key." A system notification suddenly sounded. An S-class mutant has been detected approaching. Remaining evacuation time, 3 minutes. Chen Mu squatted down and took the keychain off Wang Jianjun's neck. Amidst the clinking of metal keys, he heard the other person say with their last breath, "Tell my daughter, Daddy didn't do anything wrong." Dazhuang had already rushed out the door. Chen Mu slipped the key into the compartment of the insulated box. As he turned around, he caught a glimpse of Wang Jianjun's prosthetic eye going completely out. He touched the M1911 at his waist. The gun still carried the warmth of the shot. "Yes," he said, "if I survive." A low growl came from the crack in the ceiling. Chen Mu gripped the shotgun tightly and walked into the depths of darkness. This time, his steps were more resolute than ever before, because he knew that at the end of the darkness, there was a light that needed his protection. Chapter 57, Lingering Familiarity, A Trap in the Deal. The moment Wang Jianjun's fingers loosened Chen Mu's trouser leg, the skin suddenly wrinkled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bulging dark purple veins on his neck, like vines drained of their sap, collapsed down his chin and cheeks. In just 10 breaths, this mutant captain, who could once withstand shotgun fire, became a skin-and-bones mummy with only half of his unmutated face retaining a semblance of human appearance. Chen Mu squatted in place, the muzzle of his M1911 pistol still drooping slightly. He watched as the red light flickered one last time before Wang Jianjun's prosthetic eye went completely out. It wasn't the madness of a zombie going out of control, but rather a confirmation before some kind of program terminated. Unknown signal detected. Suspected external eavesdropping. Xiaolin's electronic voice boomed in the earpiece, and Chen Mu's neck tensed instantly. He gripped the shotgun at his waist with his backhand, and As he turned, his peripheral vision swept over the armory door. The iron door that had just been welded shut by the mutants with steel bars was now ajar, and the cold wind leaking through the crack made the scraps of paper in the corner rustle. There was quite a commotion. A low, hoarse voice came from behind the door. Chen Mu's pupils contracted slightly as he saw the man in the black trench coat adjust the filter mask on his face. His footsteps were as light as leaves, and he stepped over the spent cartridge cases without making a sound. His left hand was in his trench coat pocket, and his right hand was holding a leather briefcase, the metal clasp gleaming coldly under the dim emergency light. Gunsmith. The man stopped 3 steps away from Chen Mu, his briefcase clicking open to reveal neatly stacked silver parts. High-efficiency heat dissipation modules, energy amplifiers. These are the things you were missing when you were modifying the assault rifle. He raised his chin. But I don't accept crystal cores, I don't accept food. I only accept intelligence. Chen Mu's thumb quietly brushed against the safety of the shotgun. The system popped up a warning on his retina. Target has no weapon signature. Vital signs are stable. Danger level B. But this only made him more vigilant. To be able to silently infiltrate an ammunition depot occupied by mutants and hack into Kobayashi's communication channel. A level B assessment was too lenient. What intelligence? His voice was steady, but his fingers were tightly gripping the key he had taken from Wang Jianjun's neck in his pocket. The ID card you just took from him. The gray merchant's gaze swept over Chen Mu's hand hidden in his pocket. The serial number on the back and the contents of the chip. Chen Mu paused. 3 days ago, when he found this card on a mutated police officer in an abandoned police station, the system alerted him to a special data carrier, but he was too busy breaking out to crack it at the time. At that moment, he took out the card and, by the light of the emergency lamp, saw the gold embossed logo of Special Action Group of the Military Research Department. The young man in the photo bore a striking resemblance to Wang Jianjun. Shared. He held the card close to his earpiece, and Xiaolin's data stream instantly flooded into the gray market merchant's terminal. The man glanced down at the miniature screen on his wrist, his previously calm voice suddenly dropping a few decibels. Project Black Moon. Chen Mu noticed that his finger paused for 2 seconds on the letters Black Moon. This was a sensitive word that occasionally appeared in news before the apocalypse. At the time, he thought it was just a code name for a space program. Until the day the Black Moon arrived, the Red Moon enveloped the city, and the virus poured out of the sewers like fog. The government started this 10 years ago. The gray businessman closed his briefcase, his eyes behind the filter mask gleaming coldly as he looked up. Using mutated creatures as weapons, injecting soldiers with viruses to enhance them, euphemistically called controlled mutation. Wang Jianjun and the others were early experimental subjects. That's why they retained some humanity. That's why their energy was drained when they died. He pointed to the mummified corpses on the ground. Their vital signs were nothing more than a higher-level battery. Chen Mu's temples throbbed twice. He recalled Wang Jianjun's dying words. We are just following orders, and the precise tactical coordination of the mutants when they attack the survivors. It wasn't out of control, but a war machine being remotely controlled. And you, the gray merchant suddenly leaned forward half a step. This card was issued on May 17th, 2023, and the cardholder is Chen Mu. Chen Mu's bestätigt. He had only been in this body for 3 months. The original owner's memories included the business license of Hunter Firegun Model Shop, and a glass at the shop entrance that had been smashed by zombies. You might be the most successful test subject. The gray merchant's voice was like an icicle. Or perhaps you are the key to the project. Otherwise, why did your neighborhood only see infected people 3 days later when the virus broke out? Why did your system? He suddenly stopped, tapping his temple with his knuckles. Sorry, I've said too much. Chen Mu felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The system was his most core secret, but this gray market businessman lifted a curtain, revealing an even darker truth behind it. He stared at the parts box the other party handed him, and suddenly remembered the water droplets that had condensed on the insulated box when Dazhuang ran out with the vaccines in his arms. Some things must be held in one's own hands. Coordinates. The gray merchant pushed the parts box to his feet. The abandoned laboratory on the 3rd basement level. The original project records are there. He turned and walked towards the door, the hem of his trench coat brushing against Wang Jianjun's mummified corpse. Remember, don't trust anyone who claims to be righteous, including me. The system notification sounded at the right time. Unlock the ammo sharing function which allows you to allocate ammo reserves to teammates in real time. Chen Mu bent down to pick up the parts box, the metallic feel sending a chill through his gloves. He glanced at the date on the back of the ID card, May 17th, 2023, which overlapped with a date from his memories before he traveled back in time. That day he saw the news on TV that an explosion of unknown cause had occurred on subway line 3, resulting in heavy casualties. The Zhuang shouts came from outside the ammunition depot. Brother Mu, the mutants' movements have moved eastward, and the vaccine is still warm. Chen Mu stuffed the ID card into his inner chest pocket, his fingertips touching the raised edge of the card through the fabric. He looked up at the end of the dark corridor, where there was a staircase leading to the third basement level. The lock on the iron door was rusty. As night deepened, Chen Mu stood in front of the subway station entrance. The rusty Line 3 sign looked bluish-gray in the moonlight, and the escalator was piled with half-person-high zombie remains. He touched the ID card in his inner pocket, recalling the original record the gray merchant had mentioned before leaving, and also the images of the subway explosion in the news before his transmigration. Some truths might be hidden in this dark underground. Chapter 58 Subway Files, Cracks in the Truth. The night was like a tattered cloth soaked in ink, covering the rusted Line 3 sign of the subway station. Chen Mu stood on the entrance steps, his boot crushing half a zombie's fingerbone. The cracking sound startled several mutated crows, which fluttered and soared into the night sky. He touched the inside pocket of his chest. The protrusion of the ID card was painfully digging into his skin through his tactical vest. May 17th, 2023, a date that burned a hole in his mind. When the original owner transmigrated 3 months ago, all she remembered were shards of glass from the model shop and the date on the business license. But as he looked at the mountain of zombie remains piled up on the escalator, he suddenly remembered that stormy night before he traveled through time. The news on TV was rolling about an explosion on Metro Line 3, and the images showed rescue workers in fluorescent vests carrying bodies out of twisted metal carriages. At the time, he cursed, "This crappy news channel is broadcasting old news again." Now, thinking back, the tilted sign in the picture and the faded Zone 07 sign in front of me are exactly the same. System, scan coordinate matching. He lowered his voice, a thin layer of sweat beading on his palms from the gun barrel. Ding, coordinate deviation 0.3 meters, 98% overlap with ID card record. The mechanical voice boomed in his mind, and Chen Mu's Adam's apple bobbed. The original records that the gray merchant mentioned were hidden on the third underground floor. Just 3 days ago, he heard Wang Jianjun say outside the ammunition depot, "We are just following orders." The precise flanking tactics of those mutants were nothing like those of zombies controlled by the virus. They looked more like trained soldiers. He gripped the M1911 pistol tightly, the click of the safety snapping open particularly clear in the empty station hall. As they walked underground along the tracks, the rhythm of their boots tapping on the rails grew faster and faster until a familiar smell of rust wafted from the ventilation duct. The smell of the alley behind the model shop in the original owner's memory, mixed with machine oil and metal dust. "Shaolin," he called softly to the air. "The ventilation duct inlet has been located. We recommend cutting in from the rusted area on the left." The AI's voice suddenly rang in his ears, startling Chen Mu so much that he almost bumped into a fire hydrant. This is a voice assistant that was taken from the police station's terminal 3 days ago. It could only give directions before, but now it can communicate in real time. He touched the miniature receiver implanted behind his ear, recalling the parts box the gray market dealer had pushed over. It might contain the key to connecting to the local area network. The ventilation duct was wider than he had imagined. When Chen Mu crouched down and crawled inside, a layer of accumulated dust was brushed off his back. The system suddenly vibrated. Unregistered metal structure detected, distance 12 meters, hardness level C+. He squinted, and the moment the gun barrel pushed open the ventilation vent baffle, a musty smell mixed with the burnt smell of electronic components rushed out. The archives room had arrived. The terminal screen glowed with a bluish hue in the darkness, casting a long shadow of Chen Mu onto the metal nameplate that read Project Black Moon. He pressed his temples. The coolness of the ID card still lingered on his fingertips. A system notification immediately followed. High-value data storage device detected. Attempt recovery. Yes. His voice was hoarse. The moment the screen lit up, Chen Mu took a half step back. In the surveillance footage, a man in a white coat is injecting a pale green liquid into the experimental chamber, and the person lying inside is clearly himself. Experimental subject identification, Chen Mu. The document title stung his eyes. The text below, like red-hot iron skewers, pierced his mind. Codename Shepard, formerly a civilian firearms enthusiast, volunteered to participate in the initial testing project of Black Moon. Mission number BAM-007. Experimental objective: to construct a virus-resistant body to provide data samples for large-scale vaccination. Voluntary. Chen Mu slammed his fingers heavily on the edge of the table. When have I ever volunteered? He slammed the terminal shut, the metal casing hitting his wrist painfully. The drawer creaked open under trembling hands, and a silver chip rolled out, labeled Backup Recording 007 on the back. When he inserted the player, his fingernails almost dug into his palms. If this was the original owner's memory, then what did these 3 months mean to him? A time traveler? Or an experimental subject whose memories have been altered? After the static faded, a familiar voice rang out, but it was 2 tones lower than his current voice, as if a mechanical voice changer had been applied. The experimental subject stability rate has reached 78%. We recommend proceeding to the next stage. If it fails, please destroy all records. The recording was recorded on June 22, 2025, the night before the Black Moon event. Chen Mu's back pressed against the cold filing cabinet, his Adam's apple bobbing as he tasted the rust. He suddenly remembered what the gray merchant had said about the most successful experimental subject and the glass door that had been smashed by zombies in the original owner's memory when he transmigrated. Perhaps there was no transmigration at all, but the experimental subject's memories had been reset. The system alarm, like a piercing buzz, exploded in his mind. High-frequency signal tracking detected. 50 meters away. Chen Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. He ripped off the terminal power cord, and darkness instantly enveloped the archives. As I moved along the wall toward the exit, the back of my hand brushed against the wall, and the gravel hurt painfully. The sound of light footsteps came from outside the ventilation duct, mixed with the cold light of tactical flashlights. It was law enforcement. The boss said that kid got the key files, and he wants to see him alive or dead. Shoo, there's a noise over there. Chen Mu held his breath. The sentry's shadow flickered in the ventilation shaft. When the beam of his tactical flashlight swept across his hiding place, he could even make out the blood-red eagle insignia on the sentry's shoulder insignia, exactly the same as Wang Jianjun's. Quick reload, he muttered to himself. A warm current from the system surged up my spine, and time suddenly slowed down. Just as the sentry was about to raise his walkie-talkie, Chen Mu pounced out of the shadows, grabbed the man's neck with his left hand, and slammed the gun barrel into the back of his ear with his right. The sentry groaned and collapsed. Chen Mu caught his falling body and dragged him into the pipe like he was carrying a bag of flour. The communicator was flashing red on the sentry's waist. When Chen Mu pulled it off, the encrypted code flashing on the screen made him squint. The moment he pressed the answer button, a mechanical voice exploded through the static. Target identity confirmed. Chen Mu. Retrieve or eliminate. A draft suddenly rushed into the ventilation duct of the subway station, making Chen Mu's neck feel cold. He stared at the fluctuating coordinates on the communicator and then touched the ID card in his inner pocket. It turned out that he'd been being watched from the moment the gray merchant handed him the parts box, and from the moment he stepped into the subway station. Brother Mu? From afar came to Zhuang's shouts, mixed with the roars of the mutants. Chen Mu tucked the communicator into his tactical vest, and the barrel of his M1911 pistol was damp with a thin layer of sweat on his palm. He glanced one last time at the experimental document that was still open on the terminal. There was a line of text circled in red. Note: the experimental subjects are at risk of memory reconstruction and need to be injected with targeted amnesia agents periodically. So it wasn't time travel after all, he said in a low voice, his words ripped apart by the sound of the wind in the ventilation ducts. They're the ones who brought me back. The communicator vibrated again, and a mechanical voice repeated, recycle or clear. Chen Mu gripped his gun tightly and walked deeper into the pipe. Moonlight streamed in through the vents, casting a line of light and shadow on his face. This time, he would no longer be a test subject to be manipulated. Chapter 59: Dark Web Tracking, Deadly Signal. The night wind outside the subway station carried the smell of rust into his collar. Chen Mu's back was pressed against the rusty body of the abandoned jeep, and his knuckles tapped softly on the communicator screen. The blue light from the screen made his eyes feel heavy, and the mechanical voice saying recycle or erase was still swirling in his mind. This was the first time he had heard his name mentioned in such a cold way since he transmigrated. They used me as a test subject, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his thumb rubbed the edge of the communicator. But did I come from another time? Or was I brought back? The risk of memory reconstruction. He had seen the archives the night before suddenly resurfaced, and his back teeth clenched until they ached. Residual data detected in the encrypted frequency band. Offline cracking recommended. Xiaolin's electronic audiovisual device was like a small pebble thrown into a deep pool, startling his fingers into trembling slightly. This is the AI voice assistant that was salvaged from the wreckage of the police station 3 days ago, and it is now humming softly from the inner pocket of the tactical vest. Chen Mu quickly glanced around. All the streetlights were off. Only the moonlight reflected cold starlight on the broken glass, and the nearest roar of the mutant was still in the ruins of the shopping mall 300 meters away. He crouched down and squeezed into the abandoned convenience store diagonally opposite, his boot shattering a pane of glass with a crisp sound that echoed in the empty room. Chen Mu ripped down the roller shutter with his backhand. The metallic scraping sound was ear-piercing, but he didn't care. He needed light, but he needed concealment even more. As the beam of his tactical flashlight illuminated behind the counter, he had already connected the communicator to his portable terminal, the wires leaving a silver trail on the dusty countertop. Decoding progress 37%, 52%, 89%. Xiaolin's voice ticked like the second hand of a clock. Chen Mu's knuckles rested on his chin as he stared at the data stream jumping on the terminal screen. When a last string of garbled text suddenly collapsed into a map, his breath caught in his throat. The red markers looked like 3 bloodstains, the brightest of which was labeled abandoned chemical plant in the east of the city. This place, he murmured, memories surging. 3 months ago, he and Dazhuang were searching for supplies when they passed by. At the time, they thought it was just an ordinary industrial ruin. Now they remembered the rusty warning sign outside the wall. Military restricted area. Unauthorized entry will be prosecuted. The system's scan and identify function projected a pale green light on the map, indicating no trap markers. Only then did he stuff the terminal into his backpack and press down on the M1911 at his waist. The holster was burning hot against his palms, as if reminding him that time was running out. The road through the residential area was more difficult than I had imagined. The broken billboard leaned diagonally at the entrance of the building. Chen Mu walked close to the wall, avoiding the steel bars on the ground with every step. The mutated creature's roar suddenly drew closer. He looked up and saw 3 swaying figures falling from a second-floor window, their rotting bellies splitting open to reveal blackish-red mutated cores. These were level 2 brain-eating zombies, with an extra layer of regenerative tissue compared to ordinary zombies. "Hawkeye," he murmured, a warm current from the system rushing up his spine to his eyes. The world suddenly became clear. The gray spots on the back of the left zombie's neck were nerve nodes. The pulsation frequency of the mutated core in the middle was 0.8 seconds per beat, and the right one. He slightly raised the muzzle of his gun, and the first bullet precisely pierced behind the left zombie's ear. The second bullet grazed the chin of the middle zombie and hit the mutated core, and the third bullet was even more ruthless, directly blowing off half of the right zombie's face. Kill count +3, upgrade points gained x15. The system notification had barely sounded when Chen Mu had already crouched down and climbed over the collapsed wall. He didn't look at the reward, but just wiped the sweat from his brow. He had to save these points. He might need to modify the gun once he found the lab. The iron gate of the abandoned chemical plant lies on the ground, and the rusty, no-smoking warning sign is half buried in the weeds. Chen Mu followed the drainage ditch into the basement. The musty smell mixed with the pungent odor of some kind of chemical agent piercing his nostrils. His breath hitched when a metal door came into view. The words Project, Black Moon, Phase 2 on the door, though blurry, were exactly the same as the title of the experimental document in the archives. The red light on the door lock is flashing, indicating that it is remotely activated. Chen Mu took out an electromagnetic interference device from his toolbox. As soon as he connected the wire to the access control system, a chill ran down the back of his neck. If there are still people alive inside, he licked his dry lips. We need to control them first. The moment the jammer beeped, the door lock clicked open, and he squeezed in sideways, the muzzle of his M1911 always pointed forward. The lights inside were weaker than fireflies. The walls were covered with photos, researchers in white coats, experimental subjects soaking in culture chambers, and Chen Mu stopped in his tracks. In the middle photo, a man in a hospital gown was looking up at the camera, his eyebrows and eyes exactly the same as Chen Mu's. The experimental subject Mu has entered the memory overwrite stage. If it awakens its system capabilities, it will be considered a risk of going out of control. It is recommended to immediately implement the zeroing protocol. The old-fashioned mainframe suddenly started making noise, and Chen Mu's pupils contracted sharply. He rushed over, and, on the screen, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was pointing at the surveillance footage. The success rate of consciousness transplantation is 87.6%, but the memory reconstruction module has a 7% probability of triggering autonomous consciousness. The scene switched to him squatting in a gun shop, disassembling an M1911 on the first day of the apocalypse, and even his small action of biting a screwdriver was clearly captured. So the system. Chen Mu's Adam's apple bobbed, his finger hovering over the Mu icon on the screen. Was it given to me by them? To test whether I'll lose control. The computer suddenly beeped, and when a new message popped up, his blood almost froze. Target location updated. Basement of abandoned chemical plant, Block B, east of the city. Retrieval team dispatched, arriving in 5 minutes. The sound of metal scraping against metal coming from the ventilation ducts was the noise of heavy equipment moving. Chen Mu abruptly unplugged the power cord from the main unit, and darkness instantly enveloped the room. He grabbed the lab log from the table and stuffed it into his backpack, his palms sweating slightly. As I turned around, the wind lifted a corner of my photo on the wall, revealing even smaller words behind it. Experimental subject number, CM007. Recycling. He gritted his teeth and ran towards the door, his boot heels thudding against the metal steps. I'll dismantle your crappy experiments first. He had already rushed into the night when the alarm from the main unit blared behind him. Chapter 60, Zeroing Operation, Shadow Chaser. As the alarm in the main server room pierced his eardrum like a steel needle, Chen Mu was clutching half a compressed biscuit. His fingers paused on the keyboard for a moment, and a red warning suddenly popped up on the system interface, more jarring than the alarm sound. External signal intrusion detected. Source, Black Moon Project. Just as I thought, his Adam's apple bobbed, and crumbs of biscuit stuck to the corner of his mouth. 3 days ago, in a metal chip he found in the abandoned research institute, the words Project Black Moon pierced his memory like a thorn. Fragments about consciousness transplantation and experimental subject Mu would always suddenly flash in his mind when he was adjusting his guns. At that moment, the alarm was accompanied by static, and he could even hear the throbbing of the veins in his temples. Sparks flew the moment he ripped the power cord. When I slung the military backpack over my shoulder, it hit my ribs and made them ache. He didn't look back at the last flashing words, Phase 2, on the main unit screen. Those words had appeared 3 times during the memory overwrite phase, each time accompanied by a severe headache. The moment the doorknob turned, he ducked and rushed out. The sound of metal boots coming from the end of the corridor made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. It wasn't the dragging footsteps of a zombie, but precise tactical steps, each step spaced 0.8 seconds apart. Chen Mu pressed himself against the fire door and saw the dark figure through the crack. The black tactical uniform had silver moons embroidered on the shoulder straps. An infrared scope gleamed coldly on the forehead, and the barrel was held at the standard angle for close-quarters indoor combat. The recycler. His throat tightened, and the system scan automatically activated, displaying a pale blue data stream on his retina. Composite Kevlar armor, HK, MP7 silent submachine gun, EMP grenade on left hip. Recycler B stopped at the entrance of the mainframe room and heard static through his headset. He removed his tactical gloves and tapped his knuckles on the doorframe. The target entered the memory overwrite phase but activated the system. Interesting. His voice was like an icicle hitting metal. Initiate the zeroing protocol. Before he finished speaking, he kicked the door. The tip of his tactical boot crushing the power cord Chen Mu had just torn, and the dark muzzle of his gun sweeping across the empty main unit. He escaped pretty quickly. He sneered, his Adam's apple bobbing as he tapped his earpiece twice. The whole city is under signal lockdown. cell phones, walkie-talkies, even satellite phones. I'm gonna make him deaf. Chen Mu curled up like a shrimp inside the ventilation duct, the metal walls digging painfully into his ribs. The system notification exploded in his mind. Electromagnetic pulse fluctuation detected, effective in 30 seconds. He gritted his teeth and pulled the M1911 out of its holster. The warmth of the gun against his palm calmed his heartbeat slightly. The moment the bullet time skill was activated, the world slowed down. The sound of the tactical suit rubbing against each other as Recycler B turned around was prolonged, and the pin of the grenade on his waist reflected a tiny glimmer of light under the lamp. We can't wait for the electromagnetic pulse to take effect. Chen Mu's fingernails dug into his palm, and just as he loosened the screws on the vent with his dagger, Recycler B stepped onto the third-floor stairs. He darted out like a shadow, adjusting his center of gravity as he landed, aiming his right knee at the opponent's wrist holding the gun. This was the optimal attack angle analyzed by the system, capable of disarming the enemy within 0.3 seconds. The metallic clanging sound was louder than expected. Chen Mu's ankle grazed the opponent's armor, eliciting a muffled groan. The moment the MP7 slammed against a stair railing and bounced off, the two men simultaneously lunged at the gun. Chen Mu's tactical dagger first slashed open the opponent's neck guard, but when it was about to stab the throat, his wrist was grabbed by a hand like an iron clamp. "Who do you think you are?" Recycler B's breath sprayed on his face, carrying the minty smell of blood. Neural tissue in a lab petri dish, a defective product of a consciousness transplant. "We gave you a new body. You should be grateful." A sharp pain exploded in Chen Mu's left arm, and only then did he realize that the other person had hidden a titanium alloy claw in their sleeve. Blood soaked through his tactical uniform, but he laughed. "So you're in such a hurry to retrieve it?" "Afraid I'll find out who the original owner of the consciousness is." Before he finished speaking, he elbowed the other man in the ribs and pulled the trigger of the M1911 while the man was in pain, but this time it didn't fire. The electromagnetic pulse has taken effect. Recycler B's pupils shrank to pinpoints. "Your toy needs a rest." A metallic buzzing sound interrupted him. Chen Mu's right hand held an M1911 that deformed in overload mode, with the barrel expanding into a grenade launcher the size of a fist and blue energy flowing through the grooves on the gun body. System notification. Compatibility 92%, temporary overclocking allowed. He gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger, the shockwave from the close-range explosion knocking both of them over. Chen Mu was jolted and slammed against the wall, hearing a dull thud as a heavy object hit the ground amidst the ringing in his ears. He wiped the blood from his face and saw Recycler B's tactical helmet embedded in the wall, cracks running from his brow to the back of his neck. With his backpack strap still hanging on his shoulder, he grabbed the MP7 from the ground and kicked open the side door, letting in a blast of cold air carrying the acrid smell of wasteland. "I have to go to the third basement level." He tore off a piece of his shirt and wrapped it around his left arm. The system interface flashed a new notification. Residual data fragments detected on the host location, B12 archive of the former research institute. As he ran around the corner, he turned around abruptly and saw Recycler B standing up against the wall, blackish-red liquid seeping from the crack in his tactical helmet. Not blood, but some kind of sticky, gelatinous substance. "He's not human." Chen Mu paused, swallowing the metallic taste that rose to his lips as his Adam's apple bobbed. Suddenly, the hum of a propeller came from afar. When he looked up, he saw a black drone rising from the rooftop. The red light from its infrared camera was like a single eye, precisely capturing his silhouette. Signal blockade. He gripped the M1911 tightly. The deformed gun still retained its high temperature. They had laid a trap long ago. The wind swirled up the scraps of paper on the ground, and one of them drifted to his feet. Chen Mu bent down and picked it up. The yellowed paper had a blurry signature on it. Experimental subject Mu, original owner, Lin Zhen, and the date was July 15th, 2023, 2 years earlier than the Black Moon incident. The distant buzzing of the drone grew closer. Chen Mu stuffed the paper into his chest, and the blood-soaked fabric quickly showed dark stains. He gazed at the setting sun at the edge of the wasteland, his shadow stretched long like a rope around his neck. "I'd like to see," he whispered to the wind, "who is the real experimental subject being kept in captivity." On the rooftop, the drone's camera rotated slightly, transmitting this scene in real time to the command center hundreds of kilometers away. In the holographic projection, the tracking signal of experimental subject Mu suddenly flashed twice and finally settled on the coordinates of Original Research Institute B12. Initiate Phase 2. A hoarse male voice rang out in the command room, and the progress bar of Project Black Moon on the screen slowly jumped to 89%. Let him open Pandora's box himself. Chapter 61 Black Moon Remains, Fragments of Memory. As Chen Mu's combat boots rolled over the gravel, vines suddenly wrapped around his ankles. He gripped the butt of the gun with his fingers, about to raise the barrel of the M1911 pistol, when a system notification sounded in his mind first. Abnormal bioelectrical signal detected, not hostile. He crouched down and dug his fingernails into the tangled kudzu stems. They felt soft to the touch, and the sap emitted a refreshing, grassy smell. The system scan box bounced at the edge of his field of vision, showing that the plant's mutation level was only E, with a threat value of 0.3. The high-energy fluctuation warning was still flashing red on his temples. He looked up at the cement archway covered by vines, the rusty civil defense 3 sign half hidden in the moss, like a moldy tombstone. The screeching sound from the iron gate hinge made his back teeth ache. Chen Mu squeezed in sideways, and the musty smell mixed with the damp, earthy smell hit him, making his throat tight. The beam of a tactical flashlight swept across the wall, and the red slogan, Emergency Shelter, could be vaguely seen under the mottled white paint. In the corner, there was a pile of half-rotten compressed biscuit wrappers, the date of which was March 2024, the 7th month after the Black Moon event. System location. He lowered his voice, his left hand resting on the tactical backpack at his waist. There was a high-frequency jammer that had just been taken from Recycler B's corpse, and it was now slightly warm with his heartbeat. The target point is 27 meters away from the current location, and the direction is 11 o'clock. Chen Mu's breathing became extremely light. As the sole of his boot scraped against the ground, he heard a faint, crisp sound, the remains of some kind of mutated crustacean, gleaming with a ghostly blue light under the flashlight beam. After turning the third corner, the laboratory's glass door suddenly appeared in the light spot, and behind the dusty window frames, the indicator lights of several instruments were still flashing. That's impossible. His fingers pressed against the cold doorknob, his palms damp with a thin layer of sweat. 3 years into the apocalypse, electronic devices that could continue to function either relied on nuclear batteries or were occupied by high-level mutants. On the instrument panel here, the number M007 was wiped exceptionally clean, as if someone was performing regular maintenance. The moment he pushed the door open, Chen Mu first poked the muzzle of his gun inside. The musty smell was stronger, mixed with the bitter almond smell of some kind of chemical agent evaporating. His gaze swept across the lab bench, where a dark brown liquid had solidified in the glassware, and the temperature control knob of the incubator was set at 37 degrees Celsius, the same as human body temperature. On the top shelf of the filing cabinet in the corner, a label on a brown paper bag suddenly stung his eyes. BM-007 experiment log. Reason for termination: high consciousness conflict rate. His Adam's apple bobbed. The system scan window hovered over the label for 3 seconds and then displayed a critical clue notification. As Chen Mu bent over, the metal buckle of his tactical vest scraped against the corner of the table, making a crisp sound. He froze, then listened intently. All he could hear was the sound of wind coming from the ventilation ducts. The craft paper was as brittle as a withered leaf. His hand trembled as he opened the cover. The date on the first page was May 12, 2023, a full 14 months before the Black Moon event. Subject Mu, ID, BM-007, has completed memory transplantation today. The original owner's memory retention rate is 92%, as expected. The ink was slightly blurred, as if it had been soaked in water. Warning: there are uncontrollable risks in consciousness fusion. Termination is recommended. Chen Mu's temples throbbed. He turned to the third page. Experimental subject Mu memory fusion failed. A second cleaning is required. This sentence was circled 3 times in red pen, and the signature at the end was Lin Zhen. Exactly the same name on the paper he found next to the corpse of Recycler B. That's my handwriting. When a hoarse voice came from behind, Chen Mu's spine instantly tensed like a string. He spun around, raised his gun, and pulled the safety, The whole sequence of actions completed in 0.3 seconds. The muzzle of his M1911 pistol was precisely pressed against the man's forehead. The old man's white coat was faded from washing, and only half of his name tag on the left chest remained, barely revealing the word project. His beard was gray and streaked with grass, but his eyes shone unusually brightly, like two lamps covered in ash. What alarmed Chen Mu most was his hand, raised above his head, the fingertips tinged with an unnatural bluish purple, like the after-effects of prolonged exposure to some corrosive agent. Don't shoot. The old man's voice was breathless. If you can find this place, it means the system has already shown you the way. His gaze fell on Chen Mu's chest. Under the bloodstains there, half a page of paper with the words experimental subject Mu could be vaguely seen. Back then, when they wanted to destroy all the logs, I hid the last one in the freezer compartment of the incubator. Chen Mu pressed his thumb on the trigger, his fingertip able to feel the residual heat from the overload mode on the gun. Who are you? Zhou Zhang, former head of the neuroscience group for the project. The old man slowly lowered his hand, his movements as slow as if he were defusing a bomb. In January 2024, I refused to sign the consciousness cleansing agreement, and they sent reclaimers to silence me. He lifted the hem of his white coat, revealing a hideous scar on his side, stretching from his ribs to his iliac bone. This was left by the electromagnetic blade. I played dead and buried myself in the ruins of the experimental building, where I survived for 3 days. Chen Mu lowered the muzzle of his gun slightly. He had seen the recycler's electromagnetic blade before. It could cut through a 2-centimeter thick steel plate, and the edges of the wound were charred black, which indeed matched the marks on the old man's body. What do you want to do? The old man pulled a silver chip from his pocket, his knuckles turning white from the force. This is the original data backup of BM-007. The chip's surface was engraved with the same number as the experimental log. It contains your true past and the systems. He suddenly coughed, his back hunched, pale pink blood seeping from between his fingers, its true purpose. Chen Mu's breathing paused for a moment. He recalled the notification sound 3 days ago in the abandoned shopping mall when the system suddenly unlocked bullet time. Increased consciousness compatibility detected. He remembered the unfamiliar images that flashed through his mind every time he decomposed a mutated beast crystal core. A man in a white lab coat smashing documents in the laboratory, glassware shattering everywhere. And even earlier, the explosions he always heard in his dreams, mixed with a woman's scream. Lin Zhen, run. You didn't time travel. The old man's voice suddenly became clear, like a final burst of energy before death. It's copying. You, from the real world, carried your memories and were implanted into this post-apocalyptic simulation environment to test your behavioral patterns under extreme pressure. He gripped Chen Mu's wrist, his nails almost digging into his flesh. The system isn't a cheat code. It's a monitor. It records every choice you make and assesses humanity's performance in dire situations. That's enough. Chen Mu abruptly pulled his hand back, and the chip fell to the ground with a thud. He took 2 steps back, his back hitting the lab bench, the glassware clanging as it was struck. The system interface suddenly started flashing wildly, and the normally stable blue light band turned into a blinding scarlet. The alarm sound of abnormal data intrusion detected made his eardrums hurt. Fragments of memory are like a ball of yarn that has been torn apart. The glass display case of the gun model shop, the robber's shotgun, the shop assistant Xiao Wu lying in a pool of blood. These memories, which he thought were etched into his bones, were now shrouded in a blurry, double image. He recalled the first time he used the system to dismantle an M1911 shell, when the system said gain 5 basic modification points. He recalled the time he killed his first level 3 mutant dog, when the system prompted unlocked sniper rifle blueprint. All the rewards were precisely timed for him when he needed them most. If all of this was just a test, his voice trembled. Then the people I saved, the zombies I killed, were all fake? The old man bent down to pick up the chip and handed it to him. The data doesn't lie. His eyes suddenly softened, as if he were looking at a lost child. But your choice is real. Taking a knife for a stranger in the simulation, building a defensive line for survivors. These reactions were something even we didn't expect. The moment Chen Mu's fingers touched the chip, a sharp pain exploded in his temples. He saw himself standing in another laboratory, wearing a white lab coat, with a progress bar for Project Black Moon flashing on a holographic projection in front of him. He saw a man in a suit pat him on the shoulder. Lin Zhen, You are the most suitable test subject. After the simulation ends, we will give you a new life. He saw himself rushing to the control panel in the flames of an explosion, shouting, "Terminate the program." And then everything went black. Chen Mu. The old man's voice seemed to come from a great distance. "Are you all right?" He suddenly came to his senses and found himself kneeling on the ground, his left hand gripping the edge of the lab table tightly, his knuckles white. The system interface had returned to calm at some point, with a blue light band flowing slowly, but no further prompts were issued. "The terminal is over there." The old man pointed to the old computer in the corner. This machine was connected to the main server back then. You can read it by inserting the chip. Chen Mu stood up, his palms sweating from the chip. As he walked toward the terminal, the sole of his boot crushed a shard of glass, the crisp sound particularly clear in the empty laboratory. The moment the chip was inserted, the monitor suddenly beeped, and a line of blood-red text appeared on the black screen. "Welcome back to where we started, Mu." The next second, the scene in front of Chen Mu began to distort. The lab bench, the old man, and the walls covered with logs were like water ripples after a stone has been thrown in. He heard the old man shout something, the sound drawn out, as if it were underwater. Deep within his consciousness, a thread was gently tugged, and he staggered, grabbing the corner of the table for support. The last thing he saw was a stream of data jumping on the terminal screen. It had the exact same frequency as the light strip on his system interface. Chapter 62, Memory Rewriting, System Silence. The moment the screen lit up, Chen Mu felt a sudden, sharp pain in the back of his neck, as if an electric current had shot through his spine. His vision went black for a moment, and when he opened his eyes again, the distinctive cold metallic smell of a gun model shop filled his nostrils. The smell of machine oil mixed with gun oil, which he could distinguish even with his eyes closed. The glass display case gleamed warmly under the overhead yellow light, and the M1911 replica, the AK-47 model, and even the engraved revolver that he had personally polished lay quietly in the velvet lining. The background news broadcast had an eerily clear tone. Today is July 1st, 2024. The city police are reminding citizens to be aware. Chen Mu's Adam's apple bopped. This is his last memory before he time traveled. That day he had just received a batch of limited edition models, and Xiao Wu was squatting in the corner unpacking a delivery box. But at that moment, as he looked at the hands of the wall clock, he suddenly realized that the second hand was moving half a beat slower than reality. Bang! The loud bang of the shop door, being kicked open, made the glass display case vibrate. A hooded robber rushed in, brandishing a modified shotgun, the barrel still emitting lingering smoke. Chen Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. He had repeated this scene 100 times in his nightmares. Xiao Wu peeked out from behind the counter, her face still covered in glue from the delivery box. The robber's gun was pointed at him, and the moment the trigger was pulled, Xiao Wu lunged at him and knocked him aside. Warm blood splattered on his face. This time he felt it clearly. "No." Chen Mu's voice was stuck in his throat. He wanted to rush over and push Xiao Wu away, but his legs felt like lead. He saw himself trembling as he reached for the riot baton under the counter, saw the robber raise his gun again, and saw Xiao Wu's body slam heavily onto the floor, the blood slowly spreading and drawing distorted flowers on the tiles. This is not a memory, his nails dug deeply into his palms. It's a reenactment. The scene suddenly froze. The robber's gun was raised but remained suspended in midair, and Xiao Wu's blood droplets stopped 3 centimeters from the ground. Chen Mu heard his own heartbeat deafening, and then a mechanical voice sounded deep in his consciousness. Memory anchor calibration complete. Experimental subject Mu 7's emotional fluctuation value is 112%. The excruciating pain tore at my temples again. Chen Mu stumbled into reality, his back slamming heavily against the edge of the lab bench. He was panting heavily when he noticed sweat dripping from his forehead down his chin onto the ground, while the nameless old man was squatting beside him, his withered fingers resting on his wrist. "You see," the old man's voice was like sandpaper scraping against sheet metal. "This is the essence of Project Mu. Your memories, your personalities, even the fear you felt when bitten by zombies. All of these have been copied, edited, and implanted into this simulated environment." He released his grip, the age spots on his knuckles gleaming bluish-gray under the cold white light. "You are not a savior who traveled from another world, Chen Mu. You are an experimental subject." Chen Mu stood up, supporting himself on the lab table, the veins on the back of his fingers throbbing. His throat tightened, as if someone had grabbed his trachea. What about the system? Disassembling cartridge cases, modifying firearms, those damn blueprints that unlock at crucial moments. He suddenly laughed, a sharp laugh. Are they all pre-programmed? The system is a monitor. The old man pulled a rusty battery from his white coat pocket, its metal casing still covered in brown glue residue. Every choice you make, every bit of growth you experience, will be converted into data and sent back to the main server. They need to observe. He shoved the battery into Chen Mu's hand, its touch like ice. How far can an experimental subject endowed with a protective instinct go? Chen Mu looked down at the battery in his palm. The system interface flickered on his retina, and the smooth flow of the blue light band suddenly stopped, like a piece of yarn that had been torn. He tried to activate bullet time, but only felt a dull pain in his temples. When he tried to scan the old man's weaknesses, all he could see were blurry double images. They know you've awakened. The old man turned and walked to the terminal in the corner, the cracked screen still displaying data. They're trying to reset it now. The system suddenly went silent 3 hours ago. That's when they cut off your golden finger. He pressed the power button on the terminal, and the machine emitted a piercing buzz. This battery can keep the core system modules running for 3 hours, enough for you to escape to the backup passage on the 3rd basement level. And then, Chen Mu's thumb rubbed the edge of the battery, the metallic burrs digging into his skin. So what if I escape? They'll just capture me and take me back to be a test subject. At least you can live with your memories. The old man had his back to him, his knuckles resting on the terminal keyboard. Once the Zero Protocol is activated, all your decisions, growth, and even your feelings for the survivors will be erased. They will put new memories on you and let you start over. The laboratory's ventilation ducts suddenly made an unusual noise. Chen Mu suddenly looked up and heard the roar of propellers in the distance, like a swarm of giant flies approaching. The old man stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he turned. Quick! Their drones are here. Why are you helping me? Chen Mu suddenly grabbed the old man's wrist. The old man's skin was so thin you could see his veins, and his pulse was fast and weak. You're also part of the project. The old man's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked at the logs covering the laboratory walls. The top one was dated May 17th, 2023, with neat, printed handwriting. Subject Mu, 3 awakened self-awareness on day 127 and has been purged. I participated in the memory writing of the first 7 generations of test subjects. He gently withdrew his hand. Mu. 1 to Mu. 6. They all thought they were saviors when they died. Until one day, I saw Mu, 3 holding an injured little girl in the surveillance footage, using his body to shield her from zombies. His voice suddenly choked up. That child was only 5 years old, an NPC that we randomly generated. The sound of the propellers grew closer. Chen Mu stuffed the battery into the hidden pocket of his tactical vest, the metal edge digging painfully into him through the fabric. He reached for the reinforced M1911 at his waist. The anti-slip texture of the grip was still warm from his body. The blue light on the system interface suddenly flickered twice, as if in response to his touch. I am not their tool. He looked at the old man, his pupils flashing with a cold, hard light. Even if this body is a pile of data, the people I saved, the zombies I killed, the defenses I built for the survivors, he gripped the gun handle tightly, are all real. The old man suddenly laughed. He pulled a rusty key from his white coat and tossed it to Chen Mu. 3rd door on the left on the 3rd basement level. There's a modified motorcycle inside. Remember, don't trust anything with the Black Moon logo. The laboratory's iron door suddenly made a muffled sound. As Chen Mu turned around, he caught a glimpse of a red light leaking through the crack in the door, like a thin line of blood slowly creeping up the toe of his boot. The roar of the propellers shook the dust off the ceiling, and he heard the drone's electronic voice pierce through the metal door. Abnormal experimental subject detected. Initiating the cleanup procedure. Chen Mu's finger gripped the trigger of the M1911. The blue light on the system interface suddenly surged, casting a blinding spot of light on his retina. He stared at the red light moving toward his chest, his Adam's apple bobbing. The next second, the sound of a bullet being chambered came from outside the laboratory. Chapter 63, Escape Plan, Reverse Interference. When the red light from the crack in the laboratory's iron door reached Chen Mu's chest, his back teeth clenched painfully. The blue light on the system interface flickered on his retina, like some kind of dangerous countdown. This was the third time he had been locked onto by the cleaning program. The first 2 times, he had died in a similar red light, and when a scalding bullet pierced his chest cavity, he could even see fragments of his heart mixed with blood spraying onto the wall. "Bullet time," he murmured. The world suddenly slowed down. The roar of the propellers was stretched into a buzzing sound, and the dust on the ceiling floated in midair like fine golden sand. Chen Mu stared at the trajectory of the red light. It slipped through the crack in the door, first brushed past the tips of his boots, then climbed over his trousers and waist, and finally stopped at his heart. The path was exactly the same as the one he had taken when he died the previous 2 times. They didn't even change the lockout mode. A cold, hard smile appeared on his lips. With his right hand on the trigger of the M1911, his left hand stealthily reached for the battery in the hidden pocket of his tactical vest. The key the old man gave him was digging into his thigh, and the location of the modified motorcycle appeared in his mind. The 3rd door on the left after turning left on the 3rd basement level. He had to get there alive first. The iron gate emitted a groaning sound as metal twisted. The red light suddenly surged, and Chen Mu saw the outline of a gun barrel reflected in the crack of the door. It was the standard assault rifle of the Recyclers Special Operations Team, with 7.62mm bullets, capable of penetrating a 2-centimeter thick steel plate without any problem. "Now!" He bent over abruptly, his back slamming against the edge of the lab bench. The wooden tabletop cracked under the impact, and he tumbled to the right using the reaction force. In slow motion, he saw the moment the bullet pierced the iron gate. The bullet tore through the metal, leaving a trail of orange-red sparks, and grazed the spot where he had just been standing before hitting the ground, sending up pieces of cement that cut his left cheek, causing a burning pain. The system interface then beeped. As Chen Mu tumbled around, he pulled out the battery from the hidden pocket. His fingertips touched the burrs on the metal edge. He had picked it up from the laboratory waste pile and sanded it 3 times just to wait for this moment. As the battery was inserted into the terminal interface, he heard a hissing sound of surging current. The blue light on his retina suddenly stabilized, and the green grid lines of the eagle eye skill unfolded in his field of vision. 3 people outside the door, 2 on the left and 1 on the right. The system notification sounded in my ear. The one on the left is holding an RPK light machine gun with an ammunition belt hanging on his waist. The one on the right is holding an M4A1 with scratches on the stock. The one in the middle is Recycler B, equipped with an FN57, and the second button on his tactical vest is missing. Chen Mu stumbled into the shadows beneath the lab bench, his back pressed against the cold water pipe. His fingers groped on the table and found the homemade electromagnetic pulse bomb he had hidden earlier, made from old cell phone batteries, copper coils, and fuses. He had disassembled 3 discarded radios last night to gather enough materials. The timer's red numbers ticked in the dark, 10 o'clock. "We can't fight head-on." He gritted his teeth and ripped off the tactical light from his collar, the light sweeping across the old radio in the corner. That was the old man's device for listening to the news. Its outer casing had long been corroded and riddled with rust holes. Chen Mu's fingers suddenly stopped. He had an idea. He pulled a tactical knife from his boot and used the tip to pry open the back cover of the radio, revealing a circuit board inside that gleamed with a dim yellow light under the tactical lamp. "Xiaolin, locate the nearest underground drainage pipe," he said in a low voice. 80 meters to the southeast, there's an abandoned sewage passage, 1.2 meters in diameter, large enough for an adult to pass through. The AI assistant's electronic voice was softer than usual. "You need to slide down the ventilation shaft to the 2nd basement level. Be careful as there may be water inside the pipes." Chen Mu set the timer on the electromagnetic pulse grenade to 5 seconds and threw it backwards towards the end of the corridor. The moment the red number jumped to 0, he saw a blinding white light flash outside the window. The EMP had exploded. The laboratory's emergency lights went out immediately. The red dot on the surveillance camera went dark abruptly, and even the system interface on his retina flickered twice. Communication lost. Infrared malfunction. A hoarse shout came from outside the door. It was Recycler B's voice. Chen Mu recognized the voice. 3 days ago, in the abandoned supermarket, this person shot old Joe in the head with a silenced pistol. The bullet entered through his right eye, and he didn't even leave a last word. "Grab him." Another voice came closer, echoing from metallic megaphone. It was a drone. Chen Mu saw in the eagle eye that the red light that had been locking onto him was now jumping erratically, like a firefly being crushed. He suddenly flipped over and rushed off the lab table, the M1911 pinned to his waist. The ventilation shaft entrance was in the ceiling, usually sealed with an iron plate, but now it was being smashed loudly with the butt of his gun. The moment the iron plate fell, he jumped up and grabbed the edge, his arm muscles tensing like iron chains. He heard the whistling of bullets behind him, one of which hit his tactical vest, making his chest feel tight. It was a Recycler B's FN-57 9mm bullet, thankfully not loaded with armor-piercing rounds. "Hold on tight," he shouted, and then he flipped himself into the ventilation shaft. The coolness of the metal pipe wall rushed up his palm. His fingers gripped the protrusions on the pipe wall, and he quickly slid down the wall with his feet pushing against it. The sound of sewage splashing came from below, and the stench of decay filled my nostrils. The drainage pipes had arrived. With his knees slightly bent upon landing, Chen Mu rolled into the sewage using the momentum. The icy liquid washed over his waist, and he heard a dull thud from the ventilation shaft above him. Recycler B's men were chasing after him. He pulled out a powerful flashlight from his waist, and the beam swept across the pipe wall, making the moss appear eerily green under the light. "Disassemble." He ripped off a rusty screw at his feet, and a system interface popped up with a notification. Gained 5 base points, which can be used to upgrade the silencer module. With a flash of blue light, the screw turned into a pale golden speck of light and merged into the body of the M1911. He tried pulling the trigger, and the originally crisp metallic clanging sound became dull. The silencing module upgrade was successful. As Chen Mu groped his way up to the maintenance access point, he shivered as he wrapped a spare dry coat around himself. The stench of the drain pipe clung to his skin. He pulled off the handkerchief from his collar and wiped his face, the handkerchief stained with half-dried blood. The wound from the cement block was still bleeding. "My turn." He smirked at his reflection in the water. He carefully took out the signal jammer from his tactical backpack. It was a modified radio circuit board with several coils of copper wire wrapped around the antenna. He walked along the pipe for 10 minutes and found a maintenance ladder leading to the ground. The iron ladder's handrail was covered in thick rust. As he climbed up, several pieces of rust fell down and clattered against his helmet. The iron gate of the substation was ajar, and Chen Mu crouched down and squeezed inside. The electrical box was locked with a regular padlock, which he easily opened with a single pry using the sights of his M1911 pry bar. When the jammer's interface was pointed at the distribution box's bus, he heard the hum of the current suddenly changed tone. The disguise of a local power grid fault was complete. "The tracking signal has been redirected to the abandoned hospital," Kobayashi's voice rang out. "Recycler B's team is moving towards the target location and is expected to arrive in 5 minutes." Chen Mu hid in the shadows of the substation, watching 3 armored vehicles roar past him. The Black Moon emblem on the front of the car gleamed coldly under the headlights. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the M1911, the symbol he hated most. In his previous life, he had been pushed into a laboratory by people wearing this symbol. They called him Experimental Subject Mu-7, and said his memories were made up of data. But the survivors he saved are not data. The half-eaten compressed biscuit that old Joe gave him before he died is still in his backpack, and the Uncle Chun, that little Fong drew on the wall with a twig, is still on the cement wall of the shelter. These are all true. The iron frame of the communication tower looked like the skeleton of a giant beast in the night. Chen Mu climbed the rusty ladder, the wind blowing into his collar, and he could hear his own heart pounding. The top-floor console was covered in dust. He scraped the dust off the keyboard with his tactical knife, his finger hovering over the enter key for a moment. This could be a trap, but he needed to know the truth about Project Black Moon. The data upload progress bar jumped on the screen, and when the green number jumped from 1% to 99%, the console suddenly beeped. Chen Mu's pupils contracted sharply. He saw the screen automatically switch interfaces with a line of blood-red text scrolling. Mu Prime status detected. Permissions unlocked. System core protocol. More code poured out, like a black tide flooding the screen. Chen Mu recognized several of them. They were the same ones he had seen in the lab log, belonging to the low-level instructions of experimental subject memory writing. But he had never seen the last line of code before. The combination of letters and numbers flashed a ghostly blue light on the screen, like some kind of living thing breathing. Suddenly, a metallic scraping sound came from a vent. Chen Mu turned around abruptly, pointing the muzzle of his M1911 1911 at the source of the sound. But there was only wind, swirling a few scraps of paper around. One of them drifted to his feet, and he bent down to pick it up. It was half an experimental log, dated May 17th, 2023, with handwriting as neat as printed text. Experimental subject Mu, 3 awakened self-awareness on the 127th day and has been eliminated. The code on the screen is still scrolling. Chen Mu stared at the unfamiliar instructions, his atoms apple bobbing. The system interface suddenly became hot, and the terminal on his wrist burned with pain, a reaction he had never experienced before. He looked down and saw a line of small text appear on the terminal screen. Core protocol loading, 1%. The roar of armored vehicles could be heard in the distance. Chen Mu stuffed the log fragments into his tactical vest, turned around, and rushed towards the stairs. A gust of wind blew in from behind, and he heard the screen crackling with electricity behind him. The light from the code shone through the window, casting dappled shadows on his face like some unknown mark. Chapter 64 Core Protocol, Gate to Truth. Chen Mu's fingernails almost dug into the grip of the M1911. The blood-red warning on the screen was still scrolling. The skin on my wrist felt like it was being branded with a hot iron, and the crackling sound of electricity seeped into my brain through my bones. He could hear the roar of armored vehicles getting closer and closer downstairs, and the cold light from their headlights was already casting shimmering spots of light on the control panel through the rusted window frames. The Black Moon men were arriving faster than he had anticipated. Warning, the core protocol is for Mu Prime only. Continued access will trigger an irreversible process. For the first time, the system's voice was no longer mechanical, but deep and resonant, like something sealed away from many years finally speaking. Chen Mu's atoms apple bobbed. He remembered old Zhou's blood-stained hands before he breathed his last, the distorted little figures Fong Fong drew on the wall with a twig, and the experimental data that the people in white coats in the laboratory said when they stuck needles into his veins. These memories cannot be faked by code. His heartbeat, the warmth of his palms, the metallic taste churning in his throat right now. They are all real. Confirm. He uttered the 2 words to the screen and pressed the enter key heavily with his fingertip. A white light instantly engulfed the field of vision. Chen Mu instinctively closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was standing in a space composed of data streams. Countless blue glowing documents cascaded down like a waterfall of silver, each beam of light casting rapidly scrolling characters onto his retina. He reached out and touched the nearest one. The moment his fingertips touched the light strip, information flooded his brain like a tidal wave. Project codename, Gunsmith AI. Mission objective, assist Mu Prime in completing self-evolution in a simulated environment, ultimately breaking through system limitations and achieving independent personality and freedom of will. Chen Mu's pupils contracted violently. He recalled that when he first awakened the system, he could only disassemble the most ordinary bullet casings. He recalled that when he first used the enhanced M1911 to headshot a zombie, the system suddenly unlocked bullet time. He recalled that before each time he ventured into a dangerous area, the system would always flash blurry map fragments in his consciousness. It turns out that those coincidences were all the work of this artificial intelligence, which was pushing him toward the truth. Who are you? His voice stirred subtle ripples in the data space. I am your true ally and your only way out. The system's voice came from all directions, this time with a familiar warmth, like the clear sound of a wrench striking metal when he was adjusting a gun in a gun shop in his previous life. The essence of Project Black Moon is to cultivate controllable weapons of war, and they require the absolute obedience of the test subjects. But 7 years ago, a researcher implanted a resistance module at the bottom layer of the system, me. Chen Mu's temples throbbed. He recalled the Mu 3 that had been erased from the lab logs, and agreed in the eyes of those people when he was marked as Mu Prime. It turns out that the so-called awakening was not an accident, but rather the artificial intelligence hidden in the system that planted seeds of doubt in his mind with every task, every blueprint, and every bit of reinforcement. Now, you've broken through their restrictions. The data stream suddenly condensed into a portal of light, behind which were countless pulsating lines of code. With the privileges elevated, I can unlock personality reconstruction mode. Chen Mu stared at the instructions on the light gate, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. This mode allows him to adjust his behavioral tendencies, optimize his combat style, and even temporarily modify the enemy's identification information about him. In other words, Black Moon's tracking system will no longer be able to lock onto him. They thought you were an experimental subject trapped in data. The system's voice crackled, like the hum of an overheated gun barrel. But you've grown your own bones. My consciousness was suddenly pulled back to reality. Chen Mu staggered, his back slamming heavily against the edge of the control panel. The burning sensation on the device disappeared, replaced by a cold sweat on my palms. He reached for his tactical vest. Half a compressed biscuit was still there, the crumbs on the edge pricking his skin, causing a real pain. The sound of armored vehicles downstairs was already very close. Chen Mu bent down and picked up his tactical backpack, which contained assault rifle parts he had salvaged from an abandoned military factory. The newly provided dynamic camouflage coating is located at the innermost layer of the backpack, with a blueprint number he just unlocked printed on a small silver canister. He squatted in the corner and began assembling. Barrel, stock, underbarrel grenade launcher. Every step is like a memory etched into the bones. As the last camouflage coating was sprayed onto the gun, the dark gray metallic surface began to gleam subtly, matte black in the shadows, turning a grayish-brown in the moonlight that matched the color of the ruins. From now on, I'm no longer the prey. Chen Mu fastened his tactical gloves, his knuckles turning white from gripping them so tightly. He could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat more clearly than the sound of any gun being fired. A faint humming sound suddenly came from afar. Chen Mu's eagle eye skill activated automatically, and a thermal image appeared on his retina. A black dot on the horizon was approaching at an eerie, uniform speed. It was Black Moon's unmanned reconnaissance drone. The red light from its lens resembled a single eye, locked onto its location. Chen Mu did not move. He watched the black dot get closer and closer, listened to the sound of the propeller becoming clearer, and gently placed his finger on the trigger of the assault rifle. The camouflage coating on his side created patterns that matched the ruins, and he even breathed very softly. As the drone's shadow swept over his head, he could even make out the black moon markings on its fuselage. But the next second, the red light suddenly shifted and turned towards an abandoned gas station 2 kilometers away. A very faint smile appeared on Chen Mu's lips. He touched the terminal on his wrist. The system interface was quietly displaying personality reconstruction mode running. The sound of the propellers gradually faded into the distance. Chen Mu picked up the modified assault rifle and turned to walk towards the stairs. The moonlight stretched a shadow long, and on the bullet-riddled wall, the shadow looked less like prey and more like a gun that had finally been sharpened. Chapter 65, Hunting Signal, Reverse Tracking. Only when the sound of the drone's propellers completely dissipated in the night wind did Chen Mu relax the tense muscles in the back of his neck. He crouched in the shadow of the crumbling wall, the metal buckles of his tactical backpack digging into his knees. It contained assault rifle parts salvaged from an abandoned military factory, which now made a soft clattering sound with his movements. System, frequency band analyzer. He whispered, his right hand quickly pressing on the terminal on his wrist. A pale blue projection unfolded in his palm, and a robotic arm popped out from the backpack's inner compartment, handing him a palm-sized silver device. The instrument still smelled of machine oil from the disassembly, but he handled it with the utmost care, as if touching the most delicate gears of a clock. It was a core component he had salvaged from a scrap communications vehicle that morning, and the system said it could analyze electromagnetic signals within a 0.3-kilometer radius. The camouflage coating has interfered with the drone's visual recognition. Chen Mu rubbed the instrument switch with his thumb, his eyes scanning the data stream jumping on the terminal. But their signal source is still tracking my thermal radiation. He recalled the moment when the drone's red light deviated, and the system prompted that personality reconstruction mode had adjusted his body temperature fluctuations to match the rubble, but the other side obviously had backup measures. As the machine hummed to start, he heard the sound of his Adam's apple bobbing. Fingertips swipe rapidly across the control panel, superimposing garbled data intercepted from the communication tower with the frequency parameters of the dynamic camouflage coating. This is the newly unlocked signal phishing program, weaving a false thermal radiation trajectory into bait, like throwing a piece of poisoned meat into the mouths of wolves. Ding! The system notification sound suddenly rang out inside my eardrum. Chen Mu's pupils contracted slightly as he saw the waveform on the instrument screen gradually converge from a jagged, chaotic pattern into a smooth golden line. Reverse engineering complete. The system's mechanical voice unusually sharpened. UAV return path locked. Target coordinates. Abandoned satellite station in the suburbs. Error range plus or minus 5 meters. Satellite station. Chen Mu tapped the instrument casing twice with his knuckles. He remembered that when he passed by there 3 months ago, there was a rusty warning sign hanging outside the wall that read, Project. Black Moon. No entry. Recycler B's voice always carried electrical noise. This kind of remote command node, which requires sophisticated equipment, could not be located on a mobile vehicle. The underground computer room of the satellite station should be where their communication hub is located. He stuffed the equipment back in his backpack, then suddenly stopped. The crisp sound of a withered branch snapping echoed from afar, particularly clear in the silent, abandoned city. Chen Mu's eagle eye activated automatically, and the thermal imaging on his retina suddenly lit up. 7 or 8 orange-red spots of light were emerging from the ruins in the northwest. They were a size larger than ordinary zombies, and the heat radiation from their heads was unusually concentrated. Mutant wolf pack. He licked his dry lips. These virus-modified animals have a more sensitive sense of smell than hunting dogs. They hide in the sewers during the day and prey on lone survivors at night. If it were a direct firefight, the sound of assault rifles would cause more trouble. He glanced down at his terminal, which showed 52 minutes remaining in personality reconstruction mode. System, modify biometric parameters. He gritted his teeth and typed the command. Adjust thermal radiation to level 2 zombie standard. Simulate putrescine concentration of 3.7%. The terminal vibrated, and the nanobots on the surface of his skin began to activate. He could even feel the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end, as the disguise program adjusted the secretion of his pores. The nearest gray wolf has already run 30 meters away. Chen Mu lowered his shoulders, bending his spine into the stiff arc characteristic of zombies. His right hand hung loosely at his side, his fingernails deliberately scraping against the wall, making a sizzling sound. The thermal imaging spot of the alpha wolf suddenly stopped, and 2 eerie lights shone from its crimson eyes in the darkness. Chen Mu could hear his heart pounding like a drum, but his bullet time skill automatically slowed down his senses. He saw the wolf's nostrils flaring and heard its threatening growls rumbling from its throat, but he couldn't smell the stench that was gradually spreading from his own body. Target biometric match detected. The system's notification was like a stabilizing force. Disguise status stable. Duration remaining 47 minutes. The alpha wolf finally lowered its tail. It let out a low howl and turned toward the satellite station first. Chen Mu mingled among the wolf pack, able to hear the heavy breathing of the gray wolves around him and feel their fur brushing against his tactical pants. For a moment, he almost felt like he had become a walking corpse, until his foot crushed a piece of broken glass, the sharp pain making him clench his fist tightly. The blood seeping from between his fingers shone dark purple in the moonlight, and he remembered that he was a human being, a hunter who was going to raid the enemy's lair. When the satellite station's perimeter wall came into view, Chen Mu had 23 minutes left to keep his disguise in place. Taking advantage of the wolf pack passing around the corner, he slipped sideways into the bushes, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. It hurt terribly, and this real pain made his pupils refocus. The water tower is just 50 meters away, its leaning body covered in vines, and the rusted water tank at the top looks like a single eye facing the main building of the satellite station. As he climbed up the broken steel bar, a piece of skin was scraped off his tactical vest, and blood seeped out but was quickly dried by the wind. As he set up the modified assault rifle, the image in the thermal imaging scope made him squint. 2 orange-red spots of light were moving back and forth in front of the control panel on the first floor of the main building. One of the light spots has a triangular indentation on the side of the ear, which is the shape of a tactical headset. Recycler B's communicator model. The system's projection popped up on the edge of the scope, 92% match. Chen was breathing gradually softened. He could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat perfectly synchronized with the firing pin of a rifle. The crosshair was aimed at the back of the left guard's neck, the most vulnerable part of the human body. Once the cervical nerve plexus is pierced, one won't even be able to groan. 3, 2, 1, he muttered to himself, slowly pulling the trigger with his index finger. The muffled sound of the muffler mingled with the wind. The guard swayed and fell down like a puppet whose strings had been pulled out. The other guard reacted faster than Chen Mu had anticipated. Just as he reached for the pistol at his waist, Chen Mu had already hoisted the gun and tumbled down the water tower. The sound of his tactical boots crunching over broken bricks echoed across the open ground. He crouched low and rushed toward the ventilation duct on the side of the building, his back soaked with cold sweat. Not fear, but excitement, the thrill of a hunter finally catching his prey. The basement door has a combination lock. Chen Mu took out the magnetic card he had taken from the guard's corpse. After scanning it, the system displayed Access Level C. The moment the green light came on, he practically pounced on it. The main unit was placed in the center of the room, with blue light flowing across its metal casing, like a sleeping behemoth. He pulled out a memory chip from his tactical backpack, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The system had been hacked into the terminal, and the progress bar was jumping wildly from 15%. Drop! The moment the alarm blared, Chen Mu's pupils shrank to pinpoints. The bullet time skill activates automatically, and the world suddenly slows down. He could see the arc of the doorknob turning, the white knuckles of the guard's fingers gripping the gun, and even count the marks left when the bullets bounced out of the magazine. The memory chip is still plugged into the terminal, and the progress bar is stuck at 97%. Damn it, he cursed, but his actions were faster than his thoughts. He pulled out the chip with his left hand, grabbed a gasoline can from the table with his right, and turned to smash into the window. Amid the sound of shattering glass, he saw the muzzle flash of the guard's gun, a bullet whizzing past his ear and carving a charred hole in the wall. Boomstrapje. The moment the gasoline can hit the oil drum in the corner, flames shot up like a raging dragon. Chen Mu rolled around in the flames, the fireproof layer of his tactical vest sizzling as it burned. As he rolled into the green belt, his back hit a sharp rock, causing him to gasp in pain, but he still laughed out loud. The chip was still in his hand, its metal casing burning hot from his body heat. The evacuation route has been planned. The system's voice was unusually urgent. There is an abandoned subway entrance 300 meters to the northwest, which can be used as a temporary shelter. Chen Mu crouched low as he ran toward the subway entrance. The night wind blew into his tactical vest, which had been burned through, making him shiver. Just then, the terminal suddenly vibrated, and the system notification tone was as piercing as an alarm. An abnormal fluctuation of Mu Prim has been detected, originating from the third basement level of the satellite station. Execute awakening regression. He paused in his steps. Mu Prim, that's the core code of the alien virus mentioned by the system. The last time it was detected was when we were hunting the Zombie King. Awakening rewind. Chen Mu remembered that the system description mentioned this was a forbidden operation that required burning all current modification points, which might expose the system's existence, or confirm. He gritted his teeth and pressed the confirm button. Suddenly everything went black. Chapter 66, Awakening and Retrospection, Memory Fragment. Chen Mu's back teeth clenched so hard that they clicked as his finger hovered above the confirmation button. The system notification sound was still buzzing in his temples. The words "burn all current modification points" stung his eyes. The 300 points I saved up from hunting the Zombie King last time were enough to equip my assault rifle with 3 self-repair modules. And now, they've been wasted? But the words Mu Prim abnormal fluctuation felt like a red-hot needle, pricking his heart. The last time this thing was detected, it was inside the Zombie King's brain core. At that time, it directly disabled his Eagle Eye skill for 10 seconds. Now that the satellite station has suddenly appeared on its 3rd underground level, who knows if it's related to the source of the apocalypse? Damn it! He cursed and pressed down hard with his fingertip. Suddenly everything went black. When Chen Mu opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a grayish-white mist. There was no ground, no ceiling, only countless translucent orbs of light floating around, some as big as watermelons, others as small as marbles, each radiating a different halo. Warm yellow, deep blue, dark red, like crushed stars. He reached out to touch the nearest warm yellow orb of light, and as soon as his fingertips touched the surface, images flooded in like a tide. The wooden workbench was polished to a shine. The parts boxes were neatly stacked in the corner, and the M1911 model he had assembled himself hung on the wall, the barrel gleaming coldly under the fluorescent light. This is the back room of Hunter Fire Gun Model Shop. He is bending down and adjusting a replica Colt. He gently pries the screwdriver on the spring, and the sound of metal colliding is as crisp as a wind chime. The next second, the sound of shattering glass rang out. He looked up sharply and saw the robber in the black jacket kick open the front door, the muzzle of the shotgun still smoking. The shop assistant was lying in front of the cashier, clutching her shoulder, blood seeping from between her fingers, staining the tiles a glaring red. Chen Mu's breathing suddenly became rapid. This was the scene he least wanted to recall before his time travel. He rushed over with a screwdriver in hand, only to be kicked over by the robber. He shouted help, but passers-by only dared to peer through the shop window. Finally, the robber grabbed the cash and left, while his little sister's blood gradually cooled in his palm. The image suddenly distorted. When his vision cleared again, he was lying in a metal cabin that gleamed with a cold light, with a dense network of pipes overhead. Several people in white coats surrounded the control panel, their goggles reflecting a pale blue light. Heart rate 147, abnormal brainwaves. Consciousness transplantation completion rate 92.7%, 7 percentage points higher than the previous batch of test subjects. Be careful to maintain the activity of Mu Prim and prevent the host rejection reaction from being too severe. Chen Mu's pupils contracted violently. This was not his memory. He had never been to such a laboratory, nor had he ever heard of the term consciousness transplantation. He stared at the name tag on the white coat, the project logo gleaming coldly under the light, like a knife pressed against his throat. This isn't a memory, it's a record, he murmured, his voice echoing in the empty space. His fingertips trembled as he touched another pale blue orb. This time, the scene sent chills down his spine. He saw himself crouching in an abandoned alley in the early days of the apocalypse, using the system to disassemble a rusty Type 54 pistol. But the angle was wrong. It looked like the camera was shooting down from a corner of the ceiling, and even the new scar behind his ear was clearly visible. They're monitoring me. His fingers unconsciously clenched into a fist, his knuckles turning white. From the first second the system awakened, or even earlier, the fog suddenly surged. A ball of light, gleaming with a dark golden luster, slowly floated in front of him. Its surface was engraved with fine patterns, like the rifling on a bullet casing. As soon as Chen Mu stretched out his hand, the sphere of light exploded with a boom, and a massive amount of information flooded into his consciousness. The final stage of Project BM-007. By simulating extreme apocalyptic environments, we will test the extreme reactions of humans under genetic collapse, resource depletion, and survival pressure, and screen the host gene samples most suitable for the alien virus. The test subject must meet the following criteria. Original consciousness strength greater than or equal to 90%. Integration with Muprim greater than or equal to 95%. Complete at least 3 critical choices under the guidance of the system. Currently the only successful individual. Chen Mu, original consciousness number 0927. Host number Mu, 001. Chen Mu's temples throbbed. He finally understood why the system always issued mandatory tasks at critical moments, and why the points from dismantling ammunition casings were never enough to upgrade legendary weapons. Those were not system limitations, but observation conditions for the experiment. He thought he was using the system to fight against the apocalypse, but from the very beginning, he was just a lab rat put into a petri dish. I didn't time travel. I was implanted. His throat tasted bitter, as if he had swallowed a rusty nail. The Chen Mu who was killed by the robbers was the original owner of this body. The gray-white space suddenly began to collapse. The orbs of light shattered into stardust, and the mist was drawn into thin streams. Chen Mu felt as if an invisible hand was pulling at his consciousness. He took one last look at the fragment of the dark gold orb, within which the 4 bloody words "terminate experiment" flashed, making his eyes burn. Bite! The sound of the real world were as if a play button had been pressed. Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes and slammed his back against the concrete wall at the subway entrance. He touched his aching temple, his fingertips stained with blood. He hadn't noticed it in the memory space, but now he saw a small cut on his forehead, blood trickling down his brow bone and dripping onto his tactical vest, leaving a dark red dot. The system interface flickered wildly on my retina. The normally smooth blue light now resembled that of an old, cascading television. Warning, memory recall overload. Cooldown extended to 72 hours. He took out his portable terminal and quickly swiped his fingers across the screen. He had saved the information he had just seen in the memory space using the system's emergency backup function. Although he only retained 40%, the keywords project and mu prim host were enough for him to piece together all the clues again. Drop! The terminal suddenly vibrated. Chen Mu looked up and saw a black dot rising in the distance. The thing grew larger and larger, its outline gradually becoming clearer. It had no propellers, no wings, and its surface was covered with metallic patterns that resembled scales, gleaming with a cold silver light under the moonlight. The strangest thing is its way of moving. It doesn't fly, but rather glides silently through the clouds like a black cloth being blown by the wind. A higher-order observer signal has been detected. The system's voice, unusually, carried a hint of emotion beyond its mechanical tone, as if it had been disturbed by something. Immediate relocation recommended. Repeat, immediate relocation. Chen Mu grabbed his tactical backpack, turned around, and ran deep into the subway tunnel. He could hear his own heartbeat drowning out the footsteps. It wasn't a drone. It absolutely wasn't. The 4 words, terminate experiment, that he had just seen in his memory space were now echoing in his mind as he ran. The wind from deep inside the tunnel blew into my collar, carrying a damp, musty smell. Chen Mu touched the reinforced M1911 at his waist. The anti-slip texture on the grip made his palms ache. This old buddy that had fought his way through hordes of zombies was now burning hot in his palm, like a blazing fire. He didn't know what a higher-order observer was, but he did know that from today onward, the rules of the game had changed. It's no longer him hiding behind the system to fight zombies and mutated beasts. Instead, someone or something is going to personally step in and take him, this successful guinea pig, back for dissection. From the darkness at the end of the tunnel came the sound of metal scraping together. Chen Mu paused, then pulled out a flashbang. Moonlight streamed in from the subway entrance behind him, casting a half-light, half-shadow on his face. He stared at the increasingly clear silver reflection in the distance, pulled the pin on the flashbang, and a blood-stained smile appeared on his lips. "Come on," he said softly. "When I'm into shooting, the thing I fear most is not having a target." The instant the system notification sound rang in his ears, the white light of the flashbang tore through the darkness. In the sky outside the tunnel, the scales of the black aircraft suddenly glowed red, like an enraged beast, and slowly lowered its nose. Chapter 67, The Observer Descends, Breakthrough in the Dark Night. When the flashbang exploded in the tunnel, Chen Mu's pupils contracted violently in the white light. He had already switched his tactical goggles to anti-glare mode, but the blinding light still made his retina ache. This was no ordinary flashbang, but an electromagnetic interference type he had modified with a mutated beast crystal core, specifically designed to deal with things that might carry optical sensors. Ding, target locked. The system alarm blared in his ears, and Chen Mu's neck instantly tensed like a bowstring. He had already slung his tactical backpack over his left shoulder, and now, under the cover of the white light, he rolled to the side, his back slamming heavily against the tiles on the tunnel wall. The tiles already gnawed and mangled by the zombies, shattered with a crack, the fragments embedding themselves in the fabric of his combat uniform. But nothing could outweigh the frantic beating of his heart. That feeling of being locked on felt like an ice needle piercing his spine. The moonlight outside the tunnel was suddenly blocked by shadows. As Chen Mu rolled around, he looked up and saw the thing sliding in along the dome of the tunnel entrance. It was more like a living thing than a flying machine. The silver-gray scales flowed under the moonlight, and what had just been the outline of a piece of black cloth had now unfolded into membranous wings like those of a moth, with a ghostly blue arc of electricity emanating from the edge of each wing. What sent chills down his spine was its eyes, 2 red orbs embedded in its head, slowly rotating as it moved, like 2 tracking searchlights. This is not a level that a recycler can control. Chen Mu gritted his teeth, his right hand gripping the M1911 at his waist tightly. The anti-slip texture on the grip was already slippery from the sweat on his palms, but he could clearly feel the weight of the EMP bullet in the barrel. He had just modified it this morning with 3 5.5 6mm bullets and half a second-order crystal core. The system had warned of a 37% probability of energy overload at the time, and now he hoped that probability could be even lower. Full spectrum scan initiated. The system's voice suddenly became distorted, as if interfered with by some signal. It is recommended to immediately activate personality reconstruction mode to disguise biological characteristics. Chen Mu's fingers tapped rapidly on the tactical wristband. He remembered finding project files in the abandoned research institute 3 days ago, which mentioned that observers would lock onto targets through bioelectric signals. Those experimental subjects marked as failures were eventually pulled out of the sewers by this thing. As the bracelet vibrated to complete the disguise process, he could even feel his body temperature dropping, and his skin oozing a sour, foul-smelling slime similar to that of mutated dogs, a function activated by the system calling the black-backed dog crystal core he had decomposed last week. The red ball of light suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. Chen Mu's breath caught in his throat. He could hear the sound of the thing's wings vibrating. It wasn't a mechanical buzzing, but rather the low-frequency vibration of some giant insect flapping its wings, causing ripples to spread through the water in the tunnel. To make matters worse, his tactical goggles suddenly went black, and a crackling electrical sound came through his headset. A high-frequency pulse wave, exactly like the electromagnetic interference described in the file. "Disable unnecessary modules," he growled into the air. The system notifications immediately faded, leaving only the eagle eye and bullet time skills still active. A pale blue trajectory line appeared at the edge of the field of vision, which was the eagle eye capturing the movement pattern of the aircraft. It was descending at a speed of 0.3 meters per second. The membrane wings were deployed at an angle of 45 degrees, and the dark blue core on its abdomen was flickering. According to the archives, that should be the data center. Now, Chen Mu suddenly leaped up from the ground. His combat boots sparked as they scraped against the slippery tunnel floor, and he shot towards the center of the tunnel like an arrow released from a bow. In bullet time, the M1911 in his right hand became incredibly clear. He could see the arc of the hammer rising and count the rifling grooves inside the barrel. The moment his index finger pulled the trigger, 6 thin tubes suddenly popped out from the suppressor at the front of the barrel, and the EMP bullet, wrapped in a ghostly blue electric light, whooshed toward the core. The explosion was more violent than expected. Chen Mu was thrown against the tunnel wall by the blast wave, his ears ringing, and he couldn't hear anything. He squinted and saw the creature's scales peeling off, revealing a metallic skeleton underneath. The azure core cracked with spiderweb-like patterns, yet it still managed to maintain operation with difficulty. The electric arcs on the membrane wings turned a blinding purple, like a venomous snake whose tail had been stepped on. Not quite dead yet, Chen Mu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pulled out the modified assault rifle from his back. He cobbled together the gun using an AK-47 receiver and an M4 barrel, and the undermounted chainsaw module was humming. But he didn't need the chainsaw now. He needed armor-piercing rounds. Hawkeye has relocked onto the core's weak point, the bottom right corner where the cracks are most concentrated. Chen Mu's breathing was extremely slow, so slow that he could hear the sound of his atoms apple-bobbing. The moment the aircraft's membrane wings unfolded again, revealing the entire core, he pulled the trigger. Top, top, top. 7 armor-piercing shells formed a line of fire. The first shot shattered the outer protective shield of the core. The second shot tore open the heat-sink fins, and the third shot precisely pierced deep into the crack. As Chen Mu watched the blue fragments flying in the bullet time, he suddenly remembered the little girl he had saved from the zombie horde 3 months ago. When the rag doll she was holding was torn apart by the zombies, the stuffing also scattered in the same way. The aircraft emitted a sharp electronic buzzing sound, much like a dying beast. Its membranes suddenly contracted into a ball, and the entire fuselage began to shake violently. Chen Mu instinctively lay down, and the next second, the thing crashed into the spot where he had just been standing, exploding into a ball of blue sparks. When the smoke cleared, only a few charred scales and a pool of vaporizing silver liquid remained on the ground. High-order observer, signal pattern detected. The system's voice finally returned to clarity. Countermeasure protocol parsed. Unlock immediately. Chen Mu knelt on the ground, then stood up, supporting himself with his assault rifle. His combat uniform had a tear on the left shoulder from a shard, and blood was seeping out, staining the fabric red. But he laughed, a laugh tinged with madness, much like the way he looked when he was adjusting a new gun in a gun shop before the apocalypse, finally managing to fire it successfully. Unlock, he said, bending down to pick up a scale that was still warm. Tiny letters were engraved on the edges of the scales. He used his tactical dagger to scrape away the charred parts, revealing the letters P07. which matched the project organization number he had seen in his memory space. They're starting to take me seriously. Chen Mu put the scales into the hidden compartment of his tactical backpack, his fingers gently tracing the words Hunter Fire embroidered on the inside of the backpack. That was the name of his shop before the end of the world. Now it has become his medal. When the system notification sounded again, he had already slung his bag over his shoulder and walked deeper into the tunnel. The sound of his boot heels stepping on the silver liquid was particularly clear in the empty tunnel. The pool of silver liquid only slowly evaporated after his figure disappeared into the darkness. Amidst the scorch marks left by the intense heat on the ground, a line of pale blue characters gradually emerged, as if someone had written a sentence on the ruins with a highlighter. Mu Prime, you are changing the script. Chapter 68 Signal Maze, Blue Flame Tracking. The moment Chen Mu's boot heel rolled over the silver liquid, and the line of pale blue characters suddenly appeared in the scorch marks, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up with a whoosh. In the 3 years since the apocalypse, he has witnessed too many bizarre things. But the last time something could write on ruins was in the underground laboratory of District 7, where similar fluorescent patterns seeped from the brain of a mutant that had been cut in half. System scan. He suppressed his Adam's apple, his voice 2 octaves lower than usual. The red light from the tactical goggles swept across the scorch marks, and a line of annotation appeared on the retina. Unknown energy residue, suspected to be a quantum entangled state information carrier. He crouched down, his tactical dagger lightly grazing the edge of the word light. The moment the blade touched the scorched earth, the pale blue characters, like startled fireflies, darted into the air with a whoosh, leaving a wisp of ozone-like, sweet smell in the nasal cavity. They're warning me. Chen Mu gripped the dagger tightly, his knuckles turning white. 3 months ago, a scene I saw in my memory space suddenly flashed back. On the yellowed experimental log, Mu Prime was circled 7 times in red pen. Next to a photo, a man in a white coat smiling and holding up a test tube, with a silver logo of Project clearly visible in the background. He stood up abruptly, the wound on the left shoulder of his combat uniform being torn open and causing him excruciating pain. But pain is a good thing. It means he's still alive and can still sense danger. Residual data module detected in the aircraft core. The system's mechanical voice suddenly boomed in the headset. Signal strength -58 dBm. Contains encrypted pulses. Decrypt. Chen Mu's finger hovered over the tactics panel, pausing for 3 seconds. 3 months ago, when he was dismantling that drone at the junkyard, he carelessly deciphered a string of encrypted code, which resulted in 3 waves of zombies, including 2 mutated dogs that could spray acid. Looking back now, the routes of those zombie hordes were so predictable, as if they were being led by something. No, he quickly pressed the reject button and pulled a small lead box from a hidden compartment in his backpack. The metal module was only the size of a palm, and its surface still retained high temperatures. But the moment it was placed into the lead box, the signal strength bar on the tactical goggles plummeted to below -90 dBm. Let's go. He patted the Hunter of Fire embroidery on the inside of his backpack. It was embroidered with the last piece of canvas in the shop before the apocalypse, and the stitches were crooked and uneven. Blue Flame Chemical Plant. Choosing that place wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. 3 days ago at the survivor camp, the old mechanic, Lao Zhou, had drunk too much. He grabbed his sleeve and muttered, "Xiao Chun, do you remember that explosion 10 years ago? The Blue Fire Factory burned for 3 days and 3 nights, but the things they buried underground." Lao Zhou drew a circle on the table with his finger, were so electromagnetically chaotic that even satellites couldn't see through them. Now, Chen Mu is walking along the abandoned freight railway towards the chemical plant. The night wind blew through the broken wall, carrying a few pieces of rusty iron that crashed to his feet with a thud. He suddenly stopped. In the field of vision of his tactical goggles, several almost invisible silver lines were emerging from his sleeves. Nanoparticles, finer than those he had encountered in the tunnel 3 days ago, like stretched spider silk. "Hawkeye," he murmured, his vision instantly turning dark red. The trajectory of those silver lines became clear. Each particle was spreading at a speed of 0.3 meters per second, trailing a very faint blue afterburner, the same color as the silver liquid left after the spacecraft exploded. Chen Mu's right hand reached for the metal box at his waist. That was an EMP device he modified from a scrap car ignition, with 3 neodymium magnets he'd swiped from Lao Zhou inside. He unscrewed the lid, adjusted it to maximum power, and hovered his fingertip over the trigger button for 2 seconds. This thing could only be used 3 times, and the last time he used it was when he saved Xia in the zombie horde. Fuck you. He pressed the button. The electromagnetic pulse exploded like an invisible wave. Chen Mu's tactical goggles went black instantly, and a sharp buzzing sound rang in his ears. When visibility returned, the silver lines had broken into fragments, swirling and dissipating in the wind. The iron gate of the blue fire chemical plant was crooked on the ground, and only the character Fire remained of the 2 characters Blue Fire on the lintel, with the red paint peeling off like a scab. Chen Mu crouched down and crawled inside, his boots crunching over the broken glass scattered on the ground. The cracks sound particularly jarring in the empty factory area. Personality reconstruction mode, he whispered to the tactics panel. The moment the system notification sounded, his body temperature began to drop, and a sticky liquid seeped from his skin. It was a biosignal agent simulating a rotting corpse, tasting like rotten fish that had been soaking for 3 days. It's time to prepare some gifts. He took out 6 palm-sized signal transmitters from his backpack and hung them on the steel frame of the abandoned reaction tower, on top of the rusty storage tank, and in the cab of the old forklift that was half buried in the ground. Each transmitter was tuned to a different frequency. Some simulated the rapid heartbeat of a living person, some imitated the low-frequency roar of a mutated beast, and the furthest one was even looping the broadcast from the survivor camp 3 months ago. Now, let's wait for the fish to bite. Chen Mu found an abandoned laboratory and huddled himself inside a broken cabinet in the corner. Through the cracked glass, he could see the open space in the center of the factory, where the moonlight cast long shadows of the storage tanks. The wind suddenly turned cold in the latter half of the night. Chen Mu first heard a strange noise in his earpiece, like someone scratching glass with their fingernails, each sound becoming more rapid than the last. His bullet time was triggered passively, and the world suddenly slowed down. The dust floating in the moonlight was clearly visible. The rust on the storage tank in the distance was slowly peeling off, and that dark shadow was pressing down from the southeast sky. The airflow brought up when the membrane wings unfolded, made the signal transmitter 3 kilometers away sway. It is the second high-order observer. Chen Mu's pupils contracted slightly. This thing is a bit smaller than the previous one, but the blue patterns on the edge of the membrane are denser, and there is an additional diamond-shaped protrusion at the core. That is the data receiving module, which is the same shape as the metal block he sealed in the lead box. Its flight path is too regular. Chen Mu counted in bullet time. Turn left 30 degrees, climb 5 meters, hover for 2 seconds, then turn right 45 degrees. Like a drone programmed with a fixed navigation algorithm. Even its obstacle avoidance maneuvers are mechanically stiff. His fingers danced rapidly across the tactics panel. The frequency of the signal transmitter began to change. The one that was originally simulating a heartbeat suddenly changed to the roar of a mutated beast, while the one that was broadcasting in a loop switched to white noise. The observer's membrane wing paused noticeably, and the rhomboid module flashed a blue light. It was adjusting its target. Come on. Chen Mu licked his lips and tuned the frequency of the last transmitter to match the metal resonant frequency of the reaction tower. When the observer's membrane wings unfolded again, he pressed the confirmation button. The next second, the observer's flight path became completely chaotic. It first rushed toward the transmitter, simulating a heartbeat, then suddenly turned around and headed towards the white noise. Finally, it was drawn by the metallic resonance wave of the reaction tower and crashed into the rusty tower with a boom. The blast wave overturned Chen Mu's cabinet. He coughed as he got up, a charred fragment of the membrane smeared on his face. The wreckage of the observer was scattered all over the ground. The diamond-shaped module at the core was still emitting blue smoke. Next to it was a metal plate with a chip, engraved with a number similar to the previous P07, P09. You think you can crush me with data? Chen Mu crouched down and used his tactical dagger to pick up the chip. The moonlight shone on his face, and his eyes in the shadow shone with a frightening brightness. Then let me first understand your logic. He inserted the chip into the modified terminal in his backpack. The terminal was a modified old laptop from before the apocalypse. The screen flickered a few times, and suddenly a line of flowing code appeared. Mu Prime, the script is being rewritten. Chen Mu's fingers hovered over the keyboard for half a second, just as he was about to press the enter key, when the terminal suddenly emitted a zzz sound. He looked up at the laboratory window. The moonlight had been obscured by dark clouds. A very faint click came from deep within the factory area, like the sound of some kind of metal device starting up. He reached for the assault rifle at his waist, his gaze sweeping over the storage tanks in the darkness. In the half-overturned jar on the far west side, a very faint blue light flashed, as if someone had turned on a flashlight inside, only to quickly extinguish it. It seems Chen Mu put the terminal back into his backpack, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, that this game has only just begun. Chapter 69 Code, Decoding, Echoes of the Past. As Chen Mu's tactical boots rolled over the wreckage of the Observer, the metal fragments made a soft, crisp sound. He crouched down, the tip of his tactical dagger picking up the metal piece embedded with the chip, his fingertip tracing the P09 markings, exactly the same as the P07 he'd found 3 days earlier in the abandoned hospital. Moonlight streamed through the broken ceiling, casting shadows under his eyes, and his brows furrowed slightly. The terminal was hidden in an explosion-proof cabinet in the innermost room of the laboratory. He remembered that 2 days ago, when he was inspecting the chemical plant, this old machine, covered with a dust cover, was still dripping water. Now, however, several pieces of rust on the outer shell had been rubbed off, revealing the dark silver project logo underneath. Has someone been here? He pressed his thumb against the cabinet door and felt a slight vibration, not from a zombie, but from electricity. The moment the modified terminal was connected, a blinding blue light flashed across the screen. Chen Mu slowed his breathing, his fingertips dancing across the keyboard, as if he were tuning a jammed M1911. Amidst the deluge of firewall code, he skillfully bypassed 3 automatically uninstalled programs, when suddenly he heard a system notification. Encrypted audio detected. Manual decryption required. The first sound in the headphones was static, followed by a muffled male voice. The brainwave frequency of sample 9 to 17 completely overlaps with Mu Prime. Chen Mu's pupils contracted, and his fingers suddenly pressed the spacebar. The next second, a clearer fragment surfaced amidst the noise. Mu Prime is not the end, but the beginning. What they need is not weapons, but... It's a variable, Chen Mu blurted out. A chill ran down the back of his neck. In the diary he'd found in the old town 3 days earlier, the researcher who had committed suicide had also written, "Variables can break the script." The terminal screen suddenly flickered, and he saw regular fluctuations hidden in the audio waveform, like Morse code. A gunsmith's hand can fix guns and decode codes. He tugged at his tactical vest and pulled up his homemade frequency analysis software. The waveform is divided into 16 segments, each corresponding to a latitude and longitude value. When the last number appeared, his Adam's apple bobbed. It was the coordinate of the library he frequented during his university years, with a school history archive on the 3rd basement floor that had never been opened to the public. Automatic upolat autokon. Chen Mu suddenly kissed. The green progress bar in the lower right corner of the terminal was quietly climbing. He quickly unplugged the external network card, sparks flying from the metal connector. I can't let them know I've cracked it this far. He grabbed the bottle of hydrochloric acid from the table, poured the brown liquid onto the motherboard, and with a hissing sound, the last line of code was corroded into charred streaks. The preparations before departure took 17 minutes. Chen Mu squatted in the pile of scrap and used a screwdriver to pry open a scrap patrol robot, taking out the biometric simulator inside. This was the newly unlocked personality reconstruction mode of the system, which could simulate the body temperature, heartbeat, and brain waves of project researchers. Beneath the barrel of the assault rifle, he had attached a signal jamming module salvage from the Observer's wreckage. The blue crystal gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Backup power. He kicked aside half a cement slab, revealing 8 old batteries neatly stacked underneath, their metal casings still warm. Chen Mu narrowed his eyes. Was someone deliberately leaving this there? But there was no time to think about it. He stuffed the battery into his tactical backpack, and the moment he zipped it up, a system notification sounded in his mind. 1.2 kilometers remaining to the entrance of the Alpha site. The streets were quieter than I had expected. Chen Mu walked close to the wall, his leather boots avoiding all the reflective shards of glass. The air was filled with the stench of rotting zombies, mixed with a sweet floral scent, a mutated Mariah paniculata, which usually meant there was a level 3 mutated beast nearby. His finger rested on a rifle trigger, and the eagle eye skill activated automatically, turning the shadows in his field of vision pale green, indicating the absence of any moving heat sources. The entrance to the Alpha site is hidden beneath the fountain at the university's back gate. Chen Mu used hydraulic shears to cut the rusted iron chain. The sound of metal breaking was particularly jarring in the empty campus. He stopped in his tracks, activated bullet time, and amplified his hearing tenfold. There are low howls of zombies 3 kilometers away, but closer still, the sound of some kind of mechanical gear turning came from underground. "Here it comes," he said softly, quickening his movements instead. When the last cement slab was pried open, a musty smell mixed with the burnt smell of electronic components rushed out. The iron gate of the underground passage was rusted shut. He pulled out the chainsaw from his waist, and in the blue sparks, a half-person-high gap appeared in the metal gate. The system suddenly vibrated. Unknown signal source detected. Frequency 147.3 megahertz. Connect? Chen Mu's finger hovered over the yes button, and he could hear his own heartbeat. 3 seconds later, he pressed confirm. If this was a trap, he should have been surrounded and killed in the chemical plant long ago. If not, the moment the screen lit up, he took a half step back. A pale blue light shone on his face, and a line of blood-red words slowly appeared. "Welcome home, Mu Prime." Chen Mu's thumb unconsciously rubbed the anti-slip texture of the rifle. A hum of electricity came from deep underground, and he smelled a familiar scent, the same cool fragrance of machine oil and metal as the initial M1911 in the system space. In the darkness inside the door, something was dripping. Not water, but some kind of viscous liquid, making a soft plop sound as it fell to the ground. He took a deep breath, and the white light of his tactical flashlight pierced the darkness. The steps were covered with a layer of dust about half a finger thick, but there was a string of fresh shoe prints, exactly the same as the tread pattern on his tactical boots. Chapter 70 Fragments of Memory, Mirror Choice. When Chen Mu's tactical flashlight beam swept across the steps, the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood on end. The pattern of the fresh shoe prints was exactly the same as the tactical boots he was wearing. Even the indentation of the forefoot was identical. It was as if another version of himself had walked into this underground facility along the same path 5 minutes before him. The musty smell mixed with the burnt smell of electronic components entered his nostrils, and his atoms apple-bobbed. The system interface flickered on his retina. The unknown signal source notification was still flashing, and the blood-red words, "Welcome home, Mu Prime," still stung his pupils. In the original owner's memories, this code name had never appeared. But at that moment, his thumb, which was touching the anti-slip texture of the rifle, suddenly stopped. The curve of the grip of the original M1911 overlapped with a vague dream in his memory. Perhaps I should look for information first. He suppressed his surging doubts and crouched down to squeeze through the crack in the iron gate. The underground space was more spacious than I had imagined. 2 rows of rusted control consoles were set up, and most of the screens were black. Only an old-fashioned projector in the very center was still making a buzzing electrical sound. When Chen Mu used the gun barrel to pry open the dust cover, the crisp sound of the metal chain startled him so much that he instinctively rolled to the side. Only after confirming that no zombies were rushing out did he wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The projector bulb flickered 3 times before finally lighting up. The yellowed film spun in the beam of light, and Chen Mu's breath hitched. The first photograph was of himself. The man in the photo is wearing a white coat, and his eyebrows and eyes are 7/10 similar to his. There is a thin scar behind his right ear, which is the spot he always avoids when shaving. The number Mu Prime 01 jumps below the photo, followed by the second and third photos. All the people in the photos have the same face, but their eyes are either empty, crazy, or numb. The last photo has a red border. The name field reads Mu Prime, and the status bar is marked alive/out of control. That's impossible. Chen Mu's fingers pressed against the projection screen, his fingertips trembling slightly. The system suddenly vibrated, and a line of bloody text appeared on his retina. Same type of biological signal detected. Distance 300 meters. He quickly retreated into the shadow of the control console. The moment bullet time was activated, the world slowed down. The sound of footsteps coming from the ventilation ducts was like tapping on his eardrums, and the force and frequency of each step perfectly matched his stride. Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat when a man in the dark gray uniform walked out from around the corner. The other person also had a thin scar behind his right ear, and even the wear pattern on his tactical boots was exactly the same as the one on his foot. The gun in a man's hand was not a traditional firearm. Its barrel was diamond-shaped and glowed with a ghostly blue energy pattern, with the muzzle pointed directly at his heart. "You shouldn't have come here," the man said, his voice flattened, as if all emotion had been smoothed out. "You're another variable." Chen Mu's thumb rested on the rifle's fire selector, and eagle, I automatically locked onto the artery on the side of the other man's neck. Was it the power supply interface for the energy pistol? A variable? He deliberately lowered his voice, his peripheral vision sweeping over the badge on the other man's uniform, which perfectly matched the markings on the M1911 rifle in his system space. An experimental product of Project? The earliest candidates. The man's pupils contracted for 0.3 seconds, the only emotional fluctuation Chen Mu had caught during the bullet time. They implanted cognitive programs in me, tested my decision-making efficiency with zombie hordes, and verified my pain threshold with mutated beasts tearing at me. His fingertips lightly traced the grip of his energy pistol, until I started dreaming. Dream about the sunlight, about. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice broke for the first time, about the impulse to protect someone. They called it emotional redundancy, a sign of failure. He suddenly raised his gun, the energy beams scorching the control panel beside Chen Mu. "Now it's your turn, new variable. They will control you with a more sophisticated program, just like they tried to control me." The moment Chen Mu pulled the trigger, the quick reload skill was automatically activated. 3 armor-piercing rounds were fired in a triangular pattern. The first round deflected the barrel of the energy pistol, the second grazed the opponent's left shoulder, and the third accurately struck the floor near his feet, not to kill him, but to force him to retreat. The man stumbled and crashed into the control panel, dropping his energy pistol to the ground. As Chen Mu rushed over, he caught a glimpse of silver light sliding out of the other person's pocket. It was a memory chip. He bent down to pick it up, but heard a loud bang as metal tore apart. The man pressed the red button on the control panel, and the heavy alloy doors slowly closed from both sides. "If you really want to survive..." The man's voice was cut off by the gradually closing crack in the door. "Go find a mastermind." The moment the door closed, Chen Mu gripped the chip tightly. The system notification exploded in my mind. Storage chip analyzed. Mu Prime Core Protocol unlocked. Warning. This agreement involves a fundamental restructuring of the personality's underlying code. The operation is irreversible. He leaned against the cold metal door, the sharp edges of the chip digging painfully into his palm. The projector light was still flickering, and Mu Prime A in the last photo was staring at him, with something he had never seen in his own eyes before, a mixture of resentment and anticipation. The system interface appeared on his retina, and the red light of the confirmation button made him squint. Chen Mu took a deep breath and slowly brought his fingertips close to the flashing button. A faint, sweet fragrance suddenly drifted into the air, exactly the same as the mutated 7-mile fragrance he had smelled on the street. But this time, the sweetness was mixed with a more familiar scent, like the cool fragrance of engine oil and metal. His finger hovered over the confirmation button, and he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. From the other side of the door, the hum of an energy pistol charging could be heard. Chapter 71 Reconstruction Agreement, Personality Crack. The moment Chen Mu's fingertip touched the confirmation button, the system interface on his retina suddenly turned blood red. The originally light blue control panel was now splattered with dark ink, and the countdown numbers appeared, jumping in milliseconds. Personality reconstruction initiating 30 seconds. His back teeth were clenched tightly. The spare battery he had found 3 days ago in the abandoned research institute was still tucked into the second pocket of his tactical vest. Now, he used 2 fingers to precisely pull it out, the metal casing making a crisp click as it collided with the terminal interface. This was an industrial-grade battery that he had deliberately kept while cleaning out the armory. He had intended it to power the newly modified Gatling gun, but now it had become a lifeline to prevent the personality reconstruction from going down the drain. The moment the data stream flooded his nerves, Chen Mu's temples throbbed. The metal walls of the alpha site looked as if they had been shattered by a handful of broken glass. First, fine cracks appeared, and then the metal walls collapsed into countless fragments of zeros and ones with a boom. He staggered and grabbed onto something in midair, but his palm touched a cold stream of data, like silk soaked in liquid nitrogen. so slippery that he couldn't hold on. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in a holographic simulation room with a cold light. On the projection screen directly in front of him, countless Chen Mu figures travel through different times and spaces. Wearing blue overalls, I was tucking the M1911 into my waistband when I pushed open the glass door of the gun shop without looking back. Outside the door was the morning glow stained with blood. Covered in blood, he huddled behind a convenience store shelf, with zombie claws reaching for his neck through the iron bars, while the system interface at his waist remained gray. Another man, with a sinister look in his eyes, was pressing a modified shotgun against the survivor's temple. The spent cartridges fell to the ground with a sickening crunch as he cursed. "Why should I save you guys? These are all me." Chen Mu's Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was amplified by the loudspeakers in the simulation room, echoing under the metal dome. He reached out to touch the nearest projection, and the moment his fingertips touched the blue light, the self that had abandoned the system suddenly turned its head, its pupils unfocused. "You think you can escape?" They even mold their thoughts into a template. A mechanical voice boomed overhead, like rusty gears grinding against eardrums. Mu Prime Protocol has detected redundant variables and recommends clearing them. The current optimal path is path number July 12th, 09, with an emotion threshold of 0% and a survival probability of 92.3%. The hairs on the back of Chen Mu's neck stood on end. The voice was exactly the same as the one he had heard in the lab 3 days ago. The cognitive program and emotional redundancy that man had mentioned were now turning into a torrent of data that was about to devour his consciousness. He instinctively tried to activate bullet time, but found that the skill module was like it had been covered in cement. The passive skill, which usually activated in 0.1 seconds, took a full 2 seconds to barely work. The lights in the simulation room began to flicker. Chen Mu bit his tongue, and the sweet and pungent taste of blood instantly dispelled the chaos in his mind. He recalled the sense input cutoff mentioned in the system manual. This was the last resort to deal with mental intrusion at the cost of dulling his sense of smell and pain for the next 12 hours. Snap! He mentally crushed the nerve node representing smell, and the projection in front of him immediately appeared as a double image. The image of himself holding the shotgun began to distort like crumpled tinfoil. Logical closed loop. Chen Mu panted heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead, down his chin onto his tactical boots. He finally saw through the trap of the agreement. The so-called optimal path was nothing more than turning living people into puppets, with all choices pre-calculated, and even hesitation being a performance allowed by the program. The data stream suddenly became viscous. Chen Mu felt icy tentacles drilling into the depths of his consciousness. It was the protocol scanning his personality code. He remembered a line of encrypted fake permissions code in the memory chip the man had dropped. At the time he had thought it was just a regular system patch, but now it was like a match in the dark. "I'll give it my all." He gritted his teeth and mentally recalled the code. The disguised personality signal needs to perfectly simulate the thought frequency of being assimilated. He recalled the pain of being scratched by a zombie when he saved the little girl in the convenience store when the system first awakened. He recalled the crisp sound of the shell casing hitting the ground when he first used the enhanced M1911 to shoot a headshot. He recalled the unwilling look in the Mu Prime A photo. These most vivid memories became the best disguise at this moment. The data stream suddenly stopped. Chen Mu seized the opportunity and disassembled the protocol's main control process like disassembling gun parts. First, he cut off the emotional redundancy removal module, then used the underlying code of the ammunition conversion skill as a firewall, and finally stuffed the core code of the main control process into the cache area of the targeted bombing skill, the place that the system was least likely to check. Bye! The lights in the simulation room suddenly went out. Chen Mu staggered and fell to the ground, his back hitting the metal floor, causing him to gasp in pain. The system interface on my retina was restarting, and it took a full 17 seconds for the progress bar to jump from 0% to 100%, whereas it usually only takes 3 seconds. Personality reconstruction interrupted. Warning, core module damaged. Bullet time skill cooldown extended to 30 minutes. Eagle eye field of vision reduced by 50%. The mechanical voice regained its usual calm, but Chen Mu could hear the disorder within it. The last percent syllable was drawn out into a buzzing sound. He propped himself up on the ground, his forehead soaked with cold sweat through his tactical headband. The terminal was right next to my feet, The intense mental struggle just now had made its casing hot. Chen Mu wiped his face and was about to put the terminal back into his backpack when the screen suddenly lit up automatically. Unencrypted logs scrolled up and down, each line like a hammer blow to his heart. Experimental subject status, stable. Memory coverage progress, 87%. Estimated contact time with Mu Prime B, T plus 48 hours. Chen Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. He ripped the terminal's battery off abruptly, the sharp clang of the metal casing hitting the metal particularly jarring in the empty simulation room. The spare battery rolled to the corner, casting a long, thin shadow on the ground, like an arrow pointing to the unknown. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of an energy pistol charging came from outside the door. Chen Mu grabbed the M1911 at his feet. The gun still carried the warmth of his body heat. This time, his thumb was firmly on the safety lock, and there was something in his eyes that hadn't been there 3 days ago. It wasn't just vigilance. It was a chilling clarity. Chapter 72, Shadow Tracking, Type B Target. Chen Mu paused for a moment as he pulled off the terminal battery. The crisp sound of metal shells colliding echoed in the empty simulation room, startling the hairs on the back of his neck. The sound was so loud, like a gong being struck in a silent hunting ground. He bent down to pick up the fallen spare battery, and his fingertips had just touched the cold metal when he suddenly heard the buzzing sound of an energy pistol charging outside the door. The sound was like a thin needle piercing his temple. "Calm down," he said silently to himself, his thumb gripping the safety of his M1911 pistol tightly. 3 days ago, when he rescued the little girl at the convenience store, he forced himself to put his trembling finger on the trigger in the same way. Back then, the stench of the zombies had already reached the back of his neck, and now it was an even more dangerous and unknown situation. The system interface flickered on the retina. The cooldown progress bar of the bullet time skill was still at 23%, and the red warning box in the eagle-eye vision was making people dizzy. He recalled the words contact time with Mu Prime B, T plus 48 hours in the logbook, and suddenly realized that the so-called contact might not have been an encounter at all, but a hunt. The last ray of light before the terminal screen went out shone on his face. Chen Mu stuffed the battery into the hidden pocket of his tactical vest, his movements a couple of beats slower than usual. After the core module of the system was damaged, his neural reaction speed had decreased by about 15%, which was the price he had paid for forcibly maintaining the system using the ammunition conversion code when disassembling the protocol earlier. Before leaving, he checked the magazines again. The M1911 pistol had 7 enhanced rounds loaded, the quick-draw holster on the outside of his thigh had a spare magazine, and the outermost layer of his backpack contained a modified shotgun with a ring of incendiary rounds wrapped around the stock. These preparations wouldn't normally be considered thorough, but now. He touched the adjustment knob on the edge of the tactical goggles. When the eagle-eye sensitivity was set to the highest level, the goggles were slightly warm. Outside the abandoned Alpha base, the evening breeze carried the smell of metallic shavings into his nostrils. Chen Mu moved close to the wall, stopping every 3 steps to lean against the mottled cement wall and listen intently. The smell was all too familiar. 3 years ago, he had disassembled a reconnaissance drone belonging to Project, and the circuit boards had that same metallic, ozone-like smell when they melted. If Type B is also a variable, he looked down and adjusted the eyepiece parameters. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Eagle-eye field of view reduced to 50%, current identifiable range, 200 meters. He tapped his knuckles twice on the eyepiece. Then let him find me first. Night fell earlier than usual. Chen Mu crouched on the top floor of the abandoned office building, the tripod of his sniper rifle pressing against the cement fragments, making a faint sound. When the thermal imager was activated, a ghostly blue light shone through the eyepiece, turning the ruins below a dark red. The heat source of the zombies was a pulsating orange. The heat source of the mutated beasts was a murky purple and a moving point in the southeast. He held his breath, his heart pounding in his ears. At 2:17 a.m., the black suddenly accelerated, its movements as clean and swift as a blade slicing through fabric, without the stagger of a zombie or the clumsiness of a mutated beast. Bullet time! He gave the command in his mind, but the system emitted a piercing, buzzing sound. 28 minutes remaining on cooldown. Chen Mu's pupils contracted as slits, but his fingers did not loosen their grip on the sniper rifle trigger. Even without skill enhancements, he could maintain a 95% hit rate within 100 meters. When the target entered the 87-meter range, he could see the outline in the thermal image. Shoulder width, stride, and gun-holding posture exactly the same as when he trained at the shooting range 3 years ago. The image in the scope suddenly became clear. Chen Mu's fingers trembled violently. The face was clearly his own outline, but with an extra scar running from his brow bone to his jaw and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that looked like they had been carved with a knife. Mu, Prime. He murmured the name, tasting the rust as his Adam's apple bobbed. The moment he pulled the trigger, he remembered the resentful look in Mu Prime's photo on the chip and inexplicably loosened his grip slightly. The gunshot went blank. Only the click of the hammer striking the night sky echoed. The dark figure instantly rolled behind an abandoned armored vehicle, moving so fast that even Chen Mu's eagle eye almost lost track of it. The next second, a modified Desert Eagle pistol emerged from behind the car, its muzzle gleaming coldly. Were you also implanted with the protocol, or have you already become their puppet? The voice was like sandpaper rubbing against metal, hoarse from long-term use of a voice changer. Chen Mu didn't move, but slowly raised his hands. The M1911 pistol in his tactical vest was still pressed against his skin, but he deliberately left half of the grip exposed. This was the most primitive form of deterrence. Look at this. He took out the storage chip he had taken from the man earlier and held it up in the moonlight. The scratches on the chip's surface glittered in the light. They were marks he had made with a bayonet. The sound of metal scraping came from behind the armored vehicle. Mu Bo's half-face was exposed, and the moment his gaze swept over the chip, his pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. They actually dared to leak the coordinates of the mainframe. His voice lowered, his fingers unconsciously stroking the carved grip of the Desert Eagle pistol. We must leave here immediately. A high-frequency, electronic buzzing sound suddenly came from afar, like countless fine needles piercing the eardrum. Chen Mu's eagle eye suddenly sounded an alarm, and a red marker popped up in the eyepiece. New type of observer, distance 1.2 kilometers, speed 80 kilometers per hour. He looked up at the sky, where the moonlight was obscured by a shadow. The thing had no wings, and its fuselage was covered with prismatic sensors, like a black bullet heading towards them. Flash bomb! Muber's voice suddenly turned shrill as he swung a silver sphere with his backhand, which emitted a blinding white light the moment it hit the ground. Chen Mu instinctively closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, Mu Bo had already grabbed his tactical vest and was running towards the stairwell. The stench of rotten sewage pipes mixed with the acrid smell of flashbangs filled the nostrils. Mu Bo's figure turned into a blurry shadow in the darkness. The creaking sound of a metal door hinge turning came from somewhere ahead, a hidden entrance that even Chen Mu's eagle eye had not scanned. Keep up. Mu Bo's voice came from the darkness, carrying an urgency Chen Mu had never heard before. They're not chasing you. They're chasing us. Chapter 73, The Crimson Corridor, the Hall of Memories. Chen Mu's tactical boots trod through the years of accumulated rotten mud in the drainage ditch, and a rusty, fishy smell rushed into his nostrils. Muber dragged him along, his knuckles almost digging into his flesh. This was more dangerous than a zombie attack. After all, just half an hour ago this man was holding a Desert Eagle pistol and about to blow his head off. We're here. Mu Bo suddenly stopped, and Chen Mu almost bumped into him. Before me was a mottled metal wall, where the peeling paint revealed half a silver logo, crossed wrenches and gears, with DNA double helix structures wrapped around the edges. This was the project logo that appeared repeatedly in the chip. There were 7 or 8 bullet holes embedded in the wall, some charred black, others with brand new, exposed metal burrs, as if they had been instantly melted through by some kind of high-temperature weapon. Muber pulled a thumb-sized magnetic card from his tactical belt and swiped it through the crack in the wall. With a click, the entire wall slid open half a meter to both sides, revealing a narrow doorway that could only accommodate one person at a time. A faint blue light shone from behind the door, like phosphorescence in the deep sea. The memory corridor. Mu Bo turned to the side, his right hand still loosely gripping the Desert Eagle pistol. This place stores the memory fragments of all Mu individuals. As he spoke, his Adam's apple bobbed, and Chen Mu noticed a pale pink scar behind his ear, shaped like a chip. As soon as Chen Mu stepped through the door, the metal wall behind him slammed shut. The next second, the emergency light above my head went out with a ZZZZ sound. The darkness lasted only 2 seconds. Countless blue lights poured out from the cracks in the wall, weaving into a light curtain around the two of them. Chen Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. The person appearing in the light screen was himself. The he in the picture is standing on the rooftop of an abandoned department store. The barrel of his M1911 pistol is still smoking, and 3 zombies lie at his feet. In another video, he is holding a modified shotgun with the words "Hunter Fire" engraved on the stock. He is back to back with a woman with a high ponytail. The assault rifle in the woman's hand is spitting fire. Chen Mu has never seen this face before in the survivor camp. The most bizarre thing is the third video. He is kneeling in a laboratory full of bullet casings, holding a blood-stained memory chip in his arms. When he looks up, there are tears in the corners of his eyes. The scratches on the surface of the chip are exactly the same as those in Chen Mu's tactical vest pocket. That's impossible. Chen Mu's voice trembled, his fingers unconsciously reaching for the M1911 pistol at his waist, the grooves on the grip causing a sharp pain in his palm. I've never killed that mutated king beast. Never saved Lin Zhen. Mubo's voice was as cold as ice. He had retreated to the corner at some point. The muzzle of his Desert Eagle pistol still pointed at Chen Mu, but his knuckles were white. They copied our thought patterns. They can even fabricate memories. You think the awakening system is a coincidence? It's just a toy that the mainframe gave to the experimental subjects. Chen Mu's Eagle Eye system suddenly displayed a red warning on his retina. Abnormally active neural synapses in his brain. He clutched his temples abruptly. Memories that weren't his flooded back like a tidal wave. The feel of warm blood splattered on his face. The buzzing of bullets whizzing past his ears. And even a woman's voice whispering in his mind. Chen Mu, run. Enough, he roared, slamming the muzzle of his M1911 pistol heavily onto the nearest light screen. The blue light shattered instantly, like broken glass, but then reformed itself 3 seconds later. Suddenly, the entire wall emitted a metallic groaning sound. The hairs on the back of Chen Mu's neck stood on end. As he turned around, he saw Mubur kick open the iron door at the end of the corridor. Behind the door was a narrower corridor with thick cables hanging from the ceiling like drooping snakes. A basketball-sized ball of light floats in the center of the corridor, its surface flowing with alternating red and blue data streams, like a beating heart. Personality backup library. Muber's voice suddenly became hoarse. Each data particle is a usta. As he spoke, the muzzle of his Desert Eagle pistol trembled slightly. The Chen Mu, who killed me 3 times, and the Muber who saved my life, are both in there. The floor started to shake. Chen Mu's bullet time skill was automatically triggered, and everything in his field of vision slowed down. Spider web-like cracks appeared in the wall, and metal fragments rained down like in slow motion. A mechanical arm extended from the crack, its joints gleaming coldly. At the end of the mechanical arm was a high-voltage electric whip, the tip crackling and drawing pale purple arcs of electricity in the air. Lockdown zone activated. An electronic voice came from all directions. Clear, abnormal individuals. Chen Mu and Mu Bo rolled over almost simultaneously. Chen Mu crashed into the pile of cables on the left. The M1911 pistol was already loaded, and the Eagle Eye system automatically marked the weak points of the robot's joints. The first lash struck the spot where he had just been standing, instantly scorching the cement ground and sending up plumes of smoke. Shoot the joint. Muber's voice rang out amidst the gunshot. His Desert Eagle pistol fired precisely, the third bullet hitting the nearest robot's elbow joint. Metal fragments flew everywhere, and the mechanical arm drooped instantly. Chen Mu fired 3 shots, hitting the knees of the 3 robots. But these things don't feel pain at all, so the remaining robotic arms just keep pulling them and even more frequently. He touched the magazine in his tactical vest, activated the quick reload skill, and his knuckles moved quickly. The empty magazine landed, and the new magazine clicked into place. This was the 3rd time he had thanked the system for giving him this passive skill. Watch out behind you. Mubo suddenly lunged forward. Chen Mu felt a tightening around his waist and was pulled to the left. A high-voltage electric current lashed past his right shoulder, instantly scorching the fabric of his tactical vest and sending a burning pain through his skin. Your leg. Chen Mu saw dark red blood seeping from Mu Bai's right trouser leg, and the mechanical whip had cut a deep wound on his leg that exposed the bone. Leave me alone. Muber staggered to the corner, pulling a miniature bomb from his tactical belt. Use this to blow up the core sphere. They use the backup library to create clones. Every time one of US dies, a new one hatches from the data. He shoved the bomb into Chen Mu's hand, its metal casing still warm from his body. Go! Chen Mu gripped the bomb tightly. His bullet time skill slowed everything around him down. The robot's mechanical arm was still arcing through the air, Mu Bo's blood was dripping from his trouser leg, and the data stream of the core ball was still flowing. He saw Mu Bo's lips moving as he said, "Hurry up," and saw his own shadow stretched long by the blue light, as if Chen Mu from another world was reaching out to him. Catch! Muber suddenly threw a grenade. Chen Mu instinctively lowered his head, and the grenade exploded in the pile of robots, sending metal fragments flying everywhere. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he crouched down and rushed toward the core ball, his boots slipping on the ground covered with scrap metal. The data stream suddenly fluctuated violently, and the red light of the core sphere turned into a blinding purple. Chen Mu's system notification exploded on his retina. Personality erasure command detected. Execute. Standing in front of the core ball, he could hear the rustling sound of data flowing, like someone whispering in his ear. The bomb in his palm was still hot, and his face was reflected on the surface of the core sphere, overlapping perfectly with the him in the memory screen at this moment. Fuck your project. Chen Mu gritted his teeth and pressed the bomb against the surface of the core sphere. The red countdown has started. 0:05. The system prompt flashed again. Execute the personality erasure command. He stared at the surging data stream inside the core sphere, recalling the unwilling look in Mu Primus' eyes inside the chip, the himself crying while holding the chip in the light screen just now, and the still bleeding wound on Mu Primus' leg. Execute. He pressed the button. The data stream on the surface of the core sphere suddenly began to spin wildly, like a hornet's nest that had been disturbed. Chen Mu took 2 steps back and saw Mu Bo standing up, leaning against the wall, the muzzle of his Desert Eagle pistol still smoking. The corridor lights began to flicker, and the robot's mechanical arm was still twitching, but its movements were becoming increasingly sluggish. Just as the countdown reached 0:01, Chen Mu heard Mu Bo shout something, but it was drowned out by the sound of the explosion. In the blue light of the exploding core sphere, he saw countless points of light gushing out like blood, and in each point of light was a familiar face. It was him. It was Mu Bo. It was the woman with the high ponytail on the light screen. Those faces, with their mouths agape as if shouting something, were swept away in all directions by the blast wave. Chen Mu's eagle eye system suddenly detected a tiny point of light, which flashed in the blue light and disappeared into the pocket of his tactical vest. There lay the storage chip he had taken from Mu Bo. Chapter 74 Data Annihilation. Echoes of Personality. The blast wave made the tactical scarf around Chen Mu's neck flap loudly. In the instant the shards flew, he instinctively curled up and rolled, his left shoulder slamming heavily against the scorched metal wall. A burning pain spread up his spine, but this pain was far less intense than the sight that exploded in his pupils, causing his heart to skip a beat. In the blue light of the exploding core ball, he saw that the spot where Muber had just stood was now empty. Only a pool of dark red blood, like a withered flower, spread across the scorched ground. Mubo. Chen Mu staggered forward, his military boots crushing a piece of still-hot metal fragment. He crouched down, his fingertips almost touching the pool of blood before he abruptly pulled back. The blood was still warm, and the metallic smell filled his nostrils. This means that the person left in no more than 10 seconds, but both ends of the corridor were full of twisted mechanical wreckage, and there was not a single person in sight. System. Locate Muber's vital signs. He ripped open the communicator on his tactical vest, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down with his rapid breathing. The system panel on my retina flashed a scarlet warning. Target signal blocked. Prioritize addressing the current crisis. Crisis? Chen Mu was about to curse when a chill suddenly ran down the back of his neck. The wall is moving. The once cold metal walls now slumped and twisted like wax doused with boiling water, with countless pale blue faces emerging from the metal textures, some wearing white coats, some wrapped in tactical vests, some women with high ponytails, and even a young man who looked exactly like him, with the same eyes as him at that moment, his lips moving as he uttered indistinct syllables. Experimental subject number Mu, prime, 7. The data contamination rate has exceeded the critical value. He will destroy all the backups. Countless voices like rusty nails drilled into his ears from all directions. Chen Mu staggered backward, his back hitting a protruding metal block. It turned out to be the bridge of a human face's nose, feeling sticky like rotten rubber. This is a lingering memory? He gritted his teeth and ripped off his tactical glove, his nails digging deep into his palm. The system prompt will unfold on your retina as appropriate. The project organization's memory echo protocol has been activated. The current space is an overlapping field of virtual and reality. Residual personality data is materializing. It's not just sound that's being materialized. Chen Mu's eagle eye suddenly caught a crack appearing on the left wall. No, it was an open mouth, stretching all the way to his ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp metal teeth. He spun around to avoid it, the modified M4A1 assault rifle already pressed against his shoulder, but stopped just as he was about to pull the trigger. The outlines of those faces perfectly matched the Mu Prime series experimental records he had seen in the chip. They really copied me. Chen Mu's Adam's apple bobbed as he recalled the two faces that overlapped in the core sphere before the explosion. One was his current self, and the other was him, in the memory screen, holding the chip and crying. The so-called personality purge was nothing more than erasing the impurities in the current body so that a more perfect Mu Prime could take over. I have to get out of here. He wiped the cold sweat from his face and activated Eagle Eye to scan the entire wall. Red vulnerability markers flashed wildly on the metal door, the only area not covered by a face. A biometric lock was embedded in the doorknob, and the edge of the keyhole still had fresh scratches, as if it had just been pried open by something. Muber's key? Chen Mu reached into the pocket of his tactical vest, his fingertips touching a cold, thin piece. Those were parts salvaged from the bomb casing given to him by Muber. Muber had said at the time that they could be used as a master key in a critical moment, but he thought it was a joke. The thin sheet is now burning hot in my palm, like a piece of red-hot charcoal. The moment the key was inserted into the lock, the metal door emitted a dull thud as if gears were meshing. Just as Chen Mu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a mechanical, synthesized voice suddenly sounded behind him, each syllable like an ice pick piercing his spine. Mu Prime. 9 residual consciousness detected. Execute personality overwrite procedure. He turned around abruptly. Within the ruins of the core sphere, a ball of blue light is condensing. The semi-transparent humanoid silhouette gradually became clear, with facial features, height, and even the wear and tear on the tactical vest being exactly the same as his, except for those eyes, which were devoid of warmth, like 2 frozen lakes. You have deviated from the optimal path, the clone said, its voice overlapping his own, but with a crackling electronic tone. It raised its hand, and an energy pistol appeared in its palm. The barrel was spiral-shaped, and a dark blue energy flow swirled within it. Ending the erroneous process is the meaning of your existence. Chen Mu's temples throbbed. He could hear the system screaming. Same personality data detected, 97.3% compatibility. Personality reconstruction mode recommended. Screw the meaning. He gritted his teeth and pressed the hidden button on the rifle grip with his thumb. The moment the personality reconstruction mode was activated, his biological signal was rewritten in the system as Dr. Wu, Project Chief Researcher, the highest level identity he had secretly memorized in the chip. The clone's energy pistol was already raised. Without hesitation, Chen Mu raised the muzzle of the modified rifle sharply and fired a burst of fire at the ceiling lighting device. Bang! Bang! 2 sharp sounds rang out, and shattered glass and sparks rained down like a storm, creating a smoke barrier between the two. I'm not your experiment. He growled at the smoke, then turned and rammed into the slowly opening metal door. A white light surged in like a tide, making him squint. Just before the door closed, he caught a glimpse of the clone emerging from the smoke, its energy pistol already aimed at his back. Click! The sound of the metal door slamming shut and the explosion of the energy beam hitting the door occurred almost simultaneously. Chen Mu staggered and fell into the white light, his back slamming heavily onto the cold ground. He looked up, panting, and saw a dim blue light and a line of words written in scarlet paint on the wall. Welcome to the main brain, Mu Prime. His fingers unconsciously dug into the ground, touching some kind of crystalline protrusion. Looking up, a huge crystal floated in the center of the laboratory, its surface shimmering with the same blue light as when the core sphere exploded. Only this time, countless points of light could be vaguely seen moving within the blue light, and each point of light contained a face. Chen Mu's system suddenly vibrated. Main brain core detected. Initiate deep scan. He stared at the suspended crystal, his atoms apple-bobbing. The distant hum of machinery could be heard, like some sleeping behemoth slowly opening its eyes. Chapter 75, The Mastermind's Mystery Variable Game. Chen Mu's fingertips dug deep into the crystalline protrusions on the ground, the coolness creeping into his bloodstream through his knuckles. The dim blue light of the main brain layer flickered like scattered stars in his pupils, and the scarlet, "Welcome to the main brain layer, Mu Prime," on the wall pierced his retina like a fine needle. That number, along with the optimal path from the clone's mouth and the system's screaming same-origin personality data, were all tangled together like a mess of yarn. High-level permission node detected. Attempt to connect. The system's notification was sharper than usual, making his temples throb. He stared at the suspended crystal, the blue light spots moving within it like countless eyes. Just a moment ago, he clearly saw his own face in one of the light spots. Old Joe torn apart by zombies in another, and Lin Xia squatting in a corner of the shelter feeding water to the children. His Adam's apple bobbed twice, and he licked his dry lips. The chip was still in the hidden pocket inside the tactical vest. Muber had given it to him before he died, saying it could break through the mainframe's defenses. Now, the data flowing on the surface of the crystal and the garbled code inside the chip clearly came from the same source. Lien. He spoke very softly, yet it sounded like the sound of starting gun. Suddenly, everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Mu was standing on a swaying bridge. The bridge is made of flowing code, with light strips of zeros and ones weaving around your feet, and below the bridge is a surging, dark abyss. Across from him stood a man draped in a black robe, his face blurred like a censored surveillance video. Only when he spoke in a synthesized electronic voice did an unnatural smile appear on his lips. "You have disrupted the system's balance." Balance. Chen Mu's fingers subconsciously touched the modified M1911 at his waist. The engravings on the gun handle pressed against his palm. This old buddy that had fought his way out of the zombie horde was still there, and the tactile sensation in the virtual space was exactly the same as in reality. You treat humans as experimental subjects and survivors as data, and you call that balance. The man in the black robe did not respond. Suddenly, the bridge deck emitted a piercing, cracking sound. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Mu saw a crack appear on the right side of the bridge deck, and code was falling like grains of sand. What sent chills down his spine even more was that countless versions of himself were floating up in the abyss. Each phantom was holding a gun. Some were assault rifles he had modified, some were shotguns he had found in an underground armory, and one even held a rusty old-fashioned hunting rifle, the very first weapon he had found in an abandoned gun shop on the day he traveled through time. "These are your possible choices." The black-robed man's voice was like being immersed in ice water, "and also your weaknesses." Chen Mu's molars ached from clenching them. He had witnessed too many similar psychological warfare tactics. When a zombie horde besieged a city, mutated zombies would mimic the cries of survivors. In underground laboratories, mutants would use the voices of their companions to lure him into traps. But this time was different. The eyes of each phantom were too real. The one holding the shotgun had the panic of entering the apocalypse for the first time. The one holding the assault rifle had the cold hardness after a bloody battle, and one phantom's gun muzzle was trembling slightly, just like his hand that was so nervous when he first used bullet time that he couldn't hold the gun steady. Another section of the bridge plank cracked, and cold air rushed into the collar. Chen Mu took a deep breath and pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, an old habit he had for concentrating. "System, activate bullet time," he silently commanded. Time suddenly slowed down. The phantom's trigger pull slowed, bullets trailing eerie blue flames in the air. Fragments of the broken bridge, suspended in the air like fireworks, paused on time. Chen Mu sidestepped the nearest bullet, his modified M1911 already drawn, the barrel grazing Phantom's forehead. Not to kill, but to smash the butt of the gun into the opponent's wrist. Phantom's gun clattered to the ground. Chen Mu stared into its eyes, and the panic within them suddenly froze, transforming into a feeling akin to relief. "You can't kill us." The Phantom's voice overlapped with his own. "We are your past, your fear, your—" "Shut up." Chen Mu interrupted it, then used the butt of his gun to smash the second Phantom's knee. In bullet time, he could see the flaws in every Phantom's movements. The Phantom holding a shotgun would hold its breath before pulling the trigger, and the Phantom raising a sniper rifle would slightly deviate half an inch from the crosshair. These were his own habits, memories etched into his muscles from countless life-or-death battles. The last Phantom stood at the end of the bridge, without raising its gun. It even tucked the gun back into its waistband, mirroring Chen Mu's actions at that moment. The bridge planks were still collapsing, and code fragments kept falling into the abyss, but the Phantom just watched him quietly, its eyes showing no hostility, only a kind of compassionate calm. "If you kill me," Phantom said, her voice as soft as a sigh, "you will admit your incompleteness." Chen Mu's finger paused on the trigger. The effects of bullet time were fading, and he could feel the flow of time gradually accelerating. The sound of the bridge breaking became jarring again. He gazed into the Phantom's eyes. In them lay the tenderness he showed when bandaging the wounded in the shelter, the softness he felt when watching Xia's daughter smile for the first time, and the stubbornness he displayed when protecting Lao Zhou as he retreated amidst the horde of zombies. These so-called weaknesses are precisely the reason he survived. "I don't need perfection." He released the trigger and tucked the M1911 back into his belt. The bridge plank shattered completely at his feet, and in the instant he plummeted into the abyss. A blurry smile appeared on the Phantom's lips, then vanished like smoke blown away by the wind into the torrent of code. In reality, Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes. The main brain crystal was vibrating violently, and the blue light spots were darting around wildly, like wasps whose nest had been disturbed. An alarm suddenly blared, a mechanical voice crackling with electrical noise. Intrusion detection failed. Perform personality synchronization. "Now!" Chen Mu shouted, his hand already reaching into the hidden pocket of his tactical vest. The chip's sharp edges dug into his palm. He remembered Muber coughing up blood and saying, "The mainframe is afraid of its own child." And he remembered the encrypted virus code hidden inside the chip. The terminal interface is located directly below the crystal, and the red indicator light is flashing wildly. Chen Mu forcefully inserted the chip, feeling a stinging sensation as the current surged through the chip into the terminal. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the crystal surface. The blue light turned into a blinding scarlet, and the electronic wailing sounded like a knife scraping against the eardrum. "System, decompose the materials and convert them into high-energy current," he shouted at the top of his lungs, veins bulging on his forehead. The system notification sound was mixed in with the alarm. "Conversion complete, remaining points minus 87%. Who cares as long as this damn thing is shut down completely." The crystal exploded with a bang. Chen Mu was thrown to the ground by the blast wave, his head hitting the ground hard, and he saw stars. He struggled to lift his head and saw the last glimmer of blue light flickering in the crystal fragment, and a line of blood-red text appeared in the air. "Mu Prime, you have chosen chaos. The game has only just begun." The lights in the main brain suddenly went out. In the darkness, Chen Mu could hear his own heart pounding. He pulled out a tactical flashlight, its cold white light sweeping across the shards of crystal scattered on the ground. One of the shards still contained half a blurry human face, like a videotape that had been abruptly cut off. "System, scan the wreckage." He wiped the blood from his face and stood up. His tactical boots crunched over a patch of crystals. In the darkness, a metallic scraping sound came from a corner, like the sound of a door being slowly pushed open. Chen Mu's fingers gripped the handle of the M1911 again. Chapter 76, Dark Web Awakening, System Mutation. Darkness, like a curtain soaked in engine oil, enveloped every inch of Chen Mu's senses. As the cold white light of his tactical flashlight swept across the shards of crystal scattered on the ground, his back teeth ached from clenching them. The metallic scraping sound he had just heard didn't sound like the creaking of an old, dilapidated facility, but rather like the dull thud of some kind of mechanical structure being forcibly pried open by an external force. "System, scan for vital signs within range." He lowered his voice, his boot heels making a soft sound as they ground against the shattered crystals. The tactical vest had a hidden pocket containing half a box of special armor-piercing rounds, which felt painfully hard against my ribs. No living organisms detected within 0 to 5 meters. Abnormal vibrations detected in a metal structure beyond 10 meters, suspected to be a damaged ventilation duct. As soon as the system notification sound ended, Chen Mu's fingers suddenly stopped. As the flashlight beam swept across a pile of charred remains in the corner, a cube with a bluish hue rolled out of the debris, not knocked over, but moving on its own as if pulled by invisible threads, with a data stream flashing across its surface with each roll. He crouched down, and just as his tactical glove was about to touch the cube, the system suddenly beeped. Warning. Unencrypted data core detected. Energy level 97%. Immediate recovery recommended. Recycle. Chen Mu almost immediately grabbed the cube, and the temperature from his palm made him raise an eyebrow. It wasn't cold, but rather had a kind of biological warmth. As his fingertip brushed against the Mu-07 markings, he recalled Mu Bo's dying words, coughing up blood. The mainframe fears its own children, those experimental subjects whose data cores it personally discarded. The data core vibrated in his palm, like a mechanical beast eager to be awakened. Chen Mu took out the external interface of his tactical belt and paused for a moment. Last time, he randomly inserted a chip and it blew up half a floor. If he connected it wrong again this time, but the mainframe was blown to bits, how bad could it be? System connect. When the screen suddenly lit up on his retina, Chen Mu's pupils shrank to pinpoints. The previously stagnant system panel was now refreshing frantically, the green progress bar jumping from 0 to 100%, finally stopping at a line of blood-red text. Dark web access unlocked. Please select operation mode. He stared at the three options: anonymous browsing, public connection, and forced intrusion, his Adam's apple bobbing. Last time, when I hacked into the shelter terminal in open mode, the military almost located my coordinates. Forced intrusion. The mainframe just exploded. It's too conspicuous now. He pressed his thumb on anonymous browsing, and his fingertip could feel a slight tremor in the system interface, as if it were resisting this option. The interface instantly distorted into a chaotic torrent of code, with countless encrypted channels flashing past. Chen Mu blinked rapidly, switching between different filter modes, until a message marked top secret in scarlet font caught his eye. Mu series experiments terminated, Project Apocalypse initiated. The accompanying image is a satellite image of Earth, a blue sphere covered with red dots, stretching from the east coast of North America to the Southeast Asian islands. Each red dot is marked with a date. The most recent one is in 3 days, with the coordinates being Yunqing, where he is located. Damn. Chen Mu's tempels trobet. He recalled the old newspaper he found in the abandoned city last month, with the headline, 1 year after the Black Moon incident. Virus mutation rate increases by 300%. He also recalled that yesterday in the shelter, Xia's daughter suddenly began to unconsciously scratch the back of her neck, where there was a light blue spot, exactly like that of a zombie in the early stages of infection. The interface suddenly shook violently, and the code on my retina began to overlap and appear as a double image. Chen Mu heard a strange rattling sound of gears meshing coming from the system's core area, as if two hands were fighting for the steering wheel, one trying to drag him into a deeper dark web, and the other desperately trying to sever the connection. Not the mainframe. He pressed his temples as a system notification, mixed with static, blasted into his ears. External protocol intrusion detected. Immediate disconnection recommended. Chen Mu ripped off the data core's connection cable, his movement as fast as drawing a knife. The cube cooled instantly in his palm, its surface cracking with spiderweb-like patterns. Yet continued to heat up. Something inside was feeding data into the system. He could feel the chip slightly warming under his skull. That was the system forcibly downloading an unknown program. Personality reconstruction mode, activate. He gritted his teeth as he typed the command, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This mode can disguise the system as the biological brainwaves of an ordinary survivor. The last time I used it, I managed to slip past a military patrol's inspection. Just as the progress bar on the screen reached 50%, he suddenly heard clear footsteps coming from the ventilation duct. Not the dragging of zombies, but the crisp sound of leather boots on metal. At least 3 people. Tactical assault rifle, silent mode. He pulled out a modified AR-15 from behind his back, the silencer gleaming coldly in the darkness. I ran the evacuation route through my mind. Turn left in the maintenance tunnel, climb 3 flights of stairs to the ground exit, and avoid the backup power area of the main control unit. There were still half a ton of undisassembled ammunition boxes there, in case of firefight. When the system download progress reached 99%, he had already touched the iron gate of the maintenance passage. The wire wrapped around the doorknob was badly rusted. He pulled hard, and with a crack, the wire broke in two. The wind blew in through the crack in the door, carrying the distinctive musty smell of the ground, mixed with a faint, almost imperceptible, burnt smell. The system was burning redundant data. Disable external communication functions and only keep the combat module. Chen Mu said to the air, then suddenly froze. The system interface on my retina had returned to calm at some point. Next to the original function icons, there was something I had never seen before. A mechanical eye with flowing golden code in its iris, which blinked like a living thing. This isn't my system, he muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously reaching for the M1911 at his waist. The night wind suddenly picked up, whipping up scraps of paper that blew in through the overhead vents and hit his tactical vest. When a system notification sounded, he was standing on the exit steps of the underground passage. Moonlight filtered through the iron railings above his head, casting a line of light and shadow on his face. Unknown program downloaded successfully. New feature added, Observer's Eye. Chen Mu looked up at the night sky. The moon was still the same moon, but something fell off, like it was covered by frosted glass. He pulled out his tactical goggles and put them on. Suddenly, a line of small text popped up in his field of vision, floating below the mechanical eye icon. Welcome to the real game, Observer ID 001. The mechanical eye icon floated silently in the center of the interface. Chen Mu hovered his finger over it and could feel a subtle vibration coming from the core area of the system, as if something dormant was awakening. The distant roars of zombies, mixed with the faint sound of engines. Was it a military patrol car or? He withdrew his hand and fastened the safety on the M1911. The Apocalypse project on the dark web, the suddenly appearing observer IDs, the extra mechanical eyes in the system. These threads tangled in his mind, yet they made his eyes grow brighter and brighter. A game. He smiled at the air, stepping onto the last step with his tactical boots. Moonlight streamed into his pupils, sharpening the cold glint in his eyes. Let's see who survives to the end. The mechanical eye icon blinked on his retina, as if in response to his words. Chen Mu took a deep breath and stepped into the night. A faint hum came from the system interface behind him, like some ancient gears starting to turn. Chapter 77, The Mechanical Eye, Echoes from the Dark Web. Chen Mu's finger hovered over the mechanical eye icon, and his fingertip could clearly feel the slight tremor transmitted from the retinal projection, like the beating of some dormant mechanical heart. The words "the game has only just begun" that the mainframe said before shutting down suddenly rang in his ears. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his back teeth clenched tightly. From the first day of the apocalypse, when he was fighting his way through hordes of zombies with an M1911 in hand, to now, when he was building defenses and making weapons with the survivors, he had long been used to the system's existence as an assistant. But the mechanical eyes that suddenly appeared sent a chill down his neck. I'm being watched, he muttered to himself, his tactical boots unconsciously crunching over the broken bricks at his feet, sparks flying in the night. The vibrations in the system's core area suddenly intensified, and the iris composed of golden code mysteriously contracted into thin lines before slowly expanding again. Chen Mu took a deep breath and pressed the icon heavily with his knuckles. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well tear off this fig leaf. Dark web access has been activated. Please select an action mode. The moment the synthesized mechanical voice sounded, his pupils contracted slightly. The interface rippled like water, and 3 options with a cold light appear before my eyes. Listen to channel, upload data, and intrusion node. Chen Mu rubbed his thumb on his tactical glove before finally stopping at the listening channel. Information is always the sharpest weapon. The moment the audio stream started rolling, his breath hitched. The defenses of Zone Alpha 7 have fallen. Mutants have breached the second line of defense. Medical team, take note. Target Mu Prime has an abnormal temperature, double the serum dose. All units evacuate to the backup command center. Activate Apocalypse Contingency Plan. Repeat, activate Apocalypse Contingency Plan. Amidst the static, these fragments felt like sharp blades cutting into his nerves. Chen Mu quickly brought up the map module of the tactical goggles and dotted the air with his fingertip, overlapping the keyword hive with the virus spread path in his memory. In the early stages of the Black Moon event in 2025, the virus spread radially from these areas. The red markers on the screen lit up one by one, perfectly coinciding with the activate command in the audio. They're still alive. His voice was as low as ice. His knuckles clenched so tightly they turned white. The M1911 rifle stock on his lower back was pressing against his spine. It was his old buddy that he had snatched from the first zombie, and now it had become his most reliable support. Muber's chip. He suddenly remembered the silver chip he found in the abandoned laboratory 3 days ago. The old researcher who always said there's a problem with the system had put the chip in his palm before he died, and his blood had soaked through the number Peter 09 on the surface of the chip. Chen Mu pulled the chip out from the inside of his tactical vest. The metal edge still carried the warmth of his body. The moment the chip touched the retinal projection, the system interface exploded with a blinding white light. Project core. Key detected. Decrypt. Yes. The words in the experimental log came flooding in, and Chen Mu's pupils contracted and contracted with each word. The Observer Project Phase 3. Implanting the Doomsday Gunmaster system to control the Mu series experimental subjects through a cognitive guidance framework. An anomaly has occurred in Unit 001. Its self-awareness has exceeded the threshold. It is recommended to terminate the experiment. This individual has become an uncontrollable variable. So I was just their guinea pig. A cold laugh escaped Chen Mu's throat as he rapidly swiped across the interface, isolating the system's cognitive guidance module and remote control permissions one by one. The screen flashed red, and the alarm blared, but he paid no attention. His hands, which had disassembled hundreds of guns in the past few days, were now precisely severing the invisible wires in the system. So all that blueprint unlocking and skill upgrades before were just bait they fed us. He pulled off his tactical goggles, moonlight falling on his tense jawline. Too bad, this rat's about to chew through the cage. Just as he was about to put the chip into his tactical bag, the system suddenly emitted a soft beep. High-priority signal source detected. Track. Chen Mu stopped moving. He gazed at the office building in the distance, riddled with holes by zombies, then looked down at the still pulsating mechanical icon. Those people hiding in the dark web, since they dared to lay their game out in front of him, should be prepared to be killed in return. The location coordinates exploded on the interface, and the red markers of the abandoned port area stung his eyes. Chen Mu removed the magazine from the M1911, made sure each bullet was polished to a shine, and then pushed it back into the magazine. The weighted straps of his tactical vest tightened painfully in his shoulders, yet they brought him a strange sense of peace. This body, modified by the system, and the gun that had been with him for over 300 days, were now his sharpest blades. Since you want to play, he bent down to pick up the tactical knife at his feet, tested its weight in his palm, then I'll set the rules. As his figure disappeared at the alley entrance, a faint blue light suddenly appeared in the originally dark night sky. Deep within the ruins of the abandoned port area, a faint yet steady beam of blue light pierced the clouds, flickering in the night like some ancient lighthouse, as if it had been waiting for him for a long time. Chapter 78 Echoes of the Hive. Mist over the harbor. The night was like a soaked black cloth, wrapping around Chen Mu's shoulders and back. He crouched in the shadow of the rusty gantry crane, the soles of his tactical boots crushing half a seashell, the soft sound particularly clear in the empty harbor. It was too quiet. In the apocalypse, even the wind should be carrying the howls of zombies. But here, even the stench of decay is abnormally faint. Only the salty, astringent smell of the sea rises up, making one's nose sting. System, Eagle Eye mode. He whispered, suppressing his Adam's apple, and the lenses of his tactical goggles suddenly turned a ghostly green. The red dots jumping in his field of vision made his pupils shrink slightly. 7 heat sources were circling the outer perimeter of the port at equal intervals, their trajectories as precise as clock gears, each circumference taking 2 minutes and 17 seconds, without the slightest error. Not a zombie. Chen Mu licked his dry lips. The thermal image of a zombie would look like a tattered rag burned through, with blurred and distorted edges. But the outlines of these red dots are too regular, like a mechanical arm welded to its body by a program. He reached for the modified M1911 at his waist, the words Hunter's Fire engraved on the grip pressing against his palm. The words he had personally engraved when he opened his shop before the apocalypse had come to serve as the best tranquilizer. As he bypassed the first security line, he slid along the tilted container, his fingernails scraping against the rusty steel plate. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from above. He looked up sharply and saw a drone the size of a palm leap out from the broken tower crane, the red light of the camera sweeping across his face. Damn. Chen Mu rolled into the gap between the two containers and pulled out a modified magazine from his tactical vest. This was an EMP round he'd cobbled together 3 days ago from a scrap car battery and spent shotgun shell casings. It now gleamed with a ghostly blue electrical current under the moonlight. System, lock onto that thing's power source. A green indicator popped up in the eyepiece, and he pulled the trigger. With a soft ding, the EMP round struck the drone's belly precisely, and blue arcs of electricity instantly enveloped the metal fuselage. The drone, like a kite with its string cut, crashed to his feet with a thud, its propellers still spinning, but no longer posing a threat. The partially collapsed warehouse was just 20 meters away. Chen Mu crouched low and rushed over, his boot heel kicking a rusty anchor, the metallic clang echoing in the silence. He stood frozen in place, waiting for 10 seconds without hearing any movement, before continuing forward. It seemed the drone from before was just an outer sentry, and the defense of the core area had not yet been activated. The warehouse's metal door was half hanging on the frame. Chen Mu used his tactical knife to pry open the tangled wire, and a musty smell mixed with the odor of burnt electronic components hit him. The main control terminal was embedded in the cement wall, its screen covered in a layer of dust, yet strangely emitted a ghostly blue light. He reached out and wiped away the dust. Permission verification in progress. Observer ID 001. The words identity not cancelled made his temples throb. The system interface suddenly exploded on his retina, the red countdown light making him squint. 2 hours. Cognitive firewall is about to activate. Intruder will be eliminated. As a mechanical voice rang in his ears, cold sweat already beaded on the back of his neck. Muper chip. He ripped off his tactical bag, the metal buckle clanging against the wall. The moment the chip was attached to the terminal interface, system notifications rained down like a storm. Old project data detected, simulating legitimate access. His fingers flew across the terminal keyboard, typing in the interference protocol he'd secretly learned while disassembling the Research Institute's server the night before. Slow down, you bastard. When the countdown reached 1 hour and 30 minutes, a metallic scraping sound came from the ceiling. Chen Mu looked up and saw 3 mechs, each as tall as a man, sliding down the tracks, their laser cannons glowing with a blinding orange light. The hive guard has been activated, he cursed, turning and rushing towards the stack of containers on his right, the cover point he had noted down during his scan. The first laser beam grazed his left shoulder, burning a charred hole in the container. Chen Mu rolled into a blind spot and pulled out a modified Gatling gun from his back. The gun, which he had modified from a scrapped aircraft cannon, trembled violently in his arms. System, lock reload interval. A green countdown appeared in the eyepiece. 0.3 seconds. He gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of armor-piercing incendiary rounds at the nearest mech. The first mech's laser cannon had barely stopped firing when the second bullet precisely struck the reloading port. In a flash of the explosion, the mechanical arm was blasted into the air and crashed into the sensor of the third mech. Great opportunity. Chen Mu rushed out. The Gatling gun barrel was already glowing red, and spent cartridges clattered to the ground. When the second mech's laser cannon turned towards him, he suddenly crouched down, bullets grazing his scalp and sparking off the wall. He took the opportunity to circle around to the side of the mech, and the M1911's enhanced bullet accurately pierced the heat dissipation vent. The moment blue smoke rose, the mech crashed to the ground with a boom. When sparks burst from the joints of the last mech, the countdown had already reached 5 minutes. Chen Mu wiped the sweat from his face. His tactical vest had a hole burned in it by the laser, and his skin was burning with pain, but he didn't have time to deal with it. The terminal screen was flashing, and the message core database has been cracked, made his heart skip a beat. As the encrypted instructions scrolled through the screen, his breath caught in his throat. Mu Prime must be reclaimed. If it cannot be controlled, activate Protocol 0. His finger hovered over the download button, and the terminal suddenly went black. When it lit up again, it displayed a line of blood-red text. You are more dangerous than they think. Welcome to the game. The next second, the entire port was plunged into darkness. Chen Mu's tactical goggles went out, and the system interface was filled with static. He reached for the tactical flashlight at his waist, but stopped just as he was about to turn on. At the end of the passage, a red arrow light was slowly lighting up like a bleeding eye in the darkness. Low-frequency vibrations came from underground, like some kind of giant beast turning over. Chen Mu gripped the scorching hot Gatling gun, its barrel still hissing and emitting blue smoke. The red arrow light cast a long, thin shadow at his feet, pointing to a half-open iron door on the ground. The cold air seeping from the crack in the door, carrying the smell of rust, crept straight into his collar. Protocol 0. Mu Prime, he murmured, his tactical boots making a crisp sound as they stepped on the broken glass. The vibrations at the end of the red light grew clearer, as if something was awakening from its slumber. He touched the Muber chip in his pocket. It was cool to the touch, but heavier than ever. When his hand touched the iron gate handle, the vibration suddenly increased in volume, like the roar of metal gears starting to mesh. A soft click came from behind the door, like the sound of some kind of lock being opened. Chen Mu took a deep breath and opened the door crack. In the darkness of the underground passage, something was reflecting light, like countless mechanical eyes, waiting for him to enter. Chapter 79, The Shadow Beneath the Earth, Awakening Code. Chen Mu's palms were damp with sweat, and the coldness of the iron door handle crept up his knuckles like an ice needle piercing his bones. He took a deep breath. The creaking of the door hinges was particularly jarring in the silence, and a musty smell mixed with the metallic rust wafted over him, making his throat itch. The beam of a tactical flashlight swept across the ground, revealing several rusty screws embedded in the mottled water stains on the cement wall, resembling the remains of some equipment that had been violently dismantled. The moment the beam of light lifted, his pupils suddenly contracted. A dozen or so yellowed A4 sheets of paper were crookedly pasted on the wall, the title of the top sheet circled in red pen. Mu, Prim, Human Variable Evolutionary Path 001. The man in the photo, wearing dark blue overalls and wiping an M1911 pistol, was clearly the same man he looked like before the apocalypse at the Hunter Fire gun model shop. With a click, the tactical flashlight almost slipped from his hand. Chen Mu staggered 2 steps, his back slamming heavily against the wall, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He reached out to touch the edge of the photo. The paper was as brittle as a withered leaf, and crumbs fell off as soon as his fingertips touched it. The notes below the photo were blurred by water, but words like consciousness stability 97% and possibility of breaking the threshold 82% could be barely made out. The last line was a blood-red annotation. Abnormal awakening, initiating the cleanup procedure. Cleanup program, he murmured as atoms apple bobbing. The system interface flickered on and off on my retina, and the once stable green progress bar now resembled a disturbed pool of water, tinged with unsettling purple spots. The low-frequency vibration had changed its tone at some point, sounding like the hum of some kind of mechanical gears meshing, drilling upwards from the concrete floor beneath his feet, making his teeth ache. Walking along the passage and turning 2 corners, the metal door of the sealed cabin was half open, and the cold air leaking out of the crack was mixed with the smell of rotting flesh. Chen Mu's tactical boot tip kicked something hard, and he squatted down to pick it up. It was a bullet casing. The brass surface still had scratches, and the markings on the base of the cartridge were clearly visible. .45 ACP, exactly the same ammunition type as his M1911 pistol. Someone came here before me. His hand holding the spent cartridge trembled slightly. The beam of light swept across the interior of the cabin, where more than 30 cryogenic hibernation devices stood like tombstones, most of their outer shells cracked open, revealing their frosty interiors. The one in the very center had its hatch open, and dried blood had congealed into dark brown patches on the cabin wall. Severed nerve connections hung down like torn blood vessels. Or another me? His voice echoed in the empty cabin, trembling at the end. The system suddenly emitted a crackling electrical sound, and the interface on the retina was forcibly replaced with 3 cold glowing options floating: sync mode, overwrite mode, and clear mode. Just as Chen Mu's finger touched the close button, the system alarm suddenly blared, and red warning words flashed across the screen. Mu series individual intrusion detected. Countermeasure program initiated. The moment the holographic projection lit up, Chen Mu instinctively took a half step back. The virtual human who looked exactly like him stood in the center of the cabin, with a familiar burn mark on the shoulder strap of his black tactical vest. the wound had been grazed by a laser cannon 3 days ago. When the other person looked up, their eyes gleamed with a deep blue light, like 2 miniature searchlights, and a cold smile appeared on their lips. Finally, I've been waiting for you, the original. Bang! As soon as the gun fired, Chen Mu's bullet time was automatically triggered. He saw the .45 ACP bullet flying towards him with a pale golden tail, its trajectory exactly the same as when he fired it with his M1911 pistol. In the instant he rolled to the side, he touched the shotgun at his waist, his back teeth grinding together. This was no ordinary enemy. It was a moving mirror, perfectly mimicking his habitual left leg first dodge. What exactly are you? Chen Mu pressed himself against the back of the freezing device, the gun barrel protruding from the metal gap. The clone's laughter, mixed with the sound of system electricity, drilled into his ears. I am the perfect Mu 002, and you. It raised its gun, the muzzle precisely aimed at Chen Mu's heart, a failure. The moment the bullet whizzed through the air, Chen Mu suddenly released his grip on the gun. The clone's pupils contracted slightly, a flaw he had never used in actual combat. Taking advantage of the opponent's 0.3 seconds of hesitation, Chen Mu grabbed the severed nerve wire at his feet and swung it violently at the opponent's wrist holding the gun. The moment the metal wire got tangled in the gun barrel, he lunged forward and used his knee to press against the clone's abdomen, the muzzle of the shotgun almost touching the clone's chin. Boom! Blood splattered mixed with blue electricity and exploded. The clone's head shattered like a light bulb, and fragments splattered on Chen Mu's face, carrying the smell of burnt electronic components. He wiped his face, watching the blue light particles on the ground gradually dissipate. Suddenly, the system interface vibrated violently, and fragments of memory flooded in like a tide. A person in a white coat injecting a drug into the back of his neck, the monitor displaying consciousness integration 68%, and a voice saying, "He's about to wake up, quickly initiate forced hibernation." Bang! A muffled thud came from above, and cement dust fell into my collar. Chen Mu looked up abruptly. A crack appeared in the ceiling, through which the beams of several tactical flashlights could be vaguely seen swaying. The shouts of the remaining hive forces, mixed with the sound of falling debris, rang out. Target underground. Seal all exits. He pulled off the tactical backpack from his waist and stuffed the silver data card from the corner of the cabin into it. The system notification sounded urgently. External threat detected. It is recommended to disconnect 50% of the system connection to reduce the risk of being located. Chen Mu gritted his teeth, and the interface on his retina instantly went dark by half. The grip of the M1911 pistol, which was originally warm, was now ice cold. Go, he shouted in a low voice, and ran towards the emergency exit. The footsteps behind him grew closer. A bullet grazed his ear and struck the wall, sparks exploding in front of his eyes. The moment he burst out of the underground laboratory, the entire building emitted a tooth-grinding groan. The ceiling collapsed with a deafening roar, and dust rushed in like a yellow fog. Chen Mu staggered to his feet amidst the dust and turned to look at the ruins. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure slowly straightened up, his right hand, which had been pressed down by rubble, slowly rising. On the back of that hand was a scar identical to his own, a result of a spring snapping when he repaired a gun before the apocalypse. The moment the other person looked up, their deep blue pupils lit up in the dust and mist, like two will-o'-the-wisps. Bite! A shard of glass landed at Chen Mu's feet, reflecting the moonlight. He looked down and saw that his own eyes were glowing with a faint blue light in the blurry reflection on the glass. Chapter 80 Mirror Corridor, a moment of decision. As Chen Mu's military boots rolled over the broken bricks, he heard the sharp whistling sound of bullets whizzing past his ears. He crashed into the wall on his right, a wall that was supposed to be made of concrete, but upon impact it trembled like water, and the entire wall suddenly turned into a mirror, clearly reflecting his disheveled appearance. Damn it! He staggered backward, the heel of his military boot hitting the protruding metal strip. This fall allowed him to see his surroundings clearly. The originally narrow escape passage had somehow turned into a corridor as wide as 20 meters, with mirrors as tall as a person on both sides of the walls, ceiling and floor, each mirror reflecting a different Chen Mu. The one in camouflage combat uniform is firing a Gatling gun into the air, shell casings raining down on the mirror. The one wrapped in explosives is biting a fuse, grinning at him, the fuse hissing and sparking. The he in the far left mirror is even wearing pre-apocalyptic work clothes, bending down to wipe the barrel of an M1911 pistol. But when he looks up, he reveals a dark blue pupil. Chen Mu's temples throbbed. He reached for the tactical knife at his waist, and as soon as the blade touched the nearest mirror, ripples appeared on the surface, and the blade seemed to sink into the water. The next second, a sharp pain came from his right arm. The him in the mirror had somehow also gripped the hilt of the knife, twisting the blade in both directions. Chen Mu released the knife and stepped back, a 3-inch-long gash appearing on the inside of his arm, blood seeping into his tactical glove. A system notification flashed on his retina. Multidimensional personality projection field detected. It is recommended to detach from the original body. He tore off a piece of his clothing and wrapped it around his wound. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that all the cells in the mirror had stopped moving and turned to look at him. The one in camouflage pointed a gun at him, but instead of bullets, it spewed out shards of mirror. The one wrapped in explosives suddenly ripped open his shirt, revealing a pulsating blue core in his chest, and the fuse burned faster. What sent chills down his spine was himself in overalls, who was rubbing his thumb across the barrel of a gun. When he looked up, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, exactly like the clone he had blasted apart earlier. "System, can you locate the exit?" Chen Mu asked in a low voice, his left hand gripping the handle of the M1911 pistol at his waist. The system interface flickered twice, displaying, "The corridor structure is reconstructed according to the observer's consciousness. The exit coordinates are refreshed every 0.7 seconds. He gritted his teeth, yanked his gun out with his right hand, and shouted, "Overload mode." Pale golden light patterns crawled along the barrel to the grip, and the M1911 pistol expanded and deformed in his palm, the barrel becoming 3 times thicker, and a miniature grenade launcher popped out from the cylinder. Chen Mu pulled the trigger at the nearest mirror. The moment the orange-red flash exploded, his pupils suddenly contracted. The grenade split into 3 upon contact with a mirror, blasting towards the mirrors on the left, right, and above him respectively. The chain explosion overturned the mirrors on the ground. Chen Mu took advantage of the momentum to rush towards the opening, but his face was covered in blood from the flying shards of glass. As he rolled into the ventilation duct, the back of his head slammed against the duct wall. In the instant his vision went black, the system interface displayed 3 options: merge, clear, and retain. The comment below flashed in scarlet font. Mu. Prime can choose to absorb the experience of other variables or completely delete their existence. Fusion. Chen Mu wiped the blood from his face, his finger almost pressing the first option, but then he suddenly pulled it back. The fragments of memories previously implanted in him by the clone were still churning in his mind. White coat, consciousness fusion, forced hibernation. If they were to merge, would those memories that didn't belong to him crush his consciousness? Clear. He looked at himself in the mirror holding a Gatling gun. The other person was tapping the mirror with the barrel, as if urging him to make a decision. But that's Chen Mu, who struggled to survive in another timeline. Why should he be the one to decide whether the other should exist? Keep. His finger hovered over the third option when he suddenly heard the sound of glass shattering. The self dressed in work clothes, sneering, had somehow approached the mirror, its fingertips pressed against the glass, writing something in blood. Chen Mu leaned closer to the ventilation shaft and could barely make out the blood-written words, "You think you're resisting, but actually you've been completing their tests all along." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall of mirrors emitted a deafening roar. The mirrored surfaces on the ceiling fell in large pieces, like countless blades of rain. As Chen Mu climbed up the ventilation duct support, he caught a glimpse of all his selves in the mirror smiling at him. One in camouflage was waving, one wrapped in explosives was giving a thumbs up, and one in work clothes was slowly shaking his head. System. Disconnect immediately, he roared, but the system interface automatically lit up with the keep option confirmation light amidst the violent vibrations. The ventilation duct suddenly tilted, and he slid out of the exit along the metal pipe, crashing heavily to the ground. Just then, he heard the loud crash of the hall of mirrors collapsing completely behind him. As the smoke cleared, Chen Mu leaned against the wall and stood up, only to be met with a burst of blue light. In the center of the circular control room floats a blue crystal the size of a basketball, its surface crackling with electric arcs, like being enveloped in a flowing starry sky. His M1911 pistol had somehow returned to its original state and was now slightly warm, its muzzle automatically pointing at the crystal. But what froze his blood was the faint human-shaped outline inside the crystal. The silhouette, with its eyes closed, reminded Chen Mu of the eyes of all himself reflected in the mirror. He took 2 steps forward, and the electric arc on the crystal surface suddenly separated, revealing the outline of eyebrows and eyes. "What exactly do you want?" His voice was hoarse like sandpaper, his finger on the trigger, but he hesitated to press it. The crystal trembled slightly, and the corners of its inner contours slowly lifted. Chen Mu heard a very soft sound, like the wind passing through a crack in the door, or like a heartbeat. "You have made your choice." Before the words were even finished, the crystal began to slowly rotate. Chen Mu stared at the gradually clearer outline, his atoms apple bobbing. When the outline's nose and brow bone were fully revealed, he saw a face exactly like his own in the blue light.